A millennia-old cultivator, Lewin inadvertently stumbled into the land of Starfall, a fantastical realm where magic reigns supreme. From that fateful day onward, a series of astonishing events unfolded, leaving the native inhabitants of the land of Starfall in utter disbelief. This vast world, dominated by the forces of magic, spans from cutting-edge technology to ancient agrarian practices, and from brutal warfare to tranquil times, with all order and civilization upheld by the might of sorcery. Within this boundless expanse lies the continent of Sheeta, the most extensive landmass in the land of Starfall. On a sprawling prairie within the Eastern Holy Emperor's Empire, a strikingly handsome youth reclined lazily upon the soft grass in a posture resembling the character Tai. His tattered garments appeared as though they had endured countless slashes from sharp blades, barely concealing his body. Yet, the skin exposed to the elements was as flawless and porcelain-like as if untouched by scars. A gentle breeze swept across the prairie, tousling his hair. Slowly, the youth opened his eyes, staring vacantly at the azure sky for a moment before abruptly sitting up, his face a mask of astonishment. I actually escaped. Rising to his feet, he cast a downward glance at his form and murmured to himself, "What an unexpected turn of events." Alas, even the heavenly Tao may falter at times. Perhaps this is my destiny. Though his voice bore a hint of youthfulness, it carried an air of maturity that belied his age. This lad, seemingly around 16, had actually cultivated for a millennium and reached the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm. The agelessness of a cultivator is merely a commonplace occurrence. In the Huang-Yellow world, the realms of cultivation are categorized into 12 tiers: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, spirit condensation, crystal formation, God transformation, mortal immortal, true immortal, profound immortal, golden immortal, jade immortal, great Luo heaven immortal, and primordial great Luo immortal. Among these, the 5 realms from Qi refinement to God transformation are further divided into 9 levels each. Conversely, the 7 realms from mortal immortal to primordial great Luo immortal are subdivided into 4 stages: early, mid, late, and great completion. Merely days ago, the youth named Lu and was on the cusp of transitioning from the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm to the golden immortal realm. However, at the critical moment of transcending tribulation, an unexpected calamity struck. His protective artifact, the 9-turn demon lock tower, suddenly gained sentience and turned against him. In an instant, the delicate balance between Luin and the heavenly tribulation shattered, and 3 torrential forces tore the surrounding space asunder. Luin ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness, swept into the void's passage, and when he awoke, he found himself in this unfamiliar prairie. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Luin extended a thread of consciousness into his being. From the moment he regained consciousness, he realized he could no longer sense the celestial spiritual energy or his innate true essence within. For a cultivator, this was undoubtedly a devastating blow, akin to a warrior discovering their weapon missing in battle. Upon probing with this thread of consciousness, the state of his internal condition became evident indeed. Both the celestial spiritual energy and innate true essence had vanished without a trace. The innate true essence is vital for a cultivator. Its loss renders one incapable of refining celestial spiritual energy, leaving even the most rudimentary spells beyond their reach. It seems my innate true essence was shattered by the gale within the void's passage, Luin mused with a bitter smile. He stood still, lightly waving his hand, and a snow-white, century-old snow immortal fruit materialized in his grasp. Taking a hearty bite, the sweet and fragrant juice burst forth in his mouth, momentarily alleviating his spirits. The fruit's inherent spiritual energy also began to accelerate the healing of his other injuries. The destruction of his innate true essence signified the loss of his cultivation at present. He could scarcely be deemed even at the Qi refinement stage. Had this been any other cultivator, they would likely have descended into chaos, but Luin Creek. He chewed the last morsel of the fruit and swallowed. It was not a grave concern. As long as he remained alive, the possibility of recultivating existed. Moreover, he had merely lost his innate true essence. His consciousness and body still retained the prowess of the profound immortal realm, necessitating no further effort in body refinement or consciousness cultivation. He simply needed to focus on elevating the realm of his innate true essence. At present, he must first return to his sect, the carefree Immortal sect, for two reasons. Firstly, to ensure his own safety, and secondly, to procure the heavenly materials and treasures required for recultivation from the sect's treasure hall. With a flick of his sleeve, his tattered clothing was instantaneously replaced by a pristine white robe that billowed gracefully in the wind. Donning the new attire, he stood tall and elegant, resembling a young master embarking on a leisurely journey, a jade tablet about half a foot long now in his hand. Both the snow immortal fruit and the tablet had been drawn from his spiritual sea. The spiritual sea is a space cultivated by a cultivator's consciousness, primarily used for storing and retrieving items without depleting celestial spiritual energy. Holding the jade tablet meant for internal communication within the carefree Immortal sect, he infused it with his consciousness, pondering inwardly. The disciples of the carefree Immortal sect are spread far and wide. Surely there must be fellow sect members nearby. Given his status, lineage, and renown within the sect, the younger generation nearby would undoubtedly rush to welcome him. This was not mere self-importance, although he did not take disciples. He was generous in rewarding those juniors who demonstrated merit or good character, thus earning him immense respect within the carefree Immortal sect. Lost in thought, the jade tablet activated under the influence of his consciousness, emitting a faint glow. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. Lewin stood there in a daze, gripping the jade tablet tightly, as a cold breeze rustled the front of his white robe. No response? Impossible. Logically, once the jade tablet is activated by consciousness, the tablets of fellow disciples within the 6 realms should respond. There was no reason for not a single person to reply. A chilling thought suddenly surged in Luan's mind, causing his complexion to shift dramatically. Could it be that the carefree Immortal sect has been destroyed? At the western edge of the Holy Emperor's empire lies a small village known as Luoka. Due to its remote geographic location and scarce resources, it is exceedingly barren, housing only a little over 200 souls, who primarily survive through farming, hunting, and herding, occasionally crafting some coarse cheese or wine, most of which is sold only within the village. The village is encircled by a sturdy barrier of hardwood, each tree 3 meters thick, sharpened to a deadly point, forming a seamless circle akin to a ring of fangs. This is a unique wood of the Holy Emperor's empire, possessing hardness comparable to steel. For Luoka village, this fortification is sufficiently robust, as the dangers posed by magical beasts or foreign threats in the vicinity are typically low, making it difficult to breach these wooden walls. However, today, a band of goblins armed with fine weaponry and an 8-meter-tall bull-headed giant suddenly attacked, bringing unprecedented catastrophe to this fragile village. Within the village, blood stained the earth, and most of the formerly orderly houses lay in ruins, shattered by the bull-headed giant. While the wooden barrier remained intact, some goblins guarded the sole exit, preventing villagers from escaping. What once protected the village now served as a cage, imprisoning its inhabitants. A burst of fireworks suddenly illuminated the sky above Luoka village, transforming into a diamond-like pattern that shifted in color, ensuring that whether day or night, distant observers would take notice of the signal. This was the villagers' call for aid to a nearby night stronghold. However, this signal had already been sent up 6 times since the onset of battle, yet the knights who should have come in response remained conspicuously absent. While lost in thought on the prairie, Luan's gaze was drawn to the fireworks rising in the distance. He paused, pondering, could there be a mortal town nearby? Perhaps I should head there to inquire about this place. Chapter 2: The Catastrophe of Loker Village. A thunderous roar erupted from the beast, causing the ground to tremble slightly, while the tiles on the rooftops shattered and fell like hail. The bull-headed giant, clad in crimson magical armor, wielded a colossal axe, mercilessly taking the lives of the villagers. The frail humans, paralyzed by fear, screamed and fled, lacking even the courage to gaze upon him. This fear was the source of the giant's amusement. As a creature of wisdom retaining the instincts of a beast, he relished the sensation of being dreaded. However, as time wore on, he found himself growing weary, and with the task exceeding its anticipated completion time. A flicker of irritation stirred within him. Why couldn't these humans unite and be dispatched with a single swing of his axe? As he pondered this, he casually crushed a house with a blow. Inside, a family of 3 huddled together. In the mere seconds before the structure collapsed, the husband managed to push his wife and daughter to a safe spot, yet he himself was not spared. Crushed beneath the rubble, the wife clutched her daughter, cowering in a corner, trembling as silent tears fell, her eyes wide with terror at the sight of the towering bull-headed giant. The giant sneered, raising his axe to reduce the pair to a pulp. "Hey, warrior of the bull tribe!" Suddenly, a youthful voice called from behind, evoking surprise within the giant. In such dire circumstances, it was unexpected for any human to dare speak to him, and the address of warrior of the bull tribe seemed to place him on an equal footing with the speaker. Turning, he beheld a frail human boy, approximately 14 years of age, covered in dirt, who boldly pointed a sword at him, his face devoid of fear, further perplexing the giant. "I, Grzeicus, challenge you in the name of the swordmaster of the Holy Monarch Empire. Do you dare accept?" Jair struggled to suppress his internal terror, striving to appear calm. He understood that uttering these words would likely lead to a gruesome demise, yet if he could stall the bull-headed giant for even a moment longer until the knights arrived, his sacrifice would not be in vain. "You dare to duel me?" The giant's eyes widened, one hand lifting the axe to rest on his shoulder, the other pointing incredulously at Jair, contemplating whether this human had been rendered foolish by goblins. Did he truly wish to hasten his own death? "Very well, do you dare accept?" The giant chuckled darkly, though puzzled by the boy's eagerness to perish. He declared, "The warriors of the Sayak tribe are brave and fearless. We never refuse a duel." For the giant, this presented a rare diversion amidst his tedium. He strode towards Jair, each step causing the ground to tremble. Within 3 strides, Jair could feel the earth vibrating beneath him. Amplifying his dread, he swallowed hard, helplessly watching the monstrous figure approach. When the bull-headed giant, towering over 8 meters with eyes glowing a sinister crimson and an insatiable grin, finally stood before him, Jair's youthful face drained of color. His breathing quickening. At merely 14, he had never faced danger, and until this moment, death had felt distant. "Shall we begin?" The giant raised his axe, aiming it at Jair. "Wait." Jair stammered, trembling. "My family is still fighting the goblins. This distracts me, preventing me from harnessing my full strength. If you defeat me under these circumstances, it would not be a true victory, would it?" The giant pondered for a moment. You make a valid point." He lifted his axe and bellowed, "Goblins, cease your attack." His voice resonated throughout the village, and every goblin engaged in battle halted at once, turning to gaze blankly at the bull-headed giant, who then commanded them to gather around him. As the goblins encircled them, Jair felt a surge of anxiety, yet also relief. This was his intent, to prolong the encounter, awaiting the knight's rescue. At the village entrance, 6 goblins stationed at the gate could only watch enviously as their kin reveled in the slaughter within. Their hearts restless at the gruesome scene, akin to starving individuals watching feasts, they longed to rush in and unleash their savage instincts, but dared not defy the giant's command, compelled to remain at their posts. Suddenly, one goblin caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent in the air. It turned, its expression shifting to one of disbelief. A human had appeared behind them, observing with curiosity. This human was neither strong nor armed. Dressed in ordinary attire, lacking any armor or wand, appearing utterly unremarkable. The goblin grinned wickedly, tightening its grip on a curved dagger as it charged at Lewin, its pent-up desire for bloodshed ready to explode. 10 meters, 0.5 meters, 0.3 meters. The goblin leapt, muscles quivering with excitement, striking down towards the human's head, envisioning the gruesome delight of cleaving the frail figure in 2, blood and entrails spilling forth. Thud, with a single hand, Lewin effortlessly seized the descending creature. Observing the grotesque goblin thrashing helplessly in his grasp, Lewin frowned slightly. "What is this thing?" The goblin, its neck caught in a vice grip, could only emit garbled sounds, desperately slashing at Lewin's arm with its dagger, yet his flesh remained unyielding, the blade failing to even nick his sleeve. Lacking any trace of demonic energy, it must not be of the demon kin. As the goblin's revolting drool threatened to drip onto his clothing, Lewin tightened his grip, and with a crack, the goblin's flailing limbs fell limp, its yellow eyes dimming. The dagger slipped from its grasp, clattering to the ground and catching the attention of its companions. The remaining 5 goblins turned, Realizing a human had appeared and dispatched one of their OWN in an instant, the 5 goblins, armed with various weapons, screeched a harsh, discordant cry and charged at Lewin, yet he showed no inclination to flee or fight back, standing motionless with an impassive expression as the vicious goblins advanced. Just as they were about to strike, the 5 goblins suddenly fell into darkness, collectively losing consciousness. Never to comprehend what had transpired, Lewin glanced at the fallen bodies, slightly furrowing his brow. Today, he had encountered a new species. Where exactly was this place? Raising his gaze, he noticed the bull demon in the village, preparing to attack a child. In a flash, Lewin vanished from sight. Chapter 3: Why do you lack demonic energy? In the small plaza of the village, beads of sweat the size of soybeans trickled down Jair's face, revealing patches of pale skin beneath the layer of dust. Now, shall the duel commence? The bull-headed giant exhaled a visible plume of white mist from its nostrils, raising its colossal axe high above its head, unhesitatingly bringing it down towards the boy before him. Jair's eyes widened in terror as he watched the axe descend. He had hoped to evade the strike, buying more time, yet the immense weight of the axe combined with the giant's terrifying strength compressed the air around him. Jair found it increasingly difficult to breathe, the atmosphere thickening like gel, rendering him immobile, forced to await his fate. With death looming so near, everything around him seemed to slow. Suddenly, Jair's thoughts raced. Am I truly to die? The nights have yet to arrive. I can only hope they come swiftly after my demise. I shall never see Miss Leah's again. I will never partake in the berry bread at the academy gate again. I have done all I can. If I must perish for the villagers, I harbor no regrets. Becoming a swordsman was to protect those in need. Yet, until my last breath, Miss Leah's remains unaware of my affections. What a pity! But as a poor man, how could I ever be worthy of her? Boom! The axe crashed down, sending plumes of dust soaring several meters high, shaking the very earth. The villagers, engulfed in despair, mournfully beheld the cloud of dust, some closing their eyes or turning away, unable to witness Jair's fate. The bull-headed giant stood amidst the dust, perplexed by the lack of expected sensation. It felt as though it had struck flesh, yet curiously, the impact failed to reduce the boy to a pulp. Its tremendous strength appeared to dissipate without a trace. Suddenly, a gust of wind dispersed the dust, as if someone were drawing back the curtains of a stage. The anticipated scene of carnage did not materialize. A youth clad in white had appeared beside Jair, furrowing his brow at the bull-headed giant, the long ribbons of his attire fluttering upwards before settling gently. The young man clad in white appeared to be around 16 years of age, with cascading black hair flowing down the back of his head. Atop his head rested a cylindrical hair ornament, an adornment the villagers had never before encountered. His features were exquisitely refined, and his skin was so flawless that even young maidens in their prime would feel a pang of envy. It didn't take long for everyone to realize that, after being struck by such a terrifying blow, he should have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Yet both the white-clad youth and Jair stood unscathed, though Jair seemed to have succumbed to unconsciousness. The bull-headed behemoth was initially perplexed. When had this human appeared? How had he remained undetected? Was he a martial master of humanity? Or had he employed some form of teleportation magic? As it pondered, it turned its gaze to the massive axe in its grip, noticing an alarming and pronounced dent where it had struck the white-clad youth. How could this be possible? The crimson light in the bull-headed beast's eyes flared with intensity as it stepped back in horror, observing the significant damage inflicted upon its XIT, understood better than anyone the durability of this weapon. Blessed by an elven mage, having survived countless battles over the course of hundreds of years without so much as a scratch. Yet now, it had been dented by this mere boy. Not only the bull-headed beast, but the entire village of Luoka erupted into a cacophony of astonishment after a brief silence. What had just transpired? Who was this youth? Had he rescued Jair? Was it possible that the axe had been damaged upon striking him? Unthinkable. Was it some form of magic? The white-clad youth was, of course, Lu, and although he had lost his life essence, his physical form still possessed the prowess of a perfected first-grade Shenxian. Despite not being a body cultivator, his body had withstood countless tribulations over the past millennium, absorbing innumerable treasures of heaven and earth. Even without invoking spiritual power for protection, His defense was formidable enough to be considered outrageous by the standards of the bull-headed beast. Cradling the unconscious gyre in his arms, he curiously surveyed the towering bull demon before him. There was no such race as the bull-headed beast in Yanhuang, nor even a similar one thus, in Luan's eyes. This creature was undoubtedly a refined bull demon. Yet, it was peculiar. All demons possessed some degree of demonic aura. While they might have means to conceal it, to be entirely undetectable in close proximity was indicative of a being not to be underestimated. However, Luan glanced around, recalling the recent blow he had endured. If this were indeed a formidable demon, how could it resort to such primitive means to dismantle a village at such a leisurely pace? Furthermore, that last strike had been utterly mundane. Not only had it failed to injure him, but even the robe provided by his sect had remained unscathed. Moreover, had he not been driven by curiosity and the intention to test the beast's capabilities, that previous strike would have had no chance of connecting with him. There would have been no door, let alone a window. The creature before him appeared to be an ordinary bull demon, yet exhibited such superior means of concealment. This crucial secret must be pried from its lips. Without turning back to the villagers, Luan casually tossed the unconscious gyre behind him, who arced gracefully through the air before landing safely into the arms of the onlookers. You, bull demon, possess some skill. Speak. What method do you employ to conceal your demonic aura? With his hands clasped behind his back, Luan fixed his cold gaze upon the bull demon. Originally, they were beings from entirely different worlds, and one would expect a language barrier. Yet, the Holy Emperor's empire was enveloped in a barrier of magic known as the Voice of the World, enabling unimpeded communication among intelligent races. Not only in the Holy Emperor's empire, but many nations across the Sid continent utilized this barrier, as the continent was home to a plethora of intelligent races with diverse cultures and languages. The existence of the Voice of the World played a crucial role in facilitating trade and communication among these races. What bull demon demonic aura, what nonsense are you spouting? The bull-headed beast was utterly confounded. These terms were incomprehensible to its lowly cultural understanding. Meanwhile, a surge of dread welled within it had exerted 70% of its strength in that last strike. And yet, this human, appearing to be no more than a mere teenager, possessed such abnormal defensive capabilities. Given the inherent limitations of humanity's lowly talents, achieving such physical prowess was surely impossible. Magic? No, there had been no trace of magical fluctuations. Wait. The bull-headed beast suddenly glanced at Luan's right shoulder, the very spot it had struck. The fabric there was also pristine. Even if one were to cultivate their body to an extraordinary level, it would be implausible for their clothing to remain so resilient. It dawned upon him. The bizarre style of this garment must indicate it was a high-grade magical artifact, perhaps a relic from ancient times. With its limited experience, the bull-headed beast could not fathom that the carefree Immortal sect was one of the most esteemed sects in Yanhuang. Even the free garments provided to disciples were crafted from materials of exceptional quality. While their defensive capabilities might not match Luan's first-grade Shinxian body, even if the bull-headed beast exhausted its strength, it would struggle to leave even a scratch upon it. This was an object that far exceeded the bull-headed beast's comprehension. The bull-headed beast's throat bobbed, its gaze intensely fixated upon Luan's white robe. It had already determined that this was a highly valuable magical artifact that it must possess. Suddenly, it lunged, the massive axe hurtling toward Luan's head. For in the bull-headed beast's eyes, while the robe's defensive capabilities were extraordinary, it could not possibly protect the boy's head. If it unleashed a surprise full-force attack, it would surely slay him. A soft sound echoed. A moment of impact that shocked everyone present. It was even more astonishing than when Luan had damaged the giant axe with his own body. Luan's expression remained composed, as he extended a single finger to meet the ferocious blow. In an instant, cracks erupted at the point of contact, multiplying rapidly until the once indomitable axe shattered into thousands of fragments before the astonished eyes of all present. How could this be possible? Oh God, surely I must be dreaming. This is too powerful. Is it an envoy sent by the gods to save us? The astonishment among the onlookers, humans and goblins alike, could hardly compare to their previous shock. The sheer volume of incomprehensible events had rendered them numb, as if trapped in a vivid dream, akin to the haze of intoxication. Impossible! The bull-headed beast stared at the bare axe handle in its grasp. involuntarily retreating several steps until it stumbled and fell to the ground, its eyes ablaze with crimson light, teetering on the brink of madness. This scene was utterly surreal. It began to question whether it was trapped in a nightmare. Its rationality gradually eroding. In panic, it bellowed, "Goblins, attack now!" As the command left its lips, over 50 goblins surged forth from all directions, seemingly intent on overwhelming Lewin goblins, with their low intelligence and lack of situational awareness. Would likely charge even if the ancient creator god stood before them. This was dire. Warrior classes typically lacked area of effect capabilities, and in a situation where enemies surrounded them, they were particularly vulnerable. A more experienced villager felt a twinge of concern. Aside from him, most present believed that the level of power and defense exhibited by Lewin was perplexing for a warrior class. However, Lewin paid little heed to these ugly, feeble creatures. Even if 100-fold of them descended upon him, they would pose no threat whatsoever. He bent to pick up a shard of the shattered axe, gripping it tightly until it splintered further. With his hands pressed together, he forcefully flung them outward. A chorus of whistling winds echoed as shards of the axe shot out like meteors in all directions. To the villagers, it seemed that in an instant, the fragments pierced through the skulls of every single goblin. The goblins froze in unison, one after another collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The villagers exchanged apprehensive glances, for some stood just behind the goblins, fearing that the shards might inadvertently strike them, but soon, they realized that not a single villager had been harmed by the flying axe fragments. The Minotaur sat upon the ground, gasping heavily, its breath labored and fierce. Lewin observed the creature's tightly clenched jaw, blood seeping from between its teeth, while the crimson glow in its eyes appeared more intense than before. He found himself puzzled. Moments ago, this beast had been gripped by fear. Yet now it radiated a furious rage. Unbeknownst to him, the Minotaur possessed a unique racial trait known as fear conversion, which transformed inner terror into an equal measure of wrath. Thanks to this gift, Minotaurs were relentless on the battlefield. However, this peculiar ability only compounded the struggles of a race already lacking in magical aptitude. Typically, out of 100 Minotaurs, only 3 to 5 would emerge as shamans. Yet, due to fear conversion, it was not uncommon for a shaman, who should remain at the rear casting supportive spells, to suddenly charge forward in a fit of rage, wielding a totem pole against the enemy. "I will tear you apart! I will tear you apart!" The fear induced in the Minotaur by Lewin transformed into a rage that nearly robbed it of reason. As it beheld Lewin standing mere paces away, it erupted in fury. "Die!" It bellowed with confidence, lowering its head to charge. With a powerful stomp of its robust right leg, it left a deep imprint in the earth, its massive form hurtling toward Lewin like a cannonball. Savage Charge, a signature technique of the Minotaur race, was no ordinary assault. It was augmented not only by magical energy but also by the intensity of its anger. The greater the rage, the more potent the skill became. Perfectly aligned with the Minotaur's racial trait, Lewin made no attempt to evade. To the eyes of onlookers, it appeared as though he had failed to dodge, being pushed backward by the force of the Minotaur's assault. Finally, with a resounding crash, the two collided, shattering the village wall and vanishing from the villagers' sight. The villagers remained in a state of shock, their expressions reflecting disbelief, as if they had just awoken from a dream. Gradually, some began to express concern. Lewin's fate would determine their own survival, for should he fall, the Minotaur would not spare them either. A thunderous sound echoed, as if an unimaginable force had struck the ground. And the villagers were astonished to find themselves lifted a few centimeters off the ground, only to descend back down. What tremendous power! Thud, thud, thud. Several more booms resonated, and soon a colossal form was hurled into their midst, landing before them. This form was none other than the Minotaur, which regained consciousness within moments. Its magical armor had dissipated, a horn was broken, and a significant portion of its teeth lay scattered. One eye was swollen grotesquely. Lewin's figure swiftly leaped back into the village, landing beside the Minotaur. Upon seeing this intimidating presence approach once more, the Minotaur trembled, turning to find only a few villagers staring at it in astonishment. It opened its mouth to utter a statement that left the villagers aghast. "Please, save me." Lewin seized the Minotaur's half-tail, dragging it forcefully toward a wider clearing. The blood of a demon was lethal to mortals. Should it inadvertently splatter upon these innocents, it could spell their doom. "Help me! Please, help me!" The Minotaur flailed its arms, desperately seeking anything to grasp, yet all around it lay the ruins it had wrought. Its eyes filled with tears as it clawed the earth, leaving 10 deep gouges. Chapter 5. I truly know not what demonic chi is. After dragging the Minotaur aside, Lewin unleashed a torrent of blows upon it. However, his intent was to extract information regarding the means to conceal demonic chi. Thus, he moderated his strength, ensuring he did not kill it, but inflicted enough pain to drive it to the brink of despair. Strangely, Lewin found himself harboring a flicker of admiration for this small Minotaur demon. It was an admiration for its character, unrelated to its abilities. He was genuinely surprised that this diminutive creature possessed a degree of backbone. Enduring his torment while feigning ignorance about demonic chi. What a remarkable display of training for a demon. "Please, spare me. I truly know not what demonic chi is," the Minotaur implored, tears welling in its eyes. Lamenting the existence of such a monstrous human, despite humanity's notoriously poor aptitude, this individual struck it with a force akin to a giant battering an infant, rendering its once proud strength utterly insignificant. Lewin was not of a particularly towering stature. His fists were small, barely larger than the Minotaur's eye. Yet each strike left an indelible mark of fear within the Minotaur's heart. Bang! Lewin's fist collided with its face, sending 5 more teeth flying. "Still playing dumb? You, a demon, feign ignorance of demonic chi." "I am not a demon, Bang. How can you claim not to be a demon while bearing such a form?" "I doubt I was born this way." "Bang! If you wish to deceive me, at least conjure a plausible excuse." "I speak no lies, truly, Bang. Speak, or I shall dismantle you piece by piece." Lewin's brow furrowed as he spoke, his patience waning. I shall. The Minotaur's mind raced, cursing its own predicament. In such dire circumstances, this race, typically dismissive of thought and reliant solely on brute strength, found its mind whirling in desperation. After organizing a flimsy excuse it had concocted, the Minotaur stammered, "The method to conceal demonic chi is quite simple." "What is it?" Lewin inquired, his brow slightly furrowing. "Go to the depths of the Despairing Plains." "Yes, the depths of the Despairing Plains." The Minotaur racked its brain, uttering the most perilous location it could conceive. "The Despairing Plains? What sort of place is that? Where is it?" The Minotaur paused, taken aback. While the Despairing Plains were a lawless expanse known for their danger and mystery, it was surprising someone was unaware of it lies to the west of the Holy Monarch Empire. The Holy Monarch Empire? Lewin repeated, the unfamiliar name echoing in his mind. Which continent did this nation belong to? Yuntian Fuzhou? Shangtai Yuzhou? The Minotaur blinked, pondering whether this human was merely playing a role. Tentatively, it ventured, "It is the continent of Shidid, though you dare to mock me." "Such a place does not exist." Lewin's expression darkened significantly, and he tightened his grip around the Minotaur's throat. The Minotaur struggled in terror, yet the flesh gripped in Lewin's hand felt as though it might tear away, still failing to escape his grasp. Moments later, Lewin's previously grim countenance softened into a warm smile. "Very well, from this moment forth, I shall not utter another word to you." He released his hold and gently patted the Minotaur on the neck, akin to a fond gesture toward a pet. However, this smile struck the Minotaur as profoundly chilling. A wave of intense unease washed over Lu and embraced one of the Minotaur's arms, placing a foot upon its waist. With a resounding crack, the Minotaur's arm was wrenched free, a fountain of blood gushing forth. The creature howled in agony. "I remember now. I speak the truth. Please, spare me." Lewin appeared oblivious to its cries. Pulling off one of the Minotaur's ears, the Minotaur regretted coming to this place, even lamenting its very existence in this world. It pleaded for mercy. Yet as Lewin had declared, he paid it no heed. Amidst the Minotaur's diminishing pleas for mercy, Lewin systematically dismembered its remaining arm, both legs, and half its tail, ultimately reducing the creature's body to a pulpy mass with his palm's energy. After completing this grim task, Lewin turned to the villagers, only to find them gazing at him in horror, as though they had just witnessed a ghost. As he faced them, they collectively took a step back as dusk fell. The setting sun cast elongated shadows over Luoka village, the orange light lending an air of heaviness to the atmosphere. Eluin stood alone upon the pebble-strewn path, observing the peculiar sights of the village. The architecture, hairstyles, and attire of the villagers were unlike anything he had previously encountered. Though the land of Yanhuang boasted countless nations, each with its own cultural distinctions, the differences were akin to those between beef noodles and plain noodles. Not the chasm between beef noodles and shoe soles. Where was this place? A realm he had never tread nor heard of. The sounds of sorrowful cries echoed throughout Luoka village. While the nightmare had drawn to a close, the departed loved ones would never return. Currently, only around 30 villagers remained in relatively good health, and under the village chief's direction, they formed two groups. One constructed makeshift medical tents to tend to the wounded, while the other set about repairing the gaping hole in the village wall caused by the Minotaur's charge, replacing the spare gate to prevent any threats from entering through that breach as night descended. The materials for wall repairs were still plentiful, and a backup gate was available. Thus, mending the wall and gate before nightfall posed no significant challenge. However, the medical tent presented a rather bleak scenario. Laka village, situated in a remote area, suffered from economic desolation and dire medical conditions. The sole physician, a portly man, possessed decent medical skills, yet he was unable to afford many essential medical supplies. Consequently, he could only treat common ailments. And in the face of the current situation, where numerous villagers were severely injured, he found himself utterly helpless. The injured within the medical tent faced the grim prospect of either enduring lifelong disabilities or waiting in anxious silence for death to arrive. They lay collectively beneath the hastily erected medical shelter. Some had resigned themselves to their fate, staring blankly at the tent's ceiling, while others, unwilling to accept their plight, pleaded with the doctor for alternative solutions. Their relatives, unable to confront such a harsh reality, knelt at the bedside, weeping and praying for their loved ones. The physician's chubby face was etched with worry as he sighed repeatedly. Eluin observed this scene and, with a flicker of thought, conjured a ceramic vial from seemingly thin air, partially concealed within his sleeve. Just as he was about to step towards the medical tent, he suddenly heard someone speaking to him from behind. "My lord." Turning around, Luin saw a tall, middle-aged man being supported by several individuals. This man, in his 50s, had a prominent nose, disheveled hair, and tattered clothing, clearly a figure of poverty. "I am Hofdad, the village chief of Laka. We are immensely grateful for your rescue. Such kindness shall be eternally remembered," he proclaimed. "There's no need for thanks," Luin replied nonchalantly, internally bemused by the peculiar name. Hofdad produced a burlap bag from his chest and extended it towards Luin with both hands. "This is our token of gratitude. Please, you must accept it." Luin glanced at the deep brown pouch and shook his head. "I appreciate the sentiment, but you are in need of funds yourselves. It is best you keep it." Hofdad's eyes widened slightly. The release of a signal flare for help would typically summon knights, but it could also attract passing adventurers. In such cases, the rescued party was expected to offer compensation to the adventurers, as the taxes they paid did not line the adventurers' pockets. Especially today, had it not been for this enigmatic adventurer before him, Laka village might well have faced annihilation before the transaction could occur. Hofdad felt a sense of trepidation. After all, adventurers of such caliber typically demanded exorbitant fees. Perhaps the entire village would need to be sold off to meet the cost. Yet, to his astonishment, this adventurer seemed intent on accepting no reward at all. How fortunate Laka village was to encounter such a benevolent individual. Overcome with emotion, Hofdad's body trembled slightly as he bent low in gratitude. "Thank you so much. May I ask your esteemed name?" "Luin. Oh, your surname is an quite rare indeed. Are you also from Blood Deer City?" "No, my surname is Lu. My given name is an I see. Lord and Lu. What an oddity." Luin thought to himself as he handed the small vial to Hofdad. "Administer this to the injured. This is Chapter 6, the 9-tier healing pill. This is a healing remedy. Simply uncork the vial and distribute the pills inside to the injured," Luin explained, his hands clasped behind his back. Pills are categorized from 1 to 9 tiers, with the first tier being the finest and the 9th the least effective. The 9-tier healing pill that Luin provided was a relatively low-grade healing elixir, favored by less powerful cultivators in Yanhuang. During his crystallization phase, Luin had concocted a variety of pills, including healing pills, strength pills, cleansing pills, soul-nourishing pills, and spirit-revitalizing pills, among others. However, as his cultivation advanced, Many of these pills became unnecessary and were subsequently stored in his spiritual sea. These pills varied in quality, and the 9-tier healing pill was among the lowest in rank. Nevertheless, this did not mean Lewin was being miserly. Higher-tier pills were often unsuitable for mortals, and even the most basic healing pill was adequate for treating human injuries, a healing remedy. Hofstad took the vial, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he examined the palm-sized container. The common healing medications in their village were typically in liquid form, but this vial, held in his hand, felt distinct, definitely not a liquid. Overwhelmed by curiosity, he was tempted to open the exquisite vial and inspect its contents. But he understood that examining a gift from a benefactor would be quite impolite, even if he meant no distrust. Thus, after expressing his gratitude once more, Hofstad turned, supported by the others, and made his way toward the makeshift shelter for the injured. He had sustained significant injuries during the recent battle, and his entire right leg had gone numb, with pain coursing through his body. He suspected he might have suffered severe internal injuries, and without a treatment of the caliber of Divine Blessing, he feared he would be rendered incapacitated. However, Divine Blessing was a 6th-tier spell, typically wielded by individuals of high status, certainly not someone who would attend to a person of his lowly standing. Upon reaching the shelter, Hofstad, with assistance, seated himself in a wicker chair. After adjusting his posture, he cautiously pinched the vial's cork with his sturdy fingers, hesitating to pull it off too forcefully. A fragrant aroma wafted into his nostrils, invigorating him. Peering inside, he discovered not the expected liquid but rather small, brown pills, each the size of a peanut. This clay-like substance was the healing remedy? Quite the revelation. Trusting in the benefactor's gift, he hesitated not for a moment, swallowing a pill whole, then passing the vial to nearby villagers tasked with caring for the injured, instructing them to administer the pills to each person in need. The pills slid down his esophagus, swiftly dissolving in his stomach, and its potency began to circulate through his meridians. He felt a warmth spread across his chest, and the pain that had pervaded his body gradually dissipated until it vanished completely. Even his right leg began to regain its strength. "Village chief, how do you feel?" A few villagers, reluctant to leave his side, gathered around Hofstad, some standing, others half-squatting beside the chair, their expressions tense and anxious as they scrutinized Hofstad's face. Suddenly, Hofstad's expression transformed into one of disbelief, and he sprang up from the chair as if jolted. Circling around it in excitement, he repeated, "Incredible, unbelievable, amazing, unimaginable." The villagers were taken aback. They had anticipated some effect from Lewin's remedy, but none expected it to manifest so rapidly. "Wait, village chief, your leg is healed." "Indeed, but it's not just that. I feel completely revitalized. Even the chronic headaches I've endured for over a decade have vanished. I feel as though I've regained 20 years of my life." "My brothers!" Hofstad exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration as he enthusiastically patted the shoulder of an old friend. "Ah, village chief, your arm." Suddenly, one villager, as if seeing a ghost, exclaimed dramatically, pointing at Hofstad's right arm. There had been a severe knife wound there, and due to the village's limited supply of bandages, Hofstad had ordered the doctor to conserve materials for other patients, leaving his wound exposed. Yet, he was astonished to see that the once lengthy gash had shrunk to the size of a thumb, visibly healing before their eyes. Could this be the effect of the pill? Hofstad exclaimed, excitedly tearing off his shirt to reveal that most of his wounds had healed, aside from some old scars, with fresh skin regrowing over the injuries. The atmosphere within the medical tent, previously solemn and quiet, erupted into joyous commotion as even the gravely injured, who had been on the brink of death, began to miraculously recover after consuming Lewin's pills. They astonishingly regained their strength, able to rise from their beds and move about. The portly physician watched in disbelief as the formerly moribund patients embraced one another in jubilation, their spirits soaring as if they had just heard news of a victory for their nation. Men who had only moments ago bid farewell to their families now wept tears of joy as they kissed their wives, who, while weeping, shielded their children's eyes from the turmoil. Hofstad beheld this scene, a smile breaking through the gloom that had weighed upon him. Born in a place not known for its peace, they quickly learned to let go of the departed. Restoring health to friends and family was the greatest hope they could wish for. Hofstad gazed towards Lewin in the distance, filled with reverence, while the latter remained oblivious to the commotion in the medical tent, seated upon a stone, propping his chin in contemplation as he observed elsewhere. Seemingly enraptured, as if the villager's toil was but a theatrical performance on a grand stage. Truly, he was a man of profound mystery. Hafutade felt a surge of emotion welling within him as he cast another glance at the porcelain vial in his palm, containing the miraculous medicine. This elixir was nothing short of divine craftsmanship. Not even the most esteemed healing potions, nor the Church's famed life elixir, could be compared to this small, brown pill that resembled a clay pellet. Should such a pill make its appearance in Blood Deer City, it would undoubtedly incite a tremendous uproar. Even within the imperial city of Shilingluo, it would surely capture the attention of the royal family. In his youth, Hafutade had garnered a reputation as an adventurous spirit. After sustaining injuries in a war fought for his nation, he had the fortune of partaking in the life elixir. Thus, he was acutely aware that even the widely recognized life elixir could not rival the efficacy of this pill, which had been so casually bestowed upon him by that esteemed gentleman, Luan. Who exactly was this illustrious figure? At this moment, Hafutade and his companions felt an unparalleled reverence for Luan, akin to the devotion they had harbored for deities since childhood. For while gods had never graced them with their presence, Luan had arrived amidst their hour of peril, effortlessly vanquishing what they deemed insurmountable foes and bestowing upon them this wondrous remedy. Village Chief. Just as the group reveled in their elation, a villager tasked with repairing the village walls rushed over, panic-stricken. The perceptive Hafutade's heart sank. His instincts warned him that calamity had struck once more. The villager, breathless and bent over, pointed frantically towards a nearby granary, stammering, You must come see. Oh, heavens! What have we done wrong? Chapter 7. The mutant goblin following the villager's frantic directions, Hafutade arrived at the granary, where the air was thick with the scent of blood and hay. The villagers gathered at the entrance bore grim expressions, their anger palpable as they brandished weapons, directing their ire towards the interior. On the muddy floor of the granary sat a goblin, clutching something tightly in its arms. Its yellow eyes shone ominously in the dim light. One of its legs was broken, the severed limb lying nearby, still oozing blood. Facing the humans before it, the creature emitted a series of low, guttural growls, resembling a beast ensnared in a cage. Gently pushing past the villagers blocking the entrance, Hafutade squeezed inside. Upon witnessing what the goblin clutched, he was struck by a wave of horror. Several hoes, shovels, sickles, and rakes were gripped tightly in the goblin's embrace, clattering noisily as it struggled to maintain its hold. These tools were oversized for the goblin, and the sharp edges had cut into its skin, yet it refused to relent. The goblin, a creature that thrived on hunting, thievery, and pillaging, was desperately attempting to steal the implements of humanity. All citizens of the Holy Emperor's Empire understood the implications. A rare mutant was surely emerging from the nearby goblin tribe, heralding the birth of the Goblin King. Merely recalling its name transported all present to the cataclysmic goblin disaster over 20 years prior. As Hafutade snapped out of his stupor, he realized that his back was drenched in cold sweat. The Goblin King, a hybrid of goblin and human, possessed innate human intelligence and an astonishingly formidable magical aptitude. All goblins instinctively obeyed its commands, even if it ordered them to their demise without a hint of hesitation. It would unite the scattered goblin tribes, fostering a civilization of their own. With magical talent that eclipsed even the most gifted, the Goblin King would swiftly ascend to become a formidable spellcaster. Goblin reproduction was rapid, their numbers vast, and their maturation swift, achieving combat readiness in under a fortnight. Among the newly born goblins, there was a chance of mutants arising, such as goblin giants, goblin priests, rock goblins, and shadow goblins, each far exceeding the capabilities of ordinary goblins. When the Goblin King emerged, the likelihood of such mutants being born would multiply exponentially. Thus, the nearby goblin tribes would swiftly coalesce into a formidable force. No one understood the underlying mechanics, but history had taught them that it was an ironclad rule. The moment the Goblin King was born, the tranquility around them entered a countdown, for the Goblin King would inevitably lead its fearless army to expand goblin territory. Why was this goblin stealing farming tools? It was evident that someone was instructing these wretched goblins in the art of agriculture, a clear testament to the Goblin King's emergence. The previously growling and thrashing goblin suddenly grew silent. Its teeth clenched as it surveyed the humans surrounding it. Realizing escape was impossible, it abruptly released its grip, causing the farming tools to scatter across the floor. "Oh no, stop it!" Hafutade shouted, rushing forward in alarm. But it was too late. The goblin was faster, swiftly seizing a sickle from the ground and decisively slashing it across its own throat. The force it exerted was unrestrained, and the sickle embedded itself deeply into its neck, blood gushing forth as its yellow eyes dimmed. Even in death, the goblin remained seated, its head lolling to one side, suspended by the flesh of its neck. As the realization of the goblin's demise settled in, Hafutade stood frozen, staring intently at the creature, murmuring, "It could foresee that we would take it for interrogation." Indeed, it seemed that the Goblin King had truly been born. Beside him, a bespectacled young man wore a troubled expression. One of his lenses had shattered, lending an unintentionally comical appearance to his otherwise grave demeanor. "This matter must be reported. We must inform the royal family to dispatch professionals to locate and eliminate the Goblin King. Or else our village of Loka, so perilously close to the despairing plains, will be the first to suffer devastating consequences." Hafutade turned to the bespectacled villager, commanding, "Go to Blood Deer City and report this to the Lord immediately." "Do so at once. Yes, I will leave right away." The bespectacled villager promptly turned and departed. As the sun set, the air carried a hint of warmth. Eluin sat upon a protruding stone, resting his chin on his hand, observing the toiling mortals before him. "Lord N, this is for you." Eluin turned to find Hafutade extending the porcelain vial containing the remaining life elixirs towards him, though it contained only a few pills. Hafutade felt that such a precious item, even in its vessel, ought to be returned to Lu and keep it. "It is already yours." The simplicity of Luin's tone struck Hafutade like a heavy stone, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Keep it?" Hafutade's expression was one of bewilderment. Each of these pills was undoubtedly worth a fortune. Surely even a member of the royal family would not be so generous. "No, this is far too valuable. You have already aided us immensely. I cannot accept the remaining pills." Hafutade's resolve was unwavering. "Accept it." Eluin leapt down from the stone, stretching languidly. "I have a few questions for you shortly. I never let anyone assist me for free. Consider this a token of compensation. Then I shall certainly speak candidly." Chapter 8. The truth revealed. The night breeze wafted through the holes in the windows, causing the candlelight on the table to flicker gently. Eluin sat in a dilapidated chair, his face bathed in the orange glow of the flame, and despite his millennia of wisdom, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The realm Luin had previously inhabited was known as Yinhua, alongside 5 other major realms and countless minor ones. However, the myriad beings of those 5 realms, when traced back through the annals of time, all originated from Yinhua. Their cultivation methods were largely similar, but most importantly, they were all governed by the celestial bureaucracy of the Celestial Court. Yet in the recent conversation, Luin discovered that the realm he found himself in now was called the Land of Falling Stars, where the inhabitants predominantly practiced martial skills and a mystical art known as magic, with methods of cultivation that were entirely alien to him. Most strikingly, the names of several deities mentioned by the villagers were entirely unfamiliar. In summary, this place bore no relation to Yinhua. The void pathway had cast him into a completely foreign realm. Luin had previously contemplated what lay beyond all realms, and today he had found the answer. There existed realms beyond realms. What madness was this? Was it possible that the disturbances caused by the 9-turn demon lock tower and the thunder tribulations had not only affected the surface of space, but had also torn apart the very fabric of the void? No wonder his sect's Jade Slip had responded with silence, and why there were unfamiliar creatures. It turned out that some beings simply appeared as they did from birth. Eluin took a sip of the tea from this strange world, casting a glance in the direction of the Minotaur, only to quickly avert his gaze. His mind was in disarray. Anyone faced with such circumstances would struggle to maintain composure. How would he return home? Although the immortal realm possessed techniques for traversing the void, merely moving through the void was far from sufficient. Finding his way back through the void pathway would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. His most cherished ones, his ancestors, his master, his uncles, his brothers, his sisters, would he never see them again? Hafutade and the others, noticing his troubled expression, dared not disturb him. Under their watchful eyes, Lewin found himself suddenly holding a snow celestial fruit. Crack, crack. After consuming the snow celestial fruit, Lewin felt a measure of tranquility return to his heart. Regardless of whether he could find his way back, the immediate priority was to elevate his cultivation. For who knew what dangers lurked in this unfamiliar land? Suddenly, he recalled a matter of utmost importance, decisively setting down his teacup. His fingernail grazed the surface of the cup, and he used the tea to sketch a pattern upon the table. Do you recognize this object? It is white, adorned with blue patterns resembling lightning at the base, surrounded by faint purple orbs of light. Hoft and a few others leaned in, straining to discern the design in the candlelight, ultimately exchanging glances and shaking their heads in disappointment. I am truly sorry, Lord N. My knowledge is rather limited, Hoft expressed apologetically. Lewin furrowed his brow, contemplating the predicament. He required the century-old thunder pattern grass to concoct the Foundation Establishment pill, which, when consumed during the Foundation Establishment phase, would allow the internal cyclone to harbor a trace of the Tao Source's thunderous essence. Without it, while a forced breakthrough to higher realms might be feasible, it would inevitably lead to an unstable foundation. In the path of cultivation, it is not only essential to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, but also to assimilate the innate quintessence contained within rare materials. Hence, among cultivators of the same realm, there exists a classification from 1st to 9th grade, determined by whether one has absorbed the necessary celestial materials. The more one absorbs, the higher the grade and strength. The disparity between 1st and 9th grade within the same realm is akin to heaven and earth. Moreover, immortals below the 7th grade face limitations in their potential, reaching a plateau at the true immortal realm. Unable to advance further in his previous life, Lewin had the privilege of being associated with the illustrious Yinyao sect, where resources were abundant, enabling him to achieve the 1st grade mystic immortal realm. Many solitary cultivators lacking a background can only attain the 9th grade, often filled with regret once they reach a certain level of cultivation, some even choosing to forfeit their progress and risk reincarnation to start anew. Lewin pondered, fiddling with his teacup. Having arrived in a world entirely unrelated to the Yanhuang, the beings here might be vastly different from those in his previous world. Would that mean the materials he required for cultivation were non-existent? If so, would he be relegated to the 9th grade immortality? The thought troubled him. 9th grade, to him, was tantamount to not cultivating at all. It was a sheer waste of time. No, he resolved. He must not tread that path unless the slightest hope remained. Hoft suddenly had an epiphany. Lorden, periodically, some merchant caravans pass not far from here. If you don't mind, we could request them to procure the items you need, even if they don't have them on hand. They might keep an eye out during their travels. Yes, yes, besides the Iron Blood Kingdom, many merchant caravans from neighboring nations pass through here. These opportunists have traversed countless regions. Perhaps they could acquire what you seek. One villager with a mop of hair chimed eagerly. Indeed, while their prices are often unreasonable, their variety of goods is quite impressive. I remember once buying a bottle of dwarf-brewed ale from them. Goodness, after consuming it, I slept for ages, only to wake up and find my wife missing. A middle-aged man with Mediterranean hair reminisced. How many times must I tell you? You never had a wife. That was all in your imagination. Stop blaming that bottle. A completely bald man retorted. As the villagers engaged in lively discussion, Lewin felt a spark of hope at Hoft's suggestion. The materials necessary for the early stages of cultivation were not particularly rare. In Yanhuang, it was common for mortals to acquire items needed by immortals and trade them for silver in the sects. In any case, it was worth a try. Very well, in that case, I shall trouble you all. Lewin said courteously. You are too kind. It is our duty. Indeed, you are our savior. We are more than willing to assist you. The villagers eagerly responded. After a moment's contemplation, Lewin added, however, the names of those items may differ between your region and mine, so it would be best for me to draw them all out for your reference. Quickly, fetch Lorden some pen and paper. Hoft commanded immediately. 10 minutes later, a villager rushed in with a goose quill and a stack of paper. Placing them before Lewin. Here you are, Lorden. Lewin awkwardly grasped the delicate quill, furrowing his brow. Why have you given me a feather? The villagers were taken aback. Could it be that this esteemed gentleman did not recognize a goose quill? How could that be? Hoft interjected. Do you not use such pens for writing? Lewin nodded. I am unaccustomed to this. Do you not have a brush? What is a brush? The villagers exchanged curious glances before gazing at Luin with intrigue. Never mind, Luin sighed. Please find me an iron plate or a stone slab. If those are unavailable, a larger wooden board will suffice. Although they were uncertain of Luan's intentions, they felt compelled to comply. I shall check with the blacksmith. One villager stood up. All right, I will accompany you. If it is large, you may struggle to carry it alone. I shall go too, me too. Chapter 9. The library. Moments later, several villagers entered, laboriously carrying an iron plate towering at a man's height and 3 meters wide. As they released their grip, the plate thudded heavily against the ground, sinking slightly into the earth. Lord, is this acceptable? One villager gasped, propping his hands on his hips while wiping sweat from his brow. Eluin nodded. This will do. What does Lorden need this for? This question lingered in the minds of the villagers. Could it be? Hoft suddenly gasped, realizing something. He watched as Luin approached the iron plate, extending a finger to touch its smooth surface. With a firm push, his fingers sank into the metal as if it were clay. Under the astonished gazes of the villagers, he began to inscribe the materials he required into the iron plate with ease. Incredible. Truly worthy of Lord Un. Despite knowing that such a feat was not difficult for someone of Lu An's extraordinary capability, witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. Even the most formidable warrior of the Empire, the celestial race's Alslu, might not rival Lord Un. Hoft instinctively compared the strongest individual he knew to this remarkable figure. Luan's finger glided effortlessly across the plate, and in a short time, he had etched all the materials needed prior to the transformation stage. All right, should you encounter any of the items depicted here, please purchase them on my behalf, Luin instructed, hands on his hips, surveying his work with satisfaction. Suddenly, a thought struck him. In such a destitute village, how could they possibly afford to buy things for him? Turning to find the villagers wearing expressions of discomfort yet maintaining silence, Luin realized his suspicion was correct. However, while he lacked currency in this world, he did possess some jewelry in his spiritual sea. He wondered if gold and silver would hold value here. With a mindset of experimentation, Luin conjured a gold bracelet from thin air. This bracelet was crafted by a royal artisan from a prominent nation in Yinhuang. Made of rare golden metal, intricately engraved with vivid patterns of auspicious chelants, exuding a remarkable vibrancy. Yet, despite its beauty, it was ultimately a mundane item, of little worth to Luin in the past. Belonging to the least valuable category of his collection. You may use this to exchange for some funds, Luin said, handing the bracelet to Hoft. This. The villagers crowded around, instantly captivated by the bracelet's exquisite material and design. Truly beautiful objects require no persuasion. Those who claim them unattractive merely lack discernment. Instead, they evoke a natural appreciation for their allure. Although these villagers had seldom encountered valuable jewelry, they immediately recognized the bracelet as a priceless treasure. I have never seen such exquisite gold craftsmanship in my life. It is simply stunning. This bracelet is likely worth more than our entire Loka village. After a moment of contemplation, Luin inquired, Is there a library nearby? What is a library? It is a place filled with many books, where one can enter to read. Ah, you mean a library? Hoft exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, then scratched his head, adding, In this impoverished corner of the world, we have no such establishment. However, you could visit Blood Deer City. They have the library you mentioned. I have been there. The middle-aged man with Mediterranean hair stood up, inexplicably excited. The moment he did, the others shot him disdainful looks. Ah, we all know you only managed to enter because you were drunk that time, and you even vomited in the library. The Mediterranean man ignored the mockery and continued gesturing to Luin. Lorden, you would find it worthwhile to go there. Their collection of books is extensive, and perhaps they hold records of what you seek. I still recall the account I encountered last time regarding the Catwoman, the figure. The Mediterranean villagers grew increasingly irreverent in their discourse. Hofutade coughed discreetly to interject, saying, Lord Lu, Blood Deer City is quite a distance from here. We have a boy named Jair, the very child you rescued from the clutches of the bull-headed beast. He is about to journey to Blood Deer City for an examination. If it pleases you, he could guide you. Eluin pondered for a moment. Being a stranger to this world, having a guide could indeed prove beneficial. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Very well, Lord N, it is settled. Following their agreement, Luin engaged in light conversation with the villagers, through which he garnered a preliminary understanding of this realm. However, he was acutely aware of the adage that reading countless tomes pales in comparison to traversing myriad paths. He mused that to truly comprehend this world, one must partake in its myriad experiences. Naturally, a visit to the library in Blood Deer City was imperative, ideally tomorrow, for there was little else to occupy his time in the village. Upon learning of Lu An's impending departure, Hofutade and the others naturally attempted to dissuade him from leaving. Yet, considering their impoverished village and the potential hindrance to Lord An's significant matters if he lingered too long, they refrained from pressing the issue. As their conversation drew to a close, Luin suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, rapping the table with his fingers. Additionally, there is a crucial matter that must be clarified. Please, go on, the villagers responded, their tension palpable upon witnessing Lu An's abrupt seriousness. From now on, refer to me as Lord Lu, not Lord, and do not inquire about my surname, nor question the reason behind this. Chapter 10. Preparations before cultivation. The night sky of the Sid continent differs markedly from that of Yanhuang. Adjacent to the moon hangs a crimson celestial body of similar size, resembling a demonic eye, casting an eerie red glow upon the night. Hofutade informed Luin that this was the Dark Ju Star, home to the demon clan, yet bound by the world's rules, they could not directly traverse to the Sid continent. Nevertheless, these demons could indirectly influence Sid, with many disasters chronicled in history attributed to their machinations. Under the cover of night, the villagers of Loka prepared a lavish banquet for Luin, viewing it as their duty of hospitality. Lacking refined or rare ingredients, the main dishes consisted of roasted pig and lamb. In addition, the villagers offered honey wine, cheese, and other accompaniments. These were the finest offerings they could muster. Immortal cultivators possess remarkably extended lifespans. And to stave off boredom, many cultivate hobbies, with gastronomy being a common pursuit among them. Luin harbored a profound interest in the cuisine of this unfamiliar world. Employing two casually broken branches as chopsticks, he lifted a piece of golden, crispy, oil-dripping pork to his mouth, savoring it slowly. The cooking methods bore no significant difference from those in Yanhuang, yet the sauces used were rather peculiar to Luin. Lord Lu, I am Jair Zayachis, and I shall escort you to Blood Deer City tomorrow, a boy announced politely, approaching Luin mid-meal. Luin set down his chopsticks and appraised the lad. He appeared to be around 14. Small of stature and rather slender, dressed in loose shorts and a light blue short-sleeve shirt, his complexion fair with a hint of tan due to the summer heat. Earlier, while conversing with the villagers, Luin had learned of Jair's brave act of saving a villager, which had left a positive impression on him. Despite not being the self-sacrificing type, Luin held great respect for such virtues. Thus he felt a certain fondness for Jair. Come, sit beside me, Luin beckoned, patting the empty seat beside him. Jair hesitated momentarily, then wore a look of astonishment as he complied. The two engaged in conversation while dining, growing increasingly familiar with one another. After the banquet concluded, the hour had grown late, and Hofutade sought to provide Luin with lodging. After deliberation, he selected the largest and cleanest dwelling in the village, the interior of which belonged to the finest family, though they had perished during the daytime skirmish. Hofutade inquired whether Luin would mind staying there, to which Luin readily agreed, only requesting that Hofutade ensure the villagers kept their distance until dawn. Beneath a crescent moon, Luin stood alone in the courtyard, surveying the surroundings and scrutinizing the layout. As a cultivator, one requires rare materials only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. During the chi refinement stage, all were relatively equal. Thus, taking advantage of the available time, Luin resolved to elevate his cultivation to the 9th layer of chi refinement tonight. However, preparations were necessary beforehand. With a flourish of his sleeve, streams of radiant light emerged from Luin's body, swirling around him until they coalesced into various magical artifacts. Swords, spears, hammers, protective mirrors, fans, books, chairs, slippers, and more. These artifacts emitted a faint glow in the darkness, hovering around Luin. Each possessed distinct functions and levels, yet they shared a commonality. Within each resided the divine consciousness and celestial energy that Luin had previously imbued them with in the cultivation world. Such artifacts were referred to as source artifacts. Luin did not require the external release of celestial energy to manipulate them. He could command them as effortlessly as moving his own limbs, summoning forth the entirety of his artifacts. Should danger arise, he could wield them and draw upon their celestial energy for a brief restoration of strength. However, since these artifacts had been crafted at various stages of Luan's journey, the quality of the celestial energy contained within varied considerably, ranging from the early stages of mortal transcendence to the pinnacle of profound transcendence. Furthermore, the amount of energy that could be extracted was limited. So Luan would not resort to drawing upon their energy unless absolutely necessary. Yes, he gazed at the artifacts encircling him. An involuntary twitch graced the corner of Luan's mouth. Recalling the last time he faced tribulation, when his artifact, the 9-turn demon lock tower, unexpectedly gained sentience and ambushed him. This time, I shall merely break through to the 9th layer of chi refinement. Surely, such an incident will not occur again. A venerable long sword appeared in his hand. The 9 Heavens sword, one of Luan's most frequently utilized artifacts, containing a spirit within. Awaken, Xian Shou, Luan whispered softly. As his words faded, the sword emanated a blue hue interlaced with gold. Ultimately, that glimmer ascended from the sword, transforming into a streak of light that surged skyward, causing the previously clear night sky, where the moon and stars were visible, to swiftly coalesce into layers of dense rain clouds, while gusts of cold wind swept through, heralding an impending storm. This rain on the horizon? A villager, unable to sleep in the deep of night, yawned as he peered through the window at the sky. Suddenly, a tremendous bolt of lightning cleaved the heavens, illuminating Loka village brighter than daylight. The villager, caught mid-yawn, froze in shock, his expression petrified in the flash of light. He seemed to glimpse a dark claw, reminiscent of an eagle's, protruding from the thick cloud cover. Chapter 11. The return to chi refinement. Am I hallucinating? The villager muttered to himself, deciding to retire for the night. He extinguished the oil lamp on the table and made his way to the bedroom. Luan stood on the ground, a smile gracing his features as he gazed skyward, his garments billowing in the wind. With his keen eyesight, even in complete darkness, he could discern clearly a colossal, deep azure candle dragon, measuring thousands of meters in length, coiled through the sky, its vast form concealed by the expansive rain clouds. Master, what is it? A voice, resonant like a great bell, echoed in Luan's ear. This voice emanated from the candle dragon named Xian Shou, conveyed through divine consciousness that only Luan could perceive. Luan responded with his own divine consciousness. I seek to break through to a higher realm. Assist me in guarding against any disturbances. Breakthrough? Master, are you finally about to ascend to the golden immortal realm? Splendid. Once you attain the golden immortal realm, we can seek vengeance upon those foes. Xian Shou exclaimed exuberantly. Jian Sheng, the old demon, evil turtle Taoist, you best be prepared. If I do not claim your lives within 3 days, I shall no longer be a dragon. Listening to Xian Shou's excited and jubilant tone, Luan felt a touch of embarrassment. A hint, while I am merely aiming to reach the 9th layer of chi refinement. Why the exuberance? Xian Shou, taken aback, poked his massive dragon head through the rain clouds, seemingly verifying Luan's identity. Quick, shrink back. Do not let anyone see you. Luan gestured as if shooing a chicken away. Should any villagers awaken and behold such a sight in the sky, it might very well frighten them to death. What realm? 9th layer. Are you jesting with me? Xian Shou retorted incredulously, his excitement deflating. 9th layer of chi refinement, Luan sighed, recounting the entire situation to Xian Shou. Such an event truly transpired? Xian Shou marveled at the revelation. In any case, I must gradually restore my cultivation. For tonight, remain above and guard me. Understood, Xian Shou replied. Luan nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a figure suddenly materialized in the courtyard. The instant this entity appeared, Xian Shou's primal instincts kicked in. Sensing an overwhelming danger nearby, his formidable claws instinctively sharpening. The being was humanoid, towering over 3 meters, with muscles bulging and skin a mottled grayish-blue. Inscribed with crimson runes, its texture akin to metal, upon closer examination. One would notice that he was enveloped in a shroud of gray mist. Since his emergence, he had remained motionless, with his head perpetually bowed. If there were any inhabitants of the Yanhuang here, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "A zombie! A zombie!" Xian Shou was suddenly startled, as raindrops around him rapidly coalesced, and a spell of immense destructive potential was poised to strike. However, upon noticing the talisman affixed to the zombie's forehead, Xian Sha's heart eased, and the spell dissipated of its own accord. This was a 10,000-year-old blood corpse. The conditions for its formation were exceedingly stringent, yet once formed, its body would incessantly absorb energy to fortify itself. This ancient blood corpse had dwelled underground for over 10,000 years, nourished by the most refined energy, and its physical capabilities had far surpassed those of Luin. It had simply not yet developed sentience and could only act on instinct. Not long ago, Luin had discovered him, excavating him as one might unearth sweet potatoes, expending considerable effort and even sustaining some injuries to subdue him. In his prime, Luin would have required immense strength to handle such a creature. Now, he might well be kicked around like a ball by it. Fortunately, he had the corpse-suppressing talisman bestowed by his master. However, should that talisman be torn away, this mindless blood corpse would undoubtedly succumb to a frenzy, launching indiscriminate attacks against all living beings. This was Luin's last resort. Unless absolutely necessary, he could not afford to remove that talisman. Having made these preparations, Luin felt he had secured a means to preserve his life. Yet, to commence his cultivation, he still required certain items. Luin opened his left hand, revealing a handful of multicolored stones that emanated a soft glow, each roughly the size of a walnut, with various shapes: round, square, long, short, thick, and thin. These exquisite stones contained an array of pure elemental energies. These were celestial stones, indispensable for alchemy, formation, artifact crafting, and talisman creation. While also serving as currency among immortals, Luin pinched one of the celestial stones with his right hand and flicked it with his finger. A red fire-type celestial stone soared towards the eastern part of the courtyard, embedding itself deep into the earth. Another flick sent a dark purple thunder-type celestial stone into the ground about 10 meters southeast of the firestone. One by one, the celestial stones in his hand diminished, each placed in the courtyard with meticulous precision according to a specific formation and sequence. Threads of connection began to form between the stones, and a formation emerged. This was a spirit-gathering array. Xian Sha recognized this formation from the skies above. The spirit-gathering array was a common formation in the realm of cultivation, one that nearly all cultivators would employ. Its purpose was to attract all spiritual energy within a certain radius. The extent of this radius depended entirely on the quality of the celestial stones used in the formation. Luin's celestial stones were of the highest quality, allowing this spirit-gathering array to absorb spiritual energy from a radius of 30 kilometers. While he could potentially set up several more spirit-gathering arrays within this one to infinitely expand the range, it was unnecessary for merely breaking through to the chi refining stage. Having one array was already quite extravagant. Luin's robes fluttered gently in the wind as he felt the surrounding spiritual energy growing denser. Once he sensed that the time was ripe, he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to operate the carefree chi refining method. Instantly, the rich, visible spiritual energy that had previously meandered leisurely around the spirit-gathering array surged forth towards Luin's body as if compelled by an unseen command. Chapter 12. Devouring Heavenly Inferno. Ordinary chi refiners would never dare to absorb spiritual energy at such an astonishing speed, akin to a whale gulping down water, for the excessive energy could undoubtedly rupture their bodies. Yet, Luin, being a first-grade Xian immortal body, had no such concerns. He felt as though he were immersed in a tank brimming with spiritual energy, repeatedly running the carefree chi refining method to draw in the surrounding energy, which then became a part of him. Subsequently, he began to condense a vortex at the upper dantian. This vortex was the precursor to his innate true essence and one of the foundational elements of a cultivator. Possessing this vortex signified entry into the first layer of chi refining. Next came the process of refining this vortex. Luin focused his mind on guarding the dantian. Xian Sha vigilantly observed the surroundings from above. Seconds ticked by, and the vortex within Luin's body grew more solid under his efficient refining until it formed a perfect connection with his internal meridians. Upon opening his eyes, Luin exuded the aura of a ninth-layer chi refiner. Internally, he observed the familiar vortex, drawing in threads of spiritual energy, which, after being refined within the vortex, transformed into Luin's true chi, circulating through the 8 extraordinary meridians. Before achieving the transformation stage, this vortex could not mature into true essence, and cultivators could not use it to condense celestial spiritual power, only true chi. The disparity between true qi and celestial spiritual power was vast. In terms of utility, true qi barely equated to a fraction of celestial spiritual power. However, a ninth-layer qi refiner was still considered a top-tier expert among mortals, especially since Luin possessed a first-grade Qian immortal body and a fully developed consciousness of the Qian immortal realm. Extending his hand, the space above his palm first distorted several times before coalescing into a sphere of black flames. As dark as ink, the fist-sized fireball continued to warp the surrounding space. Small stones at Luin's feet trembled slightly before being drawn towards the fireball by some unseen force. The flowers and grasses, which had previously swayed in the wind, now collectively leaned towards the black flames, momentarily pausing before uprooting themselves to gather at its core. The moment these minuscule entities came into contact with the black flames, they turned to ash, dissipating into the AIR.feud. It still works, it still works. Luin sighed in relief. The devouring heavenly inferno, a divine fire he had subdued centuries ago, not only possessed a terrifyingly high temperature, but also a formidable suction force, capable of forcibly drawing in surrounding objects. Luin had worried that his low-level true qi at the ninth layer of qi refining would be insufficient to activate it, but it seemed he had been overly cautious. However, the devouring heavenly inferno he conjured now resembled a malnourished version of its former self. The flames in his palm lasted less than 10 seconds before Luin felt his true qi deplete completely. Looking at his empty palm, he let out a sigh. He needed to elevate his cultivation level. However, to advance to the first-grade immortal, he would need to absorb 13 types of celestial treasures. Currently, Luin only possessed 5 and needed to locate the remaining 8 in this unfamiliar world. While these 8 celestial treasures were not exceedingly rare in Yanhuang, their availability in this world remained uncertain. Until he gathered them all, Luin could not hope to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. Xian Sha, lounging in the sky, stifled a yawn, idly watching the sun peek over the horizon. Minutes later, at the village entrance, the villagers, aware of Lu An's impending departure, set aside their tasks to bid him farewell. "Lord Lu, rest assured, we will do our utmost to fulfill your requests," Hufutade said with a serious expression. "Jar, be sure to take good care of Lord Lu." "Understood. Please don't worry," Jar nodded. "All right, everyone, this is far enough. Let us take our leave." Luin beckoned to Jar. Just then, several villagers approached with a horse-drawn cart. "Lord Lu, this is the cart we prepared for you," one villager said. "Jar, you take the reins." The cart driver handed the reins to Jar. Luin gazed at the cart, bemused, thinking to himself that he could outpace it even crawling. Nevertheless, recognizing it was the villager's kind intention, he refrained from uttering any harsh words. However, it must be said that riding in this contraption would indeed delay his journey. "Ahem. Thank you for your kindness, but I do not require this," Luin said, gesturing towards the cart. Subsequently, he approached Jar from behind and whispered, "Don't move." "Huh?" Before Jar could react, the world before him spun 90 degrees. And by the time he regained his senses, he found himself awkwardly tucked under Luan's arm. Although Jar was of a smaller stature, Luin, appearing no more than 16 years old, was not significantly taller than him. Thus, with Jar clamped under his arm, it resembled a hasty departure with a rolled-up mat. Jar being that mat. "Which way should we go?" Luin inquired. Jar pointed eastward. "That way." Luin nodded. "All right, don't move. Let us go." The crowd, still bewildered by Luin's actions, watched as he crouched slightly, and in the next moment, he explosively shot forward, creating a whirlwind at his previous position, sending dust and debris flying. The villagers, enveloped in this dust storm, coughed violently while waving their hands to disperse the haze. Once the dust settled, they realized that Luin and Jar had vanished, leaving only a small pit where Luin had stood. What astonishing leg strength! Lord Lu truly is no ordinary person. Is it possible that our human race has produced such a formidable individual? Truly remarkable. The villagers stood in awe, gazing towards the east. Meanwhile, Jar, caught under Luin's arm, was buffeted by the wind, his features contorted, hair blown back, revealing his hairline, eyelids fluttering, and cheeks puffed up like buns. Anyone witnessing this could not help but praise the young man's comedic expressions. Luin, in this instance, was merely leveraging his superior leg strength to leap higher and farther, not expending true qi to fly. Each substantial leap required him to momentarily land on a tree to gather momentum. The scenery whizzed past, and Luin sighed, feeling a sense of loss wash over him. 9 days gone by, when his innate true essence thrived, summoning celestial spiritual power to traverse the cosmos, traveling from one planet to another took but a breath. Now, he was reduced to this rudimentary method of travel. Jar, if we need to change direction or if I veer off course, just let me know, Lewin said, keeping his eyes fixed ahead. However, Jair did not respond in the slightest. Jair? Lewin lowered his head and glanced over, discovering that Jair was staring down, utterly motionless. Can one really fall asleep in such a position? This guide is exceedingly unprofessional. Hey, wake up! Lewin shook Jair gently. Jair's small head bobbed weakly, resembling a rattle, occasionally tilting upward. It was then that Lewin noticed that Jair's little face had turned purple from the lack of air. Chapter 13. Ability rating. Oh no. This is bad. I completely forgot that a mere mortal cannot breathe at such a rapid pace. Lewin's expression froze, his lips twitched, and then he took a deep breath, hastily descending from the air. Please don't dilu and laid Jair flat on the grass, his face etched with concern as he scanned Jair's body with his spiritual sense. After confirming there was no serious harm, he let out a sigh of relief. Although he held no deep feelings for Jair, Lewin's character would never allow him to wish for Jair's demise. With a gentle hand placed on Jair's back, he infused his vital energy into him. Before long, Jair's complexion returned to normal, and he slowly opened his eyes. Lewin waved 5 fingers in front of Jair's face, and upon seeing that Jair was completely fine, he couldn't help but chide. You are far too honest, child. You were about to turn blue and yet made not a single sound. I thought I could hold on a bit longer, but suddenly everything went dark. And I lost awareness, Jair replied bashfully, scratching the back of his head. Lewin rolled his eyes in exasperation. Huh? Have we really arrived at the star-sparse forest already? That was fast. Jair looked around and quickly confirmed their current location. The star-sparse forest? Are we really so close to Blood Deer City? Lewin surveyed his surroundings. Jair nodded in response. Yes, we're about 30 miles away. After a moment's thought, Lewin suggested, then let us walk directly there. It's not far, and I'd like to familiarize myself with the area. Sure, however. Jair hesitated before adding, this area is within the territory of ogres, and we might encounter some trouble if we run into them. Ogres? Lewin raised an eyebrow. What are they? Are they formidable? If they dare to trouble us, we can simply eliminate them. With that, Lewin strode towards Blood Deer City, leaving Jair to follow behind. Disciples of the Celestial Freedom sect typically disdain avoiding others. Alright then. Jair stuck out his tongue and followed suit. After all, standing beside Lord Liu provided an immense sense of security. He merely felt it necessary to offer a warning. By the way, Jair, do you have business in Blood Deer City? Lewin inquired as they walked, finding the prospect of traversing 30 miles in silence rather dull. I plan to take part in the entrance examination for the Guardian Academy, Jair replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. The Guardian Academy? What is that place? Lewin thought to himself, realizing that casual conversation could yield new knowledge. It is the finest institution in Blood Deer City, where one can learn powerful magic, martial skills, or other forms of knowledge. Graduating from there can significantly enhance one's strength. As Jair spoke of the Guardian Academy, he felt a mix of exhilaration and trepidation, for the entrance examination was notoriously challenging. With thousands of applicants vying for a scant 100 spots each year, Lewin contemplated. This sounded akin to the sects in his own world. He would need to visit sometime. Anyone eligible to apply for the Guardian Academy? Lewin asked. One must first achieve a rating of at least 5 stars in the Decayed Wood category, Jair explained. Ability rating, 5-star Decayed Wood. What on earth does that entail? Lewin inquired, raising an eyebrow. Upon hearing this, Jair appeared momentarily stunned. The ability rating system encompasses nearly the entirety of the Starfall lands. There are scarcely any nations that do not utilize this system. Could it be that Lord Liu hails from one of those obscure little countries? After pondering for a moment, Jair organized his thoughts and said, the ability rating categorizes individuals based on their capabilities, ranging from decayed wood, refined iron, bronze, snow silver, gold, and several other levels. Each of these 10 levels is further divided into a 1 to 10-star distinction. Lewin nodded in understanding. It seemed akin to the realms of cultivation in his own experience, such as chi refinement, foundation establishment, and so forth. He then asked, how do you ascertain your own or others' ratings? Is it based on perception? Typically, cultivators gauge one another's realms by sensing the aura they emit. Although such an aura can be suppressed to deceive, once two cultivators engage in earnest combat, they quickly discern each other's true cultivation level. We test our abilities at the Adventurers Guild using a crystal of enlightenment to measure our vitality, mental acuity, strength, defense, speed, and energy. The sum of these 6 attributes constitutes one's overall ability rating. Upon hearing this, Lewin suddenly felt intrigued. He wondered what rating he might achieve if he were to undergo such a test. Lewin had long desired to gain a deeper understanding of this world, and the most effective approach to achieving that was through first-hand experience. As the two continued their conversation, a sudden, frantic shout pierced the air. "Hey, you two over there, run! There are so many ogres." Chapter 14. Parting life and death. Upon hearing this cry, both Lewin and Jair instinctively turned to look. They saw 5 individuals sprinting for their lives, some of whom bore visible injuries, clutching their wounds as they fled. However, the intensity of their movement only exacerbated their injuries, causing blood to seep through their clothing and stain the ground beneath them. Behind them trailed 7 humanoid monstrosities, wielding weapons and slavering as they pursued, emitting silly, guttural laughter. These creatures were grotesque, towering over 3 meters tall, with their skin a murky gray-blue, clad in rudimentary garments that barely concealed their modesty. "So, these are ogres?" Lewin gazed at them with a sense of curiosity, for it was his first encounter with such beasts. "Indeed, Lord Liu, we should." Jair already had one hand on the hilt of his sword, his expression serious. Whether to fight or flee would depend entirely on Luan's decision. Olia, trailing at the back of her adventurer party, felt as though her lungs might burst. The world before her blurred from exertion, and she knew it would not be long before she collapsed. As an elementalist, her physical constitution was far weaker than that of warrior classes. After running a few more steps, Olia could no longer endure and fell to her knees. Gasping for air, Olia, her comrades, witnessing her plight, immediately turned back in alarm. Don't worry about me. We cannot defeat these ogres," Olia shouted between breaths. "Stop saying such foolishness. We cannot leave you behind," a petite girl dressed in a mage's robe exclaimed. The 4 turned to lift Olia and continue their escape. "Don't come any closer," Olia declared resolutely, drawing a dagger from the side of her thigh and pressing it against her throat. They had discarded their primary weapons in their haste to flee, but she had kept this dagger as a last resort, should she find herself unable to escape. Being captured by such subhuman ogres would be far worse than death. With determination, she pressed the blade deeper. Blood spilling forth and pooling onto the grass, forming a crimson stain the size of a fist. Tears welled in her eyes as she pleaded, "Take me with you. We want to escape otherwise." The remaining 4 teammates turned pale, their gazes locked onto the advancing ogres, while the small priestess girl blinked back tears. And in that moment of life and death, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a human arm, crackled through the air, striking an ogre's head less than 30 centimeters from Olia's cheek. With a thunderous boom, the ogre's head exploded like a watermelon. The adventurers gasped in astonishment and turned to see a strikingly handsome youth standing about 100 meters away, his right hand crackling with electric sparks. Beside him, a boy of around 14 looked on in utter shock. Jair was left dumbfounded. Based on Luan's previous demeanor, he had always perceived him as a formidable warrior rather than a spellcaster. Yet, Luan had just unleashed such a powerful bolt of lightning with remarkable precision, striking an ogre's head. How could there possibly exist a human capable of mastering both magic and close combat simultaneously in this world? At this distance, to wield magic with such accuracy and strike an ogre's skull? The adventurers were incredulous. It is worth noting that while both magic and arrows are means of ranged attack, the precision of magic is inherently more challenging to control. Even the most accurately manipulated ice magic would find it difficult to achieve such a clean headshot from such a distance. The ogres, halted in their tracks, gazed in horror at their companion's exploded head, then glanced back at the humans, who now outnumbered them. After a brief, simple deliberation, they turned and fled. Last salvation. As the fearsome ogre gradually retreated into the distance, Alia's grip slackened, her strength utterly depleted, causing her dagger to clatter to the ground. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. The others were in no better condition. They were all quite young, and after enduring such intense mental strain, their bodies and minds were utterly exhausted. They unceremoniously plopped down onto the grass, some simply lying flat, gasping for breath and savoring the feeling of having survived the ordeal. Chapter 15. Ice Attribute? A few minutes later, my name is Aliyah MIT. Thank you for saving us, Aliyah said with a sweet smile. Her neck bore a hastily bandaged wound, and her once elegant robe was now stained with blood and dirt. Her hair a disheveled mess, also caked with grime. Despite her disheveled appearance, it was evident from her demeanor that she hailed from a well-to-do family. Hello, I am Hertz Kugis, thank you for rescuing us. That was quite perilous. We nearly became minced meat for the ogre, a tall, lanky young man said, smiling as he extended his hand to Lou in greetings. I appreciate your timely assistance. My name is Glit Andos. Chimed in a burly, good-natured man from the group. I'm Rail. Thank you for saving us, stammered the youngest boy, clad in a grayish-white robe, a hint of shyness in his voice. I am Yako. My profession is priest. A petite, lively girl exclaimed as she bounded up to Lou. And you're so handsome, so charming. Yako's heart raced as she gazed at Luan's face up close, her cheeks flushed as she giggled. Although Luan was puzzled by the girl's sudden proximity, he did not mind, responding in a calm tone, it's nothing, just a small effort on my part. My name is Luan Jair Shiachis. Jair also greeted the group with a smile. Thus, the seven of them had momentarily acquainted themselves. Having just faced life and death, they were all weary in body and spirit, so the adventurers decided to take a brief respite before making further plans. They formed a circle on the grass, engaging in light conversation. Eluan learned that they had taken on a quest from the Adventurers Guild to hunt the lava giant lizard, but before they could locate its habitat, they encountered a dozen ogres. Initially, they did not flee but cooperatively dispatched 8 of the ogres. However, when their magical powers were exhausted, they had no choice but to abandon their weapons and flee in panic. Lava giant lizard? Is it formidable? Luan inquired with childlike curiosity, having been intrigued by everything since his arrival in this world. The lava giant lizard is a magical creature of 8-star caliber. Hertz explained, not only is it covered in thick lava armor, but the magma it spews can instantaneously melt equipment forged from refined iron. In fact, it is even more dangerous than the dozen ogres we just faced. However, Aliyah is a elementalist proficient in water magic, and Rail specializes in the rare ice attribute magic. Together, they can effectively counter the lava giant lizard, and with Priest Yako's blessing magic that specializes in resisting fire attribute attacks. We dared to take on the challenge. Upon hearing Hertz mention her, Yako proudly puffed out her chest. Eluan pondered for a moment before turning to Jair. Jair, when is your exam? Jair, caught off guard by Luan's question, paused briefly before replying, in 3 days. Eluan nodded and then asked Aliyah and the others, how many days would it take to hunt that lava giant lizard? Aliyah, unsure of Luan's reasoning, responded honestly, it's not far from here to the lava giant lizard's territory. The fire cave, it would take at most a day and a half to hunt it down. Then how about we join you? Luan suggested, blinking his eyes. Among the rare materials needed for foundational cultivation is a herb called fire crowgrass, which typically grows in the layers of fire attribute magical beasts. Given that the lava giant lizard is of the fire attribute, there might be fire crowgrass there that I need. Moreover, for Luan, taking a day or two to consult the library was inconsequential, as cultivators have lengthy lifespans. A day or two is akin to mere minutes for them. The adventurers exchanged glances, caught in a moment of hesitation. Sister Aliyah, let them join us. You've seen his lightning attribute magic. It's even more impressive than our mentors, Yako pleaded, wrapping her arms around Aliyah's waist. Her eyes sparkling like stars, almost in a coaxing manner. Being the most beauty-conscious member of the team, she was utterly captivated the moment she laid eyes on Lu, and that's not lightning attribute magic. It's called Suin Thunder Spell. Just as Luan was about to correct her, Aliyah nodded and said, all right, but I must warn you both. She placed a hand on Yako's cheek, gently pushing her away, then turned serious as she addressed Lu and Jair. The lava giant lizard is a very dangerous magical creature. We only have one shield guardian. It will undoubtedly be unable to protect us all. Have you thought this through? Yes, we've considered it. Eluan nodded affirmatively. Aliyah did not underestimate Jair due to his apparent poverty and youth. After Luan's confirmation, she turned her gaze to Jair, clearly expecting him to make his own decision. I have no objections, Jair declared decisively. What could offer greater security than being beside Lord Lu? As for the price, how does 50 silver coins each sound? If we are fortunate enough to obtain a magical core, we can auction it off and split the profits, Aliyah proposed. Upon hearing 50 silver coins, Jair's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded in agreement. Although Lewin was unaware of the value of 50 silver coins, Jair's reaction indicated it was a fair price, and he too nodded in agreement. Then it's settled. Aliyah smiled, and the 5 members of the adventurer team spoke in unison. Welcome aboard, with 2 new members. Their chances of success had greatly increased. Yako laughed. Indeed, if only we had another ice attribute magic user, our odds would double. Finding an ice attribute magic user is quite rare. We were fortunate to find Rail. Glit chuckled good-naturedly. Ice attribute? Lewin mused for a moment, considering if he counted as one. He opened his palm, and a chill instantly coalesced within it. The temperature around him plummeted, and within mere seconds, frost began to accumulate on Glit's beard. Chapter 16. I am a fragile spellcaster. The Suin Ice spell, like the Suin Thunder spell, is a basic technique of the Xiaoyao Immortal sect. Silenced out a profound silenced IT counts. Of course it does. Yako's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hertz stretched his neck like a turtle. You really can do it, Lu? You actually master 2 attributes of magic? This temperature is at least 2nd-tier ice magic. Glit shivered, taking a few steps back. Among them, the least surprised and emotionally affected was Jair. Even if Lewin were to suddenly transform into a dragon and soar away, Jair felt he could accept it. Aliyah gazed at the icy aura emanating from Lewin's hand, her eyes filled with envy. Whether it was the earlier Suin Thunder spell or the current Suin Ice spell, in the eyes of these individuals, they had already reached the 2nd-tier magic level. For someone so young to be able to unleash 2nd-tier magic without incantation was a talent that could only be described as extraordinary. It is known that if a person can cast 2nd-tier magic without incantation, they can at least chant to release 4th-tier magic. Aliyah had only mastered her first 2nd-tier magic last year, and even that had earned her the label of promising talent. Damn, is the disparity in talent between people this vast? Compared to Lewin, what do those so-called geniuses from the academy even amount to? This endeavor to hunt the lava giant lizard is surely secure. In the dappled light of the forest, Glit, the shield guardian, led the way, while Lewin, Aliyah, Yako, and Rail formed the middle of the group, with the 2 swordsmen, Hertz and Jair, bringing up the rear. Due to the previous 5 adventurers' haste to escape, they had abandoned their weapons and supplies, so they had to backtrack to retrieve them. Fortunately, the ogres had not taken their belongings when they fled. After a brief respite to regain their magical energy, the 7 set off on the path to locate the lava giant lizard. Who came up with the name Extinguishing Fire Squad? Why such a peculiar name? Lewin asked curiously as he walked between Aliyah and Yako. Hertz chuckled. That name was given to us by other adventurers. Our team has an elementalist proficient in water magic, another proficient in ice magic, and a priest who specializes in fire attribute resistance blessing magic. Glit's shield and my sword are both enhanced with fire attribute resistance materials. With such a configuration, we specifically challenge fire attribute magical creatures. And over time, we've earned this title. Oh right, I almost forgot. Now we have you, an ice and lightning dual cultivation spellcaster. I am a spellcaster? Lewin pointed at himself, somewhat bewildered. He was aware that the world was filled with a multitude of professions, yet he never anticipated that he would be categorized as a spellcaster within the grand classification of magic practitioners. What? With your physique, are you still claiming to be a warrior? Hertz chuckled lightly. Teasing without malice, I admit your magical talent is impressive, but when it comes to close combat, you are no match for me and Glitter. Jair walked beside Hertz, casting a sidelong glance at him, thinking to himself that as long as he was entertained, it was all that mattered. Aurelia sighed. Alas, it is simply unavoidable. Spellcasters require time to channel their magic and meditate to enhance their own magical power, leaving little time or energy for physical training. Consequently, spellcasters often possess frail bodies in need of protection. Are you suggesting, Sister Aurelia, that you wish to become a muscular woman? Yako mischievously poked Aurelia's abdomen with a finger. So that was the case, Lewin mused quietly. It seemed this group believed their physical capabilities were lacking, relying solely on ranged attacks. With this thought, Luan's lips twitched slightly. As he was currently only at the chi refinement stage, he could only utilize low-level spells, which were hardly more potent than a strong punch. As he walked, Lewin discreetly glanced at the bashful and introverted male elementalist in the team. Rail, He could sense a faint malevolent aura emanating from Rail, reminiscent of those who practiced the dark arts in the land of Yanhuang. Several miles away from the fire-extinguishing team, there existed a relatively large encampment. A few fine steeds were tethered at the edge of the camp, and the carts were covered with canopies constructed from quality timber. A dozen individuals were bustling about in the camp, setting up tents, kindling fires, and preparing meals. A petite girl clad in a pristine white robe of magic, with a dogtail flower clenched between her teeth, was squatting beside a bonfire, idly stirring a bubbling pot with a twig. At tea that moment, a robust elder navigated through the crowd and approached the girl. "Miss Adele, oh, is there any news from my sister?" Adele spat out the dogtail flower, standing up with keen interest. She raised her head, revealing a remarkably beautiful face, strikingly similar to Aurelia's, albeit younger and brimming with vitality. A petal-shaped purplish-red mark adorned her forehead. Chapter 17. The scheme of the second Miss Adele was dressed in a robe adorned with green patterns. A fine iron plate engraved with 2 stars hung from her waist by a delicate iron chain. The elder bore a heavy sword on his back and a bronze insignia at his waist, exuding an aura of formidable prowess, clearly a master in his own right. Yet, in the presence of Adele, he maintained a demeanor of utmost respect. Indeed, the rangers stationed near the molten fire cave had observed that they were nearing the entrance, and the elder paused before continuing. "It seems they have recruited 2 more adventurers." "What?" Adele furrowed her delicate brows, her eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. "Are there still adventurers daring enough to join Aurelia's team?" Sensing Adele's potential ire, the elder hastily added, "However, I believe we have nothing to fear. I recognize one of the adventurers. He is merely a child from Loka village, possessing the strength of only a decaying wood 5-star. That level of power is utterly insignificant against the lava giant. As for the other, though I do not know him, he appears frail and weaponless, clearly lacking in strength." Adele couldn't suppress her laughter. "Ha ha ha, my sister truly is desperate if she is recruiting such adventurers." The elder chuckled in agreement. "Indeed, at present, no adventurers of decaying wood 7-star or above dare to join Aurelia's team. It seems that Aurelia has truly run out of options." Slap! A sharp sound rang out as Adele suddenly struck the elder across the face, then grasped his hair, forcefully yanking his head down to her level. The elder, taken aback, did not dare to resist, allowing Adele, who barely reached his chest, to pull him down. Adele's eyes narrowed slightly. Regardless of her circumstances, Aurelia is still of the Might family bloodline. How dare a mere servant refer to her in such a manner? Sincerely apologize, Miss Adele." The elder, named William, exclaimed in fear. The other adventurers nearby instinctively paused their tasks and turned their gazes toward the commotion, only to quickly avert their eyes, feigning ignorance as they resumed their work. "William, do you often refer to me as that little brat behind my back?" Adele extended a delicate hand, and a circular magical rune instantly formed. Unfurling like an umbrella, the rune, predominantly green, matched the color of the patterns on Adele's robe, emanating a grayish-green aura reminiscent of toxic mist. William's eyes widened, his pupils constricting. "Miss Adele, I swear, I do not." "You swear? What do you swear by?" Adele's angelic face was marred by a wicked smile. "I swear on my daughter," William shouted, after a moment of hesitation and utter helplessness. Adele was well aware of William's background. He was a widower whose wife had passed away over a decade ago. For years, he had solely raised his daughter, who was his entire world. However, his daughter's talent was mediocre, and despite numerous attempts, she had failed to gain admission to the Guardian Academy. In the end, it was Adele who arranged for a mentor from the academy to have tea, after which William's daughter received an acceptance letter, albeit under special circumstances. Thus, for the sake of his daughter, William had continued to work under Adele. Upon hearing William swear by his daughter, Adele knew he was speaking the truth, so she dispelled the magic and released her grip. William collapsed onto the ground, gasping heavily from the tension, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Though he had reached the bronze level, he harbored no fear of Adele, who was merely at the fine iron level. However, the presence of a dozen bronze-level adventurers loyal to Adele posed a significant threat. By the way, William, Adele, who had nearly rendered him lifeless moments ago, now donned a face of angelic beauty and healing grace. "How is the plan progressing?" William immediately stood up. "It is going smoothly. Once Miss Aurelia and her team approach the vicinity of the molten fire cave, the individual we bribed will be there to unseal the lava tyrant. That insider won't he back down out of fear, will he? Absolutely not. I've reminded him that if he hesitates and fails to unseal the tyrant, I will kill him, William assured. They have no chance of survival. Correct? Absolutely none, William replied with utmost certainty. The insider will use the magical scroll we provided to trap Miss Aurelia's team within the molten fire cave. Unless they possess the strength to defeat the lava tyrant, there is no hope of escape. Currently, Miss Aurelia's team averages only fine iron level, while the lava tyrant, even if weakened after decades of imprisonment, still possesses strength above gold level. Excellent. Hee hee, ha 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 ha. Adele nodded in satisfaction. A warm smile gracing her face. Is this the entrance to the molten fire cave? Lewin inquired, pointing at an unremarkable cave. Indeed, it is, Aurelia confirmed with a nod. Very well, then let us proceed. Lewin stepped forward. Ready to enter. Chapter 18. The first encounter with magic. Upon witnessing Luan's intention to enter the molten fire cave, the fire extinguishing team looked on in disbelief. What are you doing? Come back. Aurelia dashed forward, grabbing Lewin. Huh? Isn't it in there? Lewin asked, puzzled. Aurelia rubbed her forehead, exasperated. It is indeed inside, but there are at least a dozen of them there. Venturing in would be sheer folly. Hertz, clutching a bag filled with unknown contents, added, We only need to lure one out. So we're not going in, Lewin replied, slightly frowning in understanding. The fire extinguishing team regarded Lewin's reaction with confusion. What kind of disappointment is this? Are you contemplating suicide due to the pressures of life? Lewin turned his gaze towards the cave, discreetly extending his spiritual sense. The spiritual perception of a first-grade Shinxian is quite formidable. In less than half a breath, he enveloped the entire molten fire cave, instantly perceiving every inch within. The cave revealed an entirely different world. It was not dark but illuminated by pools of lava scattered throughout. Casting a reddish hue, various strange creatures roamed about, most of which were ablaze. However, to his dismay, Lewin found no trace of the fire crow grass. Meanwhile, he noticed a massive creature lounging within a vast lava pool. Measuring over 100 meters in length, with a human torso and serpent tail, entirely red in HUIT merely swam within the lava pool, which seemed to be sealed. Lu, what are you looking at? Aurelia approached to inquire. Seeing Lewin still fixated on the molten fire cave, she feared he might rush in while they were distracted. Nothing. How do we lure that lava giant out? Lewin asked. Hertz and the others are working on that. Come over here and let Yako cast a blessing spell on you. All right. Yako extended her palm towards Lewin, and after a brief chant, a fiery red magical rune unfurled. Lewin observed with great curiosity. This was the first time he had encountered such magic since arriving in this world. Basic flame resistance. With Yako's soft incantation, a layer of crimson light enveloped Lewin entirely. Is this magic? Lewin looked down at his own body, feeling an unfamiliar novelty. Possessing a profound sense of awareness due to his mastery in the realm of Shinxian, his perception was exceptionally keen, allowing him to detect nuances that the other members of the fire extinguishing team were oblivious to. He distinctly sensed that a small portion of the fire elements around him began to retreat since the addition of this membrane-like red glow. However, these retreating fire elements accounted for only 20% of all the fire elements in the vicinity. It seemed somewhat reminiscent of the effects of the fire avoidance technique. Lewin mused quietly. Of course, the actual efficacy of this magic could not compare to the fire avoidance technique. The latter not only caused all ordinary fire elements to avoid him, but could even resist divine flames like the Samadhi true fire. Even in his current state, Lewin could not wield a spell of that caliber without drawing upon the spiritual power of magical artifacts. Hertz, be cautious. If you get too close or use too many materials, you might attract 2 lava giant lizards, and then we'll have no choice but to flee. Move back a bit. Further back, over here. Glitch shouted anxiously towards Hertz. All right. Hertz arranged the alchemical tools and gently recited the incantation, causing the various alchemical devices to gradually glow. Upon seeing this, the members of the fire extinguishing team hurriedly retreated to a distance, and Lewin felt an inexplicable sense of festivity, akin to the sound of firecrackers during a festival. Nevertheless, he followed suit. He had a general understanding of the team's capabilities. The monsters they claimed could be defeated collectively posed no threat to him whatsoever. However, his curiosity about magic compelled him to observe their fighting style. "Hey, Lou, what are you doing? Hurry and get behind Glit and Hertz. Your body is too weak. Let them protect you," Aurelia exclaimed, observing the sorcerer who stood even closer than the shield guard. She felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. What was this brother thinking? Despite possessing such formidable magic, his overall demeanor was that of a novice. Oh, my apologies. Eluan sheepishly stepped behind Glit, the shield guard. Aurelia and Rael exchanged glances, then nodded in unison, raising their magic wands towards the cave's entrance and commencing their incantation. Instantly, the tips of their wands radiated a pale blue and bluish-white light. It was as if an invisible hand were sketching patterns. And the two magical runes began to take form stroke by stroke. Aurelia initially wanted to witness Luin effortlessly casting second-tier magic without chanting. She was curious as to what terrifying magic he could unleash if he did chant. She cast a glance at Luin, turned back, and then, as if witnessing a ghost, incredulously turned her head once more. For she discovered that he was not casting magic at all, but rather observing her and Rael's magical runes with an air of detachment. Could it be that my sister sent him to cause trouble? Aurelia momentarily regretted bringing Luin into the team. The cave was filled with eerie footsteps, resembling someone rhythmically slapping the ground with flesh. Growing louder and more frequent, it's about to emerge. Glit stared nervously ahead, raising his shield higher. The other members of the fire-extinguishing team were equally tense. The lava giant lizard was a formidable beast of the 8th tier in the Iron Grade category. And in battles of the same tier, magical creatures typically possessed combat prowess far exceeding that of humans. Chapter 19. Confronting the lava giant lizard. Miss Adele, the plan is proceeding smoothly, William rushed in. His tone charged with excitement. His elation stemmed from the fact that Aurelia's demise would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to him. This was no ordinary adventurer's task. The Mitter family was a renowned commercial dynasty in Blood Deer City. Although not noble, their social standing was far from negligible. Half a month prior, the patriarch of the Mitter family, Old Mitter, had contracted an incurable illness and intended to select one of his 2 daughters as the family heir. The Mitter family's assets could not be divided, as many were interlinked. Splitting them could lead to rapid decline, thus necessitating the selection of a single heir, with the other destined to assist. Consequently, Old Mitter decreed that both daughters would organize expeditions to hunt a magical beast, with the one slaying the highest-tier beast declared the victor. This contest appeared equitable. However, the crux of the issue lay in the fact that the majority of Blood Deer City was aware of Old Mitter's favoritism towards his youngest daughter. Adele.as for the elder daughter, Aurelia. She had been largely neglected since the passing of her biological mother, even having been sent to live alone in another city at one point. In such circumstances, adventurers who could afford to provoke the Mitter family were reluctant to involve themselves in their affairs, while those who could not dare not assist Aurelia, even if she offered exorbitant rewards. For everyone believed that Adele's ascension to the Mitter family leadership was a foregone conclusion, and no one wished to incur her displeasure at such a critical juncture. Moreover, Adele's maternal family was no paragon of virtue. While Aurelia's maternal lineage had gradually fallen into obscurity over the past decade, reduced to selling coffee. Once Adele assumed control of the Mitter family, loyal subordinates like William would fare remarkably well, potentially benefiting future generations, allowing his daughter to also lean on the Mitter family's robust legacy. Adele reclined in a comfortable rattan chair, a high-stemmed glass in one hand, her legs crossed elegantly, even in such a desolate wilderness. She wore cozy slippers. Very well. Adele sipped her red wine. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the lava giant lizard burst forth, smashing through a rocky wall and landing before the group, its mouth bulging as if it were holding something. Magical creatures possess a heightened sensitivity to elements compared to humans. Prior to its emergence, it had sensed the presence of 2 spots rich in ice and water elements ahead. Clearly, someone was casting magic. Thus, it cleverly began to chant magic as it charged forward. Almost the instant it landed, the lava giant lizard unleashed a torrent of searing magma from its mouth, crashing violently into the fire-extinguishing team. "Yako!" Glit shouted in alarm. "Basic shield blessing." Yako swiftly raised her hand to cast a low-tier spell. This magic did not last long, and thus could not be preemptively cast like basic flame resistance. A faint emerald glow shimmered upon Glit's shield as the magma collided with it, and the sheer force of the impact caused him to stagger back several steps before regaining his footing. All the while enduring the searing heat, the air became thick with the scent of charred flesh. Had he not been blessed in advance with basic flame resistance, he likely would have been burned to the point of losing control and discarding his shield. Meanwhile, Gyre and Hertz positioned themselves on either side of the spellcasters to prevent the lava giant lizard from launching a surprise attack, knowing full well that the creature's speed was not to be underestimated. Concurrently, Rael and Aurelia completed their incantations, unleashing a massive water vortex accompanied by a flurry of ice spikes directed at the lava giant lizard. Eluan, seizing the moment, raised his hand to cast the Shinbing spell. The Shinbing spell traveled faster than the other two spells, colliding with the lava giant lizard in the blink of an eye, erupting in a wave of chill that caused the surrounding temperature to drop slightly. The lava giant lizard emitted a howl, attempting to evade the two spells, only to be astonished to find its speed significantly hampered. The ice spikes and water vortex followed closely behind, and the now slowed lava giant lizard had no chance to escape. With both spells landing squarely upon it, while Rael's ice spikes struggled to pierce the lava giant lizard's molten skin, the accompanying chill remained an incessant torment. The water vortex struck down upon the lava giant lizard, enveloping it in steam and eliciting a series of anguished cries. However, as an 8th-tier iron-grade magical creature, the lava giant lizard was not so easily vanquished. It violently shook off the flames upon its body, employing a form of magic to dispel the slowing effect of the Shinbing spell, then swiftly darted to the side, aiming to eliminate one of the spellcasters first. "It's coming! Protect Lu!" Glit bellowed, positioning himself alongside Hertz to shield Luin, while Gyre, who was also tasked with protection, remained still. "Gyre, what are you dawdling for?" Hertz shouted. Gyre's lips twitched. He thought to himself that Lord Lu was the least in need of protection among them. However, seeing Luan's complete lack of intention to act, Gyre reasoned that perhaps Luin did not wish to reveal his abilities. Thus, he too rushed forward, intending to join in defending against the lava giant lizard. Hertz swung his sword at the creature, producing a clang as the blade was deflected by the lava giant lizard's skin, inflicting no damage whatsoever. The lava giant lizard howled, extending its claws towards Luin, seemingly about to strike true when Glit suddenly slammed his shield into it, knocking it aside. Observing the three spellcasters being so well guarded, the lava giant lizard altered its strategy, swiftly retreating into the mouth of the lava cavern. "It intends to flee?" The group exchanged bewildered glances, hesitant to pursue. The lava cavern was fraught with peril, and falling in would offer no hope of survival. Just then, a brilliant flash ignited within the shadowy cave, and in an instant, a dozen magical runes unfurled above them. "What astonishing speed in casting magic!" Aurelia gasped, her expression alarmed. "Glit! Fortress!" Grit let out a sudden roar, unleashing his martial prowess. Instantly, a larger, semi-transparent shield enveloped the original iron shield, safeguarding Grit and his companions behind it. Massive boulders, aflame and propelled by magical runes, hurtled towards the firefighting team. Thud, thud, thud. As these colossal stones struck the magically condensed barrier, Grit gritted his teeth, feeling as though the bones in his arms might shatter from the force. Meanwhile, the priestess Yake diligently employed her magic to repair Grit's shield and cast healing spells upon him, her magical energy rapidly depleting. With perhaps a minute left at most, Eluan stood behind the shield, curiously observing the chaotic scene unfold. He felt he had seen enough, and since he could not find the fire crow grass he sought, he decided it was best to end the battle. He hoped Grit would endure until the spell's conclusion. Just as Aurelia and the others were consumed by worry, an astonishing sight unfolded before them. Eluan stood up and boldly stepped out of the shield's protective boundary. Aurelia was left in disbelief. "Lu, what are you doing?" She reached out to pull him back but grasped nothing but AI art. Eluan continued forward, his steps uneven, sometimes halting, yet each boulder that seemed poised to crush him narrowly missed. Crashing to the ground beside him, in a state of confusion and astonishment, Luin strode directly into the cavern of the lava giant lizard. Chapter 20. The transfer magic. It was over. The group watched in horror as the scene unfolded. The spellcaster had strayed far from the warrior's protection, and boldly approached the monstrous creature. Never in their years had they witnessed a spellcaster so audacious. Aurelia was now convinced that Lewin was not a distraction sent by her sister. He was simply seeking death. It was over, was likely. Tears glimmered in Yake's eyes. The others had already surmised Lewin's fate, either to be torn to shreds or incinerated into cinders. Soon, his screams would surely echo through the air. Though reluctant to witness such an outcome, it appeared unavoidable. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of muffled impacts echoed as the multitude of magical runes above shattered. Huh? The magic has ended? Grit craned his neck to gaze at the sky. No, the magic was violently interrupted. Otherwise, the runes wouldn't have shattered, Aurelia remarked, perplexed. Suddenly, a wretched scream emanated from the cavern, yet it sounded anything but human. The group blinked in curiosity, staring at the cave. Moments later, the corpse of the lava giant lizard was ejected, split in two, sliding several meters before coming to rest at their feet. Stunned and bewildered, they struggled to comprehend the surreal scene before them. All done, Lewin emerged from the cave, striding towards the group, his white robe as pristine as ever. You killed the lava giant lizard? Aurelia exclaimed in disbelief. The others regarded Lewin with eyes filled with astonishment. Indeed, Lewin nodded. Let us proceed to Blood Deer City. But, Yake gazed at the lava giant lizard's carcass, feeling on the verge of madness. Did you use some advanced magical scroll, Lew? Hertz voiced the only plausible theory. I possess no such item, Lewin shrugged. Lew. You cannot be a monster, can you? After a long silence, Aurelia tentatively approached. The events that had just transpired were so beyond reason that they struggled to process them. How could a spellcaster possibly confront and annihilate a beast? Lewin simply shrugged, indicating he would leave them to their speculations. The longevity of immortals often leads to a more comprehensive development. And though they may lack in certain areas, they are leagues ahead of mortals. Lew. The flames of the lava giant lizard were scorching hot. How are you unharmed? What are you made of? Yake rushed over, disregarding any notions of propriety, and reached beneath Lewin's robe. His skin was smooth and delicate, entirely human. What are you doing? Lewin pushed her away, exasperated. The group encircled Lewin, bombarding him with questions. However, upon realizing he was unwilling to divulge anything, they tactfully ceased their inquiries, understanding that anyone would be reluctant to share the secrets of their strength freely. Almost forgetting the magic core, Hertz exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Right? How could I overlook that? Aurelia added. With excitement, Hertz dashed towards the lava giant lizard's corpse, ceremoniously cutting it open. Unfazed by the blood, he extracted a fiery red magic core. The sight of the core filled the other's eyes with exhilaration. This was a core of the 8-star level, worth no less than 200 gold coins at auction. 200 gold coins. A sum an ordinary family could scarcely earn in a lifetime. Ahem, I believe Lew should receive the lion's share of the profits. We can split the remainder. What do you all think? Aurelia proposed. I have no objections. Neither do I. The others nodded in agreement, fully aware that without Lewin's intervention, they might have been charred to cinders by the lava giant lizard. Lew, what are your thoughts? Aurelia asked, batting her eyelashes. Sounds fair, Lewin replied, not wanting to be rude. After all, he lacked any currency in this world, and he would inevitably need to spend money to gather materials in the future. Let us return home, Aurelia called out. I did not anticipate this task to be so effortless. Heh, Yake chuckled. That moment, a massive, ethereal blue magic rune suddenly unfurled beneath their feet, spanning 30 meters in diameter. A teleportation magic? Aurelia gasped in shock. As seasoned adventurers with experience in numerous battles, they instinctively reacted to the mysterious transfer magic by attempting to distance themselves from the rune's range. Only one among them remained unfazed. Is there a spatial energy fluctuation? This magic rune seems related to spatial transfer, Lewin mused, curiously assessing the rune beneath him, attempting to decipher its principles. Lew, danger. Quickly escape the rune's range. Aurelia shouted in a mix of panic and urgency, running for safety. Yet, just then, the ground beneath them transformed into a quagmire. They found themselves sinking, unable to escape the confines of the transfer magic rune, Grit. Aurelia glared at Grit with malice as the radiance of the magic rune enveloped them. Grit maintained a goofy smile, clutching 2 freshly unrolled magic scrolls, clearly the source of the spells he had just cast, as the transfer magic rune completed its design. the surrounding scenery began to morph rapidly. Chapter 21. Originally able to escape, it was hot, with a perceived temperature of at least 50 degrees Celsius. This was the shared sensation of the group at that moment. After the transfer magic faded, Aurelia realized they had arrived in an unfamiliar place. The landscape was starkly different from where they had just been. Everything was suffused with a crimson hue, as though a red veil obscured their vision. Surrounding them were bubbling pools of lava, and 30 meters away lay a precipice, beneath which sprawled a vast expanse of molten pools, resembling a hellish landscape. As they took in their surroundings, their faces drained of color. "This is the lava caves?" Hertz exclaimed in shock. "Indeed. If memory serves me correctly, this is where the lava tyrant was sealed away." Riel pointed towards the cliff. The lava tyrant. Upon mentioning the name, the group instinctively lowered their voices, as if speaking louder might awaken the tyrant from its slumber. As subjects of the Holy Monarch Empire, they had studied the events surrounding the lava tyrant in their history class. Once influenced by the dark ruby star, it had fallen from a celestial being known as a demolitionist to become a monstrous entity, incinerating an entire city of the Holy Monarch Empire with a single 10th-tier spell. Those he burned to death became his thralls, transformed into creatures known as fire puppets. Subsequently, 20 golden-tier spellcasters from the Imperial Magic Guild banded together, ultimately sealing the tyrant here at the cost of 15 lives and the destruction of 2 sacred artifacts. "Grit, were you bribed by Adele?" Aurelia demanded angrily, glaring at Grit. The group directed their ire towards him. Eluin remained a bystander, unaware of the intricacies of their relationships, having simply followed along as they were transported. Why would you do this? For money?" Aurelia's face turned icy. Grit had been their companion through life and death for several years, yet today he had betrayed them. "Grit, do you understand what betrayal means for adventurers?" Hertz's expression was grave. Grit chuckled innocently. "Miss Adele offered me a fortune that would last several lifetimes. I no longer need to be an adventurer." "You would endanger our lives for money?" Aurelia questioned incredulously. "Have I ever mistreated you? Once I inherit my family's fortune, would I treat you poorly?" Grit shook his head. "Aurelia, I know you would never mistreat friends, especially us. But anyone with sense can see that your sister Adele will ultimately become the head of the Mitt family. By that time, your sister, constrained by public opinion, would not resort to extreme measures against you. The worst fate you could face would merely be to assume a modest managerial role within some enterprise of the MIT family. And what of us, those who assist you and your sister in opposition? Ultimately, we would likely meet our demise at the hands of your sister's hired assassins, wouldn't we?" Greta paused momentarily before continuing. "I apologize. My initial intent was to aid you, but I have since had second thoughts. Yet, you clearly had numerous opportunities to eliminate me along the way, such as during the encounter with the cannibal. Why did you choose to bring others here before taking action?" Aurelia expressed her confusion. "During your contention with the second young lady for the position of heir, any method of your demise would raise suspicions against her. However, if the Flame Tyrant were to unexpectedly breach its seal, your death would be justifiably explained," Greta elucidated. "What? The Flame Tyrant?" Aurelia and the others exclaimed in shock. "Greta, are you suggesting that you intend to release the Flame Tyrant?" Yako's face paled in horror. Greta produced a small box from within his garment, adorned with a pattern of black feathers. The most knowledgeable member of the extinguishing team, Lear, recognized the box. It was a special container designed for fallen angel feathers. Fallen angel feathers are exceedingly rare and precious materials, possessing unique properties that can weaken seals. "Truly commendable, Lear. The best in your class," Greta remarked with a smile, "though unfortunately, it has lost its significance." With that, he forcefully hurled the box behind him, where it plummeted into the magma, reduced to ashes, while the black feather within exhibited its peculiar effects, swirling with dark radiance as if it were alive. An overwhelming pressure emanated from the magma pool beneath the cliff, palpable to all present. Eluin narrowed his eyes slightly, noting the striking similarities between the sealing techniques of this world and those of his own. It was precisely for this reason that he could sense the seal beneath the cliff gradually dissipating. "Have you lost your mind, Greta? When the Flame Tyrant is unleashed, how many lives will it claim?" Yako shouted, his voice trembling. "In any case, I shall not perish. Miss Adele has bestowed upon me 2 magical scrolls. One to unleash the 5th-tier shield spell, Golden Jade Barrier, and the other to utilize the fourth-tier spell, short-range teleportation. Greta unfurled one of the scrolls, and simultaneously, a magical rune began to inscribe itself beneath his feet, enveloped within a golden barrier. Greta waved his hand. Well then, farewell, my friends. In approximately 5 minutes, the seal of the Flame Tyrant will be utterly undone. I wish you all the best. The 5th-tier shield spell. Such a level of protective magic could not be shaken even by the full might of the extinguishing team. The group gritted their teeth, watching as Greta's teleportation magic began to take effect. Although this spell required a minute to activate, they were powerless to interrupt Greta due to the 5th-tier magical shield. You scoundrel! Hertz exclaimed in a fit of rage, hurling his sword at Greta. However, the iron blade was immediately deflected as it approached the golden dome. Hertz, it is futile. This magic is beyond your comprehension, Greta chuckled, suddenly turning his gaze to Lewin. Oh, right. You as well. Lewin, who had been observing from the sidelines, momentarily froze, pointing to himself. Me? Indeed, Greta nodded, a smile gracing his face. If you are willing to share your cultivation methods with me and promise to follow me as my subordinate, I can take you along. Jair's lips twitched as he glanced between Lewin and Greta, thinking to himself, young man, it seems your escape may not be possible now. Chapter 22. Lear's secret within the searing depths of the magma cave. The group gazed with loathing at Greta as he prepared to teleport to safety, feeling utterly helpless against him. And had initially been intrigued to witness the workings of this teleportation magic. But upon hearing Greta's threats and demands to make him a subordinate, he swiftly changed his mind. It appears you are a fool. Very well, farewell. The magical rune beneath Greta's feet was nearing completion, signaling his imminent transfer to another location. Suddenly, in that fleeting moment, he saw Lewin appear before him. Greta instinctively recoiled a few steps, sheltered by the barrier. Yet he remained unconvinced that Lewin could shatter the 5th-tier spell Golden Jade barrier before the teleportation was completed. However, he clearly underestimated the explosive power of an exceptional cultivator. Lewin effortlessly struck the barrier with his palm, and the seemingly indestructible shield rippled with waves. Greta's expression morphed into one of sheer terror as he realized this was a prelude to the barrier's imminent shattering. As a 5th-tier spell, the Golden Jade barrier possessed self-repairing capabilities, but it strained to mend itself for but a second before ultimately collapsing into scintillating stardust that dissipated into the air. Greta was filled with dread. How is this possible? Instinctively, he began to utter words of supplication, but Lewin had no interest in listening. He seized Greta by the throat and slammed him to the ground. Boom! The impact sent shards of rock flying, creating a sizable crater where Greta's body struck the earth. Simultaneously, the teleportation magic beneath his feet was interrupted just a moment before completion due to Lewin's intervention. A tank-type character. Greta's physical resilience was naturally formidable, and since Lewin had no intention of killing him, he merely lost consciousness. Observing the unconscious Greta, Lewin hoisted him with one hand and tossed him toward Aurelia and the others, saying, "You're the one who paid for him. You deal with it." The 5th-tier magical shield. Think it was shattered so easily. Aurelia gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. Initially, she believed Lewin had relied on some magical artifact to slay the magma giant. But now she realized it was indeed his own strength. "Lew, you must be a monster," Hertz gasped in shock. Lear stood to the side, his expression shifting from astonishment to a pained and conflicted contemplation. He bore a secret he could not share with anyone. Months prior, he had encountered a member of the Black Calamity, an organization of extreme malevolence loathed by all surrounding nations. Lear had expected a gruesome demise at their hands. Yet the member did not kill him. Instead, he praised Lear for possessing the potential to become a necromancer. Thus, 2 choices were laid before Lear: to be tortured to death and have his corpse transformed into an undead, or to become that individual's disciple, learn necromancy, and infiltrate the Holy Empire as a pawn of the Black Calamity. It had been no easy feat for Lear to reach this point. He was unwilling to perish without a fight. So he chose the latter option. He had thought that even if he were to expose himself and utilize necromancy, escape from the Flame Tyrant's minions would be impossible. However, with Lewin's presence, there might be a glimmer of hope, even if he had to remain in this cave. Allowing Aurelia and the others to flee first would suffice. Lear stepped forward, ready to confess. Suddenly, the surrounding temperature surged, and a blinding white light engulfed him, searing pain radiating from his skin, causing him to scream in agony, unable to utter a word. The other members of the extinguishing team, aside from Lewin, suffered similarly as they endured immense torment, just as a resounding voice proclaimed, "Wretched humans, kneel! The flame tyrant has broken free from its seal." Aurelia, engulfed in blinding white light, thought she might perish there. "Adele, I never anticipated you would abandon me to this fate." She lamented inwardly, her consciousness fading into obscurity. Elu, so powerful, yet in this desolate situation, utterly helpless. She regretted involving him. Suddenly, she sensed a wave of coolness. The previously terrifying heat seemed to diminish sharply. Was this merely an illusion before death? Though she could not yet open her eyes, Aurelia realized her consciousness remained intact, and the searing pain swiftly subsided. The flame tyrant's voice rang in her ears once more. "I am the sovereign of flames. You, mere ants, shall kneel before me." Such a loquacious one, Aurelia thought to herself. Accepting her imminent demise, she found herself less fearful. Time passed, though Aurelia could not discern how long, until she abruptly opened her eyes. Am I not dead?" Aurelia gazed around in disbelief. The entire magma cave glowed a fiery red due to the extreme heat, yet in a radius of 50 meters around them, it was as though they inhabited an entirely different realm, with normal coloration completely isolating them from the high temperatures. Lear lay on the ground, seemingly still unconscious, while Yakko stood beside him, worry etched on his face as he repeatedly cast healing spells. Yet Lear showed no signs of awakening. Meanwhile, Lewin stood with his back to them, facing the flame tyrant. A beautiful umbrella stood embedded in the ground, not far from Lewin's feet. Chapter 23. The Vanna Lyeli Umbrella. The Vanna Lyeli Umbrella, a treasure of the true immortal realm, stood upright, radiating a gentle glow. This defensive artifact, once activated, could create a protective barrier with a radius of approximately 50 meters around its wielder. With its presence, the terrifying heat generated by the flame tyrant could not affect the extinguishing team in the slightest. "What is this?" Aurelia wondered, awakening with curiosity as she examined the Vanna Lyeli umbrella. Could it be a magical artifact? But where did Lewin procure it? Does he possess a storage-type magical artifact? Aurelia scrutinized Lewin's back, noting that he bore neither a storage pouch nor any storage rings. Could there be other forms of storage artifacts? This seemed the most plausible explanation. "Sister Olia, it seems that Lyre is on the brink of death," Jaeger cried out to Olia, his voice tinged with sorrow. Lyre lay unconscious, surrounded by Hertz and Jarl, both of whom wore grave expressions. Jaeger cast healing spells upon Lyre one after another, yet there was no sign of improvement. Practicing necromancy would cause one to suffer increased damage from light, lightning, and fire attributes, making Lyre the most gravely injured among them. Furthermore, Jaeger's healing magic, which belonged to the light attribute, was significantly less effective on Lyre. Should he continue his studies in necromancy and eventually become an undead? Light-based healing spells would not only fail to heal him but would inflict harm instead. Upon hearing of Lyre's dire condition, Olia felt an urgent need to check on him, but was suddenly overcome by a wave of pain. It was then that she realized her skin had turned red from the intense heat. Even the slightest touch felt as though thousands of needles were piercing her. Looking up, she noticed that, apart from Lewin, the others also bore varying degrees of burns. Had it not been for Jaeger's basic fire resistance, which mitigated 20% of the fire damage, they would likely have perished by now. Lewin glanced back at them, then produced a small porcelain vial from his hand. He handed the vial to Jarl, who was closest to him. "Jarl, distribute these among everyone." "Understood," Jarl replied eagerly, recognizing this as the miraculous medicine Lewin had previously given to Hofdad in Loka village. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he poured the pills out, ensuring that even the unconscious Lyre received one. "What is this?" Olia wondered aloud, examining the clay-like substance in her palm. Though it appeared to be anything but a medicine, its aromatic scent invigorated her senses. After a moment's contemplation, Olia consumed one of the 9th-grade revival pills. Instantly, an indescribable sense of comfort radiated from within her, the pain dissipating rapidly, and her skin began to heal swiftly. Olia touched her cheek, marveling at how her previously burned and rough skin had returned to a smooth and elastic state, with no lingering pain. The other members of the extinguishing team experienced a similar rapid recovery from the injuries they had sustained in the molten fire cavern. And Liar gradually regained consciousness, his expression one of confusion as he surveyed his surroundings. The ninth-grade revival pill was typically used by cultivators to heal wounds, making it somewhat excessive for their minor injuries. This medicine is truly miraculous. The expressions of Olia and the others reflected their disbelief, while only Jarl remained relatively composed. Lu, where did you acquire this medicine? Olia asked incredulously, repeatedly pinching her own smooth face in astonishment. I made it myself, Luin replied casually. What? You crafted it yourself? Olia exclaimed in shock. Could it be that Luin was an alchemist as well? She couldn't help but glance again at the small porcelain vial in her hand. This medicine acted swiftly, healing severe injuries that could have been fatal in a matter of moments. For adventurers, possessing such a remedy was akin to having numerous lives at their disposal. Moreover, it had the significant advantage of portability. The most popular life potions on the market could only serve one person per bottle, yet this vial of comparable size contained dozens of pills. An alchemist capable of producing such a remedy must be of grandmaster caliber, deserving of utmost respect, even from the royal family, for the prosperity of the pharmaceutical market significantly influences the entire nation. But how could one person excel in close combat, magic, and alchemy simultaneously? The molten fire tyrant curiously scrutinized the barrier crafted by the Fana Lili umbrella. Logically, these weak, humble, and fragile humans, akin to mere ants, should have been incinerated. Yet there they sat, seemingly unscathed. Upon witnessing the humans he should have easily dispatched sitting there unharmed, the molten fire tyrant felt his authority undermined. In a fit of rage, he roared and coiled his serpentine body closer to the humans. The intense heat radiated from the molten fire tyrant himself, thus the closer one drew, the higher the temperature became. Even stones ignited in flames in his wake. As the molten fire tyrant leaned in, the extinguishing team paled in fear, huddling together and trembling, while only Luin gazed at the tyrant without trepidation. Seeing a mere human, so insignificant, exhibit no fear in his presence, the molten fire tyrant, in his fury, began to chant a spell in an instant. 16 magic runes, each over 10 meters in diameter, materialized in the barrier's vicinity. The next moment, 16 massive columns of flame surged toward the barrier simultaneously. The extinguishing team screamed, huddled together in terror, while Hertz's hair stood on end. It was crucial to note that the barrier was transparent. The imminent impact of the 16 flame columns created a visceral fear that they would be struck directly. Boom. Deafening sound erupted as the explosion generated a fire wave towering over 70 meters high. The shock wave causing the very cavern to tremble ominously. From within the barrier, all that could be seen beyond their immediate vicinity was an expanse of flames, obscuring everything else. The extinguishing team felt their hearts leap into their throats. Fully aware that the flames of the molten fire tyrant could easily incinerate an entire city that, of course, having been sealed for decades, his strength had diminished considerably, and his flames were not as potent as before. Yet even so, for individuals of their level, merely brushing against such flames would lead to their instant obliteration. The barrage of fire columns continued for 5 minutes, yet the barrier remained steadfast, exhibiting only the slightest tremors without any indication of breaking. Once the flames subsided and tranquility returned, the molten fire tyrant gazed in disbelief at the lack of impact his magic had on the barrier. His features, composed solely of fire, displayed an expression of utter astonishment. If even the barrier crafted by the Fana Lili umbrella could not be breached, it seemed unnecessary for me to draw upon the celestial power within my artifacts to deal with him. With this thought, Luin clenched his fist and stepped out of the barrier. Chapter 24. Sovereign's arrival. Upon witnessing this human emerge from the protective barrier, the molten fire tyrant wasted no time in attacking, unleashing a fiery shockwave toward Luin after a brief incantation. However, with Luin's speed and reflexes, it was nearly impossible for him to be struck. He swiftly dodged the shockwave, which hurtled onward and collided with a rock wall, causing a significant portion to collapse. The molten fire tyrant's eyes widened in astonishment as he observed Luin effortlessly evade his attack. He distinctly remembered humans being a particularly feeble race. How could this one possess such remarkable speed and reflexes? For a moment, he felt a twinge of unease. Could it be that the world had undergone profound changes during his decades of confinement, and humans had suddenly unlocked some latent potential? Had I perhaps shouted too loudly? Lewin, having evaded the magic, did not pause. His figure flickered and vanished from sight, delivering a powerful punch toward the molten fire tyrant. He had no intention of wasting time, so he unleashed all his strength in this blow, even channeling his vital energy to amplify its force, aiming to send the molten fire tyrant to his end. The molten fire tyrant could not help but burst into laughter upon witnessing Luan's direct approach. I am a pure elemental being, immune to all physical attacks, no matter how powerful your punch. It cannot harm me, however, as Luan's fist, carrying an overwhelming pressure, drew near. The molten fire tyrant's expression shifted abruptly, a surge of fear welling up within him. This pressure was far too intense, far too terrifying. But it was too late to dodge. Boom! The punch struck with a force that compressed the surrounding air into a viscous state, producing a thunderous sound as the powerful gust exploded outward. The molten fire tyrant, being an elemental entity, should theoretically have been able to withstand such an attack. Yet the sheer force was so monumental that even the resulting winds scattered his form, causing him to disintegrate and fall apart. The residual shockwave struck the rock wall behind the molten fire tyrant, creating a cacophony of sounds as chunks of stone crumbled, causing the entire molten fire cavern to collapse by more than half. The extinguishing team below gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. Was this truly the extent of a human's power? However, in less than 3 seconds, the scattered flames, which seemed poised to fall to the ground, were suddenly drawn back together by an unseen force, reconstituting the molten fire tyrant. The reformed molten fire tyrant wore an expression of lingering terror. This was far too frightening. This power? Could the opponent be a demigod? Seeing his punch fail to connect, Lewin frowned slightly, redirecting his energy into a palm strike that passed through the molten fire tyrant's body. The molten fire tyrant wobbled momentarily before stabilizing once more. Realizing that while Luan's power was indeed formidable, it ultimately posed no threat to him, the molten fire tyrant's demeanor shifted. Luan made several more attempts, yet each time he could only disperse the molten fire tyrant without inflicting any harm. Ha ha ha! Do the ants dare to aspire to touch the divine? The molten fire tyrant laughed heartily, feeling reassured. It seemed this human was a warrior. As an elemental entity immune to physical damage, he was effectively the natural enemy of most warrior classes. However, just as he finished laughing, a blast of cold air struck him squarely in the mouth. Luan, having just thrown a spell of icy magic with his right hand, quickly formed another with his left, alternating between his hands as successive icy spells rained down upon the molten fire tyrant. The molten fire tyrant had never encountered a human who could cast second-tier ice magic with such swiftness. Surpassing the speed of merely picking up and throwing a snowball, coupled with the astonishing physical prowess displayed by this individual, he couldn't help but ponder whether this person was a spellcaster or a warrior. The current ice spell was merely equivalent to second-tier magic. Although ice-based attacks were effective against the molten fire tyrant, they were unlikely to inflict significant damage. Luan stood firmly on a small protrusion of the stone wall, launching ice spells at the molten fire tyrant while frowning slightly. Was he truly compelled to draw upon the ethereal energy of the origin artifact to employ a higher-tier spell to vanquish him? The ethereal energy within the origin artifact diminished with each use, and Lewin was reluctant to expend it unless absolutely necessary. What constituted absolute necessity? At the very least, not now, as the molten fire tyrant could not even breach Luan's defenses, posing little threat to him. While the ice spell might not deal substantial harm, it did induce a degree of discomfort in the already volatile and unstable tyrant. With a furious roar, the molten fire tyrant unleashed a barrage of high-tier fire spells towards Lewin, all of which he deftly evaded. This only heightened the tyrant's agitation. After exhausting several spells, the molten fire tyrant suddenly turned and surged toward the cliff behind him. What was he up to? Lewin wondered. In a dramatic display, the molten fire tyrant dove into the lava below, his massive form entirely engulfed. Moments later, the lava began to bubble vigorously, visibly receding. Having absorbed the molten substance, the tyrant's power surged, and his body underwent a series of transformations, growing larger and sprouting more offensive appendages. A thunderous laughter reverberated through the cavern, causing even the air to vibrate with the sound. The molten fire tyrant, aware that neither he nor the white-clad human could gain the upper hand, decided to cease wasting time and charge directly into the surface world. After absorbing the final drop of lava, he shot upward, the thick, sturdy rock proving no obstacle as he barreled through, a force of nature. The destruction he wrought compounded with the damage from Luan's previous wind strike. The molten fire cavern began to tremble, the ground fracturing and stones cascading from above. It's going to collapse, Hertz exclaimed. The ground beneath them shattered completely, and several individuals plummeted downward. Observing this, Luan found himself with a bag adorned with an 8 trigrams pattern. He propelled himself off the rock wall, soaring towards the falling firefighting team. His leap was extraordinary, enabling him to reach them several times faster than they fell. Before they landed, he grasped the glazed umbrella with his left hand, retracting it into his spiritual sea, while his right hand waved the Chinkuan bag, which expanded dramatically, enveloping the entire firefighting team before shrinking back to palm size. Upon reaching the surface, the molten fire tyrant greedily inhaled the outside air. Since his emergence, the surrounding grasslands and forests ignited in fierce flames, the acrid scent of charred flesh permeating the air as numerous individuals and creatures perished in the inferno. Hovering above, the tyrant surveyed the devastation with satisfaction. Laughing heartily, the molten fire tyrant reigns over the world. Ha 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 ha! In a nearby city, some elderly scholars with graying beards, engrossed in their hefty tomes of magic, were startled by the distant roar. They abandoned their precious books and rushed to the windows, gazing into the distance at a figure enshrouded in flames. Heavens, what a season of calamity! We have yet to investigate the Goblin King's affair. And now the molten fire tyrant has broken free of his seal, murmured a gaunt spellcaster. Do not fret. Another elder stroked his beard, his expression grave. My master once said that the seal would gradually weaken the molten fire tyrant. So he likely possesses only golden tier strength now. Even so, that's still a considerable headache. A younger spellcaster expressed his concern. Quickly, report to the Lord's manor. We must prepare. We will soon receive orders to confront the molten fire tyrant. Very well. I shall make haste. Luan, currently unable to fly with his level of chi cultivation, was undeterred. He leapt several hundred meters into the air, utilizing any rocky outcrops to propel himself further. Arriving at the surface in no time, he gazed at the distant molten fire tyrant, contemplating how to eliminate the creature without depleting the ethereal energy in his artifacts. Then an idea struck him. A smile crept across Luan's lips, and in the next instant, a streak of flowing light emerged from within him, which he grasped in his hand. As the light dissipated, the Jiuxiao sword materialized. Chapter 25. The demise. Luan held the Jiuxiao sword and spoke softly. Xian Sha, this is your turn. The Jiuxiao sword immediately shimmered with azure and golden hues, and the radiance detached from the blade. Soaring skyward in an instant, the clear sky transformed into a tumultuous storm, thunder and lightning crackling ominously. The air filled with the unique scent of impending rain. Ha ha, master, I haven't had a chance to stretch my limbs in decades. This time, let's have some fun, communicated the azure-scaled candle dragon named Xian Sha to Luan through his consciousness. Oh, this time, may I unleash that mental attack? After all, no one here knows us. At the thought of Xian Sha's so-called mental attack, Luan displayed a hint of exasperation. As you wish. Sensing the increasingly humid air and the gathering storm clouds, the molten fire tyrant grew agitated. As a fire-type creature, he despised such weather. I loathe this weather, he exclaimed. Feeling discomfort surge through his body, he raised his head, gathering energy before unleashing a pillar of intense flame toward the sky, attempting to disperse the clouds. The terrifying blaze illuminated the entire sky, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. However, just then, a water column descended from the heavens with a furious onslaught, colliding directly with the fire pillar. As the fire pillar met the water column, it faltered, retreating without a contest. Regardless of the molten fire tyrant's efforts to amplify its potency, the water column descended relentlessly upon the tyrant, producing a hissing sound as it doused him, infused with Xian Sha's ethereal energy. This water was anything but ordinary, and the molten fire tyrant experienced a pain he had never felt before. The molten fire tyrant writhed, emitting pitiful cries. What is this? How could such a thing suddenly descend from the sky? He wondered in bewilderment. The storm clouds parted slightly of their own accord, revealing half of Xian Sha's fierce dragon visage. Startled, the molten fire tyrant exclaimed, "What manner of creature is this?" As a native of the magical world, he had never encountered a candle dragon. "Who are you?" he bellowed, glaring angrily at the sky, his flames swelling once more. "What audacity, to dare roar at me! I shall frighten you first," Xian Sha teased. While the molten fire tyrant awaited a response, he suddenly felt a powerful, ancient dragon's might pressing down from above. In that instant, he trembled from body to soul, as this dragon's might was so pure it rivaled that of the ancient pure-blood dragon kings. A dragon? The molten fire tyrant quaked inwardly. Moreover, it was a member of a highly esteemed bloodline. Why would such a monstrous being come here? Immediately, the tyrant's resolve wavered, for dragons were the most formidable creatures in this world, far beyond his capacity to conquer. Pausing momentarily, the molten fire tyrant shot forth in a desperate bid to flee. Trying to run? Xian Sha snorted from behind the storm clouds. The clouds stretched for hundreds of miles, and the molten fire tyrant would require time to escape their grasp. Before he could fly far, he suddenly heard a commotion above him. Looking up, he was left dumbfounded. From the clouds emerged several massive hands formed of water. Reaching towards him, he dodged at full speed, his figure blurring. Yet those hands were swifter still, capturing him effortlessly in an instant. A wave of agony engulfed him. The enormous hand was composed entirely of elemental essence, perfectly countering the molten fire tyrant's fiery nature. One hand grasped him tightly, while the others rained down blows, slapping, striking his abdomen, poking his nostrils, and employing every conceivable method of assault. "I'll fight you to the end." As the molten fire tyrant realized escape was futile, he steeled himself, drawing upon his life force. Opening his mouth, he unleashed a torrent of scorching flames towards Xian Sha. Yet Xian Sha merely smiled, not even flinching, absorbing the flames without a hint of discomfort. The fire barely singed him. The molten fire tyrant's expression turned to one of horror. "Is this what you call fighting back? Even the fire I used to roast fish demons is hotter than this." The azure-scaled candle dragon adeptly wielded both fire and water spells, making him a formidable opponent against the molten fire tyrant. Meanwhile, upon receiving news of the molten fire tyrant's seal being broken, nearby nations, such as the Holy Emperor's Empire, the Iron Blood Empire, the Cash Kingdom, and the Eternal Church, entered a state of high alert. Although they possessed the strength to confront the molten fire tyrant, engaging him would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon their cities. Thus, no one desires the flame tyrant to invade their cities. Rather, they all wish for the flame tyrant to be diverted to hostile lands. Regardless, the armies stand at the ready, yet they will not take the initiative to strike until the flame tyrant encroaches upon their territory, as such an action would deplete their national defense resources. The Holy Monarch Empire finds itself in a predicament, for the flame tyrant is presently within its borders. Cursed be the one who has unsealed the flame tyrant. If I discover who it is, I shall ensure they meet a gruesome fate. The current monarch of the Holy Monarch Empire, King Garcia IX, a man in his 30s with a rugged charm and a few petal-shaped purplish-red markings upon his forehead, slammed his palm upon the table in exasperation. "Your Majesty, there are no adventurers capable of confronting the flame tyrant in the nearest blood-dear city." A minister rushed in, panting. "That wretched place, populated solely by humans, can hardly produce any worthy individuals. Send for reinforcements from other cities." "All of you," Garcia IX bellowed. Hearing this, several ministers hastily exited the chamber, leaving only Garcia IX and a bald elder draped in a crimson robe. The elder stepped forward and lowered his voice. "Your Majesty, the location of the flame tyrant is perilously close to Laka village. Why not lure it there to fulfill the plan we failed to complete last time?" "No," Garcia IX adamantly refused. "If Laka village faces frequent calamities, it will only arouse further suspicion. Let us delay our actions for now." The bald elder's lips quivered, but he ultimately swallowed his words. The flame tyrant, now dazed and disoriented, lay upon the ground, the once roiling flames upon its body now reduced to a mere flicker. Observing its imminent demise, Xian Sha chuckled softly. "At last, I can employ this mental assault." He exhaled, and suddenly, fish began to rain down from the heavens, cascading like a deluge, filling the air with a foul stench. The flame tyrant, utterly powerless, attempted to evade the onslaught, but lacked the strength for swift movement. Lying despondently as the decaying sea fish plummeted upon it. Being a pure elemental entity, the fish merely passed through its form, causing no physical harm, yet the humiliation was indeed unbearable, after decades of pride. The flame tyrant found itself besieged by such indignity, its spirit nearly bursting with frustration. Surrounded by the stench of rotting fish, the flame tyrant lay on the ground, unwilling to accept its fate. Its roar echoing for several minutes before gradually fading away, as its body composed solely of flames dissipated into nothingness, leaving behind a fist-sized, deep red diamond crystal upon the ground. Chapter 26. Entanglement within the Magic Guild. The seasoned sorcerers gazed in horror towards the distance. "Can you feel it? Can you feel it?" An elderly sorcerer with a white beard pointed towards the horizon, his hands trembling, eyes wide as if driven mad. "The dragon's might, do you sense it? A dragon has passed through our holy monarch empire. Good heavens, let us hope it is not a malevolent one, for if it is, not only the holy monarch empire but the surrounding nations may cease to exist." The usually tranquil hall of the Magic Guild, akin to a library, erupted into chaos as sorcerers, who typically engaged in hushed discussions, now clamorously speculated about the implications of a dragon's presence. Dragons, those ancient, mysterious, and formidable beings, could wield rule-level magic, easily obliterating the nations that humanity had painstakingly built over millennia. "If you do not return, do you believe I will refrain from punishing you?" Lewin stood firmly, his expression devoid of emotion. As he gestured toward the sky where Xian Sha hovered, upon noticing a group of humans approaching with cold, expressionless faces, Xian Sha's mischief ignited, envisioning the reactions of these stoic individuals should they be bombarded by a deluge of fish. However, aware that dragons were treasures in their own right, Lewin feared that Xian Sha might attract the attention of some overwhelmingly powerful entity, thus urging him to return to his true form. The Nine Heavens Sword. Despite Xian Sha's capability to easily overpower Lewin in his current state, loyalty compelled him to obey, as he reluctantly retreated into the confines of the sword like a chastened child. As calm returned, Lewin had commanded Xian Sha to conjure a torrential downpour, the rain infused with his ethereal energy, extinguishing the fires ignited by the flame tyrant within a radius of several dozen miles. As Xian Sha re-entered the Nine Heavens Sword, the rain ceased, the dark clouds dispersed, and sunlight once again graced the earth, albeit the surrounding forests and grasslands had been reduced to charred remains. Unlikely to recover in the near future, Lewin waved his hand, summoning a palm-sized bag of holding, which he shook upside down, causing several members of the fire-extinguishing team to tumble out. Initially, they were no larger than grains of rice, but as they fell, they regained their normal size upon hitting the ground. Shielding their eyes from the glaring sunlight, it was evident they had just emerged from a dark environment. "Lu, where's the flame tyrant?" Aelia inquired anxiously, scanning the surroundings. With a flick of his wrist, Lewin summoned the red diamond crystal that had fallen to the ground, revealing it to the group. "This is all that remains." He held the crystal aloft for all to see. Aelia and the others understood that the pure elemental body of the flame tyrant would disintegrate upon death, leaving behind its core, which was evidently the crystal in Lewin's hand, signifying that the flame tyrant had perished. "The flame tyrant is dead? Lu, did you kill the flame tyrant?" Yake exclaimed in disbelief. Despite the numerous incredulous feats Lewin had achieved, they found it impossible to fathom that he alone had vanquished the flame tyrant. Yet, the undeniable truth lay before them. Coughing violently, Glitter, who had been lying lifeless, finally stirred. Having been a traitor, he had not received the life-restoring elixir that Lewin had distributed earlier, and his appearance was utterly wretched. His hair completely burned away, his body marred by burns, with scarcely a patch of healthy skin remaining. Upon awakening, he beheld Aelia, Yake, and Hertz staring at him without a trace of concern. Though he did not comprehend how they had survived the flame tyrant's onslaught, he understood one thing. He was doomed. Aelia. After a brief moment of contemplation, Glitter immediately knelt beside Aelia, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "For the sake of our years of friendship, Please forgive me this once. I am truly sorry. Aelia and the others remained indifferent, their gazes unwavering. Realizing his words had failed to sway them, Glitter shifted tactics, resorting to emotional manipulation. Aelia, think back to the time with the goblin giant. My shield was shattered, and that giant was about to crush you with its massive hammer. Did I not sacrifice my body to shield you from that fatal blow? I lay bedridden for a month before I could rise again. Hurts. We were the best of friends. Remember when I took the arrows for you from the goblins? Yake, when that baron harassed you, who stood up for you? Rawl, when you couldn't find that book in the library? Was it not I who begged the teacher for ages to procure it for you? He recounted one by one the deeds he had performed for his former companions. Hearing his words, Hertz and the others began to reminisce, their expressions softening as they glanced at one another. Though Glitter's betrayal was undeniable, so too were his past contributions. For a moment, they found themselves ensnared in turmoil, falling into silence. Observing this, Lewin surmised that Glitter had succeeded. While Aelia might expel him from the group, she likely would not execute him. He shook his head slightly, preparing to depart, gently patting Gyre to follow. Suddenly, Waterblade. Chapter 27. The celestial race with a sharp command, Lewin heard a soft thud behind him, and turning around, he discovered Glitter's head severed and tumbling to the ground, while Aelia's staff remained pointed at his still falling body. All traitors deserve death, Aelia declared coldly. This revelation surprised Lewin. He had always perceived Aelia as a somewhat fragile young woman, but he had not anticipated this steely resolve within her. After Glitter's demise, Aelia exhaled deeply, as though the weight upon her heart had lifted. The others remained silent, their moods subdued. What purpose does this serve? Lewin mused, toying with the magic core in his hand, inspecting it under the sunlight before inquiring with curiosity. Upon noticing the lack of response, he turned to find the others gazing at him with the voracity of starving wolves, fixated upon the magic core he held. Aelia swallowed hard. This is the magic core of the Flame Tyrant. Imagine the potency it could lend to fire attribute equipment. The thought is almost unfathomable. Crafting equipment, producing magical scrolls, energizing magic circles, concocting potions, and nurturing peculiar magical creatures. Such endeavors are indeed manifold. Yake remarked while counting on his fingers. This item must be quite valuable, right? Lewin pondered for a moment before inquiring. Lu, are you planning to sell it? Aelia blinked and asked. Yes, I intend to sell it, Lewin nodded. He was not skilled in crafting equipment or producing magical scrolls. At present, he needed to gather materials, which would undoubtedly require expenditure, thus selling this item appeared to be the wisest choice. After a brief pause, Lewin continued, do you have any recommendations for marketplaces with low transaction fees? An auction house would suffice. Me. Aelia raised her hand eagerly, akin to an enthusiastic student in class. We have an auction house. Lew, let us auction this item at our place. The transaction fees are completely waived. A good product can enhance the auction house's reputation. All right then. Upon hearing that the fees could be waived, Lewin immediately agreed, and then he handed the magic core to Aelia, saying, please take this and sell it for me. Aelia, somewhat excited yet incredulous, accepted the magic core, thinking how such a valuable item was entrusted to her, which proved that Lew still had great faith in her. Rest assured, I will ensure you receive a splendid price. Aelia patted her chest. I'm utterly exhausted. It's already evening. Let us head home. Yake stretched lazily. Finally, it's over. Let us go. A bath awaits us at home. Aelia glanced disdainfully at her own attire. Although they had arrived dressed neatly and elegantly, they now appeared as ragged as beggars, their clothes tattered and hair disheveled. Among the group, only Lewin maintained his original appearance. We're off. Don't forget to drink tonight. Hertz added cheerfully, indeed. Riel smiled faintly to tea that moment. The four felt a sudden wave of nostalgia. In the past, during such times, Glitter would bellow in his booming voice, I must feast heartily later. But now, in a surreal twist, their most trusted companion had betrayed them for personal gain and sought to endanger their lives. This left them in a state of confusion. Had Glitter succumbed to temptation in a moment of weakness? Or had he always been a self-serving individual, merely masquerading as a simpleton all these years? The six embarked on the journey back to Blood Deer City, their silhouettes elongated by the setting sun. Shortly after their departure, a team of 12 adventurers finally arrived at the scene. Unable to muster a single team capable of confronting the molten tyrant, Blood Deer City had summoned these 12 from the nearby Lion City. Observing the ravaged forest, the adventurers wore solemn expressions. Honestly, can humanity not muster some spirit? They can't even assemble a team to confront the molten tyrant, and now we have to make this long journey. One of them exclaimed, visibly irate. Each of the 12 bore petal-like markings on their foreheads, an innate trait distinguishing them from humans. They belonged to the celestial race, one of the two races constituting the Holy Monarch Empire. The other being humans. Long ago, the ancestors of both races founded this nation together. Apart from their forehead markings, Celestials bore no discernible differences from humans in appearance. However, in fields such as martial arts, magic, commerce, politics, technology, and alchemy, the Celestial race produced an abundance of exceptional talent, leading to a widespread consensus among neighboring nations that Celestials surpassed humans in various innate abilities, thus establishing their superiority. Consequently, within the Holy Monarch Empire, although not explicitly stated, the status of Celestials was inherently higher than that of humans. Why should we care for them if they cannot fend for themselves? One individual said indignantly. Enough of this topic. Let us focus on the task at hand. Glenn, locate that individual, the captain commanded, waving his hand. A long-haired man, with a longbow slung across his back, stepped forward and softly intoned a spell. Eagle Eye. The piercing cry of an eagle sliced through the air as an invisible blue falcon soared from the man, ascending into the heights. Moments later, he recalled the falcon and shook his head at the captain. No, that creature is not within several dozen miles. The captain furrowed his brow. Has he departed? Just a moment ago, a dragon's might emanated from here. In my view, it is highly likely that a dragon passed through and disposed of the molten tyrant. A short-haired woman analyzed. That's merely a possibility. He might have gone elsewhere. Regardless, it is best if that fellow steers clear of our lands. After several hours of travel, the group finally reached Blood Deer City. Upon entering, Lewin curiously surveyed his surroundings. Although it was already evening, the streets of Blood Deer City remained brightly lit and bustling with activity. The arched rooftops, Gothic architecture, spired churches, and cobblestone streets captivated Lewin's curiosity. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor lingering in the air. This scent was not a foul stench but rather a peculiar aroma that, while fragrant, evoked discomfort. Due to possessing a first-rate Shinxian body, Luan's vision surpassed that of ordinary individuals, allowing him to discern a faint mist pervading the air, resembling smog, albeit in a purplish-black hue and quite sparse. Barely noticeable unless scrutinized closely, it seemed that the source of this aroma was the delicate purple mist. Chapter 28. Due to the villagers of Loka, what is this purple mist? Lewin inquired, gazing skyward. Huh? You can see it too? Aelia was momentarily taken aback before explaining. Those are alchemical mists. There are numerous alchemical factories nearby, and this is the byproduct of their operations. However, it has undergone special processing, so it lacks a foul odor. How do you endure such a thing on a daily basis? Lewin couldn't help but frown. We've grown accustomed to it. Aelia shrugged nonchalantly. Indeed, when those factories were established, I was quite furious, but I must admit, they've made Blood Deer City more prosperous. Hertz interjected. A detoxification pill silently fell into Luan's hand. After consuming it, he felt significantly better, as the alchemical mist no longer invaded his nostrils but instead bypassed his body entirely. The effectiveness of the detoxification pill indicated that the alchemical mist was indeed toxic, albeit not immediately harmful over short durations. Time to head home. Yake waved his hand, shaking off his weariness. See you all tomorrow. I should take my leave as well. A good soak awaits me. Until tomorrow. Hertz and Riel bid farewell before departing. By the way, Lu Gile, where will you be staying? The observant Aelia inquired. I'll follow Giles' lead. Lewin glanced at Gile, as he was his guide. We plan to stay at an inn. Gile replied. Upon hearing this, Aelia smiled and invited them. With me around, why stay at an inn? Come stay at my house. It's quite spacious. Lewin pondered for a moment before finally nodding. All right, I shall impose. Gile felt a bit anxious. He had certainly heard of the Might family, a renowned wealthy merchant household. As a country boy, the prospect of visiting the Might family's mansion made him apprehensive. However, since Lord Lu had agreed, and given his introverted nature, He decided to go with the flow and raised no objections. By the way, I'd like to visit your library first. Could you take me there? Lewin recalled his purpose for coming to Blood Deer City. You want to go to the library? It's right over there, that particularly tall building. Aaliyah pointed toward a distant, dome-topped, gray-white structure that towered several stories high. But at this hour, the library is already closed. You will all have to wait until tomorrow morning at 7 to enter, she added. All right, Lewin glanced at the library in the distance, nodding helplessly while mentally noting its location. Let us go, to my house first. Aaliyah cheerfully beckoned. The Might Manor was situated in a relatively secluded area of Blood Deer City, covering approximately 1,000 acres, with 8 mansions and 3 ordinary residences for servants. Additionally, the estate featured gardens, an artificial lake, rockeries, and expansive pastures and farmlands. Aaliyah assigned Lewin and Giles each a mansion and dispatched several maids to attend to their needs. The following morning, as Giles needed to practice diligently for his upcoming exam and Aaliyah went to visit her father at the convent, Lewin finished breakfast and made his way to the entrance of the Blood Deer City Library alone. The library boasted 12 stories, making it one of the tallest buildings in the city. Its exterior appeared quite new, with walls, doors, and windows that clearly received regular maintenance. Adjacent to the main building were neatly paved paths and well-trimmed flower beds, presenting a stark contrast to the dilapidated historical structures nearby. He wondered if he might find the clues he sought within. As Lewin stepped forward to enter, he was halted by the guard stationed at the library's entrance. Hello, please present your entry permit, the guard said with commendable professionalism. Although he was unaware of the specific style of the clothing adorning Lewin, it was evident at a glance that it was quite expensive, coupled with Lewin's delicate skin and fair complexion. He clearly did not belong to the common folk, but rather to a noble lineage or an affluent family. Thus, the guard's tone was relatively courteous. Had a person of ordinary attire approached, he would have promptly been dismissed. Entry permit? What entry permit? Lewin mused, perplexed. Hofutade and the others had not mentioned such a thing. It seems you are not yet aware, the guard explained, his voice tinged with a hint of exasperation. Originally, the library welcomed all visitors, as the lord of the city places great importance on education. However, ever since a farmer drunkenly misbehaved and vomited inside, it has become necessary to pay 5 gold coins for an entry permit to gain access. This posed a dilemma for Lewin. He indeed did not possess 5 gold coins at present. The magic cores of the lava giant lizard and the magma tyrant had yet to be sold, leaving him without the necessary funds. All he had on him were the 50 silver coins he earned from Aurelia the previous night. Dressed so splendidly, yet unable to produce 5 gold coins? The guard pondered. The more distinguished individuals often develop a habit of venturing out without any money. His demeanor shifted to one of increased respect. Well, it is actually possible to enter without an entry permit if you possess a Rottenwood rating of 5 stars or above. Simply present your rating plaque, and you may come and go as you please. Rating? Lewin paused momentarily. He recalled hearing Gyre speak of it, and he was indeed curious about what rating he would obtain through the test. After some thought, he remembered that Gyre had informed him that the rating could be obtained at the Adventurers Guild. So he inquired, "Could you tell me where the Adventurers Guild is located?" "Of course, it would be my honor to assist you." The guard replied with a nod, providing Lewin with directions to the guild. After expressing his gratitude, Lewin set off toward the Adventurers Guild. Chapter 29. The Adventurers Guild. As Lewin walked, he fumbled about and soon found the location of the Adventurers Guild. It was a grand circular building with a pointed roof, covering a vast area, approximately 50 acres, easily accommodating thousands. Upon pushing open the wooden door, he entered a hall that was nearly filled to capacity. The atmosphere lively and boisterous. Groups of people congregated, some engaging in loud conversation, others resting silently with their heads on the tables, some laughing, and others crying. Most of the tables were adorned with large mugs of golden beer. Alongside fruits and snacks, it seemed that drinking beer and chatting at the Adventurers Guild had become a habitual way for these individuals to unwind. The tables and booths were arranged in several rows, with wide aisles between them. Lewin navigated through one of the aisles and made his way to the counter at the back of the hall. "Hello, young sir. How may I assist you today?" A tall lady in a low-cut dress greeted Lewin from behind the counter. "Greetings. I am here to undergo a rating test," Lewin replied. "Please follow me." The young lady smiled, her dimples appearing as she spoke softly. Creating a pleasant atmosphere, Eluan followed her as she opened a door at the back of the hall, leading him through a corridor into a relatively quiet reception room. "Here, please fill out this form," she said, handing Luan a sheet of paper along with a quill. Eluan grasped the quill but found himself momentarily bewildered. "I do not know how to use this," he admitted. The young lady, pouring tea, glanced at Luan's lack of action, a fleeting look of surprise crossing her face. It seemed that such an elegant individual was illiterate. Then, with a sweet smile, she said, "My apologies, I should have offered you tea first. Please enjoy your tea while I assist you with the registration." Naturally, she handed him a cup of brewed red tea and took the paper and quill from his hands. "Thank you," Luan said, taking a sip of the tea. "What is your name?" "Luan, your surname is quite unique, Mr. No, my surname is Liu. In my hometown, we place the surname first." "Understood." "And your age?" Luan pondered for a moment. 16. I am 19. Heh. Blood type. After a series of more than 10 questions, the young lady completed the registration form on Luan's behalf. "All done," she exclaimed, quickly scanning the form for any errors. "Now, please provide the test fee, which totals 5 gold coins." "What?" Luan's eyes widened in disbelief. "You require payment again? Truly, a single coin can thwart a hero. If you've forgotten your money, I can lend you some," the receptionist said, winking. Well, Luan hesitated, finding it surprising that this stranger would offer him a loan. "All right, thank you, miss." You're welcome." The young lady produced 5 gold coins from her pocket and placed them atop Luan's registration form. "I will head upstairs to stamp this. Please wait for me here." With that, she exited the reception room. "Thank you for your assistance," Luan said, settling onto the leather sofa. "Zifei, you are out of your mind for lending 5 gold coins to a stranger," a nearby maid remarked as soon as the receptionist left the room. "But he is quite handsome and younger than me." "I have a weakness for that type," Zifei replied, gazing back dreamily, even though a door and wall obstructed her view of Luan. Such a person, though dressed opulently, cannot read and lacks even 5 gold coins. He must be one of those who puts on a grand facade while being destitute. Perhaps his family has gone 3 days without food. Yet he spends all his savings on a lavish appearance. As long as he is good-looking, sister, you are truly out of your mind. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zifei returned with the stamped registration form. And upon seeing Luan, her spirits lifted considerably. "Thank you for your generous act. Here, take this as a token of my gratitude." As the girl who had just lent him money reappeared, Luan stood and extended his hand, revealing a delicate golden necklace that cascaded from his palm. The purple crystal embedded at its base swayed gently, capturing the attention of everyone in the reception room. Although Luan had no gold coins, any item he randomly selected from his spiritual sea was far beyond mere coins in value. This exquisite necklace, gifted to him by a dragon maiden from the East Sea, possessed the ability to delay aging and enhance vitality for the wearer. Zifei was unaware that, if worn daily, it would allow her to retain the appearance of a 20-something even at the age of 80. For everyone present, excluding Luan, it was an utterly priceless treasure. All eyes widened in astonishment, mirroring the sentiments of the maid earlier. They had assumed Luan was merely a pretentious pauper masquerading as a wealthy individual. Yet, at that moment, all gazes were riveted on the golden necklace. This is far too valuable. I cannot accept it." Although Zifei yearned for it, she resolutely shook her head after a moment's contemplation. "Please accept it. You have greatly assisted me," Luan insisted, pressing the necklace into her hands. The onlookers were nearly envious to the point of bursting. While they did not know the necklace's exact properties, they could discern that, given its quality, craftsmanship, and the stunning purple gem, it could easily fetch thousands of gold coins. Thank you. In the future, I will also give you gifts," Zifei said, her cheeks flushed, her mind racing with thoughts. The exchange of gifts indicated a relationship that had transcended mere friendship, hinting at the possibility of deeper connections. Luan paused slightly. "All right, sounds good. Come, I will take you to the testing area," Zifei said. Just as they exited the reception room, those remaining inside began to lament. "Had I known, I would have lent that young man 5 gold coins first." Chapter 30. A little challenge within the bustling hall of the Adventurers Guild. Zifei led Luan along the aisle toward the exit. Midway through their journey, Luan noticed a remarkable shift in the once lively atmosphere. It seemed to quiet down slightly upon their entrance. Scanning the room, He observed numerous individuals gazing at them with expressions of astonishment. What was happening? Lewin had no time to ponder further as he followed Zifei out of the Adventurers Guild. The moment they left the hall, an uproar erupted behind them, the noise returning to its previous level, but the topics of conversation shifted to a singular focus. Who was the man next to Miss Zifei? While Lewin remained oblivious to the implications, the others were well aware. Although Zifei held the position of a mere maid at the Adventurers Guild, she wielded a certain degree of influence. Her personally escorting someone to the testing area meant that the staff there would likely extend extra consideration to Lewin, ensuring he would not face undue difficulties. Not only Zifei, but all staff members at the Adventurers Guild possessed this subtle authority. However, it was unprecedented for Zifei to personally bring a young man to the testing area since she began her employment. Who was this boy? Was Zifei perhaps dating someone? In an instant, the entire hall buzzed with speculation regarding their relationship. Zifei is widely acknowledged as the most beautiful girl in the Adventurers Guild, attracting countless admirers. Her romantic entanglements can stir significant reactions within the guild. The testing ground is situated directly opposite the Adventurers Guild, consisting of a series of single-story courtyards. After Zifei brings Lewin to the entrance and clarifies their purpose, they complete the registration process, only to be informed by the staff that they must proceed to the fourth testing ground. The fourth testing ground is an open courtyard, approximately over 400 square meters in size. With a grassy surface and a black stone standing tall in the center, a young man, seemingly in his 30s and wearing thick glasses, sits beside the stone, engrossed in a hefty tome. "Mr. Lewis, is that you?" Zifei exclaims as she jogs forward, respectfully greeting him. Lewis looks up, squinting slightly despite the thick lenses, and after a few moments of scrutiny, he steps closer, his face breaking into a smile. "It's little Zifei. What brings you here personally?" "I've come to accompany a friend for testing," Zifei replies, pursing her lips, internally lamenting the presence of this bothersome individual. "Friend?" Lewis tilts his head, casting a glance at Lewin before returning his gaze without any discernible expression. Zifei has never brought anyone to the testing area before. Could it be that she harbors feelings for this boy? Jealousy stirs within Lewis, yet he maintains a sunny smile. "Rest assured, I shall ensure he receives a fair assessment." "Thank you, Lewis," Zifei responds, sticking out her tongue playfully. As she gazes at Zifei's exquisite features, Lewis feels a flutter in his heart. Unable to resist, he seizes her delicate hands. "Since you've come to see me, why not join me for a drink in the lounge first?" There's no rush for the test. Zifei, feeling flustered, attempts to withdraw her hands, but Lewis's grip is too strong, rendering her efforts futile. Suddenly, Lewis feels a jolt of energy dissipate from his body, leaving him weak. Seizing the opportunity, Zifei pulls her hands away. Although Lewis is oblivious to the source of his sudden weakness, the only two people nearest to him are Zifei and the boy she brought. "It must be the boy's doing himf," Lewis thinks to himself, smiling at Zifei. "All right, you may head back now. The test will commence shortly." "Okay. Good luck, Lou." Zifei cheerfully bids farewell to Lewin, then dashes away. As soon as Zifei departs, Lewis's demeanor shifts entirely. He casts an icy glare at Lou and the guard stationed nearby where expressions of schadenfreude, well aware of Lewis's petty nature. "Listen here, kid. The first challenge of the test is quite simple. You merely need to shatter the magical shield I have conjured, and you shall pass," Lewis says, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. He raises his hand and begins to chant a spell. Radiating waves of light, repulsion barrier. The moment the magical runes are completed, a luminous barrier, 5 meters tall and over 3 meters wide, rises before Lewis. It is indeed a third-tier shield spell. It seems Lewis is resolutely determined not to allow this boy to pass the test. "Heh, this kid is truly unfortunate. It appears being handsome isn't always a blessing," the guards whisper amongst themselves, chuckling. Typically, the preliminary tests involve breaking a first-tier shield spell. If one cannot even breach a first-tier shield, there is no point in proceeding to the formal assessment with the Enlightenment Stone. "Heh, kid, daring to vie for Zifei's attention, you can forget about passing this test," Lewis muses behind the barrier. Lewin gazes at the shimmering barrier, furrowing his brow, momentarily caught in a dilemma. Observing Lu An's expression, Lewis becomes even more convinced that this young lad stands no chance of breaking his third-tier shield spell. After years of dedicating 15 hours daily to the study of magic, resulting in his severe myopia, His current prowess would be a joke if he couldn't even best a mere boy. However, Luwen's furrowed brow stems from uncertainty about how much force he should exert to shatter the barrier without harming the individual behind it. Do you possess a higher-tier magical shield? Perhaps a fifth tier? Luwen suddenly inquires after much contemplation. The bystanders are momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Has this boy lost his mind? He can't even break a third-tier spell, and yet he is contemplating a fifth tier? Lewis's expression shifts to incredulity. Are you jesting with me? Fifth-tier magic? That's beyond my capabilities. Luwen sighs in resignation and asks, if I were to injure you, would I be held liable for damages? He truly has no money at present. Of course not. In the course of testing, no matter who gets hurt, regardless of the severity, the other party is not held accountable. Good, then I can rest easy. Luwen nods, stepping back a few paces. Seeing Luwen's retreat, Lewis is momentarily stunned, then bellows, what are you doing? Strike me. Use your full strength. Disregarding his command, Luwen steps back several more paces before standing still. He then raises his hand and unleashes a powerful strike. The force of his blow collides with the barrier, which shatters effortlessly, transforming into countless motes of light before the astonished eyes of Lewis and the guards. Yet, the remaining energy from the strike continues forward, impacting Lewis squarely in the chest. Ugh! Lewis feels as though he has been struck hard, almost losing consciousness in an instant. His chest caves in significantly, his eyes roll back, and his body is propelled backward with tremendous force, crashing into the courtyard wall. It seems my control over the force was lacking. Luwen muses, slightly frowning. Although Lewis may not be a good person, Luwen never intended to kill him. However, he does not feel compelled to expend his energy or elixirs to save him. The 5 guards stand in shock. While martial professions possess techniques to unleash force without direct contact, such abilities typically require a buildup of energy. They are incredulous that Luwen could unleash such power with a mere gesture. Moreover, the ability to obliterate a third-tier magical shield is simply unfathomable. They cannot believe that a mere 16-year-old could possess such prowess, leading them to conclude that he must have resorted to some form of cheating. Magus. The guards rush towards the embedded Lewis in the wall. Lewis is frothing at the mouth, his eyes glazed over, his body twitching sporadically and emitting faint groans. Clearly, he is on the brink of collapse. Quick, get Magus Lewis to the medical department. Hurry! The guards scramble, panicking as they carefully extract Lewis from the wall. 2 of them hastily carrying him away. Lewis holds a significant position, and given the gravity of the situation, they know they will be held accountable. Who are you? How dare you injure Magus Lewis like this? The remaining 3 guards glare at Luwen with palpable rage. Is he the one who told me to use my full strength against him? Luwen shrugs, exasperated. He thinks to himself that had he truly gone all out, they would likely be searching for nothing but a corpse. Kid, you're in big trouble, do you understand? One of the guards draws his sword, pointing it menacingly at Luwen, while the other 2 flank him. Encircling Luwen, what's this? Are you planning to attack? Luwen scoffs, gathering his energy slightly. Should they dare to act irrationally against him, he would undoubtedly eliminate them all in a single strike. Chapter 32. The Celestial Bone of Heaven's Law. The guards stand perilously close to death, yet remain oblivious. They assume Luwen merely employed some form of trickery. It is not surprising they think this way, as there have been numerous instances of cheating during tests in previous years. At that moment, a commanding voice rings out. You 3, cease your insolence. An elderly man clad in a robe of magic, adorned with a silver insignia at his waist, strides forward with a measured gait. Upon seeing the elder, the 3 guards immediately straighten up, addressing him with utmost respect. We apologize, Lord Carter. Quickly, apologize to this gentleman. Carter reprimands sternly. The guards, devoid of any defiance, turn to Luwen and bow. We are sorry. Luwen, still holding onto his energy, asks the elder expressionlessly, am I to be held accountable for the injuries inflicted on that individual? Absolutely not. That would be against protocol, Carter promptly replies. Despite being over 70 years old and holding a respectable position within the Adventurers Guild, he feels an unusual sense of reverence towards Luwen, as though it is Luwen who is the venerable elder and he merely a wayward younger generation. Mr. Liu, please follow me. We shall proceed to the next test, Carter says courteously. Very well, Luwen nods. Dissipating the energy in his hands, Carter led him to the central courtyard beside a massive black stone, introducing, "Mr. Liu, please place your hand upon this enlightenment stone. It will automatically transport you to the testing realm." A flicker of curiosity stirred within Liu, and as he complied with Carter's instructions, resting his hand upon the obsidian monolith. Instantly, the stone emanated a faint glow, and Lewin sensed a distortion in the space surrounding him. Reminiscent of spatial artifacts like the jade purification vase, the universe bag, or the purple gold gourd, Carter gazed at Lewin with a hint of surprise, then cast a glance at the enlightenment stone. Ordinarily, once a person's hand made contact with the stone, they would be whisked away to the testing dimension. Yet, Lewin had stood beside it for nearly a minute without being transported, an occurrence he had never witnessed before. The distortion of space around Lewin and the stone intensified, becoming apparent to the naked eye, yet he remained steadfast, unmoving. What on earth is happening? The astonishment on Carter's face deepened as time passed. The chaotic distortion escalated, a phenomenon that would typically reduce an ordinary person to mere fragments of flesh. However, Lewin remained unfazed. Ultimately, amidst the dumbfounded expressions of Carter and the three guards, the enlightenment stone shattered with a crack, splintering into several pieces that scattered across the ground. Carter's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the fragments. Impossible! This cannot be. How could such a thing occur? The enlightenment stone has shattered. How could it break? Lewin surveyed the debris with a measure of confusion, though his bewilderment differed from that of Carter. He could not fathom the fragility of the enlightenment stone during the tribulations of ascension. If one was sufficiently fortunate, they could breach the void and touch the Tao, assimilating a fragment of it into their very being, which would reside within their celestial bones. One of the effects of this process is a degree of resistance to spatial distortion and alterations of reality. As the Tao represents the fundamental laws of all realms, having achieved the pinnacle of the Shinxian stage, Lewin had refined the Tao thrice, and thus the spatial distortion of the enlightenment stone posed little threat to him. He had intended to test his resilience against the stone's distortion, but had not anticipated its immediate destruction. After a moment's contemplation, Lewin pointed at the scattered shards and asked, somewhat sheepishly, "I won't be liable for damages, will I? If so, it may take me a while to settle the payment." Old Carter stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Upon hearing Lewin's words, he took a full 5 seconds to respond, shaking his head in a daze. No, your 5 gold coins included insurance, which means you are not responsible for any damage caused during the testing period. The cost of a single enlightenment stone is at least 3,000 gold coins. Your insurance was indeed a wise investment, Carter thought, his heart aching. Hearing that he wouldn't owe anything, Lewin exhaled in relief. Eventually, old Carter escorted Liu into another testing ground. He could not convince himself that a human had shattered the enlightenment stone. Thus, he concluded that the stone itself must have been defective, rather than attributing any mysterious power to the 16-year-old boy before him. Lewin placed his hand upon the new enlightenment stone, and the space began to twist once more. While Carter had claimed the previous stone had shattered due to its own flaws, he felt his heart leap into his throat as he observed Lewin and the new stone's spatial distortion. However, this time, Lewin deliberately suppressed the resistance to spatial distortion emanating from his celestial bones. After a brief tumult in the surrounding space, he was transported to another realm. Chapter 33. The final rating. As the light faded, Lewin found himself in an arena-like setting, yet it was eerily empty. Devoid of any spectators, he stood upon the central stage, facing a creature he recognized, a goblin. The goblin raised its curved dagger and emitted a shrill cry as it charged at Lewin. Having encountered such creatures before, Lewin remained unfazed, gathering his chi at his fingertip and flicking it. The goblin barely advanced half a step before its head was pierced by a burst of force, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Upon its demise, the goblin transformed into a wisp of white light and vanished. In quick succession, another monster appeared. A lion, its size double that of a typical lion, its claws and fangs gleaming with a metallic sheen. "Lord Carter, this creature must possess some form of cheating mechanism," one of the guards remarked. Carter was fixated on the enlightenment stone, his duty being to record the data it provided. Upon hearing the guard's comment, he shook his head slightly. "I do not know, but the enlightenment stone automatically nullifies all cheating methods. Is he truly unharmed after inflicting such injuries upon Lord Lewis?" the guard inquired, a hint of resentment in his tone. Is Lewis himself blameless? Carter retorted, turning to confront him. The guard promptly bowed his head, silenced. Carter continued, his tone stern. Lewis has repeatedly exploited his position for petty gains or to curry favor with nobles, deliberately making life difficult for others. Now, facing this fate, he has only himself to blame. The guard remained silent, fully aware that any further comment could lead to dire consequences. The tension mounted as Carter grew increasingly agitated with the sycophants around him. He waved his hand dismissively. Enough, you lot. Go attend to Lewis. I can manage here alone. The group, relieved, hastily bid Carter farewell and departed. The monsters emerging from the Enlightenment Stone grew progressively formidable, yet Lewin dispatched them effortlessly with singular strikes. However, given the limited power of his chi at the chi refining stage, he opted for close combat against some of the later adversaries. After easily twisting off the head of a giant creature, its corpse collapsed, dissipating into a wisp of white light. Typically, a new monster would appear 3 seconds after the previous one was defeated. Yet this time the interval seemed unusually prolonged in the outside world. The Enlightenment Stone suddenly glimmered, a series of characters materializing across its smooth surface. So soon? Carter gasped in astonishment. Has it really only been 3 minutes since he entered? As he scrutinized the final data displayed on the Enlightenment Stone, a look of sheer terror washed over his face, akin to witnessing the sun barreling towards him. Vitality, 99999. Spirit, 99999. Strength, 99999. Defense, 0. Speed, 0. Energy, 1200. Overall rating, Snow Silver 10 stars. Heavens, Carter staggered back several paces, ultimately collapsing onto the ground in shock. What extraordinary values are these? Snow Silver 10 stars. Higher than my own? Moreover, this was undoubtedly the limit of a lower-tier Enlightenment Stone, not the limit of the tester. As he bizarrely registered 2 attributes as 0, in a city like Blood Deer City, which was not particularly developed, the Adventurers Guild typically utilized only lower-tier Enlightenment Stones, as there was no need to invest in superior ones. Lower-tier stones could measure up to Snow Silver 10 stars, and only a handful of individuals across the entire empire managed to surpass that threshold to attain golden rank, each considered a national treasure. Generally, when an ordinary adventurer underwent testing, even if one attribute fell below a certain threshold, the overall rating would not be particularly high. Yet, under the premise that this individual recorded 0 in both defense and speed, he still managed to score a perfect rating of Snow Silver 10 stars. What unfathomable values are these? While an energy level of 1200 was not particularly remarkable, it was at least within the realm of normalcy. However, the vitality, spirit, and strength levels reaching 99,999 were not just the tester's limits. They represented the upper limit of a lower-tier Enlightenment Stone. And what could possibly explain the 0 values for defense and speed? Carter was utterly baffled as to how Lewin achieved such figures. The reasons were straightforward. First, Lewin's chi was merely at the chi refining stage, hence not particularly strong. It was primarily suitable for ranged attacks. And due to its limited quantity, he could only use it a few times before exhausting it, showing no inclination to replenish it. Second, the monsters within the testing realm had never laid a finger on Lewin, resulting in a defense reading of 0. Third, Lewin had remained stationary since entering, leading to a speed reading of 0. Regardless, in an era where human talent was dwindling, the emergence of such a formidable young human was undeniably a cause for celebration. Viewed from any perspective, this young man possessed extraordinary talent. Yet, as these thoughts crossed his mind, Carter felt an undercurrent of concern. He had long suspected the celestial race was disinclined to see such individuals thrive, sometimes resorting to extreme measures. Blood Deer City had previously witnessed a few exceptionally gifted young humans. Coincidentally, only a handful had survived unscathed, while the majority either suffered accidents that rendered them ordinary, succumbed to various misfortunes, or were taken to the capital, Shilinglu, disappearing without a trace. Carter harbored suspicions that the celestial race was behind it. Thus, he had quietly conducted investigations, yet found no concrete evidence. Just then, Lewin stepped out from the teleportation array of the Enlightenment Stone. "How did it go?" he inquired, striding up to Carter and asking directly. "Remarkable. You achieved the highest rating, Snow Silver 10 stars. Should you wish to undertake a more advanced test, you may visit the Adventurers Guild in the capital, Shilinglu." to utilize a mid-tier enlightenment stone for testing. Snow silver, that will suffice for me to gain access to the library, Lewin mused. May I inquire your master's name? To produce such an outstanding student as yourself, your master must be a renowned teacher. Perhaps I am acquainted with them. Carter felt a tinge of apprehension. He worried that Lewin's master might belong to the celestial race. If that were indeed the case, Lewin would undoubtedly be contributing to the celestial race in the future. Lewin remarked that it was absurd to think he would know someone like that. This matter is not convenient to disclose. When will the nameplate be ready for me? Ah, the nameplate needs to be crafted. Please provide your current address, and once it is completed, someone will personally deliver it to you. Well, I reside at the MIT family estate. Very well. I shall inform them to expedite the creation of your nameplate. Farewell, young man. Carter bid farewell, clenching his fists in excitement as he departed. The northern district of Blood Deer City was exceptionally crowded today, as it was the registration day for the Guardian Academy. After practicing swordsmanship at home for a while, Jair left the MIT family estate and made his way to the registration site in the northern district. Oh, is that not Jair? A notably tall candidate among his peers spotted Jair's solitary and frail silhouette, surprise evident in his eyes. He thought to himself, splendid, just as I was getting bored while waiting in line. Chapter 34. The Youth's Despondency. Ah, is that not Jair? Upon hearing someone call his name, Jair turned around to see a familiar face. Yadi? Jair gazed at the familiar countenance, taking a few moments to recall who he was. This was not due to Jair's forgetfulness, but rather the significant changes that children of their age undergo each year. Jair remembered that the last time they met, Yadi was roughly his height, but now, Yadi towered over him by nearly a head. Jair and Yadi had once been classmates. They both spent time in the same monastery, albeit Jair was there as a working student while Yadi was essentially abandoned by his parents who could no longer manage him. They studied basic subjects such as literacy and history there, rather than martial techniques or magic. It had been nearly 2 years since they last saw each other, primarily because Jair had been attending the local primary academy and often struggled to afford even a meal, leaving him no spare change to visit Blood Deer City. It has been quite a while, hasn't it? Yadi smiled gently, asking if Jair was here to register for the Guardian Academy as well. Indeed, Jair nodded. Since there would be a long wait for the physical examination, would you care to seize this opportunity for a friendly spar? Yadi proposed confidently, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Jair felt a stir of interest at this suggestion. 2 years prior, their swordsmanship had been on par, and he was curious to see who had improved more in that time. Thus, Jair readily agreed, sure. After completing his test, Lewin pondered that he needed to wait until the nameplate was in his possession before he could access the library. In the meantime, there was little else to occupy his time. So out of sheer boredom, he wandered around Blood Deer City, which he was quite curious about. It soon became clear to him that 50 silver coins were indeed a considerable sum. The food vendors on the street, even for meat dishes, priced their offerings between 50 to 100 copper coins each, and 100 copper coins could be exchanged for a single silver coin. Within the marketplace, silver coins were the most commonly circulated currency due to their moderate value, allowing one to meet a commoner's daily shopping needs with just a small amount. Gold coins were relatively rare and held high value. Should a common family lose even one, they might struggle to eat for an entire month. By noon, Lewin returned to the MIT family estate. Thanks to Olivia's personal instructions, both he and Jair had unrestricted access to the estate. Upon returning to the villa, the maids had prepared a change of clothes for him, set out a bath, and arranged some snacks and tea. Cultivators do not accumulate any filth, thus they have no need for bathing. Therefore, he merely requested that the maids bring the snacks and tea to his room later. As he passed by the second parlor, Lewin noticed Jair sitting on the couch, his gaze vacant and his chin resting on his hand, appearing quite listless. Lord Liu, you have returned. Upon seeing Lewin, Jair immediately stood and greeted him, expressing curiosity about his experience during the rating test. Lewin nodded. It went reasonably well. What about you? You look like a wilted eggplant. Wilted eggplant? Jair was momentarily taken aback, then reflected on the analogy, finding it oddly fitting. He then opened up, recounting his spar with Yadi earlier that morning. He had initially believed that after not seeing Yadi for 2 years, despite potential disparities in their skill levels, they wouldn't differ too greatly. However, he was shocked to find that under Yadi's offensive, he had succumbed in less than 5 minutes. This defeat led Jair to experience profound self-doubt, making him question whether he would be able to pass the exam tomorrow. Lord Liu, I never realized my talent for swordsmanship was so lacking. Gyre let out a bitter laugh, akin to a deflated balloon. Luin pondered for a moment and asked, "Is Yadi, like you, a child from a poor family?" Gyre was unsure why Luin suddenly inquired about this, but he always answered truthfully, so he shook his head. No, his parents work for the Lord's residence, so they are considered to be of middle-class standing in Blood Deer City. Luin nodded and remarked, "Then, I do not believe it is that your talent is inferior to his. Yadi has been raised in comfort, spending these 2 years solely focused on perfecting his swordsmanship, while you have had to worry about daily sustenance in addition to honing your skills. It is only natural that you would find it difficult to surpass him." Gyre was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing this, his inner turmoil lessened considerably. However, upon further reflection, he realized that in the span of 2 years, Yadi had managed to widen the gap between them, making it evident that he would likely still struggle to pass the exam tomorrow. As this thought crossed his mind, a look of anxiety returned to Gyre's face. The registration fee for the Guardian Academy was not insignificant. He had saved for 2 years just to afford it. And should he fail this time, he would be unable to bear the cost of re-registering. Observing Gyre's expression, Luin considered that since the boy had once pointed him in the right direction, he might as well offer some guidance. If you allow a minor setback to dampen your spirits like this, how will you ever achieve great things in the future? Come here, and I shall impart a sword technique to you. Luin placed a reassuring hand on Gyre's shoulder. Lord Lu can wield a sword as well? Gyre was taken aback, as he had never seen Luin engage in sword combat. Chapter 35. The Returning Stick Sword Technique. Cultivators, over the long passage of time, tend to dabble in various disciplines, even if only superficially. Yet, even a cursory understanding over a few hundred years is enough to reach a peak that would be unparalleled among mortals. Luin was indeed not particularly skilled with a sword, but that was in comparison to a first-grade Xian immortal of similar rank. The two stood facing each other in the courtyard. "Which sword technique should I teach you?" Luin stroked his chin thoughtfully. First and foremost, Gyre was not a disciple of the carefree immortal sect, so he could not impart the sect's sword techniques to him. However, among Luin's collection, there were indeed some manuals from other sections. The challenge lay in finding a technique that was neither too advanced for Gyre's foundation nor too rudimentary for Luin's standards. Moreover, since Gyre's objective was to pass the exam tomorrow, he required a technique that would yield quick results. Aha! An idea suddenly sparked in Luin's mind, one that was well suited to Gyre's needs. Relax your mind and strive to cast aside distractions. Luin extended a hand, gently tapping Gyre's forehead with his finger. Gyre closed his eyes and immediately felt a slight pressure in his head, as a torrent of information flooded his mind. The technique, Returning Stick Sword Technique, consists of 17 forms, forming a cohesive system focused on dismantling attacks, blocking, and subduing foes. This sword technique is a basic form from the Hidden Bamboo sect, which was later exchanged for a vial of elixirs by an elder of the sect. Beyond this sword technique, Gyre also found that he had gained an image of a naked man in his mind. Whenever he closed his eyes, he could see this figure, which would rotate in various angles according to his thoughts. Most notably, the man's skin was dotted with black spots, each marked with words: Central Extreme Point, Chi Si Point, Waterway Point. What is this? Gyre's brow furrowed in confusion. These are acupoints. You must memorize their locations in order to practice this sword technique. Luin explained. Indeed, while the Returning Stick Sword Technique may not be as sophisticated as many other sword techniques, it inherently incorporates acupoint striking techniques. This method of transmission requires little effort to memorize. Thus, within less than half an hour of processing the information, Gyre had firmly committed to memory all the locations of the acupoints, as well as all the moves of the Returning Stick Sword Technique. However, learning without practice is ultimately just theoretical. Seizing the remaining daylight, I shall demonstrate the moves for you. With that, Luin flicked his fingers, producing a sharp crack as a branch from a tree over 30 meters away snapped and fell to the ground. With a gesture, he summoned the branch into his hand. Gyre was unfazed by this display, but the old steward and the maids looked on in astonishment. Now, use the sword technique I just taught you to attack me, Luin instructed, holding the branch like a sword across his chest. Very well. Gyre nodded slightly, gripping his iron sword, and clumsily unleashed the Returning Stick Sword Technique against Luin. The old steward, observing from a distance, noted that Gyre wielded an iron sword while Luin held a mere twig. Silently pondering, Surely that twig would break at the slightest contact with the iron sword. However, to his surprise, after exchanging over 20 moves, the branch in Luann's hand remained unbroken, not even shedding a splinter on the ground. The old butler was utterly astounded, unable to suppress the urge to adjust his spectacles. Clearly, this was merely a branch that had fallen from a tree. How could it possess such remarkable sturdiness? Little did he know, this branch had been infused with vital energy by Luann, rendering it harder than steel. Should Luann infuse it with even a trace of sword energy, it would become sharper than Jair's blade. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of the monastery, Aurelia sat on a bench by the garden, her boredom causing her to fixate on the tallest flower amidst the blooms before her. She had been seated there for several hours. Aurelia MIT's father, old MIT, was convalescing here due to an incurable illness. After finishing her breakfast that morning, Aurelia had prepared herself to visit her father. Their relationship was strained, neither liked the other, and resentment lingered between them. Throughout her childhood, her father's favoritism towards Adele was glaringly evident. If there was only one dessert left in the house, it would undoubtedly belong to Adele. If there was an odd number, the extra portion would invariably go to her as well. Whatever Aurelia possessed, Adele had to have, and if Aurelia desired something Adele already owned, old MIT would assure her, once Adele is done playing with it, it will be yours. Adele grew up in the MIT family's estate, attended an elite school, while Aurelia was sent to the far less prosperous Great Stone City at the tender age of 11 to attend an ordinary school, accompanied only by an elderly maid. It took her 5 years to return to Blood Deer City. The MIT family was not lacking in wealth, leaving Aurelia bewildered by her father's blatant favoritism. However, a significant portion of her resentment stemmed not from this bias, but from her father's quick move to remarry just 3 months after her mother's passing, taking Adele's mother as his new bride. Today, she intended not only to visit her father but also to inform him of the competition's outcome. She had won, and Adele was still too afraid to return to Blood Deer City. However, upon arriving at the monastery, a nun informed her that old MIT wished for solitude and did not wish to see anyone. Thus, Aurelia had waited until now, Abia alighted on the tallest flower, breaking Aurelia's reverie. An elderly nun approached her. "Miss Aurelia, Lord MIT says you may enter." Chapter 36. I am only 11, pushing open the door. Aurelia beheld her father, old MIT, reclining on the bed, engrossed in a book. Even in his ailing state, he maintained an air of cleanliness and order. The room bore no peculiar odors typically associated with an ill patient, and the air was pleasant. Noticing his eldest daughter, old MIT set down his book and smiled, albeit with a face that appeared slightly gaunt. "You have arrived. Come, sit." Sunlight bathed his face, revealing not only the hollows of his cheeks, but also his oddly dilated pupils, marked by visible fissures as if shattered. This condition, known as pupil fissure syndrome, was an incurable affliction that heralded a countdown to the end of life. Aurelia settled into the chair by the bedside, her heart heavy with a myriad of conflicting emotions. Silence enveloped them, the father and daughter more estranged than strangers, two blood relatives sitting in shared space yet at a loss for words. Aurelia bit her lip and finally broke the silence. "Father, how is your health?" While waiting outside, her heart had been filled with resentment towards him. In her mind, she had rehearsed the moment she would confront him with pride, proclaiming that his favored Adele had lost, and that she was responsible for unleashing the molten fire tyrant, which had set ablaze the nearby villages, claiming countless lives. This was the daughter he had always favored. It was his bias that had nurtured her deplorable character. According to the law, she deserved execution. Yet, upon entering and witnessing her father's frail, aged visage, she was reminded of the affection he had once shown her before marrying Adele's mother. Suddenly, she thought of Grit. There was a striking similarity between her father and Grit. Both had once treated her with kindness, only to later regard her as an adversary due to circumstances beyond her control. She found herself at a loss on how to navigate this relationship. The night she had killed Grit, she had not slept. For every time she closed her eyes, she was haunted by memories of their shared good times, culminating in the moment she severed his head with the water blade. "Not good," old MIT shook his head. "This is precisely why I am so eager to find a worthy heir." He gestured for the maids attending to him to leave the room. Once they were alone, he turned to Aurelia and spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. "My child, I am aware of the purpose of your visit today. Aurelia momentarily faltered. You wish to plead for leniency on your behalf? Do you not? Old MIT regarded her intently. However, as the head of this family, the rules I have established cannot be altered. You lost. Therefore, according to the rules, Adele shall become the heir of the MIT family. And you must learn how to be a supportive figure. Aurelia's fury ignited in an instant. She stared at him for a long while before questioning in an accusatory tone. Father, how did you know that I lost the competition and Adele won? Old MIT was taken aback. You are well aware of the unfairness of this competition, are you not? You know there was no way I could possibly win. Sensing Aurelia's rising agitation, old MIT attempted to redirect the conversation. Aurelia, do not seek so many excuses that a person striving for success should reflect on their own shortcomings. Reflect on my own shortcomings? Ha! Aurelia scoffed. Due to your favoritism towards Adele, no one in Blood Deer City dared to join my team to hunt monsters. Fearing that Adele, as the heir of the MIT family, would seek retribution against them. You are fully aware of this, yet you still impose such an unfavorable rule upon me. Over the years, how many more resources have you allocated to Adele compared to me? Adele has wealth and prestige, having directly hired 16 bronze adventurers from the Adventurers Guild for this venture. As for me, I have only my 4 closest friends, who bear immense pressure to assist me. And Adele has even bribed one of them to ensure my demise in the underground cave 1,000 meters deep. Tears welled in Aurelia's eyes as years of pent-up emotions finally spilled forth. Old MIT's expression shifted, growing increasingly uncomfortable. He knew he had been in the wrong, and this was a topic he had long wished to avoid. You claim that Adele bribed your friend, nearly resulting in your death in the underground cave. What do you mean by that? Old MIT inquired. Aurelia, tears streaming down her face, managed a bitter smile. Surely you are aware of the molten fire tyrant's escape from its seal. That was all the doing of your obedient little Adele. What? Old MIT gasped, straightening in shock. You must understand how furious His Majesty the King is about this incident. Adele will be sentenced to the gallows. Aurelia, Old MIT thundered, have you lost your mind? You would send your own sister to the gallows? Keep this matter to yourself, do you understand? Why should I? She nearly killed me. Why should I shield her? Aurelia retorted incredulously. Do you realize that concealing such a grave crime also warrants a death sentence? But you are still alive, are you not? If you had died, I would not have spared Adele, but you are fine. So why must you take such an extreme stance? Aurelia, feeling disheartened, replied, Father, you should abandon hope. I will not protect her. Old Amite slammed his hand against the bed in anger. You always do this, only thinking of yourself. I sent you to Great Stone City for this very reason. What? Aurelia raised her head slightly. Adele is your sister. As the elder sister, you should let her have her way, yet you show no signs of sisterly affection. Every time she wishes to play with your toys, you push her away. Indeed, and that is why she secretly came to my room and ruined all my toys, Aurelia retorted with a cold chuckle. Exactly. Eventually, the two of you grew increasingly at odds, often fighting over trivial matters. At that time, you were taller than Adele, and she could not defeat you. So she would just cry, I had no choice but to send you to another city. You sent me to Great Stone City for 5 years over this? Aurelia asked in disbelief. Indeed, I have never understood why you, as the elder sister, could not show a little more leniency towards your sister. But father, Aurelia's emotions flared once more. I was only 11 years old back then. Why should I have been expected to be so mature and obedient at such a young age? Seeing Aurelia's expression, old MIT was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of complex emotions, conflict and guilt, crossing his eyes. After a few seconds, he sighed and admitted, Aurelia, you are right that I am not a competent father. With you and Adele's mother both gone, once I am gone, Adele will be the closest person to you in this world. I hope you can let go of past grievances and assist Adele in managing the MIT family. Father, do you think I have forgotten? The MIT family nearly went bankrupt due to your poor decisions. It was my mother who utilized the resources of her Philos family to rescue the MIT family from crisis. Without my mother, without the Philos family, there would be no MIT family today. Why should everything be left to Adele? Old Mite furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before declaring, the rules have been established. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall not, nor can I, breach my word. With her eyes glistening red, Aurelia suddenly broke into a smile. Very well, you have said it. Chapter 37. Compromise and Resentment. Father, you have always believed that Adele was the victor. Have you not? Aurelia inquired. What do you mean? Old Mite was taken aback. You are mistaken. It is I who emerged victorious. Adele unleashed the molten tyrant, and our team vanquished it. Had Adele truly triumphed, would she not have come here to bask in your praise by now? What are you saying? Old Mite retorted, unable to accept her words. Aside from him, the entire Holy Emperor's empire and even the neighboring nations remained oblivious to the demise of the molten tyrant. Aurelia produced the magic core of the molten tyrant from her pocket. As a merchant, Old Mite immediately recognized that this core was worth at least a 4-star rating. He stared in disbelief. His mouth agape enough to fit 5 eggs. This is impossible. You must have purchased this core. It is against the rules and cannot be counted. Ha, father, first, such a core can only be procured from a handful of places in Blood Deer City. You may inquire about my purchase records. Second, whether or not it is the molten tyrant's core can be verified by a professional. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Old Mite stubbornly shook his head. You do not disbelieve. You simply refuse to accept the truth. Aurelia pierced through Old Mite's thoughts. According to the rules, the Mite family shall be inherited by me. With that, Aurelia turned to leave, feeling that there was little purpose in remaining. Aurelia, Old Mite called after her, it is unreasonable to leave the entire inheritance to one person. How about leaving a share for Adele? Just 3/10 would suffice. Upon hearing this, Aurelia halted, and Old Mite noticed her body trembling. Moments later, she turned around and shouted in a fit of rage. Why did you not consider leaving me a share when you thought Adele was the winner? Are you truly so biased toward her? Now you suddenly claim that dividing the inheritance is difficult? Breathing heavily, Aurelia clenched her fists and stared at Old Mite. Father, I quite liked what you said a few moments ago. The rules have been established. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall not, nor can I, breach my word. Old Mite was rendered speechless by her retort. After taking a few deep breaths and ruffling his hair, he finally spoke. Very well, I understand. In a few days, I shall host a banquet to invite everyone and announce you as the heir to the Mite family. Aurelia responded with a grunt, then left without looking back. Upon exiting the room and stepping into the courtyard, Aurelia felt an indescribable sense of relief. The nuns behind her whispered among themselves, occasionally pointing fingers, likely commenting on the audacity of the young girl speaking so loudly to her father. The former Aurelia might have confronted them. But now she found herself indifferent to their gossip. As dusk approached at the Mite estate, Lewin effortlessly disarmed Jair with a branch, sending his sword flying. All right, it's about time, if we continue practicing. You may find yourself too exhausted for tomorrow's exam. Jair panted heavily, drenched in sweat, yet wore a look of elation, feeling that the afternoon's lessons surpassed what he had learned in years. Master Lu is truly remarkable. Lewin tossed aside the branch and continued, not bad. After practicing with me for an afternoon, you've grasped about 30% of this sword technique. Only 30%? Jair exclaimed, both astonished and overjoyed. The fact that he had mastered even that much made him wonder how formidable he would become upon mastering it entirely. As the two finished their training, the old butler approached with a graceful stride. Gentlemen, shall I prepare dinner? Yes, Lewin nodded, then glanced at the sweaty Jair with mild distaste. You should bathe first, by the way. Do we have any suitable clothes for him? None, but we shall procure some immediately, the old butler replied with urgency. After being tossed into the bathtub and emerging squeaky clean in a luxurious bathrobe, Jair was quickly surrounded by a bevy of maids armed with measuring tapes and other tools to take his measurements. Having never experienced such treatment before, Jair's face flushed crimson as he felt utterly awkward and out of place among the fragrant, beautiful maids. 2 hours later, clad in a suit tailored specifically for him, Jair stood before the mirror, incredulous at his reflection. He had always been handsome, but after shedding his tattered attire for something splendid, his aura transformed entirely. Wow, Jair looked so dashing after just a change of clothes, Aurelia exclaimed as she entered, her eyes lighting up at the sight of him. Aurelia, where have you been? Lewin chuckled, observing her apparent delight. You seem quite happy. Did something good happen? My apologies, my apologies. I had something quite important to attend to today and could not properly host you both, Aurelia replied, plopping down on the sofa and grabbing an orange from the fruit platter. After peeling it, she popped a segment into her mouth, her face contorting at the sourness. By the way, she continued, producing 2 magic cores. If there are no other issues, shall we sell these at the auction house tomorrow? Yes, that is acceptable, Lewin affirmed, then patted Gyre on the shoulder. Perform well tomorrow. If you do not pass the exam, do not let others know I coached you. Rest assured, Master Lu? Yeah? What exam does Gyre have? Aurelia leaned in, offering him a piece of the orange she had only half eaten. Thank you. Gyre accepted the orange, the exam for the Guardian Academy. He then took a piece for himself, grimacing at the taste. I shall have the butler arrange a carriage to take you, Aurelia laughed, amused by Gyre's expression. Chapter 38. Finally entering the library the next morning, a carriage glided smoothly along the streets of Blood Deer City. Crafted from walnut wood, embellished with intricate carvings and precious gems. The owner of the carriage would surely not dare venture beyond the city limits, for bandits lurked outside, and the carriage seemed to proclaim, I am wealthy. Come, rob me. Yet within the city, this opulent carriage attracted envious glances from passers-by. Gyre felt quite nervous as this was his first time riding in such luxury, nearly perched on the edge of his seat as he gazed out the window, reluctant to reveal his identity to the outside world. Look, what a beautiful carriage! That must belong to the Might family. How enviable! If only I could ride in such a carriage. As the carriage passed, the onlookers' faces were filled with admiration and astonishment. Once I pass the Guardian Academy exam, I will definitely ask my parents to order a carriage just like this, as he admired the exquisitely carved back of the carriage. Yadi was about to retract his envious gaze when he saw an elderly gentleman, impeccably dressed, disembark first, followed by none other than Gyre. I must be seeing things. That poor lad Gyre is riding in such a luxurious carriage. Yadi's face reflected his shock. Thank you, Nader, Gyre said politely. Not at all. It is my duty. Now, please step inside and remember, regardless of the outcome, you are a distinguished guest of the Might family. The butler, Nader, placed his gloved hand on his waist and inclined slightly. This declaration stirred quite a reaction among the surrounding crowd. Who is this boy? A distinguished guest of the Might family. Surely he must be a noble. He certainly appears to be. Even if he isn't a noble, he must be someone of importance or from a wealthy merchant family. Yadi approached, his expression one of disdain. Stop speculating. I know him. He's just a poor kid from Loka village, a poor kid. How could he possibly be a distinguished guest of the Might family? Another person questioned, incredulous, that's surely a lie. Does he even deserve to glance at the Might family's gates? Clearly, he must have hired the carriage himself. Though Yadi had no knowledge of the truth, he spoke confidently. But why would he do this? The crowd murmured in confusion. Who knows? I just thrashed him yesterday, Yadi boasted, clenching his fist with a smug grin. Just wait and see how I deal with him. Meanwhile, Lewin finally received his rating badge. A silver piece, the size of 2 fingers pressed together, adorned with 10 stars. With his spiritual sense, he could detect his own essence sealed within, indicating it would be difficult to counterfeit. The first thing Lewin did after obtaining the badge was to leave the Might estate and make his way to the library. Ah, it's you, the guard recognized him. With this, you may enter the library, correct? Lewin presented the badge. The guard received the badge, momentarily stunned. He glanced down at the badge in his hand, then at Lewin, then back at the badge, and once more at Lewin's snow silver 10 stars. May I enter now? Lewin asked impatiently. Of course. Please, do come in. The guard, Tom, stood tall, ever vigilant in ensuring the safety of every individual within the library. He immediately straightened his posture and returned the badge to Lewin. For anyone of snow silver rank, acquiring wealth and wielding power is a trivial matter. Simply making oneself memorable could lead to future connections with such a distinguished individual. Lewin disregarded the peculiar guard and pushed open the door to the library. Though it was the height of summer outside, upon entering the library, a refreshing breeze greeted him. He quickly identified the source of the cool air. A glowing magical rune at the center, seemingly designed to maintain a comfortable temperature throughout the library. The entire hall was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the rustling of pages and the occasional sound of footsteps. Aside from those engrossed in their reading, a few staff members stood at the periphery, monitoring the hall, perhaps to maintain order and prevent anyone from stealing or damaging the books, Lewin mused. Near the entrance, a sign nearly the same size as the door displayed the classification of books along with their respective locations. Lun glanced at it, intending to first explore the section on plants. Moving gracefully through the aisles, he soon found himself cradling a dozen books on plants and settled down at a nearby desk. The desk sat a girl with twin ponytails, who instinctively looked up as he approached. Upon seeing an exceptionally handsome boy, she couldn't help but steal another glance, also noticing the pile of books he carried. This was hardly unusual. Searching for crucial information amidst a sea of books was quite common. Oh dear, I was so distracted by the handsome boy that I nearly neglected my studies, the girl thought. Celestials, due to their profound consciousness, possess extraordinary mental prowess, allowing them to remember everything they read at a glance and easily comprehend lengthy passages. This leads to a contrast where, aside from those leisurely savoring literature, like Lewin, most Celestials read at an astonishing pace. He picked up the first book, flipping through pages at an astonishing rate. Retaining and comprehending the content of each page, the girl beside him nearly spat out her drink. What kind of lunatic is this? Chapter 39. Like a hot knife through butter, the first match. Gyre versus Yachty, the examiner declared from the center of the arena. Haha, it seems today is my lucky day. I get to face this novice in the first match. Yachty, standing among the crowd while munching on a cream-filled pastry, instantly beamed at the announcement. Winning the first match was a sure thing, and he felt elated. Go for it, Yachty, cheered a few companions. Don't worry. If I can't defeat him, I might as well give up swordsmanship altogether. Yachty laughed heartily, tossing aside the half-eaten pastry and casually wiping his greasy hands on his leather vest before stepping onto the arena. Gyre, just a weakling he had easily bested the day before. However, upon mounting the platform and seeing Gyre smiling confidently at him, Yachty felt a twinge of confusion. Why did Gyre seem so self-assured? Could it be that the person he defeated yesterday wasn't Gyre at all? Regardless, it was probably just a facade. Hey Gyre, didn't expect to see you so soon, Yachty said, pointing his sword at Gyre with a grin. Well, compared to yesterday, I've made considerable progress, Yachty, Gyre replied. Haha, how much progress can one make in a single night? Gyre, being a swordsman requires talent. From the stands, the examiners noted the stark contrast in size between Gyre and Yachty, arriving at a consensus in their minds. This would be a competition devoid of any suspense. The young man named Gyre was destined to lose, and quickly too. They observed not only the disparity in strength, but also the difference in their backgrounds. Children from impoverished families often struggled to achieve greatness without the guidance of esteemed mentors. It wasn't just the teachers. The onlooking candidates also believed Gyre would soon be defeated. Yachty had a modest reputation among his peers in Blood Deer City. Are we all ready? The referee raised a hand and then brought it down decisively, signaling the commencement of the duel. With the intent to resolve the match with minimal moves and thus conceal his true capabilities, Yachty leapt 7 or 8 meters into the air the moment the referee announced the start. Mid-air, he twisted his body and swung his hefty sword, generating a gust of wind aimed at Gyre. The teachers in the stands, observing this seemingly unremarkable move, instinctively began to analyze it. The long sword would most likely snap under the weight of the great sword. If the shorter contestant were clever enough, he should roll aside to evade. However, to everyone's astonishment, Gyre bent his knees slightly, adopting a foundational stance that every martial artist learns. The rooted stance, that moment, he seemed as if his feet were anchored to the ground. Following this, he executed a dazzling flourish with his sword, reversing its position so that the thick handle faced upward. With a resounding clash, the handle intercepted the blade of Yachty's sword. Although Gyre lacked the raw strength of Yachty, which could not be compensated for in a single night of training, the wisdom embodied in the sword technique of the hidden bamboo sect allowed him to bridge that gap indirectly. Gyre's arm sank slightly before the muscles in his arm, shoulder, and waist engaged in a coordinated manner, channeling force in different directions. Yachty suddenly felt his downward force being redirected uncontrollably to the right. In midair, he lost control, and his body was sent tumbling to the ground, rolling several times before he managed to steady himself with his sword, incredulously exclaiming, What did you do? That was a technique from the returning staff sword technique, of which Yachty was blissfully unaware. Not only was he astonished, but everyone witnessing the scene was equally taken aback by Gyre's deft maneuver that transformed peril into advantage. The onlookers, of similar age to Jair, found the move beautiful and cheered enthusiastically, while the teachers were struck with enlightenment. Disengaging force. He actually disengaged force? The realization that such a young child could wield this technique with such proficiency was astonishing. Moreover, it was a remarkably advanced method of disengaging force. This child must have had an exceptional mentor guiding him. Who would have thought? Indeed, the brilliance of this technique lay in its seamless execution, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. This is profound. I must return and practice, see if I can replicate this move, one teacher mused. Who is this boy's master? It seems no one in Blood Deer City employs a sword technique of this style. If the founder of the Hidden Bamboo sect were present, witnessing his technique garnering such admiration from a multitude of individuals from another world, he would surely stroke his beard and laugh heartily at his creation. Well done, young man. You concealed your true skill yesterday, didn't you? Quite clever. After falling in disarray, Yadi felt embarrassed, especially after boasting so confidently. He quickly regained his composure and charged once more, while the audience's interest in the match intensified. Their eyes glued to the arena in anticipation of the unfolding spectacle. With a resounding clash, the two swords met again, and Yadi exerted all his strength, only to find Jair adopting an unexpected stance to defend himself. Before Yadi could comprehend what was happening, he felt as though his sword had come alive, eager to escape his grasp. In the next moment, the sword slipped from his hands and flew off the platform. According to the rules, losing one sword in such a manner signified defeat. How is this possible? How can this be? Yadi's eyes widened in disbelief, repeating the question. Just yesterday, he had bested Jair in a mere dozen moves. Yet within half a day, Jair had managed to defeat him in two. The match goes to Jair. With the referee's announcement, the arena erupted as if a spark had ignited gasoline. Cheers and praises surged like a tidal wave. Jair, immersed in the moment, looked at the crowd celebrating him, feeling a surge of emotions he had never experienced before. He wished time could freeze at that very instant. For the first time since his birth, the young man felt what it truly meant to be full of vigor. In stark contrast, Yadi, who had entered the arena brimming with confidence, now left with a crimson face, silent and with his head bowed. Too ashamed to meet anyone's gaze. When acquaintances attempted to speak with him, he brushed them off and pushed through the crowd, exiting the examination grounds. Subsequently, Jair participated in 4 more matches, effortlessly countering each opponent's attacks with the returning staff sword technique. Defeating them with ease. By the 5th match, the opponent trembled, sword in hand, too afraid to make a move, convinced that any attack would be effortlessly parried by Jair, resulting in his own fall from the platform. Ultimately, he surrendered outright as Jair showcased more of the returning staff sword technique. Certain teachers, including a vice dean, abruptly left their seats, clearly in a hurry. When asked about their actions, their responses conveyed a singular meaning. They suddenly felt that the long-standing dilemmas that had troubled them for years were beginning to loosen, and they must seize this fleeting sensation to hastily return and experiment. In the audience, a teacher scrutinized the list and his pupils dilated in astonishment. At this rate, after 3 rounds, Jair would face Yifeng in the same match. What? Yifeng? The absence of Jair from the competition had rendered the event somewhat dull for the teachers, but upon hearing this news, they suddenly became animated and gathered closer. Indeed, it was Yifeng, the disciple of the legendary sword Saint Gu Fu. The teacher holding the list nodded in acknowledgement. Those who could attain the title of sword saint would undoubtedly rank among the top 5 swordsmen throughout the empire. Universally recognized as beings who transcended human limits. One teacher then let out a wry chuckle. Goodness, who do you think would win, Yifeng or Jair? It's hard to say. I believe Jair would triumph. His techniques, I can't shake the feeling that. The teacher trailed off, hesitant to finish his thought, yet everyone comprehended his implication. Jair's techniques were, without a doubt, far more refined than those imparted to Yifeng by the sword Saint Gu Fu. I hope Jair loses. Otherwise, this young lad might be in trouble. One teacher remarked with a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, the other teachers also exchanged helpless, wry smiles. Chapter 40. The final match in the lounge. A strikingly handsome and noble young man sat idly, engrossed in a novel. A young guard approached, hesitating as if grappling with his words, before he finally spoke. Young master, it's almost time for you to compete against Jair. Would you not like to go out and observe Jair's match with others, To familiarize yourself with his techniques? No, there's nothing to see in defeating a bunch of rubbish, Yifeng replied disdainfully, a faint smile gracing his lips. The three petal-shaped marks faintly visible on his forehead. Outside, the audience erupted in excitement, as someone had leaked the news of Gyre facing Yifeng. One was the strongest dark horse of the examination. The other, a long-renowned genius. How could such a match not be eagerly anticipated? Initially, the audience comprised solely of candidates and teachers related to the exam, but gradually, many unrelated individuals squeezed in, transforming the once sparsely filled seats into a bustling crowd. With some even beginning to sell their spots for as much as 5 gold coins. In desperation, the academy had to dispatch additional personnel to maintain order. Most still held a favorable view of Yifeng. The son of a baron, he had been personally trained by the formidable sword Saint Gu Fu since the age of 4, achieving an impressive Iron Grade 8 rating at such a young age. While Gyre, for reasons unknown, remained at a mere Rottenwood Grade 5, just barely meeting the minimum requirement for the examination. Most importantly, Yifeng hailed from the Celestial clan, a fact widely acknowledged as granting superior talents compared to ordinary humans. In every conceivable aspect, Yifeng's chances of victory seemed overwhelmingly greater. Next up, Gyre versus Yifeng. Please have both parties take the stage, the referee teacher declared loudly. As this statement echoed, the cheers from the audience gradually shifted from Gyre to Yifeng. Some who had been silent during Gyre's winning streak and were unfamiliar with Yifeng now shouted fervently, "A beggar may not envy a wealthy man, yet he will certainly envy a fellow beggar who earns more than he does." In the eyes of some, Gyre had previously been on par with them, yet now, as they faced defeat, he basked in the limelight. If only someone could bring him down a notch, it would bring them immense satisfaction. Amidst the clamor, Gyre and Yifeng, the main protagonists of the day, ascended the stage. Standing face to face, Yifeng wore a proud expression, while Gyre appeared more subdued. Initially anxious about facing the illustrious Yifeng, Gyre felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance when he thought of Lord Lu. As the referee's arm fell, the highly anticipated match commenced. Yifeng struck first, confident that the sword techniques learned from the Sword Saint would surpass those of anyone else. Thus attacking without hesitation, clang. Just as he seemed poised to land a hit, Gyre's sword unexpectedly deflected his attack from an unforeseen angle. Yifeng was taken aback, quickly reacting by withdrawing his sword with a particular maneuver. Retreating several steps. Unlike his previous opponents, he was not effortlessly thrown aside by Gyre. The two stood in a tense standoff, both surprised by the other's skill. Gyre felt a flicker of gravity. He had not anticipated that Yifeng's techniques would be so formidable. Yifeng, equally astonished, realized that Gyre was indeed more capable than he had initially assumed. The audience erupted in applause at this display. Unlike his previous adversaries, Yifeng had not succumbed immediately, promising an exhilarating contest. Furrowing his brow, Yifeng pressed forward with renewed determination. Gyre, unwilling to back down, unleashed his techniques from the return staff sword technique. The two engaged in fierce combat, drawing waves of cheers from the audience. This was indeed the final match. The Guardian Academy admitted the top 300 candidates, and both Gyre and Yifeng had already secured their admission. The match was merely a means to determine rankings. The higher the rank, the greater the benefits upon enrollment. As Yifeng fought, he grew increasingly astonished, discovering that Gyre's techniques were, astonishingly, not inferior to those directly taught by the Sword Saint Gu Fu. Impossible, this was absolutely inconceivable. Yifeng shook his head internally, refusing to accept it. Yet the evidence was irrefutable. The techniques imparted by the Sword Saint were far less intricate and refined than the return staff sword technique. With time, he found himself gradually losing ground. Am I about to lose? To a mere human boy. Yifeng felt a surge of despair, and for a fleeting moment, he imagined seeing a towering specter of an elder behind Gyre. Stroking his beard and smirking disdainfully, as if to say, "You, a celestial, a disciple of the Sword Saint, losing to a mere contemporary, that would be an utter disgrace. For one who had grown up with such pride, this humiliation could very well cost him his life. What should I do?" Yifeng thought, gritting his teeth. As a disciple of the Sword Saint, his combat prowess was unquestionable, even in the face of impending defeat. He retained his composure. He quickly perceived that compared to the start, Gyre's aura had slightly intensified, and his strikes had slowed a fraction. P.S. Running low on stamina. Yifeng's heart leaped with joy. Chapter 41. I can't move. After each match, designated personnel would administer magic to the candidates to alleviate fatigue, ensuring that even consecutive matches would not leave them exhausted. This moment, both competitors were battered and bruised. But while Jair was gradually succumbing to fatigue, Yifeng remained unscathed. The stark contrast in their nutritional intake throughout their growth had fostered drastically different levels of stamina. Realizing that he could not defeat Yifeng with the first 13 techniques of the return staff sword technique in such a short time, and with his energy rapidly depleting, Jair resolved to employ the most profound variant of the technique, the acupoint strike, to swiftly conclude the battle. Seizing an opportunity during their exchanges, Jair reversed the grip on his sword and struck Yifeng's left chest with a unique force. Yifeng froze, completely bewildered by Jair's actions, and this strike seemed to lack force, barely causing any pain. Unable to block Yifeng's counterattack due to the acupoint strike, Jair sustained several more injuries. Had Jair lost his mind? How could he wield his sword in such a manner? Haha, he must be utterly confused about how to fight now. I said from the beginning that he could never match Yifeng. Indeed, who could compete with Yifeng? The audience buzzed with speculation, but Jair pressed on, using the sword's handle to deliver another peculiar sequence of strikes on Yifeng, despite incurring further wounds in the process. Yifeng was at a loss, as he had never encountered acupoint strikes and could not grasp Jair's intentions. Observing Jair, who was covered in injuries and struggling to remain upright, Yifeng thought it best to conclude the battle. He crouched slightly, lifting his sword, which began to emit a faint shimmer. Martial technique? The audience of teachers gasped. They had completely forgotten that Yifeng could wield martial techniques. This must be the charged slash. A common yet challenging technique to master. Although this move required 2 seconds to charge, it unleashed a swift attack, and given Jair's current state, he would undoubtedly be unable to evade it. Jair was certain to lose now. Indeed, why had Jair just used the sword's handle on Yifeng? Who knows? It's utterly perplexing. The audience recognized Yifeng's martial technique, and once again, cheers erupted, their eyes filled with excitement as they awaited Yifeng's decisive blow. The charged slash could unleash several times the wielder's power. Jair could barely stand, and the outcome was all but sealed. The referee teacher on the stage shifted slightly, preparing to intervene and save Jair before Yifeng's strike could land. Just as the crowd held their breath, anticipating the climactic moment, they noticed that Yifeng remained motionless, sword raised, still charging. Was this charged slash taking too long to prepare? One teacher inquired, however, it was indeed taking too long. Nearly 10 seconds had passed. Whose charged slash would be this slow? That is incorrect. The magical fluctuations on the Night Edge sword have ceased, and he is not gathering energy. Then why is he holding the sword motionless? I don't know. What is he doing? Everyone was perplexed, while within the arena, Night Edge stood in terror, roaring in his heart. I cannot move. Why can't I move? Indeed, Jair had used acupoint sealing techniques to incapacitate several critical points within his body, leaving him frozen in place. Had Jair intended to kill him, a mere strike to the death point would have resulted in him bleeding from all 7 orifices and dead by now. As time dragged on, Night Edge had held the sword aloft for nearly a minute, and the audience began to sense that something was amiss. What is young Master Night Edge doing? Why hasn't he struck down yet? Exactly, why is he not moving? Aside from Jair, none of the onlookers understood what had transpired. The martial arts of the Starfall realm and those of the Yanhuang continent are 2 entirely different systems. The people here were unfamiliar with meridians and acupoints and thus could not comprehend acupoint sealing techniques. Jair briefly recovered his strength, then cast his sword to the ground. He approached Night Edge and hoisted him onto his shoulder. What on earth? What are these 2 doing? Isn't this a swordsman competition? Young Master Night Edge, aren't you going to resist? Under the gaze of thousands, Jair walked to the edge of the arena and unceremoniously tossed Night Edge off. The spectators were left in stunned silence. With tens of thousands present, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The referee was the first to react. Regardless of the circumstances, falling out of the ring constituted a loss. He cleared his throat and declared loudly, "In this match, Jair is the victor." After a brief silence, the arena erupted in cheers louder than ever before. Jair, Jair, Jair. Although they could not fathom what had occurred, the magical world is filled with wonders. As long as Jair had won fairly, it was a cause for celebration. Some youths who would ordinarily not even glance at Jair rushed down from the stands to lift him high in the air. Jair could barely suppress a smile. No 14-year-old could resist the allure of being the center of attention. Meanwhile, in the library, Lewin was still rapidly flipping through books. 2 pages per second, 2 pages per second. The reading room was packed, and the girls studying herbs beside him, along with others nearby, wore expressions of despair, looking at the staff for assistance, as if to say, "Can't you do something about this?" But the staff were helpless. While Lewin's behavior appeared to be a disruption, the librarian had just informed them that he was a notable figure of the Silver Snow rank. Who would dare offend him? Lewin frowned deeply. He had perused every book in the library but found no information regarding rare materials. Could it be that this world lacked such treasures? Without these precious materials, he could only cultivate to the 9th tier of immortality. This outcome weighed heavily on him. With a solemn expression, Lewin took the last book, flipped through it at lightning speed, and quickly finished reading. Yet, this book also yielded no clues about the rare materials. At that moment, Lewin felt an overwhelming sense of despair. After returning the book to its original spot, he exited the library. The others who had been sharing a table with him sighed in unison with relief upon his departure. Lewin furrowed his brow as he approached the library entrance, where he found the guard, Tom, engaged in a heated argument with someone he recognized. Chapter 42. A glimmer of hope. "Let me in. I urgently need to find someone," a modestly dressed middle-aged man with a bowl-cut hairstyle implored politely. The guard, seeing the man's shabby attire, scoffed derisively. "Look at your ragged clothes. Do you think you belong in this esteemed establishment?" Though the guard himself was of lowly status, earning meager wages each month and lacking the qualifications to enter the library, he felt a sense of pride whenever the library was mentioned. "But the last time I came, no one stopped me," the bowl-cut man replied, suppressing his rising anger at the guard's disdainful tone. "I've told you countless times. Either show a plaque of 5 stars or above, or pay 5 gold coins for a pass. If you can't even muster 5 gold coins, how dare you come here? Get lost? 5 gold coins? Why don't you just rob someone? I really need to find someone urgently. I'll leave right after." The bowl-cut man pleaded desperately, in a way. "All right, then I'll wait outside. That should be acceptable, right? That's not allowed either. You'll dirty the eyes of the wealthy patrons. Hurry up and get lost, or I'll have you thrown in jail. On what grounds? What law have I broken by standing at the door? Are you out of line?" The bowl-cut man shouted. "Do I need a reason to arrest you? Are you leaving or not?" Just as the bowl-cut man was about to retort further, he spotted the person he was looking for exiting the library. He immediately waved his hand and shouted, Lord Lou, it's me." As Lewin stepped out of the library, he recognized the man as a villager from Luoka village. "It's you. How did you know I was here?" Lewin replied courteously. The guard's eyes widened in disbelief. This man was a Silver Snow 10-star rank figure, and this shabby villager actually knew him. "I didn't know you were here. Last time you mentioned you were coming to the library to research. I came to Blood Deer City and didn't know where you were staying. So I thought I might run into you here. When this guy wouldn't let me in, I figured I'd wait outside to see if I could catch you. But unexpectedly, he told me to get lost. Wouldn't he even let me stay at the door at LU and shot a cold glare at the guard, causing him to feel as though he'd plunged into an ice cavern, his scalp prickling. "What do you need from me?" Lewin nodded and asked. "Weren't you asking us to buy some items? Village Chief Hoftade asked me to tell you that we obtained some of the things you were looking for." "What?" Lewin's whole body trembled. "The items you drew on the iron plate. Not long after you left, a merchant caravan passed through Luoka village. Hoftade used the gold bracelet you left behind to exchange for some money, then bought the items you needed from those merchants. You should go take a look." "Great. I'm heading there right now." Lewin's heart raced with excitement. He had thought he would only be able to cultivate to the 9th tier of immortality, but unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope had appeared. Lewin reached into his pocket and handed a handful of silver coins to the bowl-cut villager. "You take a carriage back. I'll head on ahead." The bowl-cut villager hesitated to accept Lewin's money, but before he could return it, he looked up and found that Lewin had already vanished. He glanced at the guard, noticing him smiling obsequiously. "Hey? My friend here was just a bit rude. Come, sit. Pft." The bowl-cut villager turned disdainfully and walked away. Lewin employed his lightness skill, leaping swiftly across the rooftops of Blood Deer City his figure moving so quickly that hardly anyone could catch sight of him. In a matter of moments, he had exited the city. The scenery rushed past him like a flowing painting, and this time he traveled alone, pushing his speed to its utmost. Who would have thought? Originally, he had merely asked Luoka village to procure some materials as an afterthought. Yet, just as he found himself in dire straits, feeling utterly hopeless, Luoka village had brought him such immense joy. Before long, the familiar sight of Luoka village appeared before him. Upon entering the village, Lewin made a beeline for Hofstade's home. As he reached the doorstep, a faint scent of blood wafted towards him. The air was laden with a metallic tang, indicating that a fierce battle had unfolded here not long ago, with the earliest possible occurrence no later than yesterday. Chapter 43. A heart turned to murder. Hofstade was at home waiting when the doors suddenly swung open, and he immediately stood up. Lord Liu, you've arrived. Yes, Hofstade. I've heard you found the items I was seeking. Quickly, show them to me. If they are genuine, I shall reward you handsomely. Lewin spoke with an unusual excitement. All right, I'll fetch them right away. Hofstade hurried into the inner room and carried out a large chest. Observing Hofstade's efforts to move the chest, Lewin furrowed his brow slightly but said nothing. As the chest opened, Lewin peered inside, and his face lit up with joy. Inside were precisely the rare materials he had been searching for: Lingyun flower, thunder-patterned grass, 100 refinements fruit, a chest brimming with them, each variety in abundance. The shadows that had clouded Lewin's heart were instantly banished, and he nodded repeatedly. These are exactly what I was looking for, precisely what I desired. Then he turned to Hofstade. Hofstade, you have done splendidly. Now, what reward do you seek? Hofstade hurriedly waved his hands. This is what I ought to do. How could I accept a reward? I never allow others to assist me for free. Speak. What reward do you desire? Seeing Hofstade's hesitation, Lewin understood that the people here held him in the highest regard, as they believed it their duty to work for him due to his past rescue of them. However, he adhered to his principle of not allowing others to work for him without compensation. You may take your time to consider. There is no need to rush. By the way, Lewin shifted the topic. You appear to have sustained serious internal injuries. What happened? Hofstade was taken aback, astonished that Lewin could perceive such things. It is nothing, Lord Liu, merely an accidental injury. Upon hearing Hofstade's words, Lewin thought to himself that he need not concern himself with every little matter. If Hofstade chose not to disclose, then so be it. He then inquired, did I not leave you with some revitalizing pills? Given their efficacy, they should suffice to heal such minor wounds. Why have you not taken them? Well, this injury is not life-threatening, and I believe consuming your kind of elixir would be somewhat wasteful, Hofstade replied. With a flick of his wrist, Lewin produced 5 additional bottles of revitalizing pills. Placing them upon the table, these potions hold little value to me. I possess plenty more, so do not hesitate to use them. Hofstade's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the 5 bottles of revitalizing pills. What Lewin deemed trivial, they regarded as priceless treasures. He had initially thought that while these pills might not be overly precious to Lewin, they certainly couldn't be deemed inexpensive, yet he was surprised that Lewin casually provided 5 more. Take them. This is not a reward from me to you, Lewin stated. Thank you, Lord Liu, Hofstade exclaimed, his excitement evident as he nodded and took the bottles. He then opened one and consumed a pill. Experiencing immediate relief from his injuries, even after taking it for a second time, Hofstade marveled at the miraculous effects of the pill. At that moment, a voice shouted from outside, Hofstade, I have brought you the medicine. Those damned knights, upon spotting the golden bracelet, are utterly immobilized, and their ruthlessness knows no bounds. Hofstade's expression changed dramatically. Upon entering, the newcomer noticed Lewin's presence and displayed an awkward demeanor. Lewin observed that the newcomer had a conspicuous bruise on his face. The golden bracelet? The one I left for you? Pray, explain what transpired, Lewin inquired, sensing a connection to his own affairs. The messenger stammered, at a loss for words, as Hofstade had instructed them not to inform Lord Liu. Realizing he could not evade the situation, Hofstade sighed and said, I had not intended to disclose this to you, fearing it might bring you trouble. He then gestured and recounted the events of that day in detail. It turned out that after Luan's departure, the knightly order that was supposed to come to their aid had arrived late. Under the pretense of investigation, they had searched the village indiscriminately and stumbled upon the golden bracelet that Hofstade had not yet managed to hide. The craftsmanship and luster of the bracelet clearly indicated its immense value. Thus, these brazen knights concocted a flimsy excuse to seize the bracelet, arguing that how could such a poor village as Luoka possess such a valuable item? It must have been dropped by a monster and needed to be taken for investigation. Having dealt with knights for many years, Hofstad knew this was merely a pretext. They simply desired to claim the bracelet for themselves. He also understood that selling the bracelet was essential to procure the items Lord Lu had requested, making it, in essence, Lord Lu's property. Consequently, he resolutely refused to allow the knights to take the bracelet, which incited them to assault him. The villagers, grateful to Lewin, joined in the fray against the knights. Ultimately, the knights realized they were on the brink of being overwhelmed and, having no choice but to retreat, left with threats of returning for further trouble. "What?" Lewin exclaimed, seething with rage. "These scoundrels nearly thwarted my grand plans. Had the knights stolen the bracelet, Luoka village would lack the means to acquire precious resources." The thought ignited a murderous intent within him in his past life. Before embarking on his journey of cultivation, Lewin had been a child of a merchant family, at the age of 12. The local magistrate conspired with local bullies and gentry to falsely accuse his father, leading to his execution. His mother, unable to bear the loss, took her own life. He had been residing with his uncle at the time, thus narrowly escaping the calamity. However, those who had caused his family's ruin sought to eliminate him as well. The most perilous places can also be the safest. He hid near the magistrate's residence without food or drink for 3 days until he found an opportunity to slay the magistrate and flee the city. Just as he was about to be captured, he fortuitously encountered his master. Upon hearing his story, his master, both sympathetic and impressed by his youthful cunning, recognized his extraordinary talent and took him as a disciple. Welcoming him into the Shinzi sect, at T12, one's worldview begins to take shape. Thus, no matter how many years pass, Lewin harbors an enduring disdain for corrupt officials and tyrannical bullies. After acquiring sufficient cultivation, his first act was to descend the mountain and eradicate all those involved in the destruction of his family, along with their kin, thereby releasing the pent-up fury in his heart. Having spent days in this new world, he understood that knights were akin to the constables of certain nations in the Yanhuang realm, essentially serving as enforcers of the law. Hence, upon learning of their bullying and the near derailment of his plans, his murderous resolve was inevitable. He calmly inquired, "What are the names of those individuals, and where can they be found?" "Lord Lu, warehouse, why do you wish to know?" Hofstad stammered, a hint of panic in his voice. "Is it not obvious? I intend to deal with them," Lewin replied, his brow furrowed. Lord Lu, since they ultimately did not seize the bracelet, I think. This is an order. You need not speak further. However, henceforth, I shall have no dealings with you. And I will delegate the procurement of goods to others." Lewin's tone turned frosty. Hofstad felt a twinge of panic. Since their acquaintance with Lord Lu, he had always been approachable, and he had never witnessed such fury before. Hofstad swallowed hard and finally said, "The group is stationed at the Wind Forest Knight's stronghold. Over 20 of them are there." On the wall of Hofstad's chamber hung a map detailing the Blood Deer city and its surroundings. Lewin turned to examine it, quickly identifying the route to the Wind Forest stronghold. "Lord Lu, the reason I did not inform you is that knights hold a significant position within the Empire. If you were to kill them, the Empire would surely investigate." Hofstad followed closely behind, trying to explain. "They sought to take what belongs to me. It is only right that I eliminate them. Should anyone dare seek vengeance on my behalf, I will deal with them too," Lewin stated flatly. He was unaware of any potential threats posed by the Holy Monarch Empire. The Yanhuang realm and this world were entirely different entities. It would be a gross misjudgment to compare the mundane states of Yanhuang with the Holy Monarch Empire. However, if the fault lay with them, and he was to endure it simply due to their superior strength, he would not be worthy of being a disciple of the Shinzi sect. Disciples of the Shinzi sect pursue a life of freedom, in stark contrast to the asceticism espoused by most sects, which advocate for a life devoid of desires and the avoidance of karmic entanglements. While disciples of other sects strive to sever emotional ties and worldly attachments, pursuing profit while evading consequences, Shinzi disciples indulge in the pleasures of life. They revel in merriment, act decisively in conflict, seek revenge for grievances, and enjoy the arts in essence, as long as they do not violate natural laws or ethical principles. They embrace life to the fullest. For disciples of the Shinzi sect, if cultivation means erasing one's true nature, it would be better not to cultivate at all. If the pursuit of immortality entails relinquishing one's self and becoming devoid of desires, what value is there in longevity? Upon hearing Luan's words, Hofstad recognized his mistake. He should not have presumed to make decisions on Luan's behalf. How foolish of me to consider myself more astute than Lord Lu. Thinking I knew better what to do, Hofstad mused, Luan bore no grudge against them, understanding that it was human nature, and they were acting in their own interest. However, he contemplated the implications of his actions. Should he slay those knights, it would inevitably lead to inquiries into Luoka village, potentially bringing misfortune upon them. This village had rendered him significant service. He could not allow momentary impulses to jeopardize their safety. Cold-heartedness was ultimately not in his nature. Nevertheless, he resolved to eliminate those knights. Adopting a more amiable demeanor, he reassured them, rest assured, you need not worry about collateral damage. You have rendered me substantial service, and I will not stand idly by while you face peril. With that, he produced a stack of yellow paper and several bottles of elixirs. The bottles of elixirs were reddish-brown, distinctly different from the green ones containing the revitalizing pills. What is this? Hofstad gazed in curiosity at the items Luan had revealed, filled with wonder. For Lord Lu's possessions were always extraordinary, making him sometimes suspect that Luan hailed from another world. Luan replied nonchalantly, the pills in this red vessel are known as strength pills. Consuming one will enhance your strength by 50,000 pounds for 2 hours. What? 50,000 pounds? Hofstad and the villagers stared wide-eyed, their jaws nearly dislocating in disbelief at what they had just heard. To gain such a tremendous amount of strength, albeit temporarily, was simply unfathomable. Even the mightiest man in the empire, Alslu, would likely fall short in comparison. Hofstad and the villagers were utterly captivated by the elixir, unable to tear their gazes away, for they could hardly fathom the existence of such a potion in this world. If others were to tell them that by merely consuming a pill the size of a peanut, one could acquire a strength of 50,000 pounds, they would undoubtedly deem the speaker a fraud. Yet, when Luan speaks, they harbor not a shred of doubt. This strength-enhancing pill, known as the Great Strength Pill, was crafted by Luan himself centuries ago during his alchemical training, and he still possesses a considerable quantity in his spiritual sea. However, the condition for its efficacy is that one's strength must be less than 50,000 pounds, a threshold that, for the current Luan, holds negligible significance, rendering the pill useless to him now. Luan then presented a stack of yellow talismans to Hufutade, saying, this is called the Golden Light Talisman. When affixed to the body, for 1 hour it grants the bearer a golden aura, rendering them impervious to blades and fire. Reflecting on his recent experiences and encounters, he continued, in any case, it should suffice to withstand a third-tier spell. Third-tier spell? Hufutade exclaimed in disbelief as he accepted the stack of golden light talismans. They were remarkably lightweight, almost imperceptible in his hand, with the yellowed, thin paper seemingly ready to tear at a moment's notice. Adorned with incomprehensible crimson symbols, the absence of any discernible magical aura made it hard to believe that such items could possess such extraordinary effects. Take these for your protection. Should they be used up? I shall provide more. However, Luan's expression suddenly grew serious. If I discover anyone misusing these items for nefarious deeds, I shall personally see to their demise. Yes, we understand, Master Lu. Hufutade and the villager quickly assured him. The provision of these items was not merely for their self-defense against retaliation. Luan harbored a further intention, to cultivate this village. Having previously saved its inhabitants, they held unwavering loyalty and admiration for him. Yet the village had little significance to him, merely a good deed done in passing, with little prospect of future connection. Unexpectedly, the village proved capable of gathering rare resources on his behalf, thus elevating its importance in his eyes. This realization sparked Luan's motivation to develop the village, to enable them to gather materials more swiftly and abundantly, and to venture farther afield in their pursuits. Furthermore, there was a crucial reason for this decision. The villagers revered him almost as a deity. While finding capable subordinates was not difficult, locating a group genuinely loyal to him was far more challenging. Moreover, nurturing such individuals into potent allies was hardly a daunting task for Luan, who possessed ample resources of elixirs, techniques, and artifacts. The specifics of how to develop this village required careful consideration, but enhancing their self-defense capabilities was a priority to prevent total devastation from disasters. Cultivators, find me an uninhabited courtyard, free from any disturbances, Lewin instructed suddenly. Very well, you may use the previous courtyard. We have personnel cleaning it daily. Ah, and cultivators, Lewin pondered for a moment, prepare some firewood for me. In the courtyard, Lewin sat cross-legged before an ancient medicinal cauldron known as the Celestial Mechanism Cauldron, which emitted a faint blue glow, encircled by celestial patterns, exuding an air of mystery. However, the large pile of firewood beside it rather undermined its grandeur. Presently, in the chi refinement stage, the heavenly devouring flame could only be sustained for 10 seconds. Although Lewin had mastered the carefree chi refinement method to the point of rapidly replenishing his true chi, interruptions were inevitable. Thus, he resorted to this most rudimentary method. Crouching down, he tossed 2 pieces of wood into the cauldron as if cooking, blowing gently on the flames. Watching the fire grow increasingly vigorous, Lewin sighed, somewhat amused and disheartened. He had never imagined that the Celestial Mechanism Cauldron, a treasure of unparalleled worth, would come to such a state point. One could only wonder how its creator would react to such a sight. As the flames consumed the firewood, a thick plume of smoke ascended into the sky, attracting the attention of the villagers, who could not help but speculate on what Lewin was concocting. Does he find our meals unsatisfactory, preparing a private feast? Lewin reached into the flames to test the temperature. Once satisfied, he waved his hand, and a series of rare spiritual herbs emerged from his spiritual sea, transforming into streams of light that accurately landed within the cauldron. Fire crowgrass. With this, the consumption of spiritual energy for fire spells will be reduced by 1/3. Thunder pattern flower. This will generate a trace of Tao source thunder breath within him, enabling him to disregard a portion of opponent's lightning resistance when casting thunder spells. 7 Star fruit and listening wind wood. Both enhance the speed of true chi or spiritual energy recovery. Guiyue ice. With this, the protective techniques he cultivates will gain resistance against ice spells. Lingfeng fruit. Upon absorption, it will increase the speed of flying spells. As Lewin silently recited the names and effects of each herb, he judiciously added or removed firewood to control the temperature. His millennia of experience had rendered him intimately familiar with the properties of each ingredient. Despite utilizing firewood, he could ensure that every herb released its essence at the optimal temperature. As time passed, a rich medicinal aroma began to waft from the cauldron. Seizing the moment, Lewin slowly lifted the lid, and with a sudden forceful wave of his hand, extinguished the flames within. Gleaming golden foundation establishment pills lay tranquil within the cauldron. Grabbing a handful, he observed them carefully. Excellent, all first grade. Just as I expected, Lewin smiled with satisfaction. While foundation establishment pills were relatively low tier, higher grade pills could not possibly be produced through mere firewood. Now, with all the foundation establishment pills required for the entire foundation establishment stage complete, the next step was to break through to that stage, and unleash the Shin hunting, the 10,000-year blood corpse, and those primordial artifacts, arranging the spirit-gathering formation. Once the formation enriched the surrounding spiritual energy, Lewin settled on the ground, commencing the circulation of the carefree chi refinement method. The natural spiritual energy was drawn into his body, solidifying his energy vortex. At a pivotal moment in his cultivation, Lewin consumed a foundation establishment pill, absorbing its medicinal power entirely, integrating it into the vortex. The unique powers contained within the foundation establishment pill, infused with rare materials, initiated a transformative change within the vortex. This was the foundation for becoming a first-grade immortal. Missing any step would render future recompense impossible. Throughout the process, Lewin consumed 3 foundation establishment pills, reaping the effects of the rare materials thrice. Thus, despite merely being in the foundation establishment stage, he already possessed numerous enviable attributes. This exemplified the advantages of cultivating the path of a first-grade immortal and the fundamental reason why first-grade immortals surpass their peers. 3 hours later, Lewin opened his eyes, emitting an aura indicative of the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. He extended his hands, gently clenched his fists, savoring the true chi within. Although true chi was essential in the foundation establishment stage, the energy he absorbed, thanks to the rare materials, stood in stark contrast to that of the chi refinement stage. Though night had fallen, it posed no hindrance to his movements. Lewin first stored away the Shin hunting, the blood corpse, and the artifacts, then recalled the location of the Wind Forest stronghold before vanishing from the courtyard in a blur. The Wind Forest Knight's stronghold appeared from the outside like a middle finger, an irregularly circular courtyard with a tall building at the center of the western side, flanked by two shorter structures. Due to the lack of funds for the Holy Monarch Empire to station guards in every village, they established knight strongholds as a unit. These strongholds were positioned centrally to facilitate rapid response to any incidents in nearby villages. When trouble struck Loka village recently, the Wind Forest Knights did not intentionally delay their response. They had received an urgent order that day to proceed to Beirut City on a special mission, inadvertently exacerbating the tragedy in Loka village. Under the dark moonlit sky, over 20 knights gathered in the courtyard, lighting a bonfire, drinking beer, and roasting chickens, sheep, and pigs acquired from unknown villages. Appearing quite merry, a guard at the entrance cast an envious glance at them, cursing, "Damn it, leave some for me. That pig was my catch today. Keep your watch, Captain. That gold bracelet must be worth 3,000 gold coins." "What a pity," exclaimed one knight who had shed his armor, now dressed in casual attire, after taking a hearty swig of beer. "That was the most beautiful gold bracelet I have ever seen." "Indeed, Captain, we almost had it in our grasp that day." They could not shake thoughts of the gold bracelet that Lewin had carelessly discarded. During their idle moments these past few days, it was not beautiful women that occupied their minds, but rather that bracelet. "You still don't understand your captain well enough. Am I someone who easily gives up?" The captain, slightly inebriated, declared, downing another hefty mug of beer before bursting into laughter. How could those country bumpkins possibly afford such exquisite bracelets? They must have acquired them through illicit means, assured the captain, setting down his goblet. "Rest easy, in a few days, we shall abduct a child from that village and coerce his parents into procuring the bracelet for you. At that point, he will become our accomplice." Too terrified to reveal the truth. "But won't we have to share the spoils with him?" queried a knight. "Share? Nonsense. We will pin last year's serial murder case on him and toss him into the East City prison to await execution." The captain retorted fiercely, "Captain, it's 3,000 gold coins. We could never spend that in a lifetime," exclaimed an excited knight. "Heh, once we lay our hands on the gold, I shall treat you all to an experience at the Dream Demon Pavilion run by Shilingluo." The captain leered. Shilingluo is the capital of the Holy Empire, renowned as the most prosperous city in the land. Upon hearing this, the group instantly buzzed with excitement. Rumor has it that the dream demons within the pavilion can manipulate dreams to fulfill every desire, albeit at a steep cost. "Captain, I'm starving. Let me have a bite first," called out the sentinel knight at the door. Fine, you spineless wretch. Come in and eat, but finish quickly and return to your post." The captain snapped impatiently. Just as the captain finished speaking, the sentinel knight lunged forward, crashing into the roasted pig, which was larger than him. The sizzling meat made a hissing sound upon contact with his skin. The captain, taken aback, exclaimed, "You don't have to go to such extremes just because you're hungry." But he quickly realized something was amiss, for the sentinel knight was only half a body. After a brief moment of shock, the knights sprang to their feet, alert and scanning their surroundings. Despite the circumstances, they retained their combat training. Simultaneously, they were struck with disbelief. Who had the audacity to attack their knight stronghold? Each knight was at least a 5-star iron level, and with 27 knights present, it was one of the most formidable places in the vicinity. Soon, they spotted a youth clad in white robes standing at the entrance, coldly observing them, with a voice laced with malice. He uttered, "In any world, I would relish the opportunity to rid it of scum like you." Chapter 48. Gentle yet fearsome, what manner of creature are you? Corrosive arrow rain. A mage immediately raised his hand, conjuring a magical rune that formed rapidly in his palm, followed by a cacophony of explosive sounds. Dozens of green arrows, exuding a corrosive aura, were unleashed at an astonishing speed, shooting relentlessly toward Lewin. Lewin did not flinch. Upon impact, the arrows erupted into clouds of toxic mist that engulfed him. "How dare you attack here? You must be courting death," he thought, startled. "I will investigate his identity shortly. Let us ensure we spare no one, not even his family." The knights, mistakenly believing Lewin to be slain, chuckled derisively. Poison-based magic holds little lethality against inanimate objects like stones or buildings, but is lethal to living beings. Though corrosive arrow rain was merely a second-tier spell, Very few in the entire empire would dare to endure it head-on, especially considering Lewin appeared to be no older than 16 or 17. Yet, in the next moment, Lewin emerged from the thick fog, unscathed and his garments pristine. The knights, who had once mocked him, now wore expressions of disbelief, their eyes wide. How is this possible? Has he donned anti-poison magical gear? But we clearly detected no magical fluctuations. Enough of this chatter, let us eliminate him. 8 mages, unwilling to delay further, raised their hands or wands, swiftly forming colorful magical runes. Subsequently, a flurry of magic, each with varied attributes and effects, rained down upon Lu an explosive fireball, shadow acid, earth spikes, flying stones, high-pressure water stream, wound expansion. Witnessing such an array of new spells momentarily widened Lewin's eyes. However, these spells merely left the yard pockmarked while failing to inflict any harm upon him. They dissipated upon contact, unable to impede his advance. Is this truly your most formidable magic? Under the moonlight, Lewin's handsome visage was illuminated, his fair skin emanating a soft glow, appearing gentle and amiable, evoking a sense of warmth. His bright, clear eyes sparkled, and a subtle smile graced his lips, reminiscent of an innocent, naive boy. Yet, none of the onlookers shared this sentiment. They stared at Lewin, aghast in the recent skirmish. They had unleashed their most potent attacks, which had proven utterly ineffective against him, akin to mere tickles. Despair enveloped them, weighing heavily upon their hearts as they struggled to conceive a way to overcome this formidable foe. He is a monster, an absolute monster. Stay back. Go summon reinforcements. A knight produced a distress firework, the same type used by Luoka village to call for help. Their only hope lay in the knights from other strongholds rushing to their aid. Lewin flicked his fingers. Crack! The knight's wrist snapped, the severed hand plummeting to the ground, blood gushing forth. The knight stared at his severed hand in shock for 3 seconds before collapsing to the ground, howling in agony. The surrounding knights turned pale, their faces etched with terror. This fellow possesses not only monstrous defenses but also such enigmatic and potent offensive capabilities. What manner of beast are you? A vampire? A werewolf? The captain's voice trembled with fear, his legs shaking uncontrollably in his understanding. No human could possibly attain such formidable strength through mere training. Thus, he concluded that Lewin was no ordinary human but a disguised member of some other race. Werewolf? Something akin to a wolf demon? Vampire? Like a leech gone sentient? Lewin mused to himself, utterly unfamiliar with the terms. Just then, a voice cried out, "Captain!" The captain turned at the sound, spotting a knight joyfully brandishing a massive sword. The sword was half a meter wide, with a straight golden stripe running down its center, and its hilt was simple yet emblazoned with the crest of the Lord's family. Earlier, while enjoying roasted meat, they had left most of their equipment inside, confident that no one would dare attack them. Now, this knight hurled the gigantic sword with all his might. It soared through the air, landing squarely in the captain's strong grip. Chapter 49. Eradicating Corrupt Officials. This is an exceptional great sword, imbued with 30% fiery gold. Fiery gold is a rare metal, far sturdier than diamonds, and it can contain magical energy, making it ideal for crafting magical weapons. This metal is exceedingly expensive, seldom within reach of most, yet even a small infusion into equipment significantly enhances its durability. This great sword belongs to the Empire, not the captain personally, and with 30% fiery gold, it could withstand even the 5th-tier lightning magic without damage. Moreover, it has been blessed by a silver mage, qualifying it as a magical weapon. Despite its cumbersome appearance, it possesses an unimaginable swiftness when wielded. Clutching the great sword, the captain regained his confidence, casting a provocative gaze at Lewin. Whatever you are, you cannot withstand this blade. Suddenly, he froze, for he was bewildered to find that the sword had vanished from his grasp. Huh! When did that happen? The captain stood in disbelief, watching Lewin effortlessly play with the great sword, swinging it in his right hand before transferring it to his left. The sheer size of the sword contrasted starkly with Lewin's slender figure. Yet it seemed weightless in his hands. Lewin found nothing remarkable about the sword, perplexed by the captain's newfound confidence after seizing it. Gripping the blade, he effortlessly tore it asunder, as if it were mere paper. I must be dreaming. Surely, this is a nightmare. Such a thing cannot happen in reality. A sense of unreality washed over the knights. triggering a profound disturbance in their minds, leading them to perceive everything around them as shrouded in a hazy illusion. The knight captain suddenly collapsed to his knees, weeping in fear. "Spare me! Spare me! I'll give you anything. Just tell me how much you want." Witnessing this, the other knights fell to their knees in unison. "Please let me go. I have an elderly mother at home. Just let me leave. I will pay you. Who sent you to kill us? We will pay tenfold, no, 100-fold." Their pleas echoed, one after another, as he watched the knights, who had just been discussing how to wield their authority to harm others, kneeling before him and pleading for mercy. Images flashed through Luan's mind. A cold smile suddenly crept onto his face. It is the same in any world. With a swift motion, Luan shattered the knight captain's head with a single strike. The crimson blood roused those knights, who, overwhelmed by fear, had begun to feel a sense of unreality. "Run!" they screamed, their cries resembling that of slaughtered pigs. As they scrambled to their feet and sprinted in different directions, eyes tightly shut. Observing this, Luan spread his fingers, summoning the devouring heavenly flame into his palm. He raised his hand, and the flame soared into the air, growing larger by the moment. Originally, the devouring heavenly flame, fueled by his 9th level of chi refinement, was only the size of a fist, but now, born from his 3rd level of foundation establishment, it expanded to 30 times that size, with a stronger pull and a longer duration. Just as the knights thought they were about to escape the courtyard, they suddenly felt a force tugging at them. Turning back in terror, they beheld a massive, inky black flame swirling ominously in the sky above the courtyard. Though they could not comprehend its nature, they understood that to come into contact with this flame would surely lead to their demise. "No, let me go. Please, spare me." Over 20 knights, tears streaming down their faces, begged for mercy, reminiscent of the countless individuals they had once oppressed through their authority. Luan observed this scene with an impassive expression. After living for thousands of years, no amount of their wailing could stir his heart. In the end, the knights, along with the captain and the fallen guards, were all drawn towards the devouring heavenly flame. And upon even the slightest contact, they instantaneously turned to ashes. This divine fire, which had once incinerated the very sun, was an overwhelming force against mere mortals. Silence enveloped the scene. The only sound remaining was the chirping of insects. Just as Luan was about to depart, a thought struck him, prompting him to turn back and enter the knight stronghold. He recalled the knights' earlier words, suggesting they had not been shy about plundering the resources of the common folk. Thus, he surmised that the buildings would surely contain many valuable items. Expanding his consciousness, he quickly mapped out every inch of the structures, identifying the rooms that housed treasures. After collecting everything of worth, Luan left the stronghold and returned to Luoka village. Chapter 50. Making choices in the early morning, Hafutade sat up in bed, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Suddenly, he spotted a slender white figure standing with its back to him in the courtyard. "Lord Lu?" Startled, Hafutade jumped out of bed and rushed towards the door, only to remember he was not properly dressed. He hurriedly tidied his clothes before pushing open the door. "Lord Lu," Hafutade hastened to catch up to Luan. "You're awake." Luan turned to him. "I have something to discuss with you." Please go ahead. Previously, you mentioned those merchant caravans. How often do they pass through your area?" Luan inquired. "Well, their arrival is quite irregular. Sometimes every few weeks, or even months. Our village is the closest to the outskirts of the Despair Plains. So many caravans choose to stop here for food, water, and a brief rest," Hafutade explained. "If that's the case, your area should be quite prosperous," Luan remarked, puzzled. "Indeed, Lord Lu, but in the Holy Emperor's Empire, we farmers cannot engage in large-scale commercial activities without permission. Even opening a shop requires an application, and one must have sufficient capital to do so. Otherwise, we risk legal repercussions and imprisonment," Hafutade clarified. So that's the crux of the matter," Luan realized. Logically, this place should be thriving due to its position on the trade route, yet the houses appeared on the verge of collapse. The villagers subsisted on the coarsest of foods, and their clothing had faded to a ghostly white. It became evident that this nation had such policies in place to prevent rural areas from encroaching on urban commercial resources. Thus, these villagers risked legal consequences to trade with the caravans and procure resources for themselves. Reflecting on this, Luan's impression of Luoka village improved slightly. "Hafutade, I want to transform your village from an agricultural one into a commercial hub. Of course, you have the right to choose and may refuse, but should you choose to follow me, I will ensure that anyone who dares to threaten Luoka village will face my wrath, Luan stated calmly. Transforming from an agricultural village into a commercial one. Hofutade's mind immediately conjured images of the wealthier cities within the empire, which had similarly evolved from humble agricultural roots into thriving commercial centers. There, people lived affluently, most resided in luxurious homes, dined on exquisite food, and young individuals had more opportunities to engage with the outside world, increasing the likelihood of exceptional talent emerging from such places. If Luoka village could become equally prosperous, then the thought stirred excitement within Hofutade, who had long felt the weight of responsibility to protect and revitalize Luoka village, yet felt his efforts had yielded little success over the years. However, if Luoka village could flourish, he would feel his life had been worthwhile. Yet, this would entail defying the empire's laws. Luan had effectively presented Hofutade with two choices: continue his fealty to the empire or pledge allegiance to him. Recalling the knights who had abused their power for years without facing any consequences, Hofutade needed little time to arrive at his decision. Furthermore, fostering commerce in Luoka village would not harm the empire's interests. However, this matter concerned the lives of all the villagers, for if the empire learned that these farmers were engaging in trade without permission, they could face imprisonment en masse. He could not decide for the hundreds of villagers merely to appease Lord Lu. Thus, he steeled himself and said, "Lord Lu, I believe we should first gauge the villagers' opinions." Expecting Luan to be impatient or irate, Hofutade was surprised when Luan nodded in agreement. Yes, that is indeed prudent. Consequently, Hofutade urgently gathered all the villagers and convened a meeting in his courtyard. Upon learning that the esteemed Lord Lu intended to transform their village into a commercial hub, the majority of villagers erupted with excitement. From a distance, in another courtyard, Luan could even hear their hushed cheers. Becoming a commercial village meant that the villagers would no longer have to toil in the fields, often going hungry. They would grow wealthier, enjoy fine food, wear comfortable clothing, and reside in homes that shielded them from the elements. Their children would have ample resources for education, leading to brighter futures. Of course, a few individuals expressed concerns. But upon hearing Hofutade mention that Lord Lu had promised to ensure the village's safety, their worries subsided, for they had witnessed Luan's capabilities. After the meeting concluded, Hofutade approached Luan with a smile. "Lord Lu, the villagers are in full support of your decision. Very well, let us take the first step. Repair the village roads and environment, construct a few inns and restaurants, and ensure they are of a higher standard. In short, we must enhance the potential for commerce once caravans arrive," Luan instructed, waving his hand as a pile of assorted items scattered onto the ground. Hofutade looked down to see what lay before him, and his heart began to race, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Chapter 51. Seeking aid from Olivia. Chests filled with gold coins, boxes containing various potions, a heap of armor pieces emblazoned with the Wind Forest Knight insignia, a collection of weapons bearing the same emblem, a massive sword split in two, and several unopened magical scrolls. Upon seeing these items, Hofutade realized that the Wind Forest Knights may no longer exist. "Hofutade, these items are for you." As startup capital, Luan gestured towards the scattered goods. Hofutade's breath quickened. He suddenly bent down to pick up the great sword, running his fingers over the golden patterns on the broken blade. His expression shifting to one of disbelief. "This is flame gold. It's actually flame gold. I'm not well versed in these matters. You decide how to handle them. If funds fall short, I will find a way." Luan waved his hand dismissively. Hofutade, filled with excitement, knelt to examine the items. The gold coins bore no special markings and could be spent freely. The potions and magical scrolls could be sold to passing caravans or used personally. The equipment emblazoned with the knightly insignia needed careful handling, possibly to be melted down by the village blacksmiths. A rough estimate suggested that the total value of this trove would not be less than 6,000 gold coins. However, Lord Lu, there is one issue, Hofutade said. "Speak." "Neither our village nor the surrounding ones have craftsmen capable of building high-end structures. If we hire workers from the city, it may attract the attention of the authorities and lead to trouble." That is a valid point, Luan pondered. Since arriving in this world, he had met few people, the wealthiest among them being Olivia. After a moment of thought, he resolved to seek Olivia's assistance in resolving this issue. "Hofutade, for the next few days, refrain from farming or hunting. Focus on improving the village's environment. I will head to Blood Deer City to see if I can find trustworthy workers who won't leak information. Understood, Lord Liu. In the afternoon, Aurelia was at home, trying on evening gowns one after another. The day after tomorrow, a grand banquet featuring her as the guest of honor would take place, where her father, Old Mitre, would announce Aurelia as the heir to the Mitre family. Many important individuals would be in attendance. A dozen maids carefully held exquisite dresses, while Aurelia admired her beautiful face and figure reflected in the full-length mirror, occasionally breaking into a satisfied smile. Only when embarking on adventurous quests in the wilderness did she dress more casually. However, during her time at home, her simple attire radiated the grace of a noble lady. Miss Aurelia, a guest named Liu is waiting for you. We have asked him to wait in the parlor. A maid stood at the corridor, refraining from entering but speaking from the doorway. Liu? Aurelia's eyes brightened. Yes, back. In the parlor downstairs, Liu gingerly lifted a steaming cup of coffee to his lips, only to grimace the next moment, nearly choking on the liquid he barely managed to swallow. He then cast a look of dismay toward the maid who had prepared the coffee for him. Why do people in this world enjoy drinking such a concoction? Is this some sort of herbal soup? Just then, the sound of crisp high heels echoed from the staircase. Eluan looked up to see Aurelia descending gracefully in a splendid evening gown, her skirt swaying gently with each step, reminiscent of a blooming flower. Observing this, Luin set down his coffee cup, stood up, and smiled, nodding in greeting to Aurelia. Aurelia, he began, where did you go last night? I wanted to invite you to try the steak I made myself. I had some personal matters to attend to. Aurelia had anticipated that Luin would be astonished by her carefully prepared appearance and would shower her with compliments. However, to her disappointment, Luin regarded her with the same expression as usual. Leaving her feeling somewhat deflated, it was not a lack of charm on Aurelia's part. Luin had lived for thousands of years and had encountered countless enchanting beauties. While beauty might touch him, it certainly would not provoke an involuntary reaction. Do you have a moment? I need your assistance, Luin spoke. Aurelia looked up in surprise, unable to believe her ears. This mysterious super expert was seeking her help? It was simply unbelievable. She blinked rapidly and nodded vigorously, saying, yes, come to my room. All right, Luin replied with a slight smile and a nod. Chapter 52. Aurelia's solution. Aurelia's room was expansive, measuring a generous 200 square meters, complete with various functional areas, including a bathroom, washroom, walk-in closet, makeup room, and reading nook. The entire space was both comfortable and practical, exuding a subtle fragrance. Upon entering the room, Luin couldn't help but survey his surroundings. Although he had seen countless luxurious residences in Yanhuang, the architectural styles of the two worlds were distinctly different. The two sat across from each other at a small table, and after the maids set down the snacks and drinks, she left at Aurelia's request. In the spacious room, only Liu and Aurelia remained. What is it, Liu? Aurelia inquired, slicing a sizable piece of chocolate cake with her fork and savoring it. Luin relayed his plan to discreetly establish a business in Loka village, hiring construction workers while ensuring confidentiality. Aurelia pondered as she chewed the cake, her head slightly bowed in thought. She knew this was a dubious endeavor, but given Luin's past heroism in saving her and her teammates, she could not refuse him, even if the risks were considerable. After a moment's contemplation, Aurelia swallowed the cake and looked up. I have an idea. We can hire construction workers from other countries. My uncle can contact some orc builders. The Holy Emperor's Empire and the Orc Nation have never gotten along, and orcs are not permitted within the borders. Once the work is completed, they can leave without any information leaking. Excellent, Luin's eyes brightened, and he smiled. Thank you, Aurelia. Not at all, Aurelia responded with a sweet smile, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, the auction for the Magma Tyrant's magic core hasn't concluded yet. The price is still rising, so we may have to wait a few more days. The Lava Lizard's magic core has already been sold for 200 gold coins. Since we agreed you would take the lion's share, you can have 150 gold coins, and the remaining 50 can be divided among the 5 of us. Does that sound good? Sure, no problem, Luin nodded, aware that funds were crucial for the construction of Loka village. He felt a twinge of anticipation for the final price of the Magma Tyrant's magic core. I specifically requested the auction house to keep the seller's identity confidential, so for now, no one knows you were the one who defeated the Magma Tyrant. What do you think, Liu? Should I make this public? Then you would become a hero. Aurelia suggested. Unsure if Luin, a mysterious powerhouse, preferred to remain low-key, she had taken it upon herself to conceal his deed. However, she could still make it known nationwide if she wished. Luin shook his head in no need. It's better to keep it under wraps. If he became famous, Loka village might also draw attention. Should anyone discover that the village was engaged in illicit commerce, it would only invite trouble. All right, Aurelia nodded, realizing she had correctly guessed Lu's preference for discretion. Luin wiped his mouth with a napkin, noting that the cake was quite delicious. He then slowly rose, a faint smile gracing his face. So, I'll leave the matter of the construction workers to you. Once the Magma Tyrant's magic core is sold, you can deduct the necessary expenses from the proceeds. If there's a shortfall, I will cover it. I'll take my leave now. Upon hearing Luan's words, Aurelia stood as well. All right, leave it to me. And Lu, you must attend the event the day after tomorrow. Attend? What event? Luan asked, somewhat puzzled, as he was unaware of the Miter family's affairs. We have an important banquet at our home the day after tomorrow. Understood. I will certainly be there, Luan nodded. Aurelia was one of the few acquaintances he had in this world, so he would consider her feelings as long as it did not interfere with pressing matters. Watching Luan's departing figure, Aurelia relaxed in her chair, lifted a silver cup to sip, and casually picked up a newspaper lying nearby. Silent tribute to heroes. The first adventurer team to annihilate the Goblin King. All 25 members perish. Seeing the headline, Aurelia set down her cup and sighed, then pouted. After the banquet, it'll be time to get back to work. Meanwhile, Adele, who feared being executed by the Emperor for the Magma Tyrant incident, was hiding in a mercenary camp outside the city. The mercenary profession differs significantly from that of adventurers, in terms of operations. Adventurers escort, eliminate magical beasts, gather resources, conduct research, and explore. Mercenaries, on the other hand, engage in pioneering, assassination, kidnapping, sabotage, and even wars between small nations. In summary, the mercenary profession is often viewed with a mix of disapproval and tacit acceptance by most governments, being neither fully endorsed nor outright banned. Due to its less savory nature compared to adventuring, mercenaries are not allowed to appear in groups within cities and must establish bases in the wilderness. This particular mercenary group was named Bloodbath. They presented themselves as an independent mercenary organization but were actually controlled by the Miter family, serving their interests while receiving covert support in return. Why? Why hasn't Tishi died? Adele downed the contents of a glass bottle in one gulp, then carelessly tossed it away. Ever since the incident with the Magma Tyrant, Adele had been in a state of despondency, her youthful face betraying an exhaustion and gloom that belied her age. A mercenary near the campfire, enjoying roasted meat, was unfortunate enough to be struck by her discarded bottle. He turned to scold her but was met with her icy stare, prompting him to sulkily turn back. Even in failure, Adele remained the second young mistress of the Miter family. She was, after all, their master. William squeezed through a group of drunken mercenaries, looking worse for wear himself. His once pristine cashmere coat and cloak were stained with grease, and his hair was unkempt. Most troubling was his fear of returning to the city, as he was deeply concerned about his daughter's situation. Miss Adele, I have a letter for you, William said softly, handing her a letter sealed with wax. A letter for me? Adele raised an eyebrow, murmuring, could it be from my father? She opened the letter, her earlier dejection momentarily giving way to surprise, followed by joy. Chapter 53. Aurelia's busy schedule from 2 days before the banquet to the day of the event. Aurelia was tirelessly occupied, arranging the venue, purchasing supplies, personally crafting the invitations, and selecting the most suitable chefs from the finest restaurants in Blood Deer City according to the tastes of all the guests. As the star of the banquet, it was only fitting that she took on a significant role in the preparations. Though exhausted after 2.5 days of labor, Aurelia felt a surge of excitement. The convalescence of old MIT has concluded, and he returned home just yesterday. However, he and Olia have not exchanged a single word. He has remained ensconced in his chamber, engaged in some unknown pursuit. As the afternoon waned, with approximately 4 hours remaining until the banquet commenced, Olia summoned her closest friends, Hertz, Rel, Yake, and Jair, and they ventured to the grandest commercial center of Blood Deer City, as she wished to personally select flowers that would complement the evening's ambience. Lu, however, did not join them, and she found herself missing him dearly. Yake, adorned in charming yet opulent attire, inquired with curiosity, to which he replied that he had no time. Recently, he had been often found seated in a particularly peculiar posture, legs crossed, fingers pinched and resting on his knees. Olia was unfamiliar with the concept of meditation, and thus could only describe it vaguely and was also intent on hastening his cultivation to the 9th level of foundation establishment. Thus he preferred not to squander time accompanying a lady on a shopping excursion. That fellow is astonishingly powerful. I wonder how he cultivates. Hertz interjected, I have no idea. Olia shook her head in response. The group continued their chatter as they strolled, eventually boarding a carriage that carried them towards the MIT estate as night fell. Upon their entrance into the MIT family manor, they were instantly captivated by the opulent surroundings. In the inky darkness, the entire MIT estate radiated like a cluster of brilliant stars. The main festivities were to be held within the largest mansion of the estate, yet even the courtyard itself could be described as a veritable cornucopia of splendor. Everywhere, magnificent crystal chandeliers adorned the space, casting a magical glow. Oak tables were laden with meticulously prepared dishes and exquisite wines that could scarcely be purchased under normal circumstances. A youthful minstrel stood beside a fountain, cradling an accordion, gently plucking the strings to produce a melodious tune. Meanwhile, wizards performed a dazzling array of safe and splendid magic, transforming flames into beautiful blossoms and making water dance through the air. Drawing the attention and applause of all present, the social elite, seldom seen in one place, had gathered this night. Gentlemen donned robes embellished with gemstones, while ladies were draped in floor-length silk gowns, their skirts embroidered with intricate patterns. They held gem-studded scepters and fans, their faces adorned with polite and graceful smiles as they engaged in pleasantries. I envy you, Sister Olia, Yake exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Upon hearing this, Olia could not help but feel a twinge of pride. For the evening's arrangements had all been orchestrated by her, and she was indeed the guest of honor. Yet suddenly, she beheld individuals who ought not to be present, a group of celestials. Their foreheads marked with petal insignias stood before her. Though their appearances were merely average, their attire, stature, and demeanor exuded an air of distinction that spoke of their extraordinary lineage. They were members of Adele's maternal family. Despite having only encountered them in her childhood, their oppressive behavior had left a deep impression on Olia, allowing her to recognize them instantly. However, given that Adele had already suffered defeat and that she herself was at odds with them, what could possibly bring them here tonight? The more Olia pondered, the stronger her ominous premonition became. She discarded the flowers she had spent the afternoon selecting and hurried towards the grandest mansion within the MIT estate. Olia, where are you going? Yake and the others exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Olia's sudden outburst, before hastening to follow her. The vice president of the Adventurers Guild, Carter, who had administered the assessment test to Lewin, had also received an invitation from the MIT family. He wandered within the manor, wine glass in hand, scanning the surroundings as though searching for someone. The last time he encountered that extraordinary genius, he mentioned residing in the MIT estate. Carter wondered if he might cross paths with him again that night. Just then, a group of young celestials passed by, fanning the air beneath their noses. What a disgusting smell! It must be the alchemical haze. Indeed, it is. Our city is devoid of such things, with all those factories they've established. It's no surprise we are inundated with it. Why can't they comprehend the significance of environmental preservation for a city? At this rate, Blood Deer City will become uninhabitable. Humans are oblivious to such matters. All they care about is profit. Exactly, Sai. Humans are such creatures. Carter felt a surge of indignation upon hearing this. He was well aware that those alchemical factories were relocated to Blood Deer City precisely to protect the environments of various cities, all of which had substantial celestial populations. Yet now, they dared to criticize humans for their lack of environmental consciousness. Just as he was about to turn and confront them, someone called out to him. Isn't this Vice President Carter? Turning to face the speaker, Carter found a man in his 40s, his face adorned with a somewhat mischievous smile, golden hair cascading down, partially obscuring the petal mark on his forehead. Carter's expression shifted to one of mild surprise. If memory served him correctly, this man was Noka Brandy, a renowned alchemist. Alchemists are among the most coveted professions, requiring not only exceptional magical talent, but also extensive knowledge of materials. They possessed the remarkable ability to transform various ordinary or rare materials into potions, magical substances, and enchanted items. In short, once an alchemist masters their craft, their future is boundless. Even without combat prowess, they are often regarded as esteemed guests by numerous organizations. What is he doing here? I've heard he has been advancing rapidly, with an increasing speed in potion crafting, leading him to challenge anyone knowledgeable in alchemy, Carter thought with an exasperated sigh. Suppressing his distaste, he greeted the man, and they engaged in conversation. Bang! Olia forcefully pushed open the door, but as she beheld the scene within the hall, her expression morphed into one of disbelief, as if the world were spinning around her. Chapter 54. Release magic upon me. The hall's ceiling soared high, adorned with sparkling crystal chandeliers that cast a soft glow, illuminating the entire banquet hall. Inside, the banner congratulating Olia MIT on becoming the heir of the MIT family had transformed into a welcome banner for the final showdown between Olia and Adele. The walls, once graced solely with her portraits, now also bore Adele's likeness. The elegantly dressed social elite paid her little mind. They merely glanced at her before resuming their laughter and conversation. After dedicating 2 days to the preparations for this banquet, it seemed the most out of place there was none other than herself. Her grip on the doorknob tightened, her arms trembling slightly. Olia slammed the door shut and strode toward her father's chamber. Miss Olia, you cannot enter. A maid with a blue ribbon tied around her waist, her professional smile unwavering, obstructed Olia's path with her long arms as Olia approached. Step aside. Olia, consumed by rage, spoke with a slight tremor in her voice. I told you, you cannot water cannon. The magical runes were hastily inscribed in her hands, but just as she was on the verge of completion, the blue-ribboned maid moved like lightning, effortlessly interrupting Olia's incantation and causing her to lose balance and tumble to the ground. Not only was she a maid, but she was also a martial artist. A hand-to-hand combat profession that maximizes physical potential in such close proximity. An elementalist was nothing more than a mere lamb to the slaughter for a martial artist, especially considering the maid's combat rating far surpassed Olia's. Thud! The maid, not wishing to harm Olia, maintained her serene smile as she skillfully subdued her, pressing her down. Miss, you should return. Get off. Olia, unaccustomed to physical confrontation, pummeling the blue-ribboned maid to no avail, found her efforts futile against the maid's steadfastness. You come out and explain this, Olia cried from the floor, shouting toward the door, yet receiving no response. Why go back on your word? Why must you forcibly divide what rightfully belongs to me and give it to Adele? You, the master of the MIT family, your words hold less credibility than those of an 8-year-old child. Release me, young lady, if you promise not to cause a scene and walk out of here. I will let you go. Just then, Hertz and the others arrived, momentarily taken aback by the scene before them. What is happening, Sister Olia? That large woman, let go of Olia. Though Hertz was oblivious to the specifics of the situation, upon seeing the blue-ribboned maid holding Olia down, he understood a conflict had arisen between them. The details of the conflict mattered little. As a friend, supporting Olia was all that mattered. However, they were here to attend a banquet, and none had brought wands or swords. Hertz and Jair rushed forward, launching attacks at the maid, but she maintained her grip on Olia with one hand while swiftly countering with the other, resulting in 2 quick thuds as Hertz and Jair were sent sprawling backward, their bodies aching from the sudden blows. In unarmed combat, even among warrior professions, a swordsman was no match for a martial artist, especially since the maid's rating eclipsed that of all present. Rel, use Ice Blast to attack her, Olia shouted, her eyes wide with urgency as she remained pinned to the ground. No, that's not possible. Ice Blast will harm you. Rael possesses a shy and introverted disposition, often deferring to Aelia's commands in the firefighting team, a habit he has grown accustomed to. When Aelia becomes resolute, she is capable of inflicting harm upon herself to achieve her objectives. This was evident when they first encountered the ogre. She drew her dagger to end her own life to ensure her teammates' escape. Hurry! Aelia shouted again. Rael's face betrayed his hesitation, his hand rising only to fall again. Ice Blast is his most potent ice attribute spell, and if unleashed upon the Azure Ribbon Maid, it would likely cause part of Aelia's body to freeze, shattering upon contact. Rael, what are you hesitating for? Hurry up, Aelia's voice now carried a tinge of desperation. This hint of pleading caused Rael to pause. He had never heard his captain speak in such a manner, having always trusted Aelia's words. He lifted his hand, conjuring a blue-white magical rune that radiated cold before him. At that moment, Rael noticed a glimmer of surprise in Aelia's tear-filled eyes. The other members of the firefighting team momentarily froze. Turning to look behind them, there, Lewin strolled around the corner, a plate of chocolate cake in hand. His cheeks were puffed, and a bit of chocolate lingered at the corners of his mouth. Clearly having stuffed a large piece of cake in, upon seeing him, a wave of reassurance washed over everyone. The azure ribbon maid's expression grew slightly grave. What is happening? Why does the appearance of this person elicit a look of surprise on the young lady's face? And why do these youngsters appear so relieved? She scrutinized Lewin's slender frame, noting that he seemed to lack any rigorous training, a spellcaster perhaps. But why would he dare approach me so closely? In such proximity, warrior classes naturally hold an advantage over most spellcasters. This person appears significantly younger than Miss Aelia. He cannot possibly be a spellcaster powerful enough to disregard the threat of a warrior at close range. In the blink of an eye, Lewin had approached them closely. "What are you all doing?" "Lew, save me," Aelia cried out. The materials used in the construction of the MIT family mansion were of the highest quality, specifically designed for sound insulation, so Aelia's previous shouts went unheard by those outside. Hertz and the others had only just followed Aelia to this location. However, Lewin, being a first-rate Shinxian body, possessed hearing far beyond that of ordinary people. And upon hearing Aelia was in trouble, he rushed over, grabbing a piece of chocolate cake as he passed the dining table. "Whoever you are, please refrain from meddling in the affairs of the MIT family," the maid said politely to Elu and swallowed a fist-sized piece of cake without paying her any mind. He concentrated his true energy at his fingertip, unleashing a point of force into the air. His acupoint technique surpassed Jair's by a considerable margin. As soon as the energy entered the maid's body, it systematically targeted 14 acupoints within a short span. The maid had been poised to strike. Her muscles tensed, waiting for Lewin to draw closer or raise his hand to cast a spell, at which point she would suddenly leap to subdue him. But suddenly, darkness enveloped her, and she lost consciousness. The others, unaware of the intricacies of the acupoint technique, merely saw Lewin gesture with his finger, and the maid fell. However, Luan's ability to astonish them was not a new occurrence, so this time they were only slightly taken aback. Not to the point of being frozen in place. Aelia stood up, hastily pushing the door open and entering. Chapter 55. Utter injustice. The door was slammed open with a forceful bang. Old MIT looked up from behind his desk, his expression one of utter surprise. Because Luan's acupoint technique was executed with minimal disturbance, Old MIT had not anticipated that such a large maid would be so swiftly defeated. "Aelia, you... Father, why? Why has my banquet been transformed into a contest? I have already won. The position of heir should rightfully belong to me. Why has there suddenly been an ultimate competition introduced?" Aelia questioned furiously. This apparent bias ignited a strong sense of discomfort within her. Old MIT appeared even more gaunt than a few days prior, his complexion worse, and his eye condition had significantly worsened, making it clear that he was a man on the brink of death. Yet, Aelia felt no twinge of sympathy. Strictly speaking, Old MIT had failed to fulfill any paternal responsibilities since Aelia was 6 years old, the year he married her mother, Adele, and took in his 4-year-old illegitimate daughter. Adele, during those years in Stone City, Aelia's life was incredibly difficult. Relying on the old maid and her meager earnings to scrape by. It was only through her diligent efforts to gain admission to the Guardian Academy that she had the opportunity to return to Bloodier City. Despite his failing health, Old MIT's gaze remained sharp. "Aelia, do you truly believe that winning a single competition can determine the heir of such a grand family? Do you not find that rather juvenile? But why did you not mention an ultimate competition beforehand? And do you think I am unaware? Had Adele won the last competition, there would be no ultimate contest today. You would have simply declared her the heir. Correct? Even if I win this ultimate contest today, you will surely concoct another reason to delay, for the power of explanation lies with you, does it not?" Old MIT shrugged his shoulders from his chair. "Do not paint me as so shameless. If you can win today's competition, the position of heir will undoubtedly be yours." Aelia crossed her arms, scoffing. "Do you think I would still believe your words? Old MIT responded unreasonably. If you do not believe me, you may forfeit die in the future. You can either assist Adele in managing the family or take a sum of money and leave blood to your city. The choice is yours. Aelia's chest heaved with anger. Facing such a shameless man, yet feeling utterly powerless. What are you feeling indignant? Old MIT lit a cigar. I am the head of the family. Logically speaking, it is my prerogative to decide who inherits the family. Even if I were to hand the MIT family over to the beggars of Dirty River District, neither you nor Adele would have the right to object. I have been quite merciful in allowing a competition to select the heir. If I were as selfish as you believe, I would simply declare Adele as the heir. Aelia clenched her fists and shouted, Do you think I do not know? You are merely seeking a good reputation. Furthermore, the MIT family's current standing is partly due to my mother. By what right do you believe I am unworthy of inheriting it? Old MIT had no retort, taking a deep drag from his cigar before continuing. Aelia? Truthfully, let it go that I can hire a professional lawyer to divide the estate, leaving you with 1/10. That is the greatest concession I can make. Aelia looked at him in disbelief. Concession? To take what rightfully belongs to me and leave me with 1/10? You call that a concession? Seeing that Aelia was unyielding, old MIT was forced to change his strategy. Aelia, I hope you can consider the greater good and allow your sister to have the position of heir. While you assist her, this will elevate the family to new heights. Why do you believe that? Do you think my abilities are inferior to Adele's? Do you believe that if Adele were thrown into Stone City at 11, she would survive even half a year? How many precarious enterprises have I revitalized for you? How can you possibly think my abilities are less than Adele's? Aelia scoffed. Your capabilities do not even compare to 10 of Adele's. Old MIT conceded that indeed, aside from being a somewhat talented spellcaster, Aelia possessed exceptional business acumen. She had helped resolve numerous challenges for the family, generating immense profit. All of this was due to Aelia's diligent and hardworking nature. Having grown up in the hardships of Stone City, where without such qualities, she and the old maid would not have survived. However, in the face of certain matters, your abilities are utterly worthless. What matters? Aelia inquired, perplexed. The celestial race. Old MIT's gaze was piercing. You should know that Adele's mother is of the celestial race, and Adele possesses half celestial blood. I have reached an agreement with Adele's mother's family, the Brandy family. Once Adele inherits the family, the MIT family will transition from a human family to a celestial family. At that point, the family's status will soar, and we will integrate into the upper circles of the celestial race. Aelia understood her father's intentions. The celestial race not only possesses superior talents in magic and martial skills, but also possesses sharper intellect than humans. Therefore, the achievements of the celestial race in both commerce and politics far exceed those of humans. Consequently, the upper circles of the celestial race represent a coveted resource that many covet, a conglomerate of various supreme powers in this nation. Her father was correct. If the MIT family became a celestial family, their status within the country would indeed ascend rapidly. However, the MIT family would then belong to Adele, not to her. Even if it developed into a super family, what relevance would that hold for her? Seeing Aelia fall silent, old MIT believed she had finally been swayed, allowing himself to relax internally as he continued to persuade. Now do you understand me, my daughter? I know you have always been sensible and obedient. I have wronged you for so many years. Heh. Aelia suddenly let out a cold laugh. I've been obedient and sensible since childhood. If I had not been a well-behaved child, if I had cried and thrown tantrums when I felt wronged instead of choosing to hide away in my room to avoid burdening you, perhaps today would be different. Reflecting on the past, it was clear that Adele had always been the child who cried to their parents when things didn't go her way, and each time she did, their father would often suppress his own grievances to cheer her up. Indeed, do crying children not receive sweets? Aelia, as the once stable situation threatened to spiral out of control again, MIT hurriedly interjected, aiming to pressure Aelia for the greater good. Do not be so selfish. As a member of the MIT family, what is the harm in making a sacrifice for the family? Why must it always be me who sacrifices? Aelia, I acknowledge that it was wrong to always expect you to yield to your sister. But that is in the past. Today's matter is of great significance. You cannot only consider yourself. This time, Aelia did not shed tears, instead standing her ground with unyielding resolve, demanding loudly, since you insist on having Adele inherit the family, Why pretend to hold a competition and make me play along? Is it merely to project an image of fairness? Olia, old MIT shouted, slamming his hand on the table. You refuse to make sacrifices for the family, which is profoundly disappointing. He coughed violently from his agitation. Oh, and do not think you can gain the position of heir by reporting Adele's release of the fire tyrant to the Knight's Order. Taking a few deep breaths, old MIT continued. The Goblin King is exceedingly difficult to eliminate. Now a festering wound for the Empire. I have donated 30% of the family's assets to fund the extermination of the Goblin King. Now, go to any court, and they will tell you that the fire tyrant was inadvertently released by a mercenary named Jack, who has already taken his own life out of guilt yesterday. Are you truly willing to sacrifice 30% of the family's assets, yet deny me a fair outcome? Olia asked incredulously, in a luxurious bedroom of the MIT manor. Adele, dressed in a regal purple gown, instructed a dozen armed adventurers within the room. The most formidable among them is that slender figure in the peculiar white attire. I had my contacts at the Adventurers Guild check, and he is a Snow Silver 10 star. When the time comes, Uncle Kashu, Uncle Batter, and the others who have reached the Snow Silver rank should handle him without difficulty. As for the rest. Chapter 56. The superior alchemist Olia left the room. Her expression blank, as a wave of helplessness washed over her, and no matter how many victories she achieved, the ultimate decision regarding the heir of the MIT family rested solely with old MIT. She had initially believed this to be an unfair competition, only to realize it was not even a contest. It was a theatrical performance in which she was merely an actress playing the role of the loser to highlight the success of others. Inheriting the MIT family was not solely driven by her inner discontent. Both Adele's and Olia's deceased mothers, as wives of old MIT, were interred in the family's private cemetery. Once one side gained complete control over the MIT family, the fate of the other side's mother's grave was all too predictable. The members of the firefighting team waiting downstairs were deeply pained to see Olia emerge in such a despondent state. In their minds, Olia was the epitome of an optimistic and resilient girl, arguably the spiritual pillar of the entire team. Without her, they would have faltered in the face of many setbacks. This was the first time they had witnessed her vulnerability. I don't understand. I haven't done anything wrong. Why has my own father suddenly stopped loving me? Olia crouched down, burying her head in her knees, sobbing softly. Eluin, having grasped the gist of the situation, felt compelled to say a few comforting words to alleviate her distress. After pondering for a moment, he approached Olia and expressed his perspective. I'm not particularly skilled at comforting others, but I've always believed that relinquishing control of your emotions to others is quite foolish. No one can love you as much as you can love yourself. Olia, still crouched with her head buried in her knees, slowly lifted her gaze upon hearing these words. She did not shed tears, but her eyes appeared somewhat vacant. In that moment, it seemed she found resonance in Lewin's words. Eluin speaks wisely. Hertz's eyes lit up, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Take me for instance. Although numerous girls pursue me, I remain single, for I understand that while a partner may bring joy, they can also be a source of distress. I dislike the feeling of relinquishing control over my emotions to others. No, I'm not saying being single is the right choice. I merely mean that one should not become overly dependent on others for emotional support. Lewin rolled his eyes in exasperation. Hertz, I've known you for nearly a decade, yet I've never seen a girl pursue you. Yako teased mercilessly. Yako, how can you be so young and already showing signs of senility? Hertz retorted without hesitation. I can attest that indeed. No girl has pursued him all these years. Lear, aware of his own lack of eloquence, made an effort to lighten the atmosphere. Indeed, the atmosphere became considerably more relaxed. Olia's eyes brightened, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Thank you all. The commotion had drawn the attention of some onlookers, who pointed and whispered amongst themselves, occasionally laughing. It was evident that many among them were mocking Olia's disheveled state. Lewin, with his exceptional hearing, confirmed this observation. He approached Olia and softly said, Do you know what the most important aspect of loving yourself is? It's that no matter what grievances you face, you must never compromise your own well-being. Upon hearing this, Olia's eyes shone even brighter, as if her repressed emotions had found an outlet. She slowly stood up. Hertz, Yako, Jair, Lear, Lu, could you all do me a favor? Of course, whatever Sister Olia says, I will do. I will do my utmost to assist you. Indeed. We will all do our best to help. All right. Olia surveyed those who were reveling in the banquet she had painstakingly prepared, yet had come to celebrate Adele. Use all your strength to ruin this banquet. Consider it done. Just watch. The group, eager to see Olia regain her spirits, readily agreed. Olia suddenly recalled something and added, looking at the others, Lou, you don't need to exert yourself. Just observed at that moment, Carter, the vice president of the Blood Deer City Adventurers Guild, was on the verge of breaking down. Initially engaging in polite conversation with the alchemist Noka Brandy, he found himself unable to extricate himself from the conversation. Moreover, Noka's words were laced with a palpable sense of superiority and disdain for humanity, which filled Carter with deep aversion. Yesterday, I visited your Blood Deer City's Alchemist Guild, and to be frank, there's a reason why your human alchemy lags behind ours. The celestial race, Noka remarked, taking a sip from his goblet of wine, adopting an air of superiority that seemed to invite further inquiry. However, Carter would rather feign choking on food and cough into his sleeve than engage with him. This, however, did not deter Noka. Despite the lack of attention, he continued, there is certainly a talent disparity. Your human abilities are undoubtedly inferior to ours, and you must acknowledge that. Carter thought to himself, I never denied it. Why do you keep repeating it? Noka smirked, revealing a nauseating grin. I wanted to witness your human alchemy firsthand. To find someone to compare the quality of our potions, yet not a single one of you dared to face me, your kind, with your lack of talent in alchemy, magic, and martial skills, and with poor character leading to traitors. Alas, without a celestial race, what would you do? Mr. Noka, I need to discuss something urgent with Mr. Kufa. Let us talk later. Carter finally reached his limit, concocted an excuse, and left. Watching Carter's retreating figure, Noka sneered, his heart filled with satisfaction. However, after talking for so long, he felt a bit hungry, and upon glancing back, he spotted a plate of delectable food on a nearby white wooden table. It was a smoked sausage wrapped in a crispy casing, plump and glistening in the dim light. Just the sight of it made Noka envision biting into it, the casing cracking open with a satisfying crunch, revealing the tender meat perfectly blended with spices. Igniting his appetite, Noka quickly approached the table. Just as he was about to cut into the roasted sausage with his knife and fork, a boy suddenly dashed over and, with a crash, overturned the entire table along with the plate of sausage onto the ground. Chapter 57. The table turned. Noka stared in shock at the scattered food on the ground. Having attended numerous high society banquets, it was his first time witnessing someone overturn a table. What in the world is happening? This is a banquet, and everyone here is a civilized person. How is it that someone has overturned the table? Have the lower class infiltrated? Suddenly, a palpable chaos erupted within the banquet. Although the guests typically refrained from speaking too loudly, their conversations were complemented by the melodious tunes of a bard, creating an atmosphere that was rather refined. Yet at this moment, the air was rife with screams, curses, reprimands, laughter, and uproar, resembling a marketplace. Hertz, at the forefront, cradled an array of exquisite red wines and overturned tables at will. When the bard attempted to intervene, Hertz snatched the bard's instrument and hurled it into the fountain. Shortly thereafter, it was unclear how, but Lewin claimed responsibility for the table tipping, prompting Hertz to wield an iron rod used for lighting, channeling his magic to obliterate a display platform of over 50 square meters. Olia, observing the meticulously chosen flowers she had labored over all afternoon, felt her anger intensifying. She sought scissors to sever them all but found none, ultimately retreating to her room to retrieve her wand. She unleashed a series of water vortex spells, churning the flora into chaos, rendering the courtyard akin to a tempestuous storm. Yako, wielding a fruit skewer, approached the balloons and punctured them, initially startling several dignitaries who had come to congratulate Adele. Once the balloons were exhausted, he cast vitality on the cats and dogs in the courtyard, causing these small creatures to become frenzied with energy, joining the ruckus. Reel and Jair, being more reserved and polite, took it upon themselves to remove the banners, fairy lights, and portraits if anyone happened to obstruct their path. They would courteously say, "Excuse me, we need to take this down. Could you please step aside?" Lewin followed Hertz in overturning tables, stuffing chocolate cakes and cured meats into his spatial pocket, occasionally indulging himself. At this moment, Carter finally took note of him, incredulous to see the enigmatic powerhouse participating in such mayhem, as if he hadn't eaten in days. The other guests stood in bewilderment, dodging the swirling water and bounding animals. Many were drenched, adorned with remnants of flowers and leaves, while some high-heeled shoes were lost, leaving their wearers barefoot upon the grass. Cats yowled and dogs barked. Some cats, invigorated by the vitality spell, bounded energetically, while others unexpectedly leaped onto guests' faces or landed atop their heads, triggering a frenzy of scratching. Exhausted from expending her magic, Aaliyah leaned against a flower bed, her pristine visage now smeared with leaves and petals. Realizing that such exuberant destruction could easily lead to self-injury, witnessing the pandemonium of the banquet and the irate guests, she suddenly burst into laughter, her joy escalating with each chuckle. "Ah ha ha." Lewin approached her, a piece of fish lodged in his mouth. "How does it feel? Isn't it more satisfying to indulge oneself than to be wronged?" Aaliyah laughed breathlessly, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, gently brushing her fair skin. She was already strikingly beautiful, her exquisite features and graceful figure capturing everyone's attention. Her laughter made her all the more radiant, causing the ire of some guests to dissipate. "Thank you. I feel much better," she said, lightly wiping her eyes. However, mere beauty was insufficient to quell the guest's fury entirely. A female guest, drenched in a red gown, with only one high heel remaining, stood in a puddle, pointing an accusatory finger at Aaliyah. "Is this how the Miter family welcomes esteemed guests? Indeed, we are guests after all." The chorus of indignation grew louder. Had this been in the past, Aaliyah would have likely panicked and attempted to apologize. However, after today's events, she began to reflect on whether she had been too submissive in the past. Surveying the crowd, she pointed at them and proclaimed in a voice that silenced all, "Listen well, this banquet was prepared by me, and if I wish to smash it, then I shall. How dare you presume I am unaware that you came here to celebrate Adele? You all know full well that this banquet was painstakingly arranged by me, yet you stood by, reveling in my misfortune while comfortably enjoying yourselves. What right do you have to criticize me?" The guests who had chastised her were left either speechless or arguing incoherently. "Heh, sister, you still possess such a narrow-minded disposition. No wonder father did not entrust you with the position of heir." At that moment, a sweet yet chilling voice echoed, drawing everyone's attention. They turned to see a girl who bore a striking resemblance to Aaliyah but was petite, clad in a purple evening gown and silver high heels, descending the stairs like an angel. It was Adele. Aaliyah's eyes flashed with anger upon seeing the sister who nearly brought about their demise in the molten caverns, and she scoffed disdainfully. "Isn't that Adele? Why didn't you return the other day? Was it because you didn't want to?" Adele's expression darkened slightly, and just as she was about to respond, the crowd's gaze shifted to the side. Unable to resist, Adele glanced over as well. Old Miter, supported by the butler Nader, emerged, surveying the disarray of the courtyard with a grim countenance directed at Aaliyah. Aaliyah met his gaze with a cold smirk. "Aaliyah, you are being quite audacious. Are you intent on outright defiance?" he stated icily. "Defiance?" Aaliyah chuckled softly. "No, I shall not yield. I am fully aware that even if I win tonight, you will fabricate an excuse to deny me the right of inheritance. But if you think I will simply concede to allow your Adele an easy path to the inheritance, you are sorely mistaken. You can throw as many competitions as you wish. I will win until I lose. Not for anything else, but to make it that much harder for your Adele to claim her inheritance." As Aaliyah had previously articulated, Old Miter refrained from directly naming Adele as the heir, opting instead for a seemingly fair competition, all to preserve his reputation of fairness and justice posthumously. At this moment, with numerous onlookers present, Aaliyah unveiled his shameless scheme, causing his countenance to darken significantly. "Very well, if you insist on believing I am unfair, I have no further arguments," Old Miter conceded, recognizing his own shortcomings, and instead announced, "Now, I will outline the rules for the final competition." Chapter 58. The Final Competition. Potion Crafting. Under the collaborative efforts of the 63 maids of the Miter estate, the courtyard was tidied to a satisfactory state. While it may not have matched the elegance of Aaliyah's previous arrangements, it was certainly no longer in disarray. As everyone is aware, the situation regarding the Goblin King is dire, particularly due to a scarcity of potions. Thus, If the Miter family could boast an alchemist proficient in potion making, it would render an indelible contribution to the ongoing war. Old Miter paused for emphasis before continuing. Therefore, the rules for this competition are as follows. Each side shall send forth an alchemist or potion maker to concoct their highest quality potion. The one who produces the superior potion shall emerge victorious. To this end, we have enlisted a potion quality assessor, a distinguished spellcaster, and the vice president of the Blood Deer City Adventurers Guild, Mr. Carter. A round of applause erupted as Carter strode confidently onto the newly constructed podium. Ah, it's him. Isn't he the one who tested me at the Adventurers Guild? I didn't realize he would also be assessing potions. Upon seeing old Carter, Luann's memory was jogged as Carter took the stage. The applause persisted. Among the crowd, aside from Luann, everyone understood that this was still an inherently unfair competition. For it was well known that the renowned alchemist Noka Brandy was Adele's cousin, with his potion-making skills ranking among the finest in Celinro. Among those present, it was virtually impossible to find anyone more skilled than him in the art of potion crafting. Aaliyah was acutely aware of this and recognized that the odds of winning this competition were no better than sending Hertz to single-handedly slay the molten tyrant. What to do? Aaliyah's expression grew grave. Suddenly, flashes of memory surged within her mind. It was in the molten caverns, beneath a barrier formed by an umbrella, where Lu had produced a vial of potion from seemingly thin air, distributing it among them. After consuming it, their grievous injuries had miraculously healed within mere seconds. Lu, where did you acquire this potion? I made it myself. You could craft potions? A spark of hope ignited within Aaliyah. As if she had found a lifeline, she immediately turned to seek out Luan, who was standing at a table, indulging in lobster. Lu, you can create elixirs. You must also be able to create potions, right? Her eyes gleamed with anticipation. Luan swallowed the morsel of shrimp and nodded. You want me to participate in that competition? Aaliyah, brimming with excitement, replied, Exactly, Lu. I know you have already assisted me countless times, and I owe you a great debt, but this time I implore you to help me once more. Upon uttering these words, Aaliyah immediately lowered her head slightly, deep in thought, contemplating what she could do for Lu. It appeared that Lu had little interest in women. A spark of inspiration suddenly illuminated her face as she raised her head. Loka Village. What? Luan was momentarily taken aback. Lu, if the villagers of Loka collectively apply for merchant status using gold coins, there will undoubtedly be an investigation into the source of those coins. However, if I become the head of the MIT family, I can invest in Loka Village under the guise of investment, allowing the villagers to legally become merchants. This way, hiring construction workers will no longer require secrecy. Upon hearing this, Luan felt a flicker of intrigue. He was keen to develop Loka Village, enabling them to assist him more efficiently in acquiring rare resources. If he were to push through development contrary to the laws of this nation, it would inevitably lead to complications. Yet, if Aaliyah could execute her plan, then Loka Village could thrive openly. After a moment of internal deliberation, Luan nodded. Very well, it's settled. I shall assist you in becoming the heir of the MIT family. Thank you, Lu, Aaliyah exclaimed, her large, excited eyes sparkling. Among everyone present, including those skilled in medicinal concoctions, none could rival Norka, save for Luan, who was the only one with the potential to astonish. Aaliyah couldn't help but wonder if this pharmaceutical competition would see Luan once again astound everyone as he had in the past. With such thoughts, her heart brimmed with anticipation. Miss Adele has sent forth the alchemist. Norka Brandy, Carter announced. The moment Norka stepped onto the stage, the guests erupted into applause, for he was a renowned alchemist. And Miss Aaliyah has sent forth. Carter paused, momentarily taken aback, and confirmed the list Aaliyah had submitted. What was the matter with Carter? Is he struggling with an unfamiliar character? Came a chuckle, after several checks. Carter finally declared. Miss Aaliyah has sent forth Lu. As Luan took the stage, the cheers from the audience diminished significantly. The loudest voices were those of the fire brigade, though it was not only they who shouted his name. Upon seeing Luan's refined visage, many female guests couldn't help but let out squeals of delight. Carter, standing behind Luan, was astonished. Did Luan also possess the ability to concoct potions? If true, humanity had unearthed an exceptionally rare genius. After a brief introduction, murmurs began to circulate among the guests. Who is this individual? I've never seen him before. Could he also be an alchemist? Our family supplies the glassware for the Alchemist Guild. I frequent that place, yet I've never encountered this person. Could he be from elsewhere? Regardless, he seems unlikely to be Norka's match. Indeed, I concur. If he were a more skilled alchemist than Master Norka, he should have been renowned by now. While the guests engaged in speculation, Lewin was deep in contemplation. Which formula should he choose to present? Chapter 59. Celestial Phenomena. Before the official competition commenced, both parties were required to prepare the necessary materials for potion making. Among the guests were several merchants dealing in alchemical materials, some of whom sent their servants to bring large crates filled with a variety of high-quality alchemical materials. Norka meticulously selected from these materials. Appearing quite pleased, Lewin, having made his rounds, found himself unfamiliar with any of the alchemical materials and returned empty-handed. Witnessing this, the crowd was baffled. Why did he take nothing? Is he forfeiting? Could it be that he lacks the ability to concoct potions? Lewin himself felt a twinge of uncertainty. What kind of potion would be most appropriate? Given the lack of low-grade materials in the spiritual sea, he couldn't concoct low-level elixirs. After much deliberation, an idea struck him. Alya, I need to ask you something. After a short while, Carter approached to confirm that both parties were ready, subsequently announcing the official start of the competition. Norka, as a master alchemist, brought with him a complete set of professional alchemical equipment. An alchemical furnace, crucibles, distillers, and alchemical test tubes, all arranged in an orderly yet seemingly chaotic manner on a stone table, instantly capturing the attention of many. Witnessing a master alchemist crafting potions was indeed a rare opportunity, particularly for the upper-class individuals who had brought their children, as it could serve as an enlightening experience, perhaps even revealing latent alchemical talents in their offspring. As the crowd was fixated on Norka's array of equipment, a sudden exclamation broke through. What is that? Instantly, all eyes turned towards Lou, and beside him stood a towering, black metal object, its round body supported by 3 legs, topped with a lid. What in the world was that? Is he really intending to use that to concoct potions? Is that a national specialty? Haha, this is hilarious. How could such a cumbersome object be utilized for potion making? Just look at the precision of Master Norka's equipment. Yet, one could not deny that the object was visually striking, indeed, but it appears to be merely aesthetically pleasing. Not only the guests but even Alya and Hertz, standing beside Lewin, were seeing a cauldron for the first time. It looked hefty and unremarkable. How could it be employed to create potions? Lewin had retrieved it from the spiritual sea. And to the onlookers, it seemed to have materialized from thin air, though this did not provoke much of a stir. Storage-type magical items were not uncommon among the upper echelons of Blood Deer City, where individuals of status often possessed spatial storage bags. Yet, their capacity was far inferior to that of Lu and Spiritual Sea. The crowd pointed and laughed at the large, dark object, but Lewin paid them no heed. He placed a hand on the Tiangong cauldron, activating it. Suddenly, the cauldron shimmered with brilliant colors, and ethereal blue celestial patterns danced around it, adding an air of mystery. The spectators gazed in awe at these celestial phenomena, momentarily feeling as if they were peering into the secrets of the cosmos. At that moment, everyone, including Norka, was utterly captivated by the cauldron's appearance, even if they remained skeptical about its ability to create potions. They could not help but acknowledge its rarity and value. Carter forced himself to divert his gaze from the Tiangong cauldron, cleared his throat, and announced, "The competition has begun." Chapter 60. The newly invented potion. With Carter's announcement, Lewin and Norka commenced entirely different methodologies for potion making. Norka, being a skilled practitioner, entered a state of unwavering focus. He manipulated the various alchemical instruments on the table. His eyes shone with determination and concentration. He carefully measured and combined different colored base potions in precise proportions within an alchemical beaker, which he then placed on a furnace half an arm's height, heating it while stirring with a metallic rod. Attentively observing the potion's subtle reactions, only someone with Norka's innate talent for alchemy could possess such meticulous observational skills. Once the colors and states of the base potions reached their optimal conditions, Norka extracted them and proceeded to lay out sheets of tin foil on the table, each adorned with various alchemical materials. He then pointed his palm at them. Powdered substance creation. A magical rune rapidly took shape in his palm. This was a highly convenient life-type spell, barely a first-tier magic, capable of swiftly transforming materials into powder. Town bakeries often employed individuals proficient in this spell. Next, another magical rune emerged above the powdered substance creation rune, Magical Effect Acceleration. This enhancement spell could expedite the effectiveness of magic. Before long, the materials laid out on the tin foil transformed into powder as if they had undergone millennia of weathering in mere seconds. A composite spell, gasped the audience. Truly, a master-level alchemist. Even the magic he practiced served the purpose of alchemy. In a nation not known for its tranquility, forsaking combat magic to specialize in spells that aided alchemy was undeniably a daring yet noble pursuit. It seemed that Master Norka was destined to win this competition. At that moment, the crowd suddenly felt a significant rise in temperature. Someone exclaimed in an incredulous tone, "Black flames?" Upon hearing this exclamation, everyone turned to look towards Lewin earlier. To ensure that the two competitors would not be hindered by the night, old MIT had instructed the maids to set up crystal lamps in the courtyard, which were inscribed with light property magic arrays and could emit powerful illumination with just the function of a magic core. Thus, even though it was night, the spectators could clearly see the dark, inky flames burning within the large iron cauldron before Lewin.in this enchanted realm. The black flame stands as the most formidable and terrifying of all fires. Legends proclaim that even the mighty dragons cannot withstand the searing heat of the black flame. And for fragile beings such as humans or celestial beings, merely touching it would instantly turn them to ash. The populace has only glimpsed this legendary black flame within illustrated tomes, yet here it appeared before them. Surely, it must be an illusion, a mere trick of the eye. Indeed, I had once fallen victim to such deception. Some charlatans had sold a powder that, when ignited, produced a black flame, yet its temperature was no different from that of ordinary fire, nothing remarkable. I suspected the same here. The likelihood of these humans or celestial beings witnessing a black flame in their lifetime is akin to encountering a pure-blooded dragon. Thus they found it impossible to believe that a lad who appeared no older than 16 could conjure such a flame. In recent days, Lewin had elevated his cultivation to the 5th level of foundation establishment, by harnessing the true energy of this 5th level to invoke the devouring flame of heaven. He could only produce a diluted version, yet it surpassed the efficacy of the chi refining stage by several magnitudes, sustaining itself for a duration of 5 minutes. Furthermore, due to the absorption of rare herbs, specifically the fire crowgrass, the true energy expended in summoning this devouring flame was diminished, albeit marginally, thus extending its duration slightly. The intricate and unpredictable nature of the pharmaceutical process on Noka's end was undeniably more captivating. Akin to an artist at work, in contrast, the spectacle surrounding Lewin was rather underwhelming. He sat languidly before the iron contraption, resting his chin in his hand, clutching unfamiliar herbs, occasionally tossing them into the cauldron as though discarding scraps of paper. How could one possibly concoct a potion in such a manner? It seemed Lew was indeed a fraud. Perhaps Lady Aurelia had been deceived by him as well, yet, unbeknownst to them, within the depths of the devouring flame, those herbs melded and transformed, the flame's temperature meticulously regulated, and the properties of the potion altered, an intricacy far surpassing Noka's efforts by several dozen times, all controlled through true energy from a distance. This level of sophistication was simply beyond the comprehension of those present. Even right before their eyes, they remained oblivious. As time inexorably passed, Noka continued his meticulous operations, while Lewin withdrew his hand, and a transparent, colorless liquid seeped from the orifice of the heavenly cauldron. He retrieved an empty porcelain vial, capturing the liquid within. Done, at last? Lewin weighed the vial in his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Was it truly complete? So swiftly, even quicker than Master Noka. But what does speed matter if quality is lacking? The crowd still harbored doubts about Lew, and Carter hastened to Lewin's side, requesting, "Please, allow me to assess its quality using my identification magic." The onlookers found it somewhat peculiar that the esteemed Carter spoke so courteously to a mere 16-year-old. "You must be fair," Lewin replied, handing the vial to Carter with an air of insinuation. He presumed all present favored Adele's side, yet he unjustly misjudged Carter, who was merely invited to serve as an impartial appraiser. Indeed, the only guest not swayed by the old mitre, Luan's casual remark sent a wave of panic through Carter's heart. "Rest assured, I shall conduct a fair assessment. May I inquire about the name of this potion?" "Ah, this is a potion I just invented. It has yet to be named." "Newly invented potion, your talent is remarkable." Whatever you say holds weight, Carter responded carefully, placing the vial on the table and extending his palm. Potion identification was a form of life magic. As the name suggests, it could ascertain the quality of a potion based on its magical feedback. The magical runes in Carter's hand began to spin slowly, gaining momentum, and soon his brow furrowed with concern as the guests looked on in eager anticipation. Suddenly, a sound akin to shattering glass pierced the air, and the magical runes before Carter disintegrated. Trembling, he announced, "Medium-grade holy relic quality." The atmosphere seemed to freeze, and silence enveloped the crowd. Potion quality is categorized as ordinary, excellent, fine, rare, extraordinary, holy relic, and miraculous, with each tier further divided into superior, middle, and inferior grades. The highest grade potions ever produced in the Empire were merely rare. A deafening crash shattered the silence. The onlookers turned to see Master Noka, who had been utterly absorbed in his work, now wearing a ghostly expression as he gazed at Lewin. While his workbench lay overturned, the glass alchemical instruments shattered, and various potions strewn across the floor. Chapter 61. A shift in mindset, it exploded. His mindset was utterly shattered. Noka had been exceptionally focused this time, more so than ever before. From the very beginning of the concoction process, he sensed that this was the best he had performed in months. If he could be more meticulous and concentrated, he stood a chance of surpassing his previous records and producing a high-quality potion. As an alchemical master, he would once again astonish the elite. Having been a prodigy since childhood, he relished the adulation and astonishment of others. Yet, just as his heart brimmed with hope, he heard it. Medium holy relic quality? A youth, appearing more than 20 years his junior, sat before an iron contraption, tossing seemingly unimpressive herbs into it with the nonchalance of discarding waste paper, completing the task in less than half the time it took him, and concocting a potion with a quality 10 grades superior to his own efforts. He looked down at his workbench midway through the potion-making process and felt a wave of absurdity wash over him. His meticulous endeavor to create a fine-quality potion now seemed a ridiculous farce, proving himself unworthy of the title of alchemical genius. Thus, his composure shattered, he overturned his own workstation. It was impossible. It could not be. Noka cried out in existential despair. The guests watched as Noka transformed from a refined alchemist into a figure stricken by madness. He staggered forward, tripping over a fallen alchemical tool, only to rise and run, dazed, to Carter's side, snatching the porcelain vial from his grasp. "What are you doing?" Carter exclaimed, startled. Could he not bear to lose and was intent on smashing the potion Lewin had created? Noka placed the vial on the table and similarly cast potion identification upon it. The magical runes began to spin slowly. Adele, Old Miter, and the other spectators watched anxiously, hoping that Carter's identification magic was merely malfunctioning. However, just like Carter's magical runes, Noka's also began to whirl at an increasing pace, reaching a peak before shattering like glass, dissipating into the air. This indicated that the potion had elicited an exceptionally strong response from the potion identification magic. My goodness, it truly is holy relic quality. This 16-year-old youth actually managed to concoct a potion of holy relic quality. It was utterly unbelievable. A clamor erupted among the guests. The highest grade potion currently known in the Empire, the Elixir of Life, was merely of superior rare quality, 6 grades lower than the holy relic quality potion before them. Furthermore, the Elixir of Life was naturally occurring within a holy relic grade magical artifact, the Holy Angel statue, rather than being artificially concocted. Adele and Old Miter observed this scene. The tension in their hearts finally dissipated. Adele sank into a rattan chair, biting her lip in disbelief. Murmuring, "How could this be?" Old Miter, with a grave expression, began to contemplate how to concoct another excuse to invalidate the competition. "It is a sham. It must be a sham. You must have hidden this potion within that iron contraption beforehand." Noka refused to concede, his eyes ablaze, racing to the heavenly cauldron, forcefully pushing the lid, desperate to unveil its inner workings. Yet, the heavenly cauldron was an extraordinary artifact. The materials used to forge it could fill the entirety of Blood Deer City. And with Noka's capabilities, how could he possibly lift the lid without Luan's consent? Observing Noka's frenzied state, Carter sighed. As an elder with considerable life experience, He understood Noka's predicament well. The higher one soared, the harder one fell. In truth, beyond the potion's quality, Carter was equally astonished by the potion's effects. However, before he could declare its effects, Noka, in a frenzy, charged over. Aurelia bore an irrepressible smile, casting a challenging glance at her father. Old Miter's expression darkened, and after clearing his throat twice, he announced, as Noka has stated, whether this potion was indeed concocted by Immortal just now or hidden within this vessel beforehand remains a mystery. After all, no one here, aside from Lu, has encountered such an unusual alchemical device. Therefore, I propose that the results of this competition remain inconclusive for now. Let us conclude this evening's banquet and reconvene at a later date to ascertain the outcome. Inviting all of you to witness the new heir of the Miter family. Adele, standing above, couldn't help but smiled. Ha, I knew it. I just knew it. In an effort to bequeath the family legacy to Adele. You shamelessly indulge in such despicable actions time and again. If I am not mistaken, an announcement regarding a rematch will soon follow, correct? Aurelia mockingly exclaimed, her voice resonating throughout the room. The guests present that evening sensed the overt favoritism. Yet they deemed it unwise to offend the venerable Mitter for Aurelia's sake, choosing instead to echo Mitter's sentiments. Just then, Carter abruptly halted the departing guests. I have yet to disclose the effects of this potion. Do you not wish to hear about it? Carter inquired, casting a glance at Lewin, who remained impassive, indicating his indifference toward publicizing the potion's properties. The crowd paused, their curiosity piqued regarding the miraculous effects of this extraordinary elixir. The effects of this potion are that it can extend a person's lifespan by a century. As soon as Carter uttered those words, the guests erupted in astonishment. A lifespan extension of 100 years? Is there truly such a miraculous remedy in existence? Can this possibly be real? 100 years, my goodness. Is this potion for sale? Sell it to me. I am willing to exchange half of my fortune for it. Even the most well-cared-for human lives can only reach a maximum of around a century. These elite individuals, accustomed to lives of luxury, found a mere 100 years insufficient, and thus, upon hearing of this potion's capability to extend life, they went into a frenzy. Ha! They all appear to hold life and death in such high regard. Mitter, observing the increasingly frenzied guests, could not help but smirk. Having come to terms with mortality after being diagnosed with a terminal illness, he understood that simply prolonging life held little significance for him, especially with his condition of ocular fissure disease. Ahem, I have yet to finish my announcement. Carter cleared his throat, akin to a bucket of cold water. Gradually calming the crowd, is there another effect? Surely there must be a side effect. After all, how could such a boon as 100 years of life extension come without a catch? If the side effect is disability, then this potion is certainly not worth consuming. As the surrounding chatter subsided, Carter turned his gaze toward Mitter. The second effect of this potion is that it can cure all ailments. A clatter, Mitter, who had been sipping tea, trembled, causing his cup to crash to the floor. Chapter 62. Pleading with Aurelia for the family inheritance. While Aurelia and Mitter argued in their chamber, the fire brigade awaited downstairs. It was during this time that Lewin and his companions, engaged in casual conversation, learned of the Mitter family's predicament. He also discovered that Mitter had been afflicted with a terminal illness known as ocular fissure disease. According to Hertz, this ailment was associated with the dark ruby star, and those who gazed directly at it during the night were at a higher risk of contracting the disease. Thus, he conceived an elixir, the precious Linglong pill. This legendary pill from Yanhuang was said to cure all ailments. Although it could not heal every disease, it certainly had the potential to cure those that would only allow a mortal to live for another couple of days. The dilemma lay in the fact that the precious Linglong pill was a pill, while the competition required a potion. Consequently, Lewin spent an additional 5 minutes devising a potion with effects akin to the precious Linglong pill, based on its preparation methodology. Thus, he was 5 minutes delayed in commencing the alchemical process. The guests were astounded by the potion's promise of 100 years of life extension, while also worrying about potential side effects. Yet, the 100-year extension was merely a side effect of this potion. The remarkable quality of the materials used by Lewin meant that even without refining them into a pill, one could achieve longevity simply by concocting a broth. Upon hearing that this potion had no side effects, could extend life by 100 years, and could cure all diseases, the guests fell into an even greater frenzy. They surrounded Lewin, incessantly bidding higher and higher. pushing the price to unimaginable heights. Observing the chaos, Lewin contemplated selling the potion at auction in a few days, as he needed funds for the construction in Luoka village. Thus, he declined all offers, informing them that the potion would be auctioned off to the highest bidder in a few days. Upon hearing this, the guests rushed home to gather funds, even considering liquidating their assets, determined to acquire this potion. Unfortunately, there were only 3 portions of phoenix blood remaining required for the refining of the 9 treasures Linglong, or else he could have made a significant profit. He wondered if there existed any phoenixes in this world. Watching the guests depart, Lewin sighed inwardly. Carter approached and handed the potion to Lewin. Lord Lu, Mitter, visibly agitated, followed closely behind. Please, I implore you to sell me this potion. I am willing to pay any price. Mitter, no longer indifferent to life and death, pleaded with a trembling voice. I will not sell it to you, and shook his head. Is it to transfer the family legacy to Aurelia? That is entirely acceptable. Mitter paused momentarily before continuing his entreaty. Aurelia, with a cold smile, interjected. Lu, perhaps it is better to allow him to pass the family to Adele. After all, she possesses the bloodline of the celestial race, which would benefit the Mitter family. As for the ocular fissure disease, what is the harm in sacrificing a little for the family? Indeed, I find that agreeable. Lewin nodded, deciding to assist Aurelia in venting her frustrations. I beg you, sell it to me. I am willing to give everything. Mitter's lips turned pale as he continued to plead. Noticing Lewin's lack of response, he turned to Aurelia. Aurelia, I admit my previous faults. I will entrust the family to you. I beseech you to speak favorably on my behalf to Lord Lu, so that he may sell me the potion. Adele, observing her father, who had always favored her, now groveling before Aurelia, felt her finely chiseled features drain of color. How infuriating. Why is Aurelia so fortunate to have a mysterious powerhouse like Lu on her side? Adele gritted her silver teeth, her heart seething with resentment. Having been excessively pampered, she had developed a deeply selfish disposition. In her mind, her good fortune was not unfair. Only when her rivals were favored over her was it unjust. Meanwhile, her pride compelled her to never concede to Aurelia. Behind her, several Silver-Tier adventurers wore grim expressions, having initially believed that following Adele would allow them to ally with the Mitter family, but now they realized it was a stroke of luck if Aurelia did not seek vengeance upon them. They had originally planned to turn against Aurelia and Lewin after Adele inherited the Mitter family, but now it seemed unnecessary. There is still hope, still hope. Suddenly, Adele recalled William's words from that day. They seem to have recruited 2 more adventurers. But I believe we have nothing to worry about. One of those adventurers is a mere child from Luoka village. Luoka village. Luoka village. That Lu must indeed have ties to Luoka village. Otherwise, why would he be accompanied by a boy of such lowly status as Gyre? Adele turned around and commanded. Immediately dispatch the Bloodbath mercenary group to Luoka village. Seize control of all the villagers. They are merely farmers after all. With the entire Bloodbath mercenary group deployed, success will soon be ours. The short-haired female rogue behind her was momentarily taken aback but quickly nodded. Understood. I will take care of it. She then swiftly departed the scene. Luoka village. The hour was late, and Hofstad returned to his dilapidated courtyard with a villager, lantern in hand. Finally finished, I have walked a considerable distance around the village. It has exhausted me. Upon entering the house, the villager rubbed his legs and complained. I never anticipated Lord Lu to be so generous. Even if we distribute 3 portions to every villager, there is still plenty left over. Hofstad placed the bag on the table. Indeed, it is our greatest fortune that Lord Lu values us so highly. The roads in the village should be repaired by the day after tomorrow, correct? Hofstad poured himself a cup of tea. Precisely, by the latest, it will be done by then. Should we send someone to Blooddeer City to inform Lord Lu? No need. I believe Lord Lu must be quite busy. Hofstad sipped his tea, then set the cup down. However, noticing the cup was too close to the bag, he instinctively moved the bag back a bit to avoid spilling tea on it. The flickering oil lamp cast shadows in the room, and as Hofstad nudged the bag, its opening drooped down, revealing the powerful pills and golden talismans inside. Chapter 63. An assault on Luoka village. But questioning life itself within the estate, all the guests had departed. Even the Brandy family, Adele's maternal lineage, quietly slipped away, seizing the Naudi-ranged Noka with them. At that moment, the entire Mitter estate was left with only the maid, the butler, the gardener, the fire brigade, Mitter, Adele, and the 4 silver-tier adventurers who accompanied Adele. Mitter, drenched in sweat and desperate, had nearly worn his tongue raw with flattery. Earlier, he had been willing to employ every conceivable tactic to preserve his reputation while bequeathing the family to his illegitimate daughter. Now, he found himself ready to bow down and plead for Aurelia to inherit the family. Observing Mitter's demeanor brought Aurelia immense satisfaction. After all, her and Luann's objective was the Mitter family. As investment in Luoka village was contingent upon it, with the pent-up resentment of years finally vented, she subtly nodded to Luann. Very well. Let the Mitter family be entrusted to Aurelia. Your ailment? I shall treat. Luann gazed expressionlessly at old Mitter, who, upon hearing his words, instantly relaxed his aged face. Thank you, thank you. Tomorrow, I shall host another banquet, ensuring that Olia inherits the Mitter family with great pomp. That won't be necessary, Olia interjected coldly from the side. You shall draft a written agreement, vacate the Mitter estate, and reside at the monastery on the outskirts of the city. I will provide regular financial support to the monastery. Old Mitter, unwilling to concede, opened his mouth to protest, but upon reflecting that as long as he could continue living, and perhaps even gain an additional century of life, residing in a monastery was not such a hardship after all. The old steward, Nader, brought forth pen and paper, and as old Mitter leaned over the table to sign the agreement, he suddenly heard Adele approaching and saying, "Wait a moment, there's no need to rush." Adele? Old Mitter watched as she descended the stairs, a pang of guilt striking him, akin to a parent who promised their child a toy but ultimately failed to deliver. His greatest affection was for Adele's mother, and by extension, he had always favored Adele, even if it seemed unjust to Olia. He had initially intended to pass the family legacy to Adele, thereby honoring her mother, but now that was no longer feasible. There was nothing more paramount than survival. Even if he had to live in a monastery henceforth, it would still be preferable to the existence of most in Blood Deer City. Moreover, the holy quality elixir promised 100 years of longevity, making it an undeniable boon. Luann, I have just dispatched the Bloodbath Mercenary Corps to Loka village. If I do not inherit the family tonight, I assure you, not a soul will remain in Loka village. Adele spoke with a hint of a smile, as if she were certain of her victory over Lu. And what did you say? Upon hearing this, Jaire's eyes reddened, and he was about to charge at Adele. Luann raised his hand slightly to halt him. Why, Lord Lu? Rest assured, nothing will happen. Luann glanced at him. Having spent considerable time in this world, he had a fair understanding of the capabilities of mortals in Blood Deer City. With the golden talismans and strength pills he had left for Loka village, he doubted Adele's mercenaries could leave the village unscathed. Seeing the calm in Luann's eyes, Jaire's anxiety subsided. If Luann said it would be fine, it surely would be. Lu, let us agree to her terms for now, and we can discuss other matters later, Olia said earnestly to Luann, though she was unaware of Luann's connection to Loka village. Adele's threat implied its significance to him. No need, Luann replied softly, then turned his impassive gaze to Adele. Oh? If that's the case, then this vial of medicine will not be given to your father, and he shall remain unhealed. Adele. Old Mitter's expression turned anxious as he looked at her. Then let us add a condition. You keep the medicine, and you leave, or I shall have the people of Loka village exterminated. Luann shook his head. That is out of the question. You have just witnessed the value of this medicine. The Mitter family, and this vial of medicine, can only be exchanged for one of the villagers. After a brief moment of hesitation, Adele decisively stated, I want the Mitter family. Keep the medicine for yourself. Old Mitter felt as if his heart had been struck with a heavy blow. This was his beloved little daughter, Adele. He clutched his chest with one hand while pointing at her with the other. Despite having faced a terminal illness for days without shedding a tear, he now found his eyes inexplicably moistening. Regret flooded him. Why had he favored such a heartless child? Had he known it would come to this, he would have shown more affection to Olia. Adele, observing her father's distress, momentarily hesitated, a flicker of sympathy crossing her eyes, but it vanished almost instantly as she turned away, no longer wishing to look at him. Lu, you must leave at once, but do not take Olia with you. Once my father bequeaths the family to me, I will command the Bloodbath Mercenary Corps to depart. Adele conveyed, her countenance bearing a ghastly pallor. There's no rush. What if you decide to retract your claim to the family inheritance after obtaining it? Instead, let us go together to Loka village. Your father can transfer the family to you, and you shall release the villagers before my very eyes. What do you think? Lewin observed Adele with a hint of amusement. Loka village. The villagers, accustomed to the tranquility of rural life, had retired early that evening. Yet, they were abruptly roused by a resounding explosion. Following the previous incident with the bull-headed beast, the villagers were particularly alert and swiftly arose, hastily donning clothing and retrieving strength pills and golden talismans from their homes. With a strength pill swallowed and a talisman affixed to their bodies, they felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through them. Enveloped in a faint golden glow, visible only to themselves. Heh, if there are pretty ladies later, I'll have them all tied to my side, the mercenary captain shouted before the shattered door, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Over 100 mercenaries behind him erupted in a fervent roar. Plunder was their favorite pastime, and each successful raid promised not only riches but also beautiful women. As the de facto leaders of the Miter family's mercenary group, they typically refrained from such actions, but now, under the command of the Miter family's second daughter, they felt liberated to indulge their whims. Confident that the Miter family would handle any inquiries from the knights, the mercenaries surged into the village like wolves among sheep. Creak. From a house near the village entrance, a wooden door was suddenly flung open, revealing a woman. She was an elderly matron, half hidden behind the doorframe, her eyes filled with trepidation as she gazed at the mercenaries. What's this? Just an old woman. One mercenary wielding a sword halted, looking at her with disdain. Adele had ordered them to subdue all villagers, awaiting her next command. Therefore, the mercenary raised his sword and charged. Get down on the ground. The other mercenaries dismissed the elderly woman entirely, believing one of them could easily subdue her. Suddenly, there was a thunderous crash. The surrounding mercenaries turned in shock to see the matron, adopting an unprofessional stance, making a fist gesture, her eyes wide with terror as she stared into the distance. The mercenaries, confused, followed her gaze, only to see the mercenary who had charged at her splattered against the village's sturdy wooden fence, his body reduced to a pile of mangled flesh. Chapter 64. The Final Hope Shattered Loka Village. The bloodbath mercenary corps had assumed they were wolves entering a flock of sheep. Little did they know, they were the sheep, a herd utterly oblivious to their impending doom. The mercenary captain collapsed to his knees. Akin to a puppet with severed strings, he felt as though he were ensnared in a nightmare. Hadn't it been said that these were merely farmers? A village elder, at least 80 years old, sprinted forward with surprising agility, delivering a punch that caved in a mercenary's chest, sending him soaring until he vanished from sight. Chain lightning, superheated fireball, destruction energy, the sorcerers within the mercenary group, retreating in terror, unleashed spells indiscriminately at the villagers, many of which struck their own comrades. However, spells that could easily decimate decayed wooden 5-star magical creatures failed to even tear the villagers' clothing. A child who appeared to be no more than 7 or 8 squatted down, effortlessly lifting a stone weighing at least 5,000 pounds, hurling it toward the mercenary captain. Ha ha, this must be a dream. The mercenary captain knelt, grinning vacantly, devoid of any thought of evasion. Thud! The massive stone crushed him into a pulp. When Lewin and his companions arrived at Loka village in a swiftly moving carriage, the battle had already concluded, and dawn was breaking. Adele stood at the village entrance. Incredulity etched across her face as she watched the villagers gather in small groups, busily clearing away the mercenaries' corpses. How is this possible? How can this be? In an instant, Adele's complexion drained of color, her body going limp. Her final hope had been extinguished. The adventurers who had followed Adele were equally unable to comprehend the scene before their eyes. Of course, they did not believe that mere farmers had vanquished seasoned mercenaries of high caliber. Such a notion was utterly implausible, akin to an ant tripping an elephant. There must have been another mercenary group present, annihilating the bloodbath mercenary corps before departing. As silver-tier adventurers, they had aligned themselves with Adele in hopes of becoming her right-hand men once she inherited the family legacy, thus securing a position beneath the Miter family's formidable branch. However, they were acutely aware that failure could lead to retribution from Aliat. In fact, their assumptions were not far from the truth. Following this incident, Olia had matured significantly. The Olia of the past might have refrained from seeking revenge, but the Olia of the present would undoubtedly wield the Miter family's resources to retaliate against those who had opposed her once she gained control. Contemplating this, the four Silver-Tier adventurers found themselves engulfed in turmoil. Lord Lu, Jair, what brings you here? Some villagers, while transporting bodies, spotted Luin and his companions. It's nothing. You all carry on with your work? Luin replied casually. The presence of corpses in the village posed a risk of plague, and the most terrifying prospect was that a multitude of bodies could give rise to the undead, compelling the villagers to hasten their efforts in transporting the remains. Suddenly, a Silver-Tier adventurer drew his sword. This is a remote and impoverished region. We are 4 Silver-Tier adventurers, while they have only 1. If we eliminate them and then slaughter all these farmers, we can pin their deaths on the bloodbath mercenaries. The other 3 Silver-Tier adventurers and Adele also reacted, drawing their wands and weapons. What do you intend to do to Lord Lu? A few nearby villagers encircled them. Luin gestured for them to step back. He had always been curious about his own rating, which was Silver-Tier 10 stars. While the opponents ranged from Silver-Tier 3 to 6 stars, did that mean their ratings were comparable? Yet, they certainly did not appear so. Would a confrontation be necessary to discern their true capabilities? Luin took a few steps forward, shielding the others behind him. Very well, let the 4 of you come at me together. Upon hearing this, the 3 warrior-class adventurers roared and charged at Luin. While Adele began to chant a spell, Luin exerted a bit more strength, delivering a punch to the first adventurer, resulting in a gruesome explosion of blood mist from his upper body. The remaining 2 adventurers stared in terror at the scene, frozen in place. With a swift movement, Luin appeared between them, his fists piercing through their bodies. The 2 adventurers collapsed lifelessly. Luin withdrew his arm, vanishing once more, instantly reappearing behind Adele. The time taken to eliminate the 3 Silver-Tier adventurers was so brief that Adele had not even completed her spell. Stunned for a moment, she then felt her petite form lifted and thrown in front of Alia. After completing this, Luin frowned slightly at the corpses on the ground, pondering, is this what those rated similarly to me are like? I was even considering drawing upon some celestial essence if the fight turned arduous. And this? Clearly, their ratings are utterly unreliable. Alia and Adele found themselves in vastly different circumstances compared to a few days prior, one standing tall while the other lay in disarray on the ground. What, do you wish for me to beg for mercy? Adele, dirted and bruised, remained resolute. No. Alia raised her hand, directing it at Adele as blue magical runes began to glow and manifest. Adele, thanks to you, I was once weak. But from this day forth, I shall not be. Adele, half crouched on the ground, fixed her gaze on the nearly completed magical runes. Alia, Adele, old MIT, standing aside, clenched his fists. Suddenly, a water blade shot forth, severing half of Adele's head. Chapter 65. 2 months later. 2 months passed swiftly. The events surrounding the MIT family in Loka village had settled. Old MIT entrusted the entire MIT family to Alia and took residence in the monastery, while Luin fulfilled his promise by providing him with potions. However, reports from the nuns and nurses indicated that old MIT now spent his days sitting in his room, lost in thought, only attending to the necessities of life such as eating and sleeping. Having witnessed his eldest daughter slay his youngest, he found himself reflecting on the past, frequently beset by feelings of regret. Had he been a more impartial father, perhaps Adele and Alia would not have reached such a tragic juncture. Maybe Adele could have been a loving sister and Alia a doting elder sibling. And they might have willingly worked together to manage the MIT family. That very night, when Alia fully assumed control of the MIT family, she entered Luin's room and knelt on one knee, proclaiming her intent to lead the MIT family in allegiance to him henceforth. Given her keen instincts and recent experiences, she recognized that the MIT family's loyalty to Luin would yield far more benefits than drawbacks, especially considering Luin's substantial influence in reclaiming the MIT family. During this period, Loka village underwent a remarkable transformation. The core of the Molten Tyrant was sold for 30,000 gold coins, and together with the 500 gold coins from the plundered goods taken from the Wind Forest Knights, the villagers collectively obtained sufficient funds to secure business licenses from the Commercial Guild, elevating their status from farmers to merchants, liberating them from the obligation of farming to engage in trade instead. The Commercial Guild was astonished at how a group of farmers suddenly amassed such wealth. Who knew that farming and pig rearing could be so lucrative in these times? Normally, this would have prompted an investigation, but Alya conveniently fabricated an excuse about wanting to invest in Loka village, alleviating any doubts regarding the source of their newfound wealth, even though the reason behind the MIT family's interest in such a dilapidated place remained a mystery. Alya also dispatched her uncle to the Ironblood Kingdom to recruit orc builders. Loka village did not lack funds, and although the orc laborers demanded several times the wages of humans, their efficiency was likewise several times greater. It was Luwin's first encounter with the orc race. They possessed greenish-blue skin, towering between 2.5 and 3.2 meters, with protruding tusks that gave them an intimidating appearance. However, upon interacting with them, Luwin found many to be rather simple and straightforward. Adhering to rules within Loka village, showing no prejudice against humans despite the tension between the Ironblood Kingdom and the Holy Monarch Empire, in their leisure, their favorite pastime was arm wrestling, insisting on challenging Luwin. Though they soon lost interest in the activity. Within Loka village, the once uneven roads were now smooth and even, with some major thoroughfares paved with stone bricks. All the dilapidated wooden houses had been demolished and replaced with sturdy new structures. Previously, when merchant caravans would pass through Loka village, they occasionally stayed the night, but back then, the villagers had insufficient space for themselves, often relegating merchants to stables or warehouses, earning little in return. Now, however, with business licenses in hand, the villagers could operate inns and similar establishments. During the past month, hotels, restaurants, cafes, bars, game rooms, storage facilities, and stables sprang up like mushrooms after rain, with Alya assigning numerous professionals to teach the villagers how to run their businesses. The villagers' happiness soared, revering Luwin as a deity. They even dismantled the temple that once housed idols to prepare for his worship, though Luwin, not being a deity reliant on incense offerings, discouraged such actions. In the capital of the Holy Monarch Empire, Shilingro, King Garcia IX perused several recently submitted reports with keen interest. Oh? The goblin population is dwindling. It has become increasingly difficult to encounter them in the wilds near Blood Deer City. The meeting hall contained only the king and 5 individuals dressed in silver-gray uniforms adorned with golden trim, each emblazoned with the same emblem, a 6-pointed star encircled by blood-red petals. This latest Goblin King crisis was far less severe than the previous one, which came as a pleasant surprise. Garcia IX set the reports aside and regarded the 5 individuals. Ha ha, an elderly woman chuckled hoarsely. Humans may be a worthless race, but their luck this time is unexpectedly good. Indeed. Ha ha. I expected this Goblin King crisis to drastically reduce their numbers. They are fortunate indeed, in my opinion. We should promptly organize a goblin hunting competition, suggested another elder. Absolutely. We must act swiftly. If we delay a few more days, the credit for resolving this Goblin King crisis will entirely belong to the humans. Garcia IX nodded in agreement. I concur. I will immediately instruct the ministers and nobles to prepare for the goblin hunting competition in Blood Deer City and send our adventurers there. The Holy Monarch Empire had faced Goblin King crises before. The Goblin King is a unique mutated entity among the goblin race, and his emergence significantly increases the likelihood of other powerful mutations within the goblin population, while also instilling a strong sense of cohesion among these low-intelligence creatures. Thus, once a Goblin King is born, the combat capabilities of the nearby goblins multiply, leading them to gradually expand their territory and establish civilization and order. The last Goblin King crisis occurred over 20 years ago near Lion City when the adventurers there struggled to repel the goblin onslaught, nearly leading to the city's fall. Ultimately, the royal family decreed the organization of a goblin hunting competition in Lion City, offering generous rewards to encourage adventurers from across the nation to participate in the hunt. They ultimately succeeded with ease in locating and slaying that year's Goblin King. Very well, let us proceed with arrangements at once. Garcia IX waved his hand. Yes, the 5 individuals promptly rose and exited the hall. By the way, Your Majesty, the elderly woman paused. Do you recall the last goblin hunting competition, during which there was a significant conflict between the Tianren and humans? Garcia IX pondered for a moment before recalling. Yes, I remember. Might such a large-scale conflict arise once more? After all, some humans have already begun to sense something amiss, the elderly woman remarked. Fear not. I have my methods. Yes, Your Majesty. The elderly woman turned and departed, her cloak adorned with the golden 6-pointed star and petal emblem glinting in the sunlight. Chapter 66. Mandatory discount. The royal family's plan to host a goblin hunting competition in Blood Deer City was reported in newspapers across the nation the following day. reaching people from all walks of life, in the Adventurers Guild in Blood Deer City. A loud crash echoed. A somewhat flushed, middle-aged adventurer slammed his fist onto the table in anger. Beside him, everyone else was cursing and displaying expressions of indignation. How shameless can they be? Why did they not hold the goblin hunting contest earlier and insist on doing it now, just as we are on the verge of finishing our task? Indeed, it is exceedingly biased. Absolutely, it is utterly disgusting. How many of us have died this time? All 4 of my teammates fell to the shadow goblins and goblin priests. Just as we were about to eradicate that group of goblins, they decide to hold the goblin contest now. The middle-aged adventurer gulped down a large mug of beer, his voice choked with emotion. The other adventurers wore somber expressions, their gazes towards him filled with sympathy. The adventurers of Blood Deer City risked their lives to protect their homeland, receiving meager compensation while exploring goblin-infested areas to combat the nearby goblin tribes. They have shed too much blood and lost far too many lives. And just as everything was about to conclude, the Celestials have decided to intervene. A young man, who had been meticulously reading a newspaper, suddenly shouted, "Look at this. This is utterly revolting." He held up the newspaper, pointing at a specific section of text. The crowd gathered around, straining to see what the young man was indicating. They read the words he pointed out, in order to protect the rights of the participants and to prevent unpleasant conflicts. During the goblin contest, all inns, taverns, adventurer guilds, restaurants, and carriages in Blood Deer City are strictly prohibited from raising prices and must offer a uniform discount of 30 to welcome the heroes coming to Blood Deer City. Bah! Who invited them? Exactly, who allowed this damned bunch to come here? Not only are they forbidding price increases, but they are also enforcing discounts. During the last goblin hunting contest in Lion City, what did they do? The crowd shouted in fury. Zifei, holding a tray of beer, stood to the side, her face also showing signs of anger. During the last goblin hunting contest in Lion City, the Celestials had raised prices significantly in 90 of the city's inns, taverns, adventurer guilds, restaurants, and carriages. This caused dissatisfaction among many adventurers who had come to compete. After a brief uproar, the merchants of Lion City decided to raise prices only for humans, not for the Celestials. This led to many human adventurers having to sleep on the streets during the frigid winter. Ultimately, a significant conflict erupted between humans and the Celestials. However, at that time, Lion City still needed the strength of humans. So the royal family intervened, administering punishment to both sides to quell the situation. In the aftermath, the royal family stated that merchants had the right to set their own prices for their shops. And today, as the Celestials come to a human city, the royal family has issued a decree forbidding any price increases and mandating discounts. Who wouldn't he find that repugnant? Furthermore, there is a significant difference between these 2 goblin hunting contests. This time, the Goblin King's disaster is nearly over, while last time, Lion City was on the brink of falling. To put it plainly, the Celestials are merely here to share in the credit. While last time, humans genuinely came to the aid of Lion City. Even if one is accustomed to the royal family as preferential treatment, this time it has truly left these human adventurers feeling despondent. In the hall of the Adventurers Guild, the adventurers continued to vocally denounce the injustice. Zifei exercised a bit of her authority as the guild's female attendant, offering each table a complimentary large mug of cold beer. In the heart of a grand, luxurious estate deep within Loka Village, Lewin stood before the heavenly mystery cauldron, manipulating the devouring flame within using his spiritual sense. Loka Village had been rebuilt over a month ago. In the subsequent month, more and more merchant caravans discovered that staying in Loka Village was not only comfortable but also inexpensive, leading to an increase in the number of merchant caravans passing through. Some even taking detours to visit. Consequently, during this month, the caravans from all corners have brought Lewin an ever-increasing abundance of rare materials. Over these 2 months, Lewin's cultivation has ascended to the 3rd layer of the crystal stage. This has reinforced his belief in the immense benefits of establishing a force like Loka Village during the early stages. The pitch-black devouring flame suddenly retracted, and with a wave of his hand, pills began to emerge from the heavenly mystery cauldron, each one floating out in a line and being collected into differently colored vials. These pills were not crafted for his own use, but were prepared for his 5 disciples, Olia, Lyre, Jair, Hertz, and Yake.Lu, and had recently accepted them as named disciples, intending to cultivate them using methods from Yin Huang. Dragonbone Pill nourishes the body and enhances physical strength. Soul Nourishing Pill. Nourishes the soul and increases soul power. Marrow Cleansing Pill. Improves root bones and meridians. Heavenly Spirit Pill. Enhances the body's perception of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Spirit Enlightenment Pill. Increases comprehension. These pills are used by those sects in Yin Huang to enhance the talents of disciples. And they are not inexpensive. Typically, only the children of significant figures can afford them. However, by utilizing merchant caravans, Luan can gather many materials available in Yin Huang in this world, ensuring that as long as Loka Village remains profitable, he can guarantee that Jair and the others can continuously consume these pills. With the long-term nourishment of these pills, even an ordinary person could emerge as a small genius among mortals. Lord Lu! Olia entered from outside the estate, raising the newspaper in her hand upon seeing Lu and Olia. What is it? Luan turned around. Managing the Might family is not as easy as Olia had imagined. So her beautiful face bore signs of fatigue over the past 2 months. Something significant is about to happen. The royal family is going to hold a goblin hunting contest in Blood Deer City. Olia approached and handed the newspaper to Lu and Luan glanced at it. Goblin hunting contest? Is it related to the Goblin King? Yes, exactly that. Olia nodded. In the past 2 months, due to the emergence of the Goblin King, the goblins' territory has expanded rapidly. However, these goblins have yet to come to Loka Village. Under the leadership of the Goblin King, they have concentrated their harassment on Blood Deer City to the east, clearly deeming Loka Village, this impoverished backwater, unworthy of their attention. Yet, because of this, Luan had also chosen to ignore the so-called Goblin King. Otherwise, the calamity of the Goblin King might have been resolved long ago. After a moment of contemplation, Luan thought this presented an excellent opportunity to train his named disciples. Having taught them so much of the Yin Huang legacy, it was time they experienced real combat. Go call the 4 of them over. I have something to discuss. All right, Chapter 67. Leave if you won't stay. As Olia went to summon Jair, Liar, Hertz, and Yake, they were meditating and practicing according to the unique methods Luan had taught them. This special cultivation technique was unprecedented for them, yet the results were unexpectedly effective. Practicing in a manner that seemed improbable for gaining strength, they found an energy known as true Qi manifesting within them. Over these 2 months, Luan had diligently supervised their training, providing one-on-one guidance, teaching them martial arts suited to their strengths, and supplementing their regimen with spiritual pills and a spirit-gathering array. Consequently, they had made notable progress in their cultivation, significantly enhancing their combat abilities. The reason Luan accepted them as named disciples was twofold. He was curious whether the people of this world could cultivate immortality, and he anticipated that one day he would leave this place to explore more worthy locations in this world, at which point the safety of Loka Village would largely depend on them. In the courtyard of Luan's residence, upon hearing the news, Jair and the others were elated. For the past 2 months, they had solely focused on their cultivation, feeling their strength grow significantly, and had longed to test their skills in battle. Lord Lu, will you be joining us in forming a team? Jair asked. Luan gently shook his head. I will participate in this contest, but I will not be on your team. The primary purpose this time is to train you. If I were to join you, the effectiveness would be greatly diminished. I see. The others understood Luan's intention to enter the contest was not only to venture out, but also primarily to pursue the substantial rewards offered. Loka Village is currently both in need of and not in need of money. Firstly, the income is sufficient for Luan to purchase rare materials and other spiritual herbs at the crystal stage. And it also allows the villagers of Loka Village to lead increasingly prosperous lives. However, if he wished to further expand Loka Village's scale, the funds would be far from adequate. Rare materials above the immortal realm are exceedingly difficult for ordinary people to find, and the role of merchant caravans would diminish as Luan's cultivation level increased. Presently, Luan aimed to expand Loka Village to a city scale and recruit some locally strong individuals. At that point, Luan could leverage his accumulated experience in Yin Huang to deduce where the likelihood of rare materials appearing is greatest, directing these individuals to explore designated locations. This would significantly enhance collection efficiency. However, the funds required to develop a village into a city scale are indeed substantial. Nonetheless, aside from Loka Village's primary business, they occasionally dabbled in side ventures. For example, hey Baron, come look. This godforsaken place has actually built such a well-developed village. A group of over 100 armored knights, identifiable as celestials from the insignia on their foreheads, entered Loka Village, flanked by 4 horse-drawn carriages. Three of the carriages were adorned with luxurious canopies, while the last bore a cage shrouded in burlap, obscuring its contents. As the knights stepped into Loka village, their eyes widened in astonishment, surveying their surroundings while expressing their admiration. This is even more developed than our own village. How splendid! I was under the impression that I would have to spend the night in a dilapidated and foul-smelling cottage. Look at that inn over there. Goodness, its decor is extravagantly luxurious, surpassing even the hotels in the city. Is it possible for a village to possess a tavern? And a CAF as well? Tonight, we shall indulge to our heart's content. How can this village be so prosperous? In their minds, Blood Deer City is regarded as the second poorest city in the Holy Empire. And a village like Loka, situated at the westernmost edge of Blood Deer City, should be even more impoverished to the point of desolation. Yet, upon their arrival, they were utterly astonished by the sights of Loka village. Is this truly a countryside? Is this the countryside of Blood Deer City? Having returned from foreign lands to participate in the goblin hunting competition, it was already late, and they simply wished to find a place nearby to rest, which led them to Loka village. Hearing the knight's exclamations, the 3 individuals under the purple canopy stepped out of their carriage. An elderly man clad in a robe of magic, a middle-aged gentleman dressed in opulence, and a similarly adorned young man in his 20s. Father, while this may not compare to Bella City, it is indeed far superior to the desolate outskirts, remarked the young man as he surveyed the surroundings. It certainly exceeds my expectations. Let us proceed. After a long day of travel, we should take a moment to rest. The Baron nodded in agreement and led his son and the elderly magician toward the inn in Loka village. Good day. How many rooms would you require? The innkeeper, a 16-year-old girl with 2 reddish-brown pigtails cascading down her back, possessed bright, clear eyes. Though her appearance was not strikingly beautiful, it was not unattractive either. Combined with her always present smile, she exuded an air of comfort. Her name was Lydia, and she was not a native of Loka village, but had come from a neighboring village to work. The Baron's son assessed her with a glimmer of interest. The Baron's family had been abroad on business for a mere 30 days, while the Baron's son had spent nearly the entirety of that time in a brothel. The alluring women there had begun to bore him, and thus, upon encountering the refreshingly innocent innkeeper, he felt a stirring in his heart. Foolish pig, can't you count for yourself? Scolded the old magician in a harsh tone. Oh, Lydia replied timidly, feeling a bit intimidated. After a brief moment, she hurried out of the inn to count the number of knights present. Once the old Baron departed, the knights ceased to maintain their formation, aimlessly lingering about like discarded sunflower seed shells. With their constant movement, Lydia took quite a while to ascertain their numbers. There are a total of 133 individuals. Standard rooms are 30 silver coins per day, while luxury rooms are 50 silver coins per day. May I ask how you would like to proceed? Lydia inquired kindly. Book 65 standard rooms and 3 luxury rooms, all for a duration of 5 days, stated the old Baron, his expression unyielding as he tossed a small pouch of coins toward Lydia, his gaze scanning her with disdain. Apologies, my lord, but your funds are insufficient, Lydia stammered after counting the coins within the pouch. Preposterous, the old magician bellowed, glaring at Lydia with a fierce intensity as magical runes began to form in his hands. Enough. No need to escalate matters. The old Baron waved his hand, causing the magical runes to dissipate. I possess exactly 100 gold coins. Are you blind to claim otherwise? The old Baron scoffed. The total comes to 105 gold coins, Lydia replied meekly. What? Are you not aware that during the goblin hunting competition, inns must offer a 30 discount? The old Baron's eyes burned with fury, humiliated that this common girl had dared to undermine his dignity. Had this occurred within his own territory, he would have had her swiftly dealt with. Nobility, in general, often rested on the laurels of their ancestors, yet it did not guarantee that their current generation was equally distinguished. While they lived far better than the average individual, their wealth paled in comparison to that of the Mitre family, known for their acumen in business. Moreover, the Baron had recently made a substantial expenditure abroad, rendering him particularly sensitive about receiving discounts. But Lord Luce stated that we need not apply any discount, Lydia said, her voice trembling as tears threatened to spill. The furious old magician, seething with rage, declared, How dare you? Do you wish for me to incinerate this inn, leaving you with not a single copper coin? Pay the full price or leave. At that moment, a calm voice echoed from the entrance. Eluan stood at the door, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded them. Lord Lu, Lydia exclaimed, rushing to his side and hiding behind him, casting fearful glances at the Baron, his son, and the fearsome old magician. Will you stay, or will you leave this village? Luin inquired, fixing his gaze upon the group. How outrageous! You dare speak to the Baron in such a manner. The old magician shouted angrily, raising his hand to conjure a fiery red rune aimed at Luin. Boy, are you tired of living? The Baron's son drew a dagger from his waist, with a mere thought. Luin caused the magical rune in the old magician's hand to dissipate like smoke blown away by the wind. The old magician stared in disbelief at his palm, his expression akin to one who had just discovered an unexpected affliction. Having reached the crystallization phase of his true energy, Luin had acquired the ability to precisely manipulate ordinary elements in the world, thus allowing him to effortlessly nullify such rudimentary spells with a mere thought. Have you made up your mind? If you choose not to stay, then depart at once, Luin stated, slightly shifting his body to allow them passage. Upon witnessing his personal mage's blunder, the Baron understood that this young man was not to be trifled with. With nightfall approaching and the difficulty of finding accommodations outdoors, coupled with the perilous conditions of camping in the wild, he ultimately conceded. Very well, we shall stay, the old Baron relented after weighing his options. Now, pay the required amount, Luin affirmed with a nod. Having lingered too long in a perilous environment, individuals often yearn to release the pent-up pressure they have accumulated through revelry upon entering a safe space. Thus, the knights, alongside the Baron's son, promptly ventured to the tavern to indulge in merriment and excess. They roared and cavorted like beasts, releasing their emotions with raucous shouts. Eluan, seated in the courtyard of his abode, furrowed his brow upon hearing their raucous antics late into the night. Though he could easily block out the noise, what would the merchants, who also paid for their stay, think? Should their disturbances tarnish the inn's reputation and lead to a decline in business? It would result in financial losses. Just as he stood to admonish the raucous crowd, a piercing scream of anguish pierced the air. Lydia? Luin frowned, his body swiftly vanishing from sight. Inside the inn's lobby, Lydia was disheveled, her clothing in disarray, a crimson gash marring her forehead as she half collapsed on the floor, sobbing against a table. The Baron's son laughed triumphantly, while the surrounding knights egged him on. Some merchants peered through cracks in doors or fences, hesitant to intervene. It was understandable. Who would dare confront a noble accompanied by over 100 knights? That night, after drinking excessively, the Baron's son, emboldened by the alcohol, sought to purchase Lydia for the night with money, but as a virtuous girl, she steadfastly refused his advances in a fit of frustration. The Baron's son attempted to force himself upon her before she managed to break free, only to collide with the edge of a table. Eluan, witnessing this scene, frowned slightly. Having been raised under the heavy influence of the martial world, he believed that Lydia, as his employee, deserved respect. The humiliation she endured in Loka village was akin to a slap to his own face. Coupled with his childhood experiences, he harbored a profound disdain for those who abused their power. Just as the Baron's son was about to continue his advances, a sudden force struck him from behind, propelling him forward uncontrollably and crashing him into several tables. Who? Do you wish to die? With only the knights, Lydia, and Luin present in the inn's lobby, it was evident to the knights that Luin was responsible. And they immediately drew their weapons, surrounding him. The old Baron and the old magician, having just settled into bed, heard the commotion and hurried downstairs, donning their night clothes, only to witness the unfolding scene. Eluan looked up at the old Baron, stating, "Tell your men to gather their belongings and leave. Is it not just a common girl? My son wishes to indulge in her. That is her fortune. Why should we depart?" The old Baron retorted coldly, glaring at Luin. "There is no need for reasons. I command you to leave, and you shall comply," Luin replied, his patience wearing thin. "We have already paid." "Well, I shall not be refunding you," Luin declared. "What? You lack reason," the old Baron exclaimed, utterly astonished, as it was usually they who wielded their noble status to dictate terms to others. "Reason is reserved for those who can comprehend it. Your son has engaged in such acts, and yet you protect him. I see no need to justify myself to you," Luin stated, his impatience palpable. "I will count to 3. Depart immediately. 1. You cannot point to. The old baron glanced at the old magician for assistance. But the latter, wary of Lewin, dared not cast any spells. Frielu and gently uttered a word, pointing his hand, and the old baron, the baron's son, the old mage, along with over 100 knights, were astonished to find themselves inexplicably levitating. In the next moment, this group of individuals tumbled out of the inn's door, landing clumsily on the ground. Utilizing the true energy of the crystallization period to manipulate objects was as effortless as eating or drinking. The more than 100 individuals fell into disarray, utterly bewildered. What on earth just happened? At that moment, Hertz, Alia, and 3 others had also rushed here with weapons in hand. Hertz looked at Lewin and inquired, "Lord Lud at the old rules?" Lewin nodded in affirmation. The old rules. Upon receiving Lewin's consent, Hertz immediately shouted, "Strip!" The baron's son, somewhat dazed, asked, "Strip? What?" "Remove that fancy attire you are wearing," he commanded, "and take off your rings and bracelets too." "What?" The old baron was utterly taken aback. You fool. Take off that gemstone necklace around your neck." Hertz kicked the old baron to the ground and yanked the necklace from around his neck. "And these knights, strip them of their armor as well," Lewin added from the side. It was no jest. The valuables adorning these nobles and knights could fetch a significant sum if sold to a merchant caravan. With his true energy restraining them, the 100+ individuals could do nothing but submit to the whims of Hertz, Lyre, Gyre, Yake, and Aliad. In the end, the old baron, the old mage, and over 100 knights found themselves publicly shamed, clad only in their undergarments, wailing as they were expelled from Loka village. Alia cast a glance at the members of the merchant caravan peering in to witness the spectacle and cleverly shouted a remark to uphold Loka village's dignity. "If you dare disturb our guests' sleep, regardless of who you are, you shall all be driven away." The merchants, having long been exasperated by the old baron and his ilk, found themselves immensely satisfied by the scene, and with Alia's sharp retort. Their impression of Loka village improved significantly. It was already autumn, and the evening air was brisk. Achoo! Achoo! The old baron, an ordinary man, sneezed repeatedly as he walked barefoot on the stony path, muttering, "These damned villagers even confiscated the carriage. Father, the gift meant for the viscount." The baron's son suddenly recalled something. Of course, they took that too. The old baron gritted his teeth in frustration. "That was something I had painstakingly obtained. I didn't even dare to touch it on the way." The baron's son lamented, his eyes filled with resentment. "How outrageous! I shall annihilate this village." For decades, they had acted with impunity, yet they had never encountered anyone more unreasonable than themselves. Under the full moon, Lewin stood on a branch above them, gently exhaling a breath of air. The devouring flames swept through like a tempest, and in an instant, the 100+ figures were engulfed, leaving not a trace behind, as if they had never existed. After resolving the lingering threat, Lewin returned to the village, discovering Hertz and the others curiously gazing at a covered carriage with a cage on the cart. "Lord Lew," upon witnessing Lewin descending gracefully from the air. Lyre and the others greeted him. Over the past 2 months, Lyre and Gyre had undergone noticeable changes in appearance. Both were in their developmental phase, having grown slightly taller. Gyre, whose character had been stifled by poverty since childhood, had become more cheerful after receiving acclaim and honor through the return to staff sword technique. Throughout these 2 months, he continued to focus on swordsmanship, strengthening his physique considerably. Although he remained short, defined muscle contours were beginning to emerge on his abdomen. Lyre remained taciturn, as was his nature. His hair had grown long and was now smooth, meticulously styled by Alia, presenting him with an air of quiet elegance akin to that of a refined young lady. He had not disclosed the fact that he was coerced by members of the Black Calamity to practice necromancy, as his upbringing instilled in him the belief that practicing such magic was more shameful than treason against the nation. He feared that if he spoke of it, Lewin might eliminate him as well. However, with Lewin's millennia of experience, the shadowy arts akin to necromancy were trivial to him, and he remained merely curious. Since Lyre did not mention it, he refrained from inquiring further. "Lord Lew, what do you think is inside?" Yake, petite and cautious, stood distanced from the carriage, seemingly afraid of what might lurk within. "Why not open it and find out?" Lewin suggested. In truth, he had already used his divine sense to ascertain its contents and felt no curiosity at this moment. "I'll do it." Upon receiving Lewin's permission, Jair hurried to the front of the carriage and lifted the burlap covering the cage. Inside lay a young maiden, clad only in simple garments that concealed her essential parts, clearly a warrior by profession, standing approximately 1 meter 80 tall, with a slightly tanned complexion. Her physique was not bulky but rather well-proportioned, with visible muscle definition in her arms, thighs, and abdomen. The perfect blend of strength and feminine grace was unveiled before the onlookers, causing Hertz, Lyre, and Jair, 3 young boys, to blush slightly. Unlike ordinary humans, this maiden sported a pair of fox-like, fiery red pointed ears atop her head and a bushy, crimson fox tail behind her, a half-beast. How did she end up in a cage? It was evident that she had been purchased from the slave market by that old baron. Though the term half-beast differed from beastman by just a word, their appearances were worlds apart. Half-beasts resembled humans more closely, retaining only certain animalistic traits. Like the beastmen, they resided in the Ironblood Kingdom in the southern region of the Holy Monarch Empire. Though their numbers were significantly fewer, she seemed to have fainted. "Should we heal her, Lord Liu?" Yake inquired. Eluan gazed at the girl, who bore some resemblance to the incomplete shape-shifting monsters from Yanhuang, and nodded. Beginner's dizziness removal. After cultivating true energy, Yake and the others were pleasantly surprised to discover that magic and true energy not only did not conflict but rather complemented each other, resulting in a certain enhancement of their magical abilities. A layer of pure white radiance enveloped the half-beast girl, and after a moment, she slowly opened her eyes. Initially, her vision was blurry, but as it gradually cleared, she beheld several humans standing outside her cage, staring at her. Suddenly, memories flooded back. The scene of human adventurers using deceit to capture her, brutally slaying several of her companions. Humans were treacherous and cunning, and they delighted in abducting females from her tribe to serve as slaves for their own vile desires. In mere seconds, the girl's expression shifted from confusion to hatred. With a growl akin to that of a beast, she lunged forward, claws outstretched, aiming a fierce swipe at the iron cage before her. The half-beast's physique was significantly stronger than that of a human, and with the enhanced beginner's dizziness contact dispelling the magic restraining her. Her strength had already returned to half of its capacity. With a loud crash, the iron cage shattered under her assault. The girl stood alert, eyeing the group with suspicion, her fox ears twitching. The enemies were numerous, yet their positioning was amateurish, starting with the support class that was easiest to take down. The half-beast girl fixed her gaze on Jair while her body surged forward with remarkable speed, her right hand claw-like as she lunged toward the diminutive Yake. Success! A smile crept upon the half-beast girl's lips. Suddenly, Yake raised her magic staff and swung it horizontally, sending the half-beast girl flying, crashing into a nearby stable and landing heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. For the past 2 months, they had been consuming Lu and soul-nourishing pills daily, enhancing their soul strength and correspondingly boosting their reaction times. Coupled with the physical conditioning from dragon bone pills, Yake, despite her slim and small stature, possessed strength surpassing that of bears and tigers. How is this possible? The half-beast girl groaned in pain as she rose from the ground. Were the opponent's warriors disguised as magic casters? They had the audacity to attack me without uttering a word. Truly barbaric and rude. Yake mumbled indignantly. The half-beast girl's ears perked up. "You filthy, despicable humans, how dare you speak to me? You lowly race. Short and lecherous, a trash species that makes one nauseous." The half-beast girl pointed at Lewin and the others, frenziedly hurling insults. "You were the ones who paid to have my kin captured, weren't you? Huh? Which one of you intends to buy me?" A wicked grin spread across her face. "You think you can have my body? Come, try it, and I'll snap you in half, force you to swallow it whole." The group exchanged bewildered glances, caught off guard by the unexpected tirade. "Ahem, this half-beast miss, this matter has nothing to do with us." The tall and slender Hertz stepped forward to explain. "You see, we are merely villagers. We couldn't possibly afford a slave." "Go to hell." The half-beast girl's fist, imbued with the force of the wind, struck toward Hertz. All present, having consumed soul-nourishing pills daily, found their reaction speeds far superior to that of the half-beast. Moreover, Hertz was originally a swordsman. While his close combat skills paled in comparison to that of a martial artist, he was several times stronger than Yake. A priest. In just a few exchanges, the half-beast girl was subdued. As they caught sight of the half-beast girl's accidental exposure during the struggle, Lyre and Gyre turned their heads away, their faces flushed, while Alia shielded Lyre's eyes with her hand. Lord Lu, how should we proceed? Should we let her go or? Hertz looked up and inquired. Go. Where to? Lewin pointed to the recently collapsed stable. Let her work at the inn, and once she has earned enough to cover her meals and drinks, she can save up for a new stable and then be on her way. Chapter 70. Escalating contradictions? Huh? The half-beast girl could hardly believe her ears. Work for you? You might want to reconsider. Human. A sinister smile crept across the half-beast girl's face. I might just catch someone off guard and snap their neck. You know. Oh, that's simple. Gyre. The 6th acupoint technique. Apply pressure to her water point, Tai point, and Shunkei point. Then the 3rd technique. Her Liangmin point. Lun replied nonchalantly. Understood. Gyre stepped forward, reversed his longsword, and poked the half-beast girl a few times with the hilt. Now that he possessed true energy, he didn't need to apply much force, and the effects of the acupoint sealing would last longer. You little fish, are you just tickling me? The half-beast girl exclaimed, suddenly feeling her entire body weaken, as if 90% of her strength had been siphoned away. How dare you? What have you done to me? She weakly clenched her fist and delivered a soft blow to Gyre's face, which was even less powerful than that of an ordinary human girl, causing him no harm at all. The half-beast girl was both astonished and terrified. She felt no magical fluctuations, yet the opponent merely poked her in a few inconsequential places. And now she couldn't muster any strength? Hertz released the half-beast girl, who leaned against the wall for support, barely managing to stay upright. Lydia Lun called out. Yes, Lord Lu? Lydia ran out from the inn. Let her assist you, whether in cleaning, delivering, or carrying. Anything will do. Lun gestured towards the half-beast girl. Yes, Lydia was both surprised and delighted. There's something else, Lord Lu. Aurelia leaned closer and said, What is it? The Sacred Monarch Empire and the Iron Blood Kingdom have always been at odds, and the royal family has strictly prohibited any interactions with beasts or half-beasts. The consequences could be severe, even death. Wouldn't keeping her here pose a problem? How could there be such strange regulations? Lewin expressed his confusion. Very well, let her leave tomorrow during the day. The half-beast girl was somewhat taken aback. Is this truly a release for me? Could it be that I have misjudged these humans? Her guard began to waver, yet due to her racial prejudices, she could not fully trust humans. What is your name? Lydia asked, supporting the half-beast girl Ninglu. The half-beast girl reluctantly replied. Once matters regarding Ninglu were settled, the group dispersed as they still needed to register for the goblin hunting competition the next day. Early the following morning, outside Blood Deer City, the scene could be described as a sea of people, for the goblin hunting competition offered generous rewards even for participation, attracting many humans and celestial race members to register. The Lord of Blood Deer City sat on the podium, his expression grim. This bountiful reward was drawn from the city's treasury. The vast crowd was neatly divided into several lines. Among them was Yifeng, who had recently lost to Gyre in a competition at the Guardian Academy. He was engrossed in a novel as he stood in line. Reading while waiting was not particularly comfortable, as one had to occasionally advance a few steps. When Yifeng noticed the person in front moving forward, he briefly lifted his head and shuffled a few paces ahead. Suddenly, he spotted Gyre in another line, the very one whose peculiar technique had defeated him. That day, Gyre's return staff sword technique had left a significant psychological impact on him. Not only had he lost the match and suffered disgrace, but he also faced a debriefing session with his master, the Sword Saint Gu Fu, who would discuss the reasons for his defeat. Being young and somewhat naive, he had stated, aside from not knowing why I couldn't move at the end, I believe my swordplay was far inferior to his finesse. Consequently, he received several hard slaps and was subjected to 2 months of double training. Upon seeing Gyre in the distance, his expression instinctively changed. A young man behind him, who bore a slight resemblance but was several years older, noticed the detail. What's wrong, Yifeng? Did you see someone? The young man had a mischievous expression. It's nothing, brother. Yifeng quickly turned back, lowering his head to continue reading. It's that human swordsman, isn't it? Yifeng's brother, Poison Thorn, guessed accurately, as this was the source of his brother's anxiety. Which one? Point him out to me. Poison Thorn squinted slightly. No need. Why? Yifeng shook his head in reluctance. Slap. Poison Thorn placed a hand on Yifeng's shoulder, applying slight pressure. Show me. I'm curious about what that human child looks like. Yifeng, aware of Poison Thorn's temperament, reluctantly pointed at Gyre. He appears to be quite unremarkable, even shorter than you. Poison Thorn gazed at Gyre, who was conversing with Hertz, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Let my brother suffer disgrace? I will find an opportunity to crush his hands during this competition. Wei Yifeng opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but knowing it would be futile, he ultimately remained silent in such a chaotic environment. Coupled with the increasing divide between humans and celestial race members, conflicts were nearly unavoidable. The altercation began with a group of celestial race members complaining loudly in line. Blood Deer City is so dilapidated. It cannot compare to where we come from. The air here is thick with alchemical fumes, the environment is terrible. What misfortune it must be to be born here. Many women in Blood Deer City are forced to work in brothels due to poverty. Let us hurry up with the competition and get out of this wretched place. I don't want to stay here a moment longer. Anyone who hears their hometown being insulted so blatantly would find it hard to ignore. Consequently, a nearby group of young human adventurers began to argue with them. Who invited you here? If you don't want to stay, then hurry and leave. Exactly. The goblins are nearly exterminated, and you just arrived. A celestial race youth, witnessing the anger of the human adventurers, wore a disdainful smile. Oh, are we not allowed to speak the truth? Humans are so fragile emotionally. The alchemical fumes in Blood Deer City are abundant. Not because we celestial race moved several alchemical factories here. A human girl retorted angrily, if you have the ability, why not have the Emperor order the factories to be moved back? Are we preventing you from doing so? A freckled girl from the celestial race shouted sarcastically. The human girl was momentarily at a loss for words. The freckled girl knew full well that the royal family would not heed the words of a mere adventurer. Hence the deliberate provocation. The argument quickly escalated, drawing in more participants. The human population was small within the sacred monarch empire, while the celestial race was numerous. Thus, it was no surprise that the number of celestial race members far surpassed that of humans at this registration event. The two groups of human adventurers found themselves surrounded by a throng of celestial race adventurers, confronting multiple adversaries with only a fraction of their numbers, while also occasionally receiving punches and kicks from the crowd. In the distance, the staff responsible for the registration glanced at the area where the conflict had erupted. Here we go again. Let them fight, we don't need to intervene for now. Another celestial race staff member cast a brief glance at the scene, speaking indifferently. Chapter 71. Who do you intend to teach a lesson? A quarrel ignited by the celestial race's careless words escalated rapidly, on the verge of becoming a riot. The celestial race adventurers claimed that humans were inherently inferior, lacking talent in any field compared to their kind, labeling them a lowly race, self-deprecating, sensitive, and envious of the celestial race. The clamor of the argument nearly drowned out all else, creating a chaotic scene, yet the staff tasked with maintaining order had yet to appear, seemingly oblivious. Aurelia and the others stood hesitantly in place. What are you all doing standing there? A voice from behind startled them. It was Lu and Lord Yes. Eluin nodded, his expression impassive as he gestured towards the center of the dispute. Why aren't you going? We're afraid of causing you trouble, Aurelia candidly replied. Although the other four did not speak, their expressions were somewhat unnatural. It's commendable that you consider my feelings, Eluin acknowledged with a nod before shifting his tone. However, I don't require your consideration in this matter. Tio stand idly by while being insulted in front of others. Do you think that is befitting of disciples of my celestial tranquility sect? The five exchanged glances, their eyes gradually brightening. Go on. If you encounter injustice, make noise. Even if it means poking a hole in the heavens, I will be here, Eluin stated calmly. Yes. The group nodded, appearing much more cheerful as they turned to join the fray. Luin observed the chaos, his expression unchanged. He could clearly hear the celestial race's insults directed at humans. With over 1,000 years of experience, such remarks did not affect him emotionally. However, it did reshape some of his previous perceptions. Initially, he had believed that the celestial race and humans were fundamentally the same, as there appeared to be no difference aside from the floral patterns on their foreheads. Yet now, as he listened to the celestial race's derogatory remarks and insults towards humans, it felt as if there was a deep-seated animosity, leading him to understand that celestial race members and humans were entirely different races. Luin held a distinct attitude towards other races compared to humans. Though not characterized by a hatred for other races, there is certainly a discernible bias towards those of a more personal nature. Take, for instance, the act of rescuing the villagers of Luoka. The motivation stemmed solely from the desire to save fellow humans from the clutches of the bull demon. Had the situation involved another race, it is highly likely that he would have remained indifferent. From this moment forth, the celestial race has become, in Luin's eyes, a foreign entity. As time progresses, residents of Blood Deer City who did not participate in this competition but had heard rumors of the conflict began to join the fray. This influx led to a numerical advantage for the human side. Enough! Stop the commotion! A resounding voice suddenly erupted, reverberating through the atmosphere like thunder. The crowd looked up to see a dozen individuals of formidable presence suspended in the air. They emanated waves of magical energy. Looking down upon the assembly, at the forefront stood a robust middle-aged man, his mouth adorned with a magical rune, while an elderly mage behind him maintained its power. He spoke again, his voice amplified by the magical rune, resonating clearly for thousands to hear. We are the judges of this competition. Regardless of whether you are human or celestial, you are all subjects of the Empire. And you should feel ashamed of your quarrels. Although his voice was loud and his words righteous, not everyone ceased their clamor. While the noise diminished significantly, some individuals continued to argue. Observing this, the chief judge once more bellowed through magic. Cease your bickering. This goblin hunt competition concerns the lives of many from Blood Deer City. Anyone who disrupts it shall be deemed a threat to the Empire's stability and may face immediate execution. The tumult subsided a bit, yet some still persisted in their disputes. Among them was Aeolia. Despite being the eldest daughter of the MIT family, she had mingled with all strata of society since her childhood in the dismal city of Dashi. Capable of overpowering 6 celestial adventurers in a verbal altercation, at this moment, she was acutely aware of the chief judge's admonition, yet the taunts from the freckled girl and her companions incensed her. Igniting a fierce exchange, with few others still engaged in disputes, Aeolia's confrontation stood out starkly. Furthermore, as neither she nor the freckled girl relented, the atmosphere hinted at a resurgence of conflict. The chief judge's expression darkened. With a glance at a nearby associate, he soared towards Aeolia. The goblins are nearly exterminated, and you choose now to show up. Who cannot see that you are here to claim credit? Ha! If the Goblin King's calamity had occurred near our celestial city, it would have been resolved long ago. Ultimately, it is your kind that proves inept. Why don't you speak of your... Aeolia was ready to retort when a powerful hand suddenly pressed down on her shoulder. Frowning, she turned to discover a celestial warrior, his waist adorned with a golden badge emblazoned with a star. The chief judge glared sternly. Did I not just instruct you to be silent? Are you deaf? Under the menacing gaze of such a powerful individual, one would typically feel apprehensive and frightened. However, the image of Luin surged in Aeolia's mind, instilling her with courage. Who initiated the insults against us? Aeolia pointed at the freckled girl and her entourage. If she insults you, you could report her to the judges instead of squabbling like a harpy. Otherwise, if you create such chaos and delay the competition, will you take responsibility? The chief judge's tone was harsh. Why should I be responsible? I was not the one who instigated this. Aeolia shot back. Exactly. Who does not know that it was the Celestials who first fired the shots? Are we not entitled to defend ourselves? Jair and others chimed in. The chief judge, high in status, dismissed their arguments with disdain, glaring fiercely as he bellowed, "Arrest them all!" The freckled girl and the surrounding Celestials looked on with glee, while the humans seethed with rage. Signs of unrest surged once more through the crowd. Hertz and his companions, well aware of Luin's temperament, understood that allowing themselves to be captured without resistance would surely invite Luin's disdain. They drew their swords and wands, prepared to resist with unwavering resolve. The chief judge, incredulous, exclaimed, "You dare to resist? Ha! Very well. I shall personally discipline you scoundrels." Clenching his fists, he advanced toward Aeolia and her group. Just as a confrontation seemed imminent, a voice that brought immense reassurance to Aeolia and her companions drifted through the air. "Who do you intend to discipline?" The chief judge turned to see a boy of around 16. His expression void of emotion. Another child, the chief judge thought, his eyes narrowing with malice. If you continue this ruckus and delay the goblin hunt, it may very well result in even more lives lost to the goblins. Can you not comprehend this simple truth? You humans are adept at squabbling over trifles. Luan's face remained impassive. When the Celestials held the advantage, you remained silent. Now that humans are poised to gain ground, you suddenly seek to mediate. How biased can you be, and yet you dare lecture me about righteousness? With a sudden gust, the crowd gasped as the Chief Judge's massive form was propelled a dozen meters away. Chapter 72. Treating gold as chicken to slaughter. This person, has he struck the Chief Judge? Moreover, the Chief Judge, a Golden Tier warrior, was kicked away by a mere 16-year-old child. The crowd's neck seemed to stiffen as they slowly turned to witness the Chief Judge, curled up like a shrimp, clutching his abdomen in agony as he writhed on the ground. The impact had felt as if his very organs were shattering within him. Luan aimed to ensure he endured sufficient suffering, preventing a swift demise. Thus, he had moderated the force of his kick. Otherwise, the best outcome would have been a cloud of blood mist. Gradually lowering his raised leg, Luan's expression darkened as he approached the Chief Judge. Lifting him with a single hand, "My disciple, how dare you call them scoundrels?" Bang. A precisely measured punch struck the Chief Judge's abdomen. Cough. The Chief Judge immediately spewed forth a copious amount of blood, some of his shattered innards spilling forth as well. Observing the Chief Judge gasping for air, Luan produced a revival pill from his palm. He placed the pill in the Chief Judge's mouth, urging him to swallow, while a finger pressed against his back, channeling energy to counteract the pill's effects and accelerate healing. The Chief Judge, on the brink of death, was suddenly revived, even his ruptured organs miraculously restored. Then, bang! Speak! Luan's tone was frigid, delivering another punch. The Chief Judge, resembling a drunken man retching, expelled half a pound of blood mixed with internal organs. How dare you? Let him go! Several magic chant practitioners raised their hands or wands, feigning the intention to cast spells, though in truth, they were paralyzed by fear, knowing that a single misstep could result in the Chief Judge's demise. Ignoring the spellcasters, Luan continued to berate the Chief Judge, methodically delivering blow after blow. When the Celestials were hurling insults at humans, where were you? Why did you not intervene then? Speak. You seemed so righteous. If the Chief Judge appeared close to death or fainted from the pain, Luan would strategically administer another revival pill to bring him back. If one is struck, one may retaliate. If one is insulted, one may respond. It is only just. My disciples have merely returned the grievances they suffered. Who are you to label them scoundrels? Kneel. Luan delivered a kick to the Chief Judge's leg, producing a sharp crack as the bones splintered through the skin. The Chief Judge howled in agony, his strength faltering, causing him to collapse towards Aeolia and her group. The surrounding humans, witnessing this scene, could not help but feel a surge of satisfaction. The Celestials, however, watched in sheer horror. Could it be that this Chief Judge was secretly donning someone else's badge? Among the crowd, one individual felt a chill run down his spine. Carter, the elderly magic chant practitioner who had tested Luan at the Adventurers Guild, was terrified. He feared that the Celestials would discover the emergence of such a genius among humans. Carter understood the Celestials well. They had consistently suppressed human progress. Individuals like Luan, who posed a significant threat, would undoubtedly be eliminated by them with all their might if they refused to submit. Luke, if you kill him like this, it will lead to significant trouble. Old Carter hurried over, cautiously urging him. Luan glanced back at him. What did you say? Carter summoned his courage. Do not continue. It will truly yield no benefits for you. Oh? Luan sneered, tightening his grip. With a crunch, the Chief Judge's head was crushed, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. The crowd fell into a profound silence, as if they were consciously stifling their breaths. This person, has he actually killed the Chief Judge? That was a Golden Tier warrior. He has treated a Golden 1-star warrior like mere poultry. How terrifying must this individual's strength be? Could he be a 5-star Golden warrior? Most importantly, every Golden Tier individual is a favored child of the Empire. The death of any Golden Tier warrior would attract the Empire's attention. This is a disaster. Things have escalated significantly. The Celestials who had initially mocked the humans now felt a wave of trepidation. Due to the multitude of people present here, many of whom are aware that it was they who first initiated the mockery, it is entirely justifiable to assert that this conflict was instigated by them. According to the historical precedents of the Empire, the death of the chief referee cannot absolve them of responsibility. Alas, if only I had refrained from such reckless words. How much better it would have been to patiently queue, swiftly participate in the goblin hunting contest, earn some rewards, and return home in high spirits. Yet, I could not restrain my tongue. Now, it seems, imprisonment awaits. At this moment, the other celestial beings are also filled with trepidation, each pondering, how many words did I just utter? Did my insults lack severity? Surely, they cannot implicate me. News from Lewin swiftly reached Emperor Garcia 9 through communication magic. Lewin Garcia 9 repeated this unfamiliar name as he sat in the conference room. A few individuals adorned with garments featuring golden six-pointed stars and floral motifs occupied the other seats, seemingly deep in thought. These individuals belonged to a singular organization, the Celestial Council, aside from the Emperor. Few are privy to the true purpose of this organization, yet their ties to the Emperor are undeniably close. Both think they could extinguish the martial master of the Golden One Star with such ease? This Lewin appears to be merely 16 years old. What could his rating possibly be? Garcia 9 found himself perplexed. At the very least, he must be of Golden 5 stars, asserted an elderly woman from the Celestial Council. 16. Golden 5 stars, such a talent is a rarity over millennia. He cannot be a pure-blood human. Perhaps he has draconic heritage? Or is there divine blood coursing through his veins? That seems the only possibility. Your Majesty, shall we seize this opportunity to eliminate him? Garcia 9 shook his head. The other members of the Celestial Council are currently absent from Blood Deer City. Even if we were to declare Lewin a death sentence, it would be exceedingly difficult to apprehend him now. Therefore, let us temporarily keep him under control. Your wisdom is unmatched, Your Majesty. Chapter 73. Contest rules. Warm sunlight streamed through the glass embedded in the golden window frames, flooding the conference room with light. Garcia 9 sat with his back to the window, casting his handsome visage entirely into shadow. Therefore, Your Majesty, shall we temporarily declare Lewin innocent? Yet he murdered a golden-tier celestial being before so many witnesses. The speaker was a younger member of the Celestial Council, sporting short hair and exuding vitality. Though in his 30s, he is indeed one of the younger members of the council. Without a moment's hesitation, Garcia 9 replied, "The celestial referee was an undercover agent of the Black Calamity planted within our nation. His assassination incurs no legal repercussions, but I see now. Your Majesty is truly astute. This revelation allows us to keep Lewin stabilized for the time being." Upon hearing this, the other members of the Celestial Council wore expressions of understanding. However, the younger member appeared bewildered. Ah? He was an undercover agent of the Black Calamity? My heavens! But when was this discovered? Garcia 9 cast a disdainful glance at him. Just now. The young member of the Celestial Council grasped the implication, lowering his head slightly, clearly struggling to adjust. Though the referee is deceased, if he were to be accused of colluding with the Black Calamity, it would entail dire consequences for his family, who would be dragged from their opulent mansion to languish in prison, awaiting execution. An elder with a long beard, noticing his discomfort, gently patted his shoulder. Remember, our duty in the Celestial Council is to prioritize the interests of our celestial kin and eradicate any existence that could threaten those interests within the Empire. Yes, I understand, Master. The young man exhaled nervously. Go now and convey my intentions to Blood Deer City. Garcia 9 commanded. Yes. A diminutive member of the Celestial Council immediately rose and exited the conference room. Now, let us deliberate on how to address the matter of Lewin. Once the door to the conference room closed, Garcia 9 cast his gaze upon the remaining attendees. Should we placate him? Make him a royal lapdog, akin to Alzlu? An elderly woman croaked. Garcia 9 pondered for a moment before replying. I believe he is quite different from Alzlu. You are aware of the reasons behind his killing the celestial referee, as indicated in the report. It was due to the referee's biased treatment towards humans and celestial beings. Such favoritism among the upper echelons is not uncommon within the Empire. Many humans rebel against it, yet their resistance is largely verbal. No one has ever dared to slay an unfair perpetrator before so many witnesses. Garcia 9 nodded slightly. Indeed, such a defiant character starkly contrasts with Alzlu's true nature. Thus, even if he is placated, he may still spiral out of control in the future. Therefore, it is prudent for you all to focus on how to eliminate him. Understood, Your Majesty. We comprehend. Garcia 9 rose. His rating is currently estimated at golden 5 stars. But we cannot yet reach a definitive conclusion. I shall grant you the authority to mobilize any resources of the Empire. Act freely and ensure that any potential threats to the Celestial Kin's position are eradicated swiftly. A senior council member beamed with confidence. Rest assured, Your Majesty, although Golden 5 stars signifies a remarkable human, he is but a fragile entity before the might of the Empire. At the registration venue, the knights who had initially surrounded Lewin, preparing for battle, suddenly received orders from their commander and collectively turned away. This left all the participating adventurers, including the staff, in a state of bewilderment. The knights are leaving? Are they not apprehending him? Surely that cannot be. He must be facing a death sentence. A chorus of murmurs erupted. Silence. At that moment, a voice thundered over the din. An elderly celestial magic incantator hovered in midair, employing levitation magic, a sound-based magical rune lingering at his lips. Curious about the knight's sudden departure, the crowd quieted, anticipating the elder's explanation. I am the new chief referee, and I have just received news from the royal court. The previous referee was in clandestine communication with the Black Calamity, intending to undermine the interests of the Empire, and thus deserved execution. Hence, this young man's act of slaying him does not constitute a violation of the Empire's laws. Now, let the registration continue. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted once more into a clamor. The Black Calamity, that nefarious organization. Infuriatingly, they conspired with the Black Calamity. They must be punished. Indeed, they must be punished. Yet, what a coincidence. Lewin harbored his own doubts. The Black Calamity is so infamous. Having been in this other world for over 2 months, he had certainly heard of their name. But what a coincidence this is. Nonetheless, avoiding trouble is ultimately a fortunate occurrence. This tumult was temporarily quelled, and the registration for the goblin hunting contest resumed. Over an hour later, as the final adventurers submitted their information, the newly appointed chief referee utilized sound magic to announce the rules of the goblin contest to everyone. Each participant is permitted one spatial bag. The goblins they slay must have their ears severed. Each night by 10 o'clock, they must return to Blood Deer City to present the goblin ears to the referee to accumulate points, which can be exchanged for various rewards, including noble titles. However, the points awarded differ according to the type of goblin slain. Common Goblin, 1 point. Frenzied Goblin, Boulder Goblin, 3 points. Shadow Goblin, Giant Goblin, Goblin Priest, 10 points. Goblin King, 50,000 points, and the hunter directly becomes the champion of this contest. Upon hearing the last rule, Luann's eyes gleamed with excitement. Chapter 74. The contest begins and concludes with the declaration of the rules complete. The goblin hunting contest officially commenced. The vast majority of adventurers participating did not feel apprehensive about facing the cunning and formidable goblin horde. They were well aware that, after such an extended period, the adventurers of Blood Deer City had nearly eradicated the goblin population. Thus, this contest would likely present minimal danger. Bearing this in mind, the adventurers set off in groups towards the depths of the wilderness. However, one individual moved against the tide, heading in the opposite direction, drawing the attention of many. Why is that fellow walking towards the city? There are no goblins to slay within. Is he giving up? A few adventurers paused to point and whisper about Luann's retreating figure. If he chooses to forfeit, that would be for the best. With such overwhelming abilities, what chance do we stand indeed? The celestial beings recalled Luann's earlier confrontation with the referee, and a sense of dread welled within them. At such a young age, he has already attained such prowess. This talent is simply extraordinary. I suspect that although he is human, he must possess some celestial bloodline. Indeed, it is entirely possible that somewhere in his ancestry, there lies a celestial being. Quite right, that makes sense. In recent days, the human race has been reluctant to admit that they were intimidated by the strength of a single individual, leading to a widespread consensus on this notion. Eluin moved swiftly, having already arrived in the city and made his way to the library. Most of the young adventurers in the town had gone to participate in the goblin hunting competition, leaving the vast library nearly empty, with only a few staff members tending to various tasks. Following the classification system, Lewin located books related to exotic races and began to leaf through them at a rapid pace. Turning 2 pages per second, soon, he found the page adorned with an illustration of the Goblin King. Oh, so this is what he looks like, Eluin nodded, committing the Goblin King's appearance firmly to memory. Gently closing his eyes, Lewin infused his consciousness with his crystalline energy, Expanding his awareness outward in the span of half a breath, his consciousness enveloped the entirety of Blood Deer City, extending to the wilderness within a 1,000-mile radius. Everything appeared vividly in his mind. In that moment, Lewin pinpointed the location where the Goblin King was hiding, nestled deep within a rainforest surrounded by marshland. After returning the borrowed book to its original place, he rose and departed the library, hastening towards the rainforest. This rainforest was encircled by a belt of marshland. The marsh was not only filled with purple poisonous miasma, but also teeming with bizarre and dangerous creatures. Man-eating giant flowers, venomous vine snakes, blood magic giant crocodiles, and toxic rock giants. These once rare beings thrived in this perilous swamp, rendering it a treacherous landscape with scarcely a safe haven. Even the most skilled adventurers would hesitate to venture into its depths, for none who had previously entered had ever returned alive. Suddenly, a figure, swift as lightning, darted past. The marsh creatures, quick to react, were utterly taken by surprise. The purple man-eating giant flower shook its neck as if exchanging glances with others. The marsh surged violently as a 60-meter-long blood magic giant crocodile burst forth from the depths of the mire, emitting a disgruntled sound upon realizing its prey had vanished, before submerging back into the sludge. The Goblin King, a hybrid of goblin and human, bore human-like features and stood at a height comparable to that of an adult, albeit with an awkwardly disproportionate physique. His arms could reach below his knees. His skin was the common verdant hue among goblins. Adorning his head was a crown fashioned from bones. Modest though it was, yet the surrounding goblins prostrated themselves in submission. Though humans, the Goblin King represented a source of calamity. But to goblins, he was their savior. Before the Goblin King lay a crystal orb, roughly the size of a human head, faintly emanating an ominous aura. Surrounding him were goblins of various types, including a goblin giant exceeding 4 meters in height, shadow goblins with dark brown skin, berserk goblins with crimson skin, goblin priests wielding rudimentary bone wands, and rock-skinned stone goblins. After the Goblin King stood before them and spoke a lengthy tirade in their tongue, a goblin giant wielding a long axe stepped behind the group. With a swift motion, he severed the head of a goblin priest, blood splattering as the withered head rolled across the ground. All the goblins remained unresponsive, still prostrated as though nothing had occurred. A wisp of negative energy drifted from the goblin priest's corpse, absorbed by the crystal orb, intensifying the malevolent aura surrounding it. The goblin giant, axe in hand, proceeded to cleave through the remaining goblins. Once they were all decapitated, he suddenly raised his axe and emitted a wailing cry, brutally striking down upon his own head. With each goblin that fell, the aura of the crystal orb grew increasingly potent. The citizens of the Holy Monarch Empire puzzled over why the calamity of the Goblin King had been so mild this time. The answer lay here. This generation of the Goblin King seemed intent on completing some ritual, resulting in the slaughter of numerous kin, thereby creating the illusion that disaster was soon to subside in Blood Deer City. The Goblin King gazed at the crystal orb, his yellow eyes gleaming with excitement. A faint sound echoed as something landed softly. The Goblin King turned in astonishment, realizing a human had unexpectedly appeared behind him. He was bewildered, questioning how a human could venture alone into such a perilous environment. The marsh creatures had not hindered him, nor had the shadow goblins he had meticulously placed around the area. Just as this thought crossed his mind, it began to rain goblin corpses, dark brown bodies plummeting from above. The Goblin King, perplexed and horrified by the gruesome sight of the slain shadow goblins, instinctively recoiled in fear. Shadow goblins possessed a natural ability to turn invisible. However, this rudimentary invisibility was rendered ineffective before Lewin's consciousness, making it akin to being fully visible. Thus, on his way here, he had easily dispatched these shadow goblins attempting to ambush him. This human before him was extraordinarily dangerous. The Goblin King's expression twisted into a grimace as he raised his hand to unleash magic. Each Goblin King possessed an extraordinary aptitude for magic. In a short span, they could mature into formidable spellcasters. The magical runes blazed with resplendent light, signaling that a fire attribute spell imbued with immense destructive force was about to emerge. Yet suddenly, the magical runes dissipated like smoke. The Goblin King stared in disbelief at his hand, as if it had transformed into a foot. The presence of numerous shadow goblin corpses nearby caused the aura of the crystal orb to swell once more. Drawing Lu An's attention, he cast a glance at the orb on the ground, muttering, "What is this thing? Why does it exude such a heavy malice?" Deciding against further contemplation, he raised a hand and unleashed a surge of force. The crystal orb shattering upon impact with a resounding crack. The ominous energy that the Goblin King had laboriously amassed over the past 2 months dissipated into the air. The Goblin King jumped in fury, babbling incomprehensibly. However, the spell voice of the world could not translate the language of a creature like the goblin, which was scarcely considered intelligent. "What are you shrieking about?" Lewin raised his palm, unleashing a powerful strike into the air. The goblin witnessed the human's hand lift, the surrounding air seemingly distorting, and then felt a sharp pain in his chest before losing consciousness in an instant. Mission accomplished. Lewin hoisted the Goblin King's body, employing his levitation technique to ascend rapidly, his figure vanishing swiftly into the rainforest. The other competitors could never have imagined that, less than half an hour into the competition, the leading Goblin King had already fallen into Lewin's grasp. This meant that no matter how hard they tried, they could never claim victory in this contest. Chapter 75. A prison drawn in the earth. The Goblin King was crudely dragged by Lewin, resembling a frightened dog, as he gazed down at the ground thousands of meters below. Humans could achieve flight through the mastery of aerial magic or by donning special magical artifacts, but even then, they could only ascend a few hundred meters, and at no such speed. The Goblin King, with his remarkable magical aptitude and keen sensitivity to magical energies, sensed not a trace of magical fluctuations. The rainforest lay over 100 miles from Loka village. For Lewin, even without relying on any artifacts, merely harnessing crystalline energy allowed him to soar through the air in mere breaths. Lewin planned to confine the Goblin King in Loka village before turning him over to the judges. He still aimed for his 5 named disciples to gain experience during this competition. Should he hand over the king immediately, it might lead to an abrupt conclusion of the contest, which was contrary to his initial intentions. After all, this creature was in his possession and could not escape. When Loka village was being rebuilt, the villagers, including Hofdad, believed that no one's yard could surpass that of Lord Lu. Hence, Luan's residence was expansive, with many rooms he had no use for. Upon arriving at his home, he casually selected an empty room and, discarding the Goblin King as one would refuse unwanted refuse, tossed him inside. The Goblin King tumbled a few times on the stone floor, grimacing in pain. While goblins had a slightly stronger constitution than humans, it was only marginally so. They were still more adept at magic. Lewin extended a finger, tracing an arc in the air. As the goblin lifted his head, he noticed a faint golden light materializing on the ground before him, which then glided to the right and drew a circle approximately 5 meters in diameter around his body. "What is this?" Instinctively, the goblin stepped forward, attempting to exit the circle. However, upon making contact with the edge, he felt a tremendous force collide against him, just enough to propel him back to the center of the illuminated circle. He raised his hands to chant a spell. The circle flickered with flames and lightning, but none of these destructive spells managed to breach the circle's boundary, all thwarted by the radiant barrier that arose at the edge. He gazed incredulously at this circle, which to him was an unfathomable existence, akin to an ant trapped in a glass jar, a prison drawn in the earth. This spell was not particularly sophisticated. Lewin had mastered it 900 years prior, using it to confine lesser creatures that were beneath his cultivation level, extremely effective. With his crystalline cultivation, this circle could maintain its form for an entire month. Having completed his task, he decided to indulge in some beer before commencing his training. Lewin exited the room, placing a barrier on the door to ensure that no one else could enter, and then headed towards the tavern. During the Goblin Tournament, the influx of outsiders has multiplied significantly. Not only are there participants, but also their accompanying families and servants. Consequently, despite the commencement of the competition, the number of travelers in Loka village remains considerable. The tavern in Loka village boasts 2 stories, with the second floor featuring a specially partitioned room, meticulously arranged with elegance and furnished with pieces crafted by renowned artisans. This room is exclusively reserved for Lewin, ensuring that even amidst a bustling crowd, he has a tranquil space to enjoy his drinks. As Lewin enters the tavern, he is about to ascend to the second floor when a tall figure clad in a server's uniform, balancing a tray, intercepts him. "I is it you?" Lewin inquires, somewhat surprised, then furrows his brow. "Didn't I tell you to leave?" The figure blocking his path is none other than the half-orc girl, Ning Lu, whom he had encountered a few days prior. Ning Lu possesses an unusually tall stature for a woman, standing over 1 meter 80, with well-proportioned legs. Although she is muscular, her frame is not overly large. Lydia, realizing that Ning Lu was more than capable of handling the tavern duties, had sent her to assist here. However, after a lengthy search, they could not find a suitable server's uniform to fit her height. Thus, Ning Lu now appears almost as if she is wearing a crop top, exposing her toned midriff, while the ordinary-sized skirt clings tightly, revealing her alluring, slender legs clad in white stockings. She has donned a scarf to conceal her fox ears, and her tail is hidden beneath her skirt, rendering her half-orc heritage undetectable at first glance. Could you teach me that thing?" she stammers, though her expression still carries a hint of defiance. "What?" Lewin queries. "You know that little boy from yesterday. He poked me a few times with the sword hilt, and then I felt weak. I found out that boy is your disciple, so you must have taught him, right?" "Oh, you mean the pressure point technique." Lewin finally comprehends. "I can't." He firmly declines, brushing past Ning Lu. "Please, teach me. Gems, gold, silver. I can offer you as much as you desire." Ning Lu once again obstructs his path. As a half-orc girl with mediocre magical talent, yet a fervent ambition for close combat, she is utterly captivated by the brilliance of this ancient technique. It seems almost miraculous to her, with no magical fluctuations involved. Simply by applying a few precise touches, one could incapacitate an opponent. Mastering such a skill would undoubtedly double her combat prowess. What sort of genius must one be to invent such a technique? Having hardly slept the previous night, she had been experimenting on herself, attempting to replicate the way that Jia Er had poked her, yet without understanding the execution of the returning staff technique. She could not pinpoint the pressure points accurately, resulting only in pain with no further sensation. Lun had initially taken Jia Er and 4 others as disciples not only for the future of Loka Village, but also out of curiosity to see if the people of this world could cultivate true essence. As for this half-orc girl, he had no motivation to take her as a pupil. "Stop wasting your breath. I will not teach you." Lun gently pushes her aside. As she watches him walk away, Ning Lu's cheeks puff up in frustration. Compressed water cannon. In the dappled shadows of the forest, Aeolia raises her hand, and a water cannonball the size of a millstone bursts forth from the magical runes, obliterating a distant goblin giant. Compared to 2 months ago, this compressed water cannon has grown to nearly 5 times its original size, and its casting speed has doubled. All of this is attributed to the true essence flowing within Aeolia. The combination of magical energy and true essence often yields unexpectedly positive outcomes. A skilled spellcaster will learn enhancing spells to augment their other magic. For instance, range amplification, destruction concentration, and magic effect acceleration can increase the magic's range, destructive power, and activation speed. When magic is released through the fusion of magical energy and true essence, it achieves these effects without the need for additional enhancing spells. Hertz steps forward, skillfully severing the ears of the goblin giant and stowing them into a tan space pouch. "That makes 124.it. Seems I can submit at least 300 pairs of goblin ears tonight." Hertz muses with satisfaction. Chapter 76. The Council of Celestials arrives. It is simply unbelievable. The leading team is ahead of the second by over 400 points. Even if the leading team does nothing tomorrow, it will be quite challenging for the second team to catch up. Could it be that this time, the celestial race will lose to humanity? Are these humans cheating? Within a room, the judges temporarily residing in the Lord's mansion gaze at the forms laid out on the table, unable to suppress their admiration. The door swings open, and the judges instinctively look up. 12 solemn-faced individuals enter, their movements light, and though they say nothing and do nothing, an air of authority emanates from them. The judges, seasoned by life's experiences, quickly discern that this group wields substantial power. "Very well, everyone. Your work here concludes for today. You may leave." The lead elder woman's voice is raspy and unpleasant. She produces the royal insignia given by the emperor, her fingers briefly waving it before the assembled crowd. The referees initially displayed expressions of astonishment, subsequently hurriedly exiting the room, neglecting to gather their personal belongings. as if a bomb on the verge of detonation lurked within point 12 guests, then assumed control of the premises. They were members of the Celestial Council, who, after a long day's journey and the assistance of various teleportation magics, had finally arrived at Blood Deer City this evening. Instead of donning the Council's distinctive six-pointed star attire, they were clad in seemingly luxurious yet unremarkable magical robes and light armor. Each individual found a seat and began perusing their recording forms. To the astonishment of the elder holding the form, the first name was that of a human. How could this be? How could they lead the other celestial teams by such a significant margin? This was unprecedented. Gentlemen, do you recall the incident that transpired during registration earlier today? Inquired the elder with hawk-like eyes. Affirmative nods followed. Although they had been in the capital, Shilingluo, their grasp of the details through the Empire's premier intelligence organization likely surpassed that of many present. From the earlier event, it was revealed that all members of this team were disciples of Luan. Are you suggesting that this human team's strength derives from Luan? Indeed, the hawk-eyed elder affirmed. Luan, merely 16 years of age, has already attained at least a 5-star golden rating. Such a feat is beyond the reach of any celestial or human. He must possess a unique bloodline, perhaps of dragon descent, blood lineage, or ice heritage. Yet how could his disciples rise to prominence solely because of him? After all, a bloodline cannot be transferred to another. Regardless, the celestial race must secure first place in this competition. It appears our targets have expanded to include not only Luan but 5 others as well. Chapter 77. A sudden encounter on the same night in Loka Village. The Soul Tavern remained aglow with light and filled with laughter, where any troubles could be forgotten. Clink! 4 glass mugs collided, producing a crisp and melodious sound. As the frothy beer surged over the edges, spilling a few droplets of golden liquid. Cheers! Cried Alya, Yako, Hertz, and Real, downing their chilled beers in one swift motion. Hertz, clad in a brown leather armor, wore a look of exhaustion mixed with joy. I never anticipated we would outpace everyone by such a margin. Indeed, while I was confident we would lead, I did not foresee a difference of over 400 points, Alya replied, leaning on the wooden table, her youthful face slightly flushed, illuminated by the tavern's warm light. Their elation stemmed not only from 2 months of pent-up energy finally unleashed, but also from the delightful surprise of their own burgeoning strength. Those once arrogant celestials, who had always looked down upon them, now lagged far behind. A serving girl timely approached, refilling their mugs with beer. Hertz raised his glass first. Let us keep up the momentum tomorrow. Cheers, cheers, echoed the others. Clink! Real observed a mug brimming with beer on the table, its froth long dissipated. The sweet ice cubes melted within. By the way, where is Jair? Has he been in the restroom for ages? Real inquired. I don't know. That guy wouldn't he have run off from drinking, would he? Hertz scratched his forehead. Jair can outdrink you easily. We all witnessed that last time, Yako teased, lounging with her legs crossed in a rather rebellious posture. Bang! In an alley between the tavern and an adjacent building, Ninglu, donned in a serving girl's uniform, leaned against the wall, her arms crossed over Jair's shoulders, effectively blocking his path. Jair's face turned crimson. As if electrified, Ninglu, is there something you need? Just as he was about to retreat back into the tavern to continue drinking with Hertz and the others, Ninglu had unexpectedly cornered him, with a figure and visage that could only be described as exquisite. It was no surprise that the Baron and his son had paid a hefty sum to purchase her from the slave trader. Clad in a snug brown and white uniform, her toned midriff revealed, and her long legs encased in white stockings, she towered over Jair by about a head and a half, rendering him mere centimeters away from her impressive curves. Jair, a boy raised in the countryside, had never been this close to a girl, leaving him utterly flustered. The alluring scent emanating from Ninglu overwhelmed him, causing him to swallow hard and avert his gaze, resembling a timid rabbit. Hey, could you teach me that technique you used on me the other day? Ninglu blinked her clear eyes. After failing to annoy Luan multiple times, she decided to try her luck with someone else. Even if given 100 chances, Jair would not dare share what Luan had taught him. No. Clenching her fists slightly, Ninglu edged closer. Name your price. Jewels, gold, crystals, diamonds, whatever you desire. For an ordinary individual, such temptations would be irresistible. However, Jair found no allure in these trinkets. being in the presence of Lord Lu and receiving any benefits from him was beyond the value of money. "What do you want?" Ninglu forcibly turned Jaire's head to face her. His face flushed, he remained silent. Ninglu's gaze dropped slightly, followed by a contemptuous laugh. "I knew it. All you humans think about is that." Jaire's face reddened further, his legs awkwardly positioned as he attempted to conceal certain areas. "If you agree to teach me, I'll let you do anything you want with my body." Ninglu leaned into Jaire's ear, her warm breath enveloping his earlobe. Poof! 2 streams of blood gushed from Jaire's nostrils. His face was nearly flushed to the point of bleeding, and with a youthful quiver in his voice. He stammered, Please don't mention that again, Miss Ninglu. I could never agree to that. Besides, for your safety, you should leave here quickly. The Empire's laws dictate that any beastmen or half-beastmen found within the Empire are to be captured and executed." Jair feared that encountering Ninglu daily in Loka village would greatly disrupt his training mindset. Ninglu was also aware of such laws. After all, humans faced a similarly brutal fate in the Iron Blood Kingdom, and the animosity between their nations had persisted for over a century. However, she was desperate to learn the technique, believing it could change the fate of her entire half-beast kin. "Just think about it," Ninglu urged, inching closer. "No." Feeling her warmth pressing against him, Jair summoned his strength, abruptly breaking free and vanishing into the alley. The following morning, the 5 members of the fire extinguishing team re-entered the forest to continue their participation in the goblin hunt competition. "Jair, why do you have dark circles under your eyes?" Alya tilted her head slightly, concern lacing her tone. "Did you not rest well last night?" As the oldest girl in the group, she had consistently played the role of an elder sister. "Node, it's nothing," Jair stammered, shaking his head frantically. "Why are you blushing?" Yako queried, tilting her head in confusion. The group felt something was amiss but could not pinpoint the cause. Meanwhile, at the forest's edge, 2 members of the Celestial Council stood vigil. Compared to the previous day, they were now fully armed. 1. A paladin was a robust figure clad entirely in armor, adorned with a short hammer engraved with magical runes at his waist. The magic caster wore a robe capable of mitigating a portion of magical damage, with inner armor beneath to withstand some physical attacks. The magic wand in his grasp was crafted from precious magical crystal, enhancing spellcasting efficacy, reducing mana consumption, and having chant time. Additionally, he adorned 3 rings of various colors and designs, all magical artifacts. The ability to wear magical items is not merely a matter of quantity, it demands significant mental fortitude. Exceeding one's mental limits to don too many magical artifacts risks mental collapse, reducing the wearer to a soulless shell. The Celestial Council had sent 12 members to Blood Deer City, yet they believed that the elimination of Alya and her companions could be accomplished with the efforts of just 1. Nonetheless, this organization was known for its caution, so they decided to deploy 2 individuals. The gray-robed mage glanced up at the sun. "It's almost noon. Those 5 should have departed Loka village by now." "Yes, this forest is the closest to Loka village. Let us begin our search here," agreed. The gray mage raised his hand, vibrant magical lights coalescing, elemental spirit summoning. Soundform Pigeon. Chapter 78. Initial confrontation. Dozens of white doves erupted from the magical runes, soaring into the sky and dispersing in all directions. This was a 6th-tier reconnaissance spell. Compared to the 3rd-tier reconnaissance spell Eagle Eye, favored by most ordinary spellcasters, the doves not only flew at nearly the speed of sound but also covered a broad area, capable of penetrating even obscured terrains, such as caves, to explore hidden locales. The most crucial point is that these white doves can only be seen by the caster, which often leaves the enemy completely unaware of the need for counter-surveillance magic. The purpose of the Celestial Council is to prioritize the interests of the celestial race. This statement is rather broad. Specifically, it means employing all means necessary to ensure that the status of humanity within the Holy Monarch Empire remains perpetually subordinate to that of the Celestials. Few are privy to their operations, and apart from a select few, nearly no one is aware of their actions. The outstanding performance of Lu En and the 5 companions has become intolerable for the Holy Monarch Empire, which will not allow any human to surpass the celestial race. Thus, in accordance with their purpose, the Celestial Council must eradicate them. Less than a minute after the doves took flight, the gray-robed mage connected to them sensed the location of Lu En and the 5 companions. "Found them. Let's go." The mage raised both hands, casting the flight spell upon himself and the accompanying paladin. ASA blessing-type magic. It can be cast not only on oneself, but also on others, allowing those under its influence to defy gravity and achieve flight at their discretion. However, the speed is not remarkable. It merely enables one to move faster than running through complex terrain. Deep within the forest, having just slain a group of goblins, the 5 companions looked up in unison towards a certain direction. Their vital energy heightened their senses, including their perception of magical power. They could feel a powerful surge of magical energy approaching them, the largest they had ever encountered since birth, surpassing even that of the Molten Tyrant in the Molten Caves. Could it beat the Goblin King? Their hearts immediately leapt to their throats. The abilities of the Goblin King were far beyond those of the mutated goblins. To avoid dampening their spirits, Lewin chose not to disclose the truth. Thus, they remained unaware that the Goblin King was currently residing in Loka Village, merely starving to the point of desperation. 2 figures floated down, landing on thick branches, looking down upon Aurelia and her companions. Aurelia and her friends were somewhat perplexed, as the contestants in the goblin hunting competition were all young individuals. Therefore, these 2 half-buried figures could not possibly be participants. Who, then, were they? And why had they come to seek them? However, judging by the cold glint in their eyes, it was clear they harbored ill intentions. Without any exchange, the 5 of them channeled their vital energy, merging it with their magical power. At them. They appear rather unremarkable. The paladin scoffed with disdain, jumping down from the branch towering over 5 meters high. He brandished his hammer, advancing step by step. Who are you? Do we have a grudge against each other? Aurelia maintained her composure, inquiring. The mage remaining atop the branch interjected. No need to answer. Just eliminate them quickly. It would be troublesome if others see us. Understood, understood. Must you keep nagging? The paladin retorted with annoyance. Aurelia's expression grew solemn. For some reason, she felt that the aura radiating from these 2 was even more terrifying than that of the Molten Tyrant. So, which of you wishes to meet your demise first? None shall escape. The paladin appeared rather nonchalant, as if toying with 5 small creatures. Water pressure cannon, ice spike, holy light barrage, faced with opponents stronger than himself. It was only natural to strike first. With hardly any incantation, 3 spells were unleashed. Boom! A colossal sound erupted through the forest as towering trees, thick enough for 3 people to encircle, were severed in half. The celestial mage gazed in astonishment at the 3 spells, which were extraordinarily large. Witnessing them was akin to seeing ants larger than cats. It is worth noting that a first-tier spell, Fireball, produces the same effect. Whether cast by a decayed wood-level mage or a platinum-level mage, the size and power remain consistent, unaffected by proficiency or magical capacity. However, the existence of vital energy altered this common knowledge. The mutated magical power, combined with vital energy, provided multiple positive enhancements to the spells. Though the paladin was clad in heavy armor, his movements were surprisingly swift. The 3 spells approached him from different angles, but narrowly missed him as he adeptly evaded. His footwork was impeccable, and while dodging the spells, he had already reached Yake. Among the small group, Yake appeared the most fragile and delicate. Thus the enemy always aimed to eliminate her first in any confrontation. The paladin raised his hammer high, bellowing as he brought it crashing down towards Yake. Clang! The sound of metal colliding violently resonated as the hammer struck her lightweight staff, surprisingly failing to shatter it. However, the immense force caused Yake's arm to ache, forcing her to relinquish her grip. Had it not been for the dragon bone pill enhancing her physique, her arm would likely have been broken by that blow. The paladin stared in bewilderment at the staff that had fallen to the ground. He had exerted 70% of his strength in that strike. How could he fail to break even a mere staff? Did this staff possess some enchantment? But he had no time to ponder further as a whoosh of wind announced the approach of Gyre Hells, who was already engaging him in combat. The 2 exchanged relentless sword strikes. The paladin had never encountered such peculiar and exquisite techniques. For the initial exchanges, he found himself momentarily at a disadvantage. Yet, he quickly regained the upper hand, leveraging his superior physical prowess and battle experience to turn the tide. While the 3 melee combatants were entangled, Aurelia and the other 2 spellcasters managed to extricate themselves, initiating a magical duel with the mage still perched in the trees. High-tier magic clashed with low-tier mutated magic. The celestial spellcaster grew increasingly astonished. He could not fathom how a spellcaster, who should be only marginally stronger than an ordinary person, could exhibit such remarkable agility while simultaneously casting spells. They leaped over 30 meters at a time. If he did not resort to large-scale spells, it would be nearly impossible to hit them. However, using such spells would risk injuring the paladin. Were it not for his rapid spellcasting and ample magical reserves, maintaining high-frequency magic to suppress them, the three spellcasters would have likely closed the distance to him. Heavens, it was unheard of for spellcasters to voluntarily engage in close quarters. Clang! The paladin's hammer once again collided with the swords of the two, sending sparks flying. What the hell are your swords made of? How can they be so sturdy? The paladin shouted in frustration while swinging his hammer against the duo. The unexpected resilience of their swords, coupled with their ability to block his strikes each time, left him exasperated. It seemed he would have to resort to martial techniques. As this thought crossed his mind, a colorless magical energy akin to flames ignited upon his hammer. Chapter 79. The Malicious Venomous Thorns Shattered Sword Strike, a technique that delivers devastating destruction to an enemy's weapon while safeguarding one's own. The paladin executed this martial technique with his hammer, striking fiercely at Hertz's sword. Clang! The metallic collision emitted a jarring resonance, one that was exceedingly unpleasant to the ears, akin to a serpent burrowing into one's ear and penetrating the brain. The sound was so immense that it nearly engulfed the entire forest. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Yifeng, Poison Thorn, and a short-haired girl traveling with them covered their ears, grimacing in pain. The cacophony persisted for half a minute before gradually dissipating. What was that noise? The short-haired girl shook her head, perplexed. It sounded like weapons clashing, but whose weapons could produce such a thunderous sound? Yifeng felt as if there were 4 short-haired girls and Poison Thorn before him, and it took a moment for him to regain his composure. The short-haired girl, with a slender magic staff tucked behind her, walked ahead of the two, her demeanor lively and almost erratic. She would leap onto stones in her path and jump over puddles deliberately. Hey, Poison Thorn! The short-haired girl suddenly turned back, her eyes sparkling with mischief. What? Poison Thorn, with his perpetually stern expression, stood tall and handsome, his pale skin marking him as the son of a baron, a figure many girls at the academy yearned for. Unlike Adele and Aurelia, he shared a close bond with his brother Yifeng, primarily because this brother was obedient and devoted most of his time to training or reading novels, rarely engaging in anything else. Initially, Poison Thorn had contemplated isolating Jair upon his entry into the Guardian Academy, slowly tormenting him into submission, ultimately forcing him to withdraw from school. However, he never anticipated that Jair would end up ranking first and ultimately decline admission. It felt akin to striking a cotton ball. This time, he aimed to leverage the goblin competition, a venue rife with potential mishaps, to teach Jair a lesson, hoping to at least incapacitate his hands so he could wield a sword no more. How could a mere impoverished human, a country bumpkin, triumph over a talented noble of the celestial race? Yet, he had not anticipated that Jair possessed such an extraordinary master. That 16-year-old lad had effortlessly defeated a Golden Star powerhouse with a single blow, far surpassing even the sword Saint Gu Fu. You wish to teach that Jair a lesson? Should we take action today? The short-haired girl giggled, her eyes gleaming mischievously. Enough, Eileen. Yifeng interjected hastily. Brother, there's no need to trouble Jair. He defeated me fair and square. I'm not one to stir up trouble. Eileen laughed teasingly. Poison Thorn, before signing up, you told the brothers to stay close, so we could deal with those 5 together. Now that there's been no word, isn't that a bit unreasonable? Poison Thorn ground his teeth. Although they were Celestials, they had always resided in Blooddeer City, as their family's estate had previously been compelled to relocate there. As a baronial family, although their wealth does not compare to that of Aurelia's MIT family, in terms of power, they surpass the MIT clan, standing among the more prominent families of Blooddeer City. Hence, both Poison Spike and Night Edge have enjoyed a life of privilege since childhood, with Poison Spike, in particular, having established himself as a leader among children due to his character and prowess. He simply cannot accept that he hesitates to deal with a mere human bumpkin out of fear. I will find a way to take care of him, brother. Don't. Night Edge expressed his dissatisfaction. Stop your idle chatter, Night Edge, Poison Spike said with a fierce glare, causing Night Edge to swallow the words that were about to escape his lips. This has always been the case. Whenever Poison Spike adopts a slightly assertive stance, Night Edge immediately concedes. This dynamic is the fundamental reason why the two brothers rarely clash. Not far from where Poison Spike and his companions stood, several groups of celestial race adventurers lingered. They were Poison Spike's close friends from the academy. Poison Spike had instructed them not to stray too far, so they could provide support in times of danger, and also to facilitate overwhelming any encounter with Guile and his companions due to their numerical advantage. Lu An's modifications to the weapons provided to Hertz and his companions were quite straightforward. He infused each weapon with a touch of Eastern Sea cold iron and inscribed formations to ensure that the weight of each weapon remained unchanged. Otherwise, even a piece the size of a thumb would be too cumbersome for Hertz and his companions to wield. The force behind the Paladin's strike was over 10 times greater than Hertz could withstand, causing his sword to fly from his grasp and soar into the sky. Yet, the sword suffered no damage. Rather, the Paladin's hammer was left with several shards of iron. "What are your swords made of?" the Paladin exclaimed, astonished, gazing at the damage on his hammer, which contained 70% precious metal, the hardest material in the Empire. For the moment, Hertz's arms were incapacitated, and Guile, struck by the hammer, could barely stand. Aurelia, Lear, and Yake panted heavily as they stared at the elder celestial race, mage more than 30 meters away. Given that the three were barely 20 on average, their magical reserves were limited. And the cultivation methods taught by Lord Lu did not enhance their magical capacity. As a result, they found themselves drained of magic at this critical juncture. The celestial race mage, however, wore a smile, appearing as light and carefree as if the recent magical onslaught had barely taxed his own reserves. Aurelia, feeling somewhat disheveled, had evaded the spells through her agility, yet the residual effects of the magic had brushed against them multiple times. Fortunately, after following Lord Lu's teachings, a layer of true energy now provided some degree of protection. Yet, the opponent was undeniably formidable. Could it be that they were above Gold Class 5? In the past 2 months, they had scarcely left Loka Village. When had they offended such a powerful individual? The mage spoke. "I initially intended to eliminate you swiftly, but your existence has piqued my curiosity to the extent that I've inadvertently squandered considerable time." He paused before continuing, however. "It seems you've reached your limit, I must admit. I am quite astonished that a human can simultaneously excel in magic while possessing extraordinary physical prowess, truly a flawless existence. If you are willing to cooperate and reveal your secrets to me, I shall spare your lives, though you would forfeit your freedom for a lifetime." "Never," the three responded almost in unison, raising their hands. But due to their depleted magical energy, the incantation only flickered briefly before dissipating. The three spellcasters then gripped their staffs tightly, misstepping as they charged toward the elder, employing the demon exorcism staff technique against him. Repel! Without incantation, a gust of wind erupted from the elder's center, sending the three flying away. As seasoned spellcasters, they were not without means to fend off close-range adversaries. "Enough. I will deal with them. You hurry to my side to avoid any accidental injuries," the elder declared, extending a finger as wind elements began to swirl chaotically. "Understood," the paladin replied nonchalantly, sheathing his hammer and swiftly appearing behind the elder. The surrounding wind elements were in a frenzy, dimming the light as trees deeply rooted in the earth swayed violently, some snapping with a crack. The powerful wind pressure felt like a colossal hand pinning them to the ground, rendering them immobile. This Dias 9th tier magic, Lear, the most educated among them, recognized instantly, his pupils constricting in disbelief. How can anyone wield such magic alone? This level of magic was not something a gold class could unleash by themselves. It required at least 3 gold class mages chanting in unison to succeed. Yet, shouldn't the Empire's strongest be merely gold class? The elder did not respond, still smiling, for even if their physical fortitude was impressive, this magic was more than capable of shattering them. Moreover, given the spell's extensive coverage, escaping at full speed was utterly impossible. As for the potential collateral damage to innocence, it would simply be regarded as a contribution to the Empire. Suddenly, the elder's concentration was disrupted, causing the nearly completed spell to collapse, resulting in an explosion of force that was only a fraction of the complete spell's potential, yet still injuring Aurelia and her companions. Aurelia, and those 4 children whose names I cannot recall, hurry and leave this place. Chapter 80. No longer in need of each other, Aurelia and her companions coughed up blood, their expressions of despair momentarily brightening. They lifted their heads to see Carter, the vice president of the Blood Deer City Magic Guild, emerging from the forest. Seizing this brief opportunity for respite, they quickly retrieved revival pills from their pockets. While these pills could not replenish their true energy or magical power, they would instantaneously heal their injuries and restore their stamina. Carter, his aged face sharp with determination, fixed his gaze intently on the two celestial race individuals. Indeed, there are those who would target the most promising humans. It seems my earlier suspicions were not unfounded. Having lived for over 70 years in this nation, Carter had developed a keen sense of perception through his extensive experiences, sensing an invisible yet formidable force within the empire that sought to suppress humanity's advancement. It was not merely verbal oppression. They extinguished any hope of humans surpassing the celestial race. He had confided in no one, keeping this thought buried within, and had lowered Luin's rating out of this very suspicion. He had pondered the potential consequences of being wrong, knowing that even his life might not suffice to atone for such a grave error. Yet today, he witnessed the validation of his decades-long intuition. Upon realizing how outstanding Miss Aurelia and her companions were, I remained nearby, and feeling such a powerful magical disturbance, I rushed over in time. Thank goodness, I made it just in time. Carter's expression conveyed a sense of relief. Miss Aurelia, you must leave at once. I will hold them off. Aurelia and her friends were entirely unaware of why Carter had come to their rescue, for the suspicions he harbored had been confined to his own mind for decades. Miss Aurelia, you must flee. Do not entertain thoughts of staying behind. This individual wields 9th-tier magic, and that paladin is at least comparable to Alslu. Even if we join forces, we cannot hope to match them. Carter positioned himself protectively before Aurelia and the others. You are the hope of humanity. I have lived long enough. Dying in such a manner would be worthwhile for me. Giles, wishing to insist on staying behind to allow Aurelia and her companions to escape, was interrupted by Aurelia, the most mature of the group, her voice trembling as she spoke. Let us go. To find Lord Lu. Thank you, Lord Carter. Aurelia and her companions, understanding that fleeing was their best option, expressed their gratitude in shaky voices before hastily making their way towards Loka village. Carter, a rare illusionist among spellcasters, specialized in mental attacks. Just moments ago, he had employed a mental magic spell to disrupt the celestial race mage's incantation. As he saw the target escape, the celestial race mage was unhurried, knowing that with just one more summoning of a dove, they could effortlessly track down the 5 individuals once again. Carter concentrated, not daring to let his guard down. Detection. A palm-sized magical rune materialized before his eyes. With this spell, he could perceive the magical energy attached to all things. What? Carter's eyes widened as he beheld the overwhelming magical energy coursing through the 2 individuals, far surpassing gold class levels. Noticing the astonishment on Carter's face, the celestial race mage smiled and explained. The true truth must remain in the hands of a select few. For you, who shall never grasp the reality, gold is merely the limit, while individuals in the Empire have long since reached the platinum realm. We are but one among many, so it is you who have been covertly employing various means to prevent humanity from surpassing the celestial race. Carter, devoid of fear of impending death, posed the question that had long preoccupied him. Indeed, that is correct, the celestial race mage nodded, his gaze filled with approval. We are aware that some humans might deduce these truths, yet those individuals, without exception, have lived affluent lives with a certain status and power under the Empire's arrangement. Thus, over the years, you are the first human brave enough to abandon such a life to voice these concerns. The paladin interjected, shaking his neck. It can be said that it is precisely because of us that the celestial race has maintained its position above humanity for so long. By employing various means to extinguish, frame, assassinate, seduce, and manipulate talented humans across all fields, had this situation not been so urgent, we could have even arranged for these 5 individuals to meet a reasonable and lawful demise in due time. Ha ha! Recalling the various injustices humanity has endured from childhood to adulthood, Carter's emotions surged. Why must this be done? We are brethren. Centuries ago, our ancestors bled and sacrificed to overthrow the Dark Elves and establish this nation. Should we not unite and strive to better this land together? Why treat us thus? The explanation for this was lengthy, and there was no need to waste breath on it. The paladin removed his hammer and twirled it in his hand. With a bitter smile, Carter's voice took on a melancholic tone. "We have known peace for too long. We no longer need one another. Regrettably, I must inform you that your sacrifice is utterly meaningless. Do you truly believe that those 5 children would be saved by that Lewin?" The celestial mage smiled benevolently. "I can tell you that Lewin is also one of our targets. 6 platinum have already gone to seek him. Why now? He has likely descended into hell." "Ha!" Carter sneered, beginning to conjure magic. 6 platinum may not necessarily succeed. Haha. Have you been frightened into madness?" The paladin instantly teleported before Carter and struck down with his hammer. He had presumed that Carter's magic would be defensive, but he was mistaken. Cognitive chaos. Carter completely abandoned defense or evasion. Unleashing his highest tier spell, a beam of white light surged forth from the magic runes, aiming at the celestial mage, while a ring on his index finger shattered with a crack. Simultaneously, the hammer crashed down upon his frail body, an immense force reducing a significant portion of him to mere pulp. The mage, with a disdainful smile, raised his hand, summoning a radiant magical shield before him. Bang! The sound of shattering glass echoed as the magic shield abruptly fragmented, dispersing into specks of starlight in the air. The mage gaped in astonishment. This fellow possesses a magic item that guarantees spell hits. The white light struck him unimpeded, causing the mage to be momentarily dazed. Iron Loka Village. The 6 members of the Celestial Council dispatched to eliminate Lu and had only just caught a distant glimpse of the village. Initially, they had attempted to use Elemental Spirit Summon, Voice, and Shape Pigeon to locate Luan, but after several attempts, they were astonished to discover that the pigeons lost contact with them each time they reached Loka Village. Upon confirming that Luan was not present elsewhere, they concluded that he must indeed be in Loka Village, inexplicably having employed counter-surveillance magic to obscure the pigeons' detection. There was no time for further consideration. The deaths of Aurelia and her companions would alert Luan, who was on the border, and should he flee the country, finding him would become exceedingly difficult. They needed to resolve this matter immediately. Chapter 81. Encirclement from all sides. The 6 members of the Celestial Council walked along the tidy, spacious streets of Loka Village, their eyes drawn to the surrounding shops. Thanks to the strength-enhancing pills and golden light talismans, the magical creatures or foreign races around Loka Village no longer posed a threat, allowing the village gates to remain open nearly all day. Villagers armed with strength pills and golden light talismans patrolled the area to ensure safety. They had not expected the village to develop into such an impressive sight. Were they secretly conducting business without the local lord's knowledge to achieve this? How could humans be deserving of such an environment? Upon returning, they would devise a strategy to relocate the celestial race here and drive the local humans away. An elderly bald man chuckled. "That may be unfeasible. Have you forgotten about the ruins beneath this village? It will likely be razed to the ground in the end," another cautioned in a hushed tone. A 12-year-old girl, straining under the weight of a water bucket, passed in front of the 6. One of the seemingly gentle elderly priests among them called out to her. "What is it, Grandpa?" The girl set down her bucket, blinking her clear, bright eyes in polite response. "We are searching for a young man named Luan. Does he reside here?" "Ah, you are looking for Lord Lu. His home is just over there, the most beautiful one." The little girl pointed towards the innermost part of the village. "Thank you, little one." The celestial priest smiled warmly. After walking a short distance, one of them suddenly felt a buzzing at his waist. He retrieved a fist-sized crystal. Communication crystal, a rather costly item, which, as the name suggests, facilitates long-distance communication. However, it is challenging to utilize in military contexts, as the magical energy it emits can easily be intercepted or blocked by enemies. Yet within the Empire, the Celestial Council holds the highest authority, second only to the Emperor, and none dare obstruct their communications. The crystal emitted a faint glow, and a thumb-sized projection of an elderly woman appeared within. "You lot, after all this time, have you yet to conclude your task?" The old woman was a council member stationed at the Lord's mansion. It took some time to locate Luan. He seems to possess an item that obstructs the voice and shape pigeon spell. However, we have now pinpointed his location and estimate that the battle will be resolved in under 5 minutes. Very well, do not waste any more time. You have tarried far too long with that. The old woman terminated the communication spell. Meanwhile, in the woods, Aurelia and her companions were fleeing at full speed toward Loka Village. However, at their current pace, It would take them at least another 20 minutes to return. Use flight magic, the paladin shouted at the crouching mage. The mage, drooling, raised his hand to chant a spell, conjuring magical runes from thin air. But after a second and a half, they suddenly shattered, and oh good, that fellow's last spell is periodically disrupting my mind. A priest must use purification magic to remove this effect. Otherwise, I cannot cast any spell with a chant time exceeding 2 seconds. The old mage felt a sharp pain in his head every 1.5 seconds, accompanied by brief lapses in consciousness. Although Carter's magic was easily evaded, he had compensated for this flaw with magical items. You must pursue. Head toward Loka village. Understood. The paladin nodded decisively and charged toward Loka village. Clad in heavy armor and bearing a massive hammer at his side, he weighed at least 400 pounds, causing the ground to tremble slightly with his steps, yet he moved swiftly. The trees around him blurred past, and it wasn't long before he spotted the retreating figures of Aurelia and her party. Sensing that the paladin was close behind, Aurelia whispered urgently, "He is alone. Scatter and run." Understood. The 5 dispersed in different directions. Damn it. The paladin frowned, quickly making a decision to pursue Rael. The old mage, remaining behind, understood that one person pursuing 5 would compel them to scatter, especially if they were not fools. The paladin lacked the ability to cast large area spells to eliminate all 5 at once. Thus, sending him after them was merely a last resort. What to do? The old mage rubbed his temples as he pondered. A few seconds later, he rose and cast an instant spell, voice amplification. A magical rune hovered near his mouth. To all adventurers participating in the Goblin Tournament, 5 traitors are hidden within this forest. Their names are Aurelia, Rael, Jarl, Yako, and Hertz. For the safety of the Empire, please assist us in capturing them. The voice crackled and echoed throughout the forest, startling a flock of birds. All adventurers halted, looking up toward the source of the sound. Poison Sting's expression turned excited. Jarl and the others are traitors? A private vendetta against Jarl would undoubtedly provoke Lewin's wrath. But if it were to assist the Empire in capturing traitors, even if Lewin sought revenge, the Empire would surely protect him. Know that Lewin must also be implicated. The Empire would deal with him, and he need not worry about retaliation. What a stroke of luck! The other celestial adventurers in the forest also displayed expressions of excitement, each eager to take action. Let's go. Capture the traitors. Yo-ho. Let's go. We must not let them escape. This self-important group had once fantasized about claiming first place in the competition. However, their spotlight had now been seized by the fire-extinguishing squad. Thus, witnessing Aurelia and her companions' misfortunes brought them a sense of satisfaction. As for the other human adventurers in the forest, they felt no jealousy. Instead, they took pride in Aurelia's potential victory, as if she were a hero of humanity. Consequently, these human adventurers were reluctant to participate in encircling Aurelia and her companions. Intentionally moving toward the forest's periphery, pretending not to hear the old mage's call before long, the scattered Aurelia encountered numerous waves of adventurers blocking their path. With their vast numbers, it became exceedingly difficult for them to break through individually, forcing them to constantly change direction and gradually be pushed closer to the forest's depths. Rael was ultimately caught by the paladin. The paladin's patience had worn thin. As the distance closed, he activated his martial technique, dashing behind Rael, his immense frame raising the hammer to strike down. However, this lightning-fast blow was caught by a pale hand. Upon seeing the reassuring silhouette, Rael's anxiety dissipated, and he sank to the ground. Gasping for breath, Lord Lu, you have finally arrived. Lun? No, he was supposed to be eliminated by 6 companions, the paladin thought in astonishment. The 6 members of the Celestial Council arrived before Luan's residence, and without uttering a word, the elementalist prepared to unleash a 9th-tier large-scale spell, intending to obliterate both Luan and his abode. The outcome was predictable. Sensing the concentration of elements around him, Luan summoned his true energy to disperse the amassed elements, leaving the elementalist in a stupor as his spell faltered. Moments later, Luan emerged from his dwelling and incapacitated these individuals in less than 3 seconds. Upon employing certain means to ascertain their purpose and the peril facing Olivia and her companions, he unhesitatingly extinguished their lives. The 6 platinum-tier beings, capable of shaking the very foundations of the Empire with a mere stamp, fell without a whisper in Luoka village. The streets of Luoka remained vibrant and bustling. People indulged in their amusements, feasting, drinking, and shopping, oblivious to the slightest disturbance. Chapter 82. The copper-armored corpse seeing his hammer crushed in Luwen's grasp. The paladin strained to reclaim it, yet his strength paled in comparison to Lu An's. With a mere squeeze, the hammer, composed of 70% rare metals, was reduced to rubble. The paladin, caught off guard, stumbled backwards and fell to the ground. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at the bare handle in his hands. Rael, return to the village, Luwen said softly, his back turned to Rael. Yes, Lord Lu, Rael replied. Why, Lord? Olivia and the others. He voiced his concerns. They are unharmed. Do not fret, Luwen reassured him gently. His consciousness enveloped the entire forest, revealing Olivia, Yako, Hertz, and Giles being pursued and cornered by a band of Celestials. The expressions of these Celestials were grotesquely twisted with delight, reminiscent of older children deriving pleasure from tormenting their younger counterparts. Oh, isn't that the first-place contender? Why run? Come here, one taunted. Heh, those long legs of yours won't carry you far, Olivia. Let me help you with those legs. Another jeered. Yako, if you make us comfortable, we might let you go. They sneered, justifying their harassment under the guise of imperial safety, while their true motives were far more selfish. Rael, confident in Luan's arrival ensuring Olivia's safety, nodded and dashed towards Luoka village. He initially expected to encounter the Celestials, but to his astonishment, he stumbled upon numerous corpses of Celestials along the way, each one bearing a horrific visage, with barely a single one remaining intact. The Celestial Paladin's heart raced, his limbs felt weak, and his body light as a feather. The one who could crush his hammer with such ease was undoubtedly far beyond the golden tier. No, he surpassed even the platinum tier. Emerald? Impossible. He retreated a few steps, murmuring in disbelief. We were selected from a pool of geniuses, nurtured with the Empire's finest resources, sacrificing everything to attain platinum status in our old age. Why are you merely in your teens, genius? Ha! Luwen scoffed coldly. I've lost count of the number of geniuses I've slain in my lifetime. Compared to them, you lack even the qualifications to carry their shoes. What on earth are you? The paladin screamed hoarsely. Luwen deemed it unnecessary to respond, stepping forward to grasp the paladin's neck. His calm eyes suddenly emitted two beams of azure light, penetrating the paladin's own. Instantly, the paladin felt as though his soul was being torn asunder, as if dozens of nails were being driven into his mind. Ah! He cried out in agony, his body instinctively writhing and struggling. Soul-searching technique. Having reached the 7th layer of crystallization, Luwen was now capable of invoking this spell to delve into others' memories. Moments later, the light dissipated, and the paladin was discarded like refuse. Though still alive, his chest heaved as he lay there, his eyes devoid of pupils, merely whites remaining. The soul-searching technique wreaked havoc upon one's soul, leaving the paladin as an empty shell. The memories of those 6 individuals were appalling. Reflecting a repugnant emperor of the empire, Luwen frowned slightly and soared into the air, heading deeper into the forest. Within the forest's depths, under the intentional obstruction of a group of celestial adventurers, Olivia and her companions were forced back to the side of an elder celestial mage. Heh, Miss Olivia, we meet again. The elder mage chuckled, though internally puzzled as to why the paladin who had ventured out to pursue them had not returned. My lord, from among the surrounding Celestials, a tall, burly adventurer, emanating a foul stench, approached. Though he did not raise his arms, his dense armpit hair nearly reached his ribs. What? The elder mage frowned slightly at the unpleasant odor. Covering his nose in disdain, isn't there a law in the Empire stating that any actions against traitors are permissible? The adventurer's eyes blazed with fervor as he fixated on Olivia and Yako, the very girls he had never dared to dream of. He pointed towards a large tree hollow in the distance. Could I take them both in there, just for a moment? As soon as he spoke, laughter erupted from the crowd, all of them mockingly egging him on. Count me in. I want to join too. Ha ha ha. She's the daughter of the Miter family, perfectly maintained. Miss Yako is a perfect blend of a lowly face and body with an alluring figure. I want that boy. A rather handsome adventurer timidly pointed to Giles amidst the raucous laughter. The elder mage furrowed his brow. Having dedicated his life to upholding the celestial race's status, He was dismayed to witness the younger generation's descent into such depravity, with some even belonging to noble families. At this rate, before humanity could rise, the Celestials would likely self-destruct. It seemed a meeting would be necessary upon his return to discuss strategies for elevating the moral standards of these Celestials. Everyone, take them back to Blood Deer City. I will. Before he could finish, a cold laugh echoed from above. Lun hovered above the crowd, looking down upon them. You. The elder mage was astonished. Weren't there 6 members of the Celestial Council sent to find him? Surely they could not have failed to locate him? Luan's disdainful gaze swept across the assembly. What do you intend to do with the disciples of my celestial immortal sect? Lu, and the laughter ceased abruptly, fear enveloping the crowd as they gazed up in terror, the sound of swallowed breaths punctuating the silence. The celestial youths were acutely aware that, given Luan's prowess, extinguishing any one of them would be a trivial matter. No elder mage, however powerful, could protect them all. Life was at stake. One adventurer turned to flee, prompting others to scatter in various directions. Lun, you are strong, but alas, you are human, not celestial. The elder mage remained unperturbed, oblivious to the fate that had befallen his 7 companions at Luan's hands, still believing Luan to be merely of golden 5-star caliber. Moreover, with Carter's magical effects having faded over time, he felt no fear. Yet, Luan had no patience for further discourse. He raised a hand, and a singular force pierced through the elder mage's skull. Despite maintaining a nonchalant expression, the elder mage's body stood for mere seconds before collapsing to the ground. Lord Lu, Olivia, and her companions rose, their voices tinged with guilt, feeling as though their 2 months of training had only served to trouble Luan further. We apologize, Lord Lu. We have proven useless and caused you trouble. Yako lowered her head. This unforeseen incident was beyond anyone's anticipation, and given that their adversaries far surpassed them in strength, they were not to blame. Moreover, in such dire circumstances, none of them had groveled for mercy, preserving the dignity of the celestial immortal sect. Commendable indeed. Lun gently ruffled Yako's hair. Then, he pointed, and a massive lotus leaf appeared on the ground, measuring approximately 15 meters in length and 9 meters in width. What is this? Hertz and Rail inquired, their curiosity piqued as they gazed at the enormous leaf. Lun gestured towards it. Step aboard. I shall handle the remainder. Oh, the 4, fully aware of Luan's authority, complied without hesitation as they stepped onto the leaf. It floated upwards, ascending directly toward Luoka village. After sending the 4 away, Luan stood in place, his expression icy. Every celestial within this forest had participated in the encirclement of his disciples, and thus, not a single one was to be spared. They were not merely aliens, even if they were fellow humans. Mercy would not be granted. He slowly ascended into the air, pointing downward. Instantly, 18 figures emerged from the ground, standing motionless with arms raised and eyes tightly shut, their skin a sickly shade of green. Zombies, and not just any zombies, but copper-armored corpses refined through the secret arts of corpse cultivation. Having emerged from the spiritual sea and sensing the surrounding beings infused with yang energy, these copper-armored corpses instinctively sprang to life. Their bodies rigid as they leapt forward, covering dozens of meters in a single bound, swiftly navigating through the forest. Chapter 83. The first encounter with zombies. Zombies are typically formed from corpses that gather and malevolent energies. Low-tier zombies, like the copper-armored corpses, lack any intelligence, functioning solely on instinct to hunt down beings imbued with yang energy. All living creatures inherently possess yang energy. These copper-armored corpses were acquired by Luan after he vanquished a sinister practitioner in his 20s. They had once been among his most effective tools, but as his cultivation level rose, their utility diminished, and he had not employed them in over a millennium. However, despite the relatively low strength of these copper-armored corpses and their diminished power during the day, they were more than sufficient to deal with the adventurers from the Tianren clan in the forest. Cloaked in an aura of darkness, every time they landed, the flora in their immediate vicinity withered and decayed with alarming rapidity. Fortunately, we managed to flee swiftly. Otherwise, we would surely be in dire straits, gasped Eileen. Noticing that no one was pursuing them, Ducey also exhaled in relief. I never imagined that Luan would chase us so quickly. However, this indicates that he is indeed a traitor, just like Olia and the others. Ha! The Empire shows no mercy to traitors. They are finished. The surroundings lay shrouded in silence, with the trio only able to hear each other's breaths. Yeffing kept his gaze fixed on the rear, his brow furrowed in worry. "Brother, I have an unsettling feeling that something is approaching us." Ducey and Eileen's expressions shifted. Could it be Lewin pursuing them? Though the chances of Lewin chasing after them alone, given the dispersal of their group, were slim, it did not mean it was impossible. Ducey's heart raced. He could hardly conceive of surviving if Lewin had set his sights on him. Eileen pressed her hand to her ear. "I can't hear anything." Ducey, seated on the ground to recover his stamina, closed his eyes to listen intently and then murmured, "I too hear nothing." Yeffing, perhaps it is merely your fear conjuring illusions. Brother, shall we not hasten our departure? Yeffing suggested anxiously. Ducey shook his head. If Lewin truly has us in his sights, fleeing would be futile. Did you not witness his ability to fly? He must possess some form of aerial magical artifact. I concur, and I can no longer run. If we are to flee, you will have to carry me. Eileen declared, unceremoniously plopping onto the ground. As a spellcaster, her stamina was akin to that of an ordinary person. Suddenly, Ducey sprang to his feet, startling Eileen and Yeffing. His complexion had gone pale. I believe I heard something. There is indeed a disturbance. Is that true? Please, do not frighten me, Eileen stammered, her legs pressed together as she sat on the ground, her voice trembling. Yet, in the next moment, even Eileen, who was the least perceptive of the three, caught the sound, a series of footsteps, perhaps someone treading upon the grass. However, the rhythm of those footsteps was peculiar, occurring roughly every 2 seconds. Logically, even if Lewin had opted to abandon flight for pursuit, the pace of those steps seemed unreasonably slow. Who takes 2 seconds to alternate between their left and right legs? This was no human or goblin's gait. What, then, was drawing near them? The trio stared into the depths of the forest. A profound sense of unease welling within them. Soon, they discerned a dark shape approaching them with a peculiar bouncing motion. An eerie sight in the hushed woods. Run. An unknown terror gripped their hearts. And the three of them immediately turned to flee. This time, Yeffing and Ducey did not deliberately slow their pace to wait for Eileen, but rather surged ahead, widening the distance between them and Eileen. You wait for me, don't leave me behind, Eileen panted, her heart pounding in fear, acutely aware that she would be the first target once that thing caught up. Brother, should we not wait for Eileen? Yeffing suggested, a hint of reluctance in his voice. No, we must not slow down, Ducey growled fiercely. They had scarcely run far when an explosion reverberated behind them. Instinctively, they halted and turned back, only to find Eileen surrounded by a sea of flames, tendrils of black fire swirling about her wand. Eileen, did you defeat it? Yeffing's heart raced with apprehension. Eileen, gasping for breath, stared intently at the inferno. She could run no longer and had opted to stop and unleash a fire spell while the creature was still at a distance. Yet, in the next moment, the flames extinguished abruptly, and a figure shot forth with blinding speed, catching Eileen off guard and forcing her into its embrace. Cold, colder than ice. That was Eileen's immediate reaction upon touching the zombie. Then, a pair of sharp fangs sank into her delicate, pale shoulder, piercing through flesh like biting into a ripe, juicy berry, blood gushing forth. Eileen emitted a blood-curdling scream. The copper-armored corpse, enveloped in a shroud of malevolent energy, rendered ordinary flames futile, extinguishing them as if doused with a deluge of water. Only then did Ducey and Yeffing grasp the true nature of the pursuing entity. It appeared to be a human, at least. It bore a humanoid shape and was clad in garments, yet its skin was a ghastly shade of dark blue-black. You two bastards, come back and save me. Eileen's eyes widened in terror, tears and snot streaming down her face. The zombie discarded Eileen, relying on the ambient malevolence for sustenance, driven solely by instinct to eradicate any gathering of life energy nearby. Eileen's legs weakened, and she crawled on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, occasionally retching due to sheer terror. She could not fathom why this creature had released her, only feeling as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, the chilling dread making her bones ache. After discarding Eileen, the zombie began to bounce towards Ducey and Yeffing. Upon witnessing its speed, both understood that escape was impossible. We cannot run. We must fight. Ducey drew his short sword, positioning himself protectively in front of Yeffing. Brother, what is that thing? A ghoul, Yefeng gazed at the creature, which approached them with a bizarre posture, arms raised and eyes shut, and felt his complexion drain of color, his lips trembling. Ghoul resembled a zombie but belonged to the undead classification. Although similar, the distinctions were readily apparent. Firstly, ghouls moved at a notably slower pace. Even when running, they could not surpass an ordinary adult's speed. Yet, this creature vaulted distances exceeding 30 meters with every leap. Secondly, ghouls typically exhibited emaciated muscles and were often incomplete. With decaying flesh hanging from their forms in stark contrast, this entity possessed taut, glossy skin. Save for its dark hue and sharp fangs, it bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary human. The copper-armored corpse bounded within mere moments to stand before the two, and they instantly felt the temperature plummet by several degrees. Chapter 84. The Great Escape. The copper-armored corpse thrust its elongated fingers forward, its talons poised to pierce Ducey's chest. In a panic, Ducey shifted his sword to block the impending strike. Clang! The talons, nourished by malevolent energy, had hardened to several times the toughness of iron. With tremendous force, the copper-armored corpse's strike sent Ducey sprawling backwards. Almost instantaneously, it swung its arms horizontally. Yefeng, intending to coordinate with his brother for a flanking attack, was caught off guard by the creature's astonishing speed. Its rigid arm collided violently with his chest, inflicting a far greater injury than Ducey had sustained, leaving him sprawled on the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. What in the world is this creature? How could such a monster exist in the forest? Ducey struggled to rise. Yefeng, still youthful, was paralyzed by fear, trembling uncontrollably at the unknown and formidable foe before him. The copper-armored corpse leaped in front of Yefeng, its body stiff as a fallen branch. Bending downwards as it prepared to bite his brother, Ducey recklessly lunged forward, wrapping his arms around the copper-armored corpse from behind, summoning every ounce of strength to restrain its upper body from reaching Yefeng. Yet, the creature's strength far surpassed Ducey's. It was intent on sinking its teeth into Yefeng. Despite Ducey's desperate struggle, he could only temporarily stave off its advance. In a moment of inspiration, Ducey hooked his right leg around a nearby tree, followed by his left, ensnaring the copper-armored corpse against the sturdy trunk. Lacking intelligence, the creature was oblivious to the necessity of dislodging the person behind it. Moreover, its body was so rigid that it could not perform even the simplest of human actions, or it would have already turned to bite Ducey's arm. Instead, it continued to press down with relentless force. Ducey's face flushed crimson, and the joints in his spine and legs emitted cracking sounds. Ducey let out a harrowing scream. Yet for his brother's sake, he unleashed a potential he never knew he possessed, refusing to release his grip. Witnessing his brother's unyielding suffering, Yefeng gritted his teeth, summoning his courage to vanquish his fear. Seizing the long sword from the ground and plunging it with all his might towards the copper-armored corpse's neck, clang! However, the anticipated scene of the sword-piercing flesh did not materialize. Yefeng felt as though he had struck a solid block of iron. Stunned, he quickly lifted the sword and initiated the technique Charged Slash, causing magical energy to radiate from the blade. This technique could exponentially amplify his strength, though it required time to charge. Nonetheless, it was the only hope of vanquishing the creature before him. 3 seconds later, the sword traced an arc, glowing as it struck the copper-armored corpse's neck. Clang! To Yefeng's utter despair and horror, the sword shattered into several fragments. Tears welled in his eyes as he stood there. Paralyzed with confusion, Ducey, feeling his strength waning, shouted loudly, "Run! Why are you just standing there? Run!" Yefeng understood what fleeing entailed. It meant this would be their final farewell. "You worthless fool, run! Do you want to die in vain?" Ducey bellowed once more, brother." Yifeng understood that the chances of his brother still being alive were exceedingly slim. If he did not flee now, his brother's sacrifice would indeed be in vain. Reluctantly, he cast a final glance at the poisoned sting and summoned every ounce of strength to dash towards the forest's edge. Tears streamed down his face as he ran, feeling as though he were trapped in a nightmare. Meanwhile, all the adventurers in the forest were engulfed in panic, desperately fleeing in disarray. None of them could breach the defenses of the copper-armored corpses. The majority of adventurers perished, with only a scant few managing to reach the forest's periphery. However, they soon discovered that the edge of the forest was encircled by a luminescent arc. Any attempt to cross this glowing boundary would summon a faint golden barrier that would inexplicably repel them several meters back. The arc seemed interminable, as if it encircled the entire forest. "What is this? Open it up for me!" An adventurer cried out in desperation, hurling himself against the forest's edge, only to be met with the barrier, which sent him crashing back, bruised and battered. This must be a dream. Surely it is a dream. An adventurer sat on the ground, his expression vacant. "What are those monsters? I have traversed this forest countless times and have never encountered such creatures. Who has a teleportation magic scroll? I will pay 10,000 gold coins. I will offer 100,000 gold coins. Please, sell it to me. Who has a teleportation magic scroll? Hand it over, or I swear I will kill you all." Fool! Who would bring such a trivial item to a simple competition? Emergency flares. Who brought emergency flares? Light them now. The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered. The Celestials had come from various cities, usually protected by elite armed forces, and had no habit of carrying emergency flares. Otherwise, the sky would surely have been filled with dozens of them by now. Wei Feng disregarded the increasingly chaotic crowd, attempting to escape, but like everyone else, he found himself unable to break free. Despairing, he leaned against a great tree, trembling, his hands and feet icy, tears flowing silently. "If this is a nightmare, O deities, grant me the mercy to awaken swiftly." Suddenly, Yifeng spotted two familiar figures in the distance, his brother, accompanied by Eileen. Yet, they approached in a jump, just like those monsters. "The monsters are coming!" An adventurer screamed at the top of his lungs. Behind Poison, Sting, and Eileen, silhouettes began to emerge, numbering in the dozens, all jumping towards them without exception. They had been tainted by malevolent energy and corpse poison, transforming into ordinary zombies. Although not as formidable as the copper-armored corpses, the adventurers were already paralyzed with fear. Lacking the will to fight, they emitted pitiful, desperate wails, watching as the horde of monsters drew closer. "Brother." Wei Feng gazed at the advancing Poison, Sting, his expression blank, whispering softly. Poison, Sting crouched low, sharp teeth bared towards Yifeng. And this time, no one would risk their life to save him. The howls echoed one after another, the scene drenched in blood. Resembling hell itself, Eluan hovered high above, his expression impassive as he observed the unfolding chaos. The entire forest was ensnared in an inescapable prison. For once, he felt a flicker of anger. The 5 members of Aeolia could now be considered disciples of the celestial carefree sect. To humiliate them was to tarnish the sect's reputation. Moreover, the royal family, driven by selfish desires, had nearly led to the demise of 5 disciples. As their master, how could he remain indifferent? The emperor. In the eyes of cultivators, the royal family was as insignificant as weeds. The royal family resided in a city called Shilingluo. If he recalled correctly, it seemed to be in that direction. Eluan gazed towards a certain point. However, according to the memories of those celestials, Blood Deer City had several accomplices. First, he would eliminate them, and then personally crush the soul of this wretched emperor. Having made his decision, Luan summoned his true energy and soared towards the Lord's mansion of Blood Deer City. Chapter 85. Not a trace left behind in Blood Deer City. At the Lord's mansion, the Celestial Council had sent 12 members in total, dispatching 8 of them while the remaining 4 waited inside the Lord's mansion, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Now, these 4 were horrified to discover that they could not establish contact with any of the members they had sent out. Damn it, why is there still no response? An elderly woman trembled as she clutched the communication crystal, continuously infusing it with magical energy. The communication spell had been activated dozens of times, yet none had yielded a reply. What on earth is happening? Utilizing the crystal to respond to the communication spell should take mere moments and require no incantation time. So even in battle, someone should have replied. The other 3 members stood anxiously behind the elderly woman, their eyes fixated on the communication crystal, praying for a response. Something terrible has happened. An elderly man with a goat beard murmured. "Shut your mouth." The elderly woman turned and yelled at him. That was 8 members of the Celestial Council, each one rated platinum. Even when faced with black calamities, they could still fight. What could possibly happen? Should we inform His Majesty immediately? Another member began. The elderly woman decisively interrupted. No, it is not yet time. We must not alarm His Majesty. It's fine, it's fine. Perhaps someone simply used a blocking spell to obstruct the communication magic. Another green-haired elder attempted to soothe them. Yet they all understood that the odds of that were exceedingly slim. With the abilities of those 8, if they discovered their communication crystal was obstructed, they would certainly locate and resolve the obstruction swiftly. Each of these 4 individuals was well into their senior years and had long held high positions, having developed a calm demeanor in handling affairs. Yet now, they teetered on the brink of collapse. The Celestial Council was not only an organization for maintaining the interests of the Celestials, but also one of the Empire's vital defense forces. Losing 8 members simultaneously would result in unimaginable consequences. Those nations already eyeing the Empire with hostility, such as the Ironblood Kingdom, the Eternal Church, and the Cash Kingdom, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to invade. Knock, knock, knock. Just as they were growing anxious and irritable, someone gently knocked on the door. Could it be that they have returned? The others turned, their eyes alight with hope. The door to the conference room was ajar. There stood the Lord of Blood, Deer City, softly tapping on the door. His expression was one of trepidation. Although he did not know the background of the 12 individuals who had suddenly taken residence in the Lord's mansion, they bore the royal family's insignia. My esteemed lords, the celebration banquet has been prepared. I supervised the chefs and servants throughout, meticulously adhering to the 38 requests of the 12 esteemed lords. The Lord spoke with a hint of pride, having exerted considerable effort to meet so many demands simultaneously. However, if he could please these 12 mysterious figures, it would be worth it. The 4 members of the Celestial Council wore grim expressions. Among them, the elderly woman spat out a single word. Leave? Huh. The Lord was momentarily taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Are you deaf? Get out. One of the warriors exploded with rage, seizing a stone table weighing at least 500 pounds and hurling it towards the unfortunate Lord. Fortunately, the table was not moving very fast. The Lord stumbled back in disarray, narrowly avoiding it as it crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound, causing the floor to tremble. The Lord sat on the ground, staring in terror at the stone table barely 10 centimeters from him, so frightened he nearly wet himself. After regaining his composure, he dragged his trembling legs to stand and hurriedly left, feeling utterly humiliated. Though he was seething inside, he dared not question what he had done wrong, nor could he voice any grievances. He could only bottle up his anger, planning to vent it on the maid later. Damn it, I am still a lord. Ever since this group arrived, I have been living worse than a slave. After several futile attempts, the Celestial Council members finally despaired. The elderly woman reluctantly used the communication crystal to report the situation to the Emperor. What? The distant King Garcia in Shilingluo could no longer maintain his composure. He stood up and slammed his fist on the table, glaring as he shouted. How is this possible? How could this be? None of the Celestial Council members dared to respond. Garcia gasped for breath, nearly grinding his teeth as he said, Are you saying that those 8 have betrayed the Empire? The 4 on the other end of the communication crystal exchanged glances. The elderly woman held the crystal. Your Majesty, I believe that is unlikely. Those 8 are the most loyal to the Empire, and each of their families resides in Shilingluo. How could they possibly defect? Garcia leaned against the conference table, his eyes blazing with fury. So you are saying that 8 platinum-rated individuals all perished within a single morning? If I am not mistaken, I sent them to a rural area on the Empire's border. Not to some star in the sky. Silence enveloped both parties separated by the communication crystal. Suddenly, the people in the conference room felt a terrifying pressure materialize above them, their faces pale as they exchanged horrified glances before drawing their swords and seizing their magic wands. Rushing out of the room, what lay before them was even more shocking. The previously clear skies were now filled with howling winds, thick clouds stretching endlessly into the horizon, while violent thunder surged within, seemingly ready to erupt at any moment. And there, standing amidst the lightning, was a tall youth clad in white robes, looking down upon them with an air of superiority. That was Lu, and he cannot possibly be human. What an extraordinary power! Is he a demigod? It is now certain that those 8 colleagues, 4 of them, stood in a daze, gazing at the sky, while one of the spellcasters let his wand clatter to the ground, oblivious to the incident. Yet, how could this be possible? If he truly were not human, he would have been discovered long ago. The Holy Monarch Empire places great emphasis on detecting non-human races disguising themselves as humans or celestial beings infiltrating the nation. For non-human races are often even more formidable than celestial beings in this world. To alter one's appearance, one typically employs transformation or disguise magic. Artifacts to detect these two types of magic can be found on every street in the Empire's cities. Even the most advanced magic would struggle to remain undetected in a place filled with such monitoring devices. Thus, this group had never considered Lewin to be of a non-human origin. However, the scene before them shattered their understanding. The one soaring through the sky, bathed in lightning, could not possibly be human. The old woman clutched a communication crystal, within which the Emperor's expression appeared frozen in shock. In the Shilingluo Palace, Garcia gaped at the unfolding scene, convinced that such a spectacle could only be rendered by artists on canvas, never to manifest in reality. Luan in the sky nodded gently. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning, thicker than a house, burst through the clouds, crashing down and engulfing the four of them in an instant. The thunderous sound resonated for dozens of kilometers, only dissipating 5 seconds later. Once the lightning cleared, the site that had once supported a structure had transformed into a pit over 10 meters deep, shrouded in darkness and thick with the scent of charred remains, leaving not even a trace of the 4 members of the Celestial Council. Next, it would be that dog of an emperor. Luan summoned the Jiuxiao sword beneath his feet, and with a whoosh, he transformed into a remnant of shadow, racing towards the direction of Shilingluo, his robe billowing in the wind, his speed surpassing that of his previous flight technique by more than threefold. Within the Lord's mansion, a certain pavilion remained untouched by the chaos, and the Lord stumbled out in a panic, staring blankly at the sky. Suddenly, the communication crystal at his waist buzzed to life, a necessary item for any lord to carry. He hastily retrieved it, using communication magic to respond. On the other end was Garcia the Ninth. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, the cold sweat beading on his forehead and his pale complexion betrayed him. "Your Majesty?" the Lord exclaimed respectfully. Garcia's expression was devoid of emotion. "Yes, Evan, a villain has emerged in your city who poses a grave threat to the Empire. I trust you have just witnessed this. For the sake of the Empire, I hope you will lead the brave knights of Bloodyear City to mobilize funds from the Lord's treasury and hire all available adventurers and mercenaries to capture him." "Ah, me?" The Lord pointed at himself, bewildered. "But, Your Majesty, he has already left, and I see he is heading towards Shilingluo. If you wish for me to pursue him now, I certainly cannot catch up." Upon uttering these words, Evan noticed Garcia visibly fidgeting. He forced himself to remain calm, pondered for a moment, and continued, "Ah, such a pity. It seems this glory will not fall into your hands. However, you still have the opportunity to serve the Empire. I hope you will lead the brave knights of Bloodyear City to surround Loka village and control the villagers there." The Lord was about to respectfully acquiesce when suddenly, a gleam of determination crossed his eyes, and he looked at the Emperor, declaring, "I shall lead your 88-year-old mother." Chapter 86. Those who stand against me shall perish. Garcia the Ninth sat before an opulent conference table, staring in disbelief at the crystal where the Lord's plump face was spewing vitriol. For a moment, he could not comprehend, and in those fleeting seconds, he even thought he had misheard. "Evan Alfer, have you lost your mind?" Garcia's face darkened with fury as he glared at the Lord's visage in the crystal. Yet, separated by such distance, he could do little to retaliate against the Lord. "Damn it, I've wanted to curse you for so long." The Lord pointed at the Emperor in the crystal, unleashing a torrent of invective. Whenever there are favorable national policies, Bloodyear City is overlooked. Yet when there are detrimental or risky policies, you think of us first. It makes the citizens of Bloodyear City believe I am an incompetent lord, while the true fool is you. That wretched Emperor. Do you know that when your asinine decrees reach me, I spend over an hour imagining pressing the Queen beneath me? Over a decade ago, you insisted on relocating toxic alchemical laboratories to Bloodyear City for the sake of our economy, resulting in an air laden with toxins. Yet the taxes those labs pay me are not enough for you to pilfer funds from me at will. You are a cursed creature, a product of incest. Now you finally understand fear. Just wait, you won't live much longer. I have just witnessed Luan's prowess. He is on his way to slay you, you little brat. You won't last long. Ha ha ha. You still want me to send knights to Loka village? I shall lead your 88-year-old mother. The Lord desired to continue berating him, to vent the frustrations accumulated over the years, but he soon realized the connection had been severed. The royal family had always been unjust to humanity, favoring the celestial beings. As the lord of a human city, he too faced hardships, and his grievances against the royal family had long been bottled up. The emergence of Luan had afforded him a glimmer of opportunity. Coupled with Luan's intended direction and Garcia's reaction, he surmised that Luan was likely heading to assassinate the emperor. Thus, it was plausible that the emperor of this nation would soon be replaced. And why should he endure any longer? He would simply overturn the table. Within the palace conference room, Garcia the Ninth's countenance was ashen, his anger rendering him slightly dizzy, and it took him 3 attempts to finally sever the communication spell. The other ministers present had listened in throughout, exchanging glances, none daring to speak. This madman. Once this matter concludes, I shall ensure his entire family suffers the bronze bull torture. Garcia gritted his teeth, pressing his hands against the table. He stood up and approached an enormous map, surveying the areas between Bloodier City and Xilingluo. Garcia, in a frenzy, pressed his finger against the map, sliding back and forth between Bloodier City and Xilingluo. Relay my orders through the communication crystal swiftly to these lords. Inform them to intercept Luan at all costs. Whoever can stop him shall be rewarded with land, gold, titles, women, magical knowledge. Whatever they desire, I will provide. Hurry. At once, Your Majesty. The ministers dared not delay, and given the awkward atmosphere in the conference room, they hastily took their leave. What exactly is Luan? What have I provoked? Garcia, in a daze, leaned against the table, feeling as if everything were a dream. As a foolish monarch, he had dreamt more than once of facing retribution, where his captor effortlessly seized him, forcing him to endure all the hardships of the mortal realm, ultimately leading to the execution of him and all those associated with the royal family. Yet today, this impossible nightmare was merely a step away from reality. Nevertheless, he believed he had not yet reached the point of inevitable death. Setting aside the possibility that Luan may not breach the layers of defense to reach Xilingluo, the Empire, standing for centuries, surely possessed secret weapons. He straightened his attire and walked calmly out of the conference room. Upon receiving the royal command, the lords eagerly prepared, their hearts brimming with excitement, fully ready to act. They were unaware of Luan's identity, only knowing that if they could thwart him, land, gold, titles, and women would be theirs to choose from. This was an irresistible temptation. Luan, a treasonous human, could he truly be that formidable? Some lords located between Bloodier City and Xilingluo, upon hearing the news, felt an immense sense of regret. Ironrose City, the finest knights were already on high alert. They gazed towards the direction of Bloodier City, eagerly anticipating Luan, the proverbial cash cow, to make his appearance. Suddenly, one knight pointed into the distance. What is that? At the edge of the sky, a dense black cloud loomed ominously, advancing towards them. Could that be Luan? Was he planning to fly through here? The lord, taken aback, shouted, "Spellcasters, use flight magic to intercept him." Over 100 spellcasters, upon hearing the lord's command, soared into the sky, preparing to unleash their magic upon the dark cloud. And in an instant, vibrant magical runes illuminated the air. Yet before they could discern Luan's location, a voice thundered above. "Get out of my way! Those who stand against me shall perish." This declaration, akin to a clap of thunder, sent shockwaves through the hearts of all present, causing the magical runes in the hands of the spellcasters to shatter. They were filled with terror, instantly harboring thoughts of retreat. The once prepared knights, brimming with morale, were now engulfed in fear, their steeds instinctively backing away. Naturally, the lord was unwilling to relinquish the fortune within reach and bellowed, "Do not descend. Intercept him." Before he could finish, it was as if a rain of blood fell from the sky. The bodies of over 100 spellcasters were reduced to mere pulp, mingling with blood as they rained down upon the knights below. To evade these individuals was trivial for Luan, but anyone who dared to stand in his path at this moment had already declared their opposition. Those who defy the celestial leisure sect must be exterminated. Chapter 87. Sword of the Flying Knight. The thick scent of blood permeated the air. In an instant, the knights and the lord on the ground stood frozen like statues, utterly bewildered. They could not comprehend why. Even before catching a glimpse of Luan, The spellcasters above had exploded in a terrifying manner, meeting their demise. Oh, run. It must be the demon race. In a mere 3 seconds, chaos erupted among the thousands, akin to ants tossed onto a hot skillet as they rode their horses in a frantic, aimless escape. Moments later, dark clouds enveloped their heads, and the thunder within rained down mercilessly, drowning out the night's anguished cries. Once the clouds cleared from the region, the ground lay strewn with ashes and deep craters, devoid of any survivors. Eluan stood upon the Jiuxiao sword, never once lowering his gaze. He soared through the skies on his sword, traversing over a dozen cities in mere minutes. How could the lords, even if they summoned all their might, hope to impede him? He glided effortlessly above them, like wheels rolling over an ant colony. Without the slightest hesitation, such a terrifying display swiftly reached every lord through the communication crystal, instilling them with a paralyzing dread. They hastily ordered the knights and soldiers stationed at the gates to retreat. After all, no matter how generous the emperor's rewards might be, one needed to be alive to claim them. At this moment, the palace was in utter disarray. The notion that a single individual could breach the empire's layers of defense to reach the capital with the intent to slay the emperor was simply unfathomable. The emperor had vanished without a trace, and no one knew his whereabouts. In desperation, some ministers took charge of the situation. Realizing that the lords along the route were unreliable, they resolved to dispatch the empire's elite force, the Dragon Eagle Cavalry. Naturally, a confrontation could not occur in Shilingluo, the heart of the empire's power and economy. Any damage here would set the entire empire back decades. Hence, the formidable Dragon Eagle Cavalry took flight from a secret location on the outskirts of Shilingluo. Heading westward, the Dragon Eagle, resembling an eagle with a wingspan of approximately 20 meters, sported horns atop its head, and its feathers were as hard as iron, displaying a reddish-brown hue. This creature, infused with dragon blood, had taken the empire over a century of effort and countless resources to tame. The dragon eagles soared majestically in the sky, emitting loud cries, their sharp eyes filled with disdain. The majority of the riders were magic practitioners, rated at least at the Silver Snow level. The Dragon Eagle Cavalry was hailed as the rulers of the sky, a force capable of annihilating a small nation within a single day, and the strongest unit in the empire. Leading this cadre of cavalry was the empire's most formidable man, Alzluo. He utilized the communication crystal to inquire which lords had just witnessed Luin pass overhead, thus estimating Luin's approximate speed. The figure he calculated was surreal to him. However, out of loyalty to the royal family, he stationed thousands of Dragon Eagle cavalry on the outskirts of Nika City. Preparing to confront Luin there, the lord of Nika City was beside himself with frustration. He had learned through the communication crystal of Luin's terrifying capabilities and understood that as long as he displayed no hostility, Luin would pass through without causing destruction. Just as the lord had recalled all the soldiers and knights he had dispatched, the Dragon Eagle cavalry hovered above them. Alzluo, riding a dragon eagle, hovered at the front of the formation, his expression grave as he gazed into the distance. The winds in the sky tousled his long hair, revealing a few petal-like patterns. The communication crystal in his hand continued to glow. Filled with the anxious faces of ministers, they were far away in Shilingluo, anxiously awaiting the outcome of this confrontation. Suddenly, the Dragon Eagle Alzluo rode let out a sharp cry, causing all the cavalry to tense up. The Dragon Eagle's vision was 10 times superior to that of humans. It must have seen something in the distance. The riders, informed through the communication crystal of Luin's existence, an entity beyond comprehension with terrifying powers, likely a disguised being of another race, were uncertain if they could stop him or if they would survive, their faces grave as they scanned the horizon. Soon, a dark line appeared on the horizon. In that instant, the once majestic dragon eagles panicked as if sensing an impending earthquake. Their prideful demeanor vanished, replaced by terror. They emitted fearful cries, flapping their wings chaotically in an attempt to escape something, yet finding no refuge. What was happening? Stop. Don't fly wildly. Please, stop. This once loyal and brave group, with an unblemished record on the battlefield, had completely lost their faculties, disregarding the riders' commands as they flitted about aimlessly in the sky. The once orderly formation now resembled a mass of headless flies. In the ensuing chaos, many dragon eagles collided, tumbling from the heights in a grotesque display of carnage, their riders meeting horrific fates. their bodies crashing to the ground in disarray. The ministers watching through the communication crystal were horrified by this spectacle. The Empire's last resort had crumbled before even encountering Luin, collapsing in on itself. Why? What's wrong with the Dragon Eagles? What could instill such fear in them? Alsluo, possessing an esteemed gold 8-star rating, despite suffering from the impacts and falling from heights, sustained only minor injuries. Rising from the ground, he gazed into the distance with wide eyes. A youth was approaching, standing upon a sword, dark clouds swirling ominously behind him, crackling with thunder. This was what the chronicles described as the descent of a demon god. In the presence of such an entity, what difference was there between the Empire's elite force and ordinary soldiers? Alsluo understood what was about to unfold. The dark clouds would sweep over them. And soon, none would remain alive. He decisively knelt upon the ground, shouting to the heavens, "Lord Lu, please spare me. I am not of the celestial race, but a human. I am willing to follow you and become your most loyal subordinate." In a moment of desperation, he spat into his palms and rubbed the petal pattern on his forehead fervently. He was indeed human, not of the celestial race. Once gifted with extraordinary talent, he had been approached by the royal family and, yearning for wealth and status, had rashly agreed to their demands, tattooing the celestial race's emblem upon his forehead and proclaiming himself one of them. To conceal his true identity, he had even consented to the royal family exiling his parents and relatives to the Empire's borders. Now, he longed to scrub away that mark with all his might. In his fervor, he had rubbed so hard that his forehead was abraded, yet remnants of the petal pattern still lingered. "Why, Lord? See, I am not of the celestial race but a human. I plead you treat me as you would other humans." Alsluo knelt, his face a mask of obsequiousness as he gazed up at the dark clouds. From within the clouds, a cold voice resonated. "As a human, serving a foreign race and causing harm to your kin, you deserve 1,000 deaths." Alsluo's smile abruptly froze. In the next moment, lightning cracked, and thousands of swords surged forth from the clouds, descending with chilling intent upon the ground. Alsluo sprang to his feet and fled, but a sword swiftly pierced him from behind, the blade emerging from his chest, followed by another that stabbed into his abdomen. And then a third, a fourth. In the brief span of 2 seconds, his body was filled with swords until there was no place left to impale, ultimately succumbing to a painfully brutal death. Not only he, but the riders and dragon eagles met similar fates. Once the ground was devoid of life, the multitude of swords withdrew from the corpses, returning to Lu An's side, merging into the blade of the Jiuxiao sword. The ministers in the palace conference room watched this scene, their faces ashen as they sat in their chairs. It was over. Everything was over, even if Luin chose to spare them now. The moment surrounding nations learned that 12 members of the Celestial Council had perished and not a single dragon eagle remained, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. The Empire was doomed. After today, the Holy Monarch Empire would no longer exist on the continent of Shida. Amidst the turmoil, an elderly man clad in a high hat and clerical garments appeared remarkably calm. He was not a minister but the Pope of the Eternal Light Church, his status rivaling that of the nobles and ministers. The Eternal Light Church was subordinate to the Eternal Cult, akin to a superior subordinate relationship. Many nations had been established with the support of the Eternal Cult, which held significant influence across the continent of Shida. A minister approached him, speaking in a beseeching tone. "Your Holiness, the Empire has always been a loyal believer of the Eternal Light Church, holding the Eternal Cult in high regard. Could you please contact them urgently for assistance?" The Pope smiled kindly and nodded. "Rest assured, the headquarters has always valued the Empire. They would not sit idly by in such a time." Unbeknownst to them, over 20 clerics clad in clerical attire had gathered outside the door. The Pope clapped his hands, and the clerics filed in, raising their weapons to indiscriminately beat the ministers. "Oh my God, what are you doing? Your Holiness, please stop them." Chapter 88. The false deity must be slain. Luin swiftly landed on the outskirts of Shilingluo City, standing upon the Jiuxiao sword. He had previously seen illustrations of this city in books. It was a place far more prosperous than Blood Deer City, beautiful as a painted scroll, living up to its name. It was a romantic and affluent locale, the most coveted destination for all within the Empire. However, for Luin, this city is built upon centuries of human suffering. Despite its beautiful facade, Its interior is as filthy and blood-soaked as the demonic cities constructed by the demon kings to enslave humanity. After employing the soul-reading technique to delve into the memories of the Celestial Council members, he has come to understand the true history of this empire. Outside the city, a vast multitude of the Eternal Light Church's followers are prostrated on the ground, with the Pope standing among them, a smile on his face, while all the ministers within the palace are held captive by the clergy. Judging by their demeanor, it is evident that they do not intend to impede him. Lewin pays them no mind, resolutely planning to storm the palace directly at that moment. The Pope, employing the voice amplification spell, proclaims, "Great and mysterious Lord Lu, I, Shoes, the Pope of the Eternal Light Church, come on behalf of the Church to discuss matters concerning the future of the Empire with you, the prospective sovereign of the Holy Monarch Empire. These ministers from the Garcia era represent my sincerity." He gestures towards the captive ministers behind him. Eluin glances at them. Could this be a gesture of surrender? A voice soon descends from the heavens. If that is the case, then slay these ministers and be gone. No, no, no. I believe you misunderstand our intention. We are not here to surrender, but to discuss matters of national significance that pertain to the stability of your future throne. The Pope raises his gaze, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes, a threat. Although Lewin has not yet contemplated usurping the Emperor's throne for himself, he perceives the palpable threat woven into the elder's words. Yet, akin to an elephant dismissing an ant's claim to trip it, Lewin feels no anger. Rather, he finds the situation somewhat amusing. The Pope, seeing the dark clouds above dissipate, assumes that the name of the Eternal Light Church has intimidated Lewin. For the Church indeed wields influence over a significant portion of the Cid continent. He chuckles and continues. As you know, the Eternal Light Church venerates the God of Eternal Light, a benevolent deity who alleviates the suffering of all beings. Under the illumination of the God of Eternal Light, numerous nations have flourished. Therefore, upon your ascension as the new monarch, I hope that half of the members of the National Assembly can be appointed by me. Otherwise, I must candidly say, without our assistance, your reign will not endure. You may slay me in a fit of rage, but the Eternal Church will simply dispatch a new pope to assist you. The outcome remains unchanged. The Pope concludes, exuding an air of indifference towards death. I in the Cid continent. Those who aspire to be emperors, though not necessarily fearing the Eternal Church, often rely on its support. He is unaware of the Xiaoyao Immortal sect and does not comprehend that Luan's intent in killing the emperor is merely to avenge his disciples. He mistakenly believes Luan seeks to usurp the throne for himself. Thus, he is confident that Luan would not dare to slay him and provoke the Eternal Church. Eluin, I see you, too, are quite deluded. The Pope continues to smile, awaiting Luan's concession, when suddenly the ministers, followers, and clergy around him all explode into a shower of flesh and blood, staining the Pope's form in crimson, rendering him akin to a blood-soaked gourd, as he gazes upon this grisly scene in horror. It's over. Invoking the Eternal Church has proven ineffective. If that damned God of eternal light were truly capable, humanity would not have suffered for hundreds of years in this country. Such a deity, more concerned with incense offerings than genuine matters, is what we would call a false god. Killing it would only accrue merit. Eluin scoffs. The Pope is utterly bewildered, pointing at the sky where Luan hovers. You will surely face the wrath of the God of eternal light. Luan laughs heartily. Then I shall slay that God of eternal light as well. The Pope, his face filled with dread, looks up at the heavens, and in the next moment, his body explodes into a mist of blood. Just prior to Luan's encounter with the Pope, Garcia IX had arrived in a secret chamber within the palace. The chamber was airless and dimly lit, with 4 candelabras adorning the walls. In the center lay a coffin, within which rested a withered corpse. Surrounding the coffin, a golden powder had been arranged into intricate curves, forming a mysterious pattern. A dozen children, all under the age of 10, were tightly bound, their mouths gagged, able only to emit muffled whimpers, their bodies writhing on the ground like insects. Their eyes were filled with terror, and several had already burst into tears. Garcia IX scanned them with an impassive expression. Just moments ago, these children had been in prison, suddenly brought here by Garcia IX. A robed mage from the Celestial Council beside Garcia IX raised his hand and began to chant an incantation. The golden powder on the ground abruptly dimmed, and the children's eyes widened in agony as they cried out, their vibrant life energy being siphoned away into the coffin. Their bodies gradually shriveled, while the corpse within the coffin began to gain substance. Moments later, the children had turned to dust, and the ancient figure within the coffin extended a hand, grasping the edge of the coffin as he sat up. Were anyone else present, they would surely gasp in astonishment, for the deeds of this elder were chronicled in over 100 pages of the history of the Holy Monarch Empire, and his likeness often appeared in various heroic biographies. He was none other than the first monarch of this empire, Garcia, the illustrious Garcia I. Garcia IX, and the cloaked mage knelt before him. As Garcia I sat within the coffin, his gaze gradually transitioned from a state of confusion to clarity. Noticing that Garcia I remained motionless for an extended period, Garcia IX assumed the ritual had failed and tentatively spoke. Great Garcia I apologize for disturbing your slumber. The Empire is facing a perilous crisis that threatens its very existence. I am aware, Garcia I rasped, otherwise, you would not resort to this ritual to temporarily revive me. Is it the Iron Blood Empire? The Eternal Church? The Dark Elven Empire? Garcia IX hesitated to respond. It is a foreign entity masquerading as a human, but we are unsure of its true nature. Garcia I lifted his head, somewhat taken aback. 1 minute later, Garcia IX recounted all the strange occurrences that had transpired recently, during which Garcia I had donned new garments. Though no longer a corpse, he appeared aged. The newly donned magical robe seemed unremarkable, yet each finger bore a distinct ring, and around his neck hung a crystal necklace, complemented by a crown-like adornment atop his head. Each of these items were magical artifacts intended to amplify one's abilities, all of which were of holy relic quality, accumulated over the centuries by the Empire. Wearing such artifacts demands a high degree of mental fortitude, particularly with these holy-grade magical items. A mage below the bronze rank would face a mental collapse if they did not promptly remove them. Garcia I donned 12 such items. Reaching his limit, he clenched his fists a few times, savoring the amplifying effects of the holy artifacts. In that moment, he felt as though he possessed the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Chapter 89. Weighing pros and cons amidst leisure. Just as Lewin was about to cast a spell to reduce the palace to rubble, Garcia I, Garcia IX, and the remaining 9 mages of the Celestial Council emerged. At this moment, Garcia IX's demeanor reflected newfound confidence, akin to a troublesome child calling upon his unreasonable father. Lewin cast a longer glance at Garcia. This old man is no ordinary figure. To put it metaphorically, he was like a peanut among a swarm of ants the size of grains of rice. Garcia I gazed in astonishment at the phenomena in the sky, the dark clouds, the lightning, and the youth flying atop a sword that was beyond belief, utterly unfathomable. He had never witnessed anything like it. Garcia I could not help but exclaim. Subsequently, instead of employing magic, he addressed the figure in the sky with a normal speaking voice. You are Lewin, are you not? While I do not know what you truly are, nor how the Holy Monarch Empire has offended you, my duty is to protect it in its most dire hour. I have no interest in your empire. That wretched emperor nearly cost the lives of my 5 disciples. I have come solely to take his life. If others do not obstruct me, so be it. Those who dare to impede me shall meet the same fate. Lewin points at Garcia IX, who pales and stumbles back a few steps in fear. Garcia I shakes his head. The empire cannot be without a ruler for even a day. I cannot allow you to kill him. Fine, then I shall kill you both, Lewin replies nonchalantly. Garcia I hastily interjects. Wait, a confrontation between you and me is inevitable, but could we perhaps choose another location? After all, the ensuing battle will surely lead to the destruction of this beautiful and prosperous city. Lewin scoffs. This city, no matter how prosperous, belongs to your celestial race. I, as a human, cannot lay claim to even a fraction of it. Whether it stands or falls is of no concern to me. Indeed, although humans and the celestial race are both subjects of the Holy Monarch Empire, entry into Shilinglu is nearly impossible for humans. Lewin has already gleaned this through the soul reading technique. Garcia I hesitates. Regardless, these ordinary people are innocent, are they not? The commoners within Shilinglu, reluctant to part with their possessions, have heard that in the past, Lewin only killed those who obstructed him, sparing the innocent. They gamble on the hope that Lewin possesses some restraint and will not indulge in indiscriminate slaughter. Yet, Little do they know that following the recent conflict during the Goblin Hunt registration, Lewin now regards them as a different race, and when dealing with those who dare to provoke him, he has always acted according to his mood, slaying as many as he wishes. The group of commoners from the celestial race knelt upon the ground, their voices rising in desperate pleas. "Have mercy. Please do not harm us. We have committed no wrongs. We are innocent," Lewin sneered, pointing at the celestial commoners before him. "Innocent? Do not speak of oppression when you have reaped the benefits of my people. If you must perish, so be it. To stand in my way is tantamount to opposing the Immortal Leisure sect. Even if it is unjust, you must endure it. If you refuse to leave, then no one shall escape." With a low command, he gestured with his hands, weaving several incantations, and a bolt of lightning danced around his fingers. The lightning was slender, barely visible to the celestial commoners on the ground, who could only perceive faint arcs of electricity emanating from Lewin's hand. However, Emperor Garcia, I could sense a terrifying shift in the elemental forces of thunder that enveloped the world, his expression changing dramatically as a ring on his right thumb began to glow. The arc of lightning shot from Lewin's hand, striking the ground with a loud crack, appearing feeble and ineffective at first. Yet, in the next moment, that slender arc rapidly expanded, transforming into a vast sea of lightning that stretched for hundreds of kilometers, engulfing the entire city of Shilingro. Boom! The thunder resonated through the heavens and the earth, and shortly thereafter, as the lightning dissipated, a flat but charred expanse emerged. The entire Shilingro, along with all the celestial beings within, was reduced to ashes. The Sea of Thunder, a crystallization-level spell, capable of flattening an entire mortal city with but a single incantation. Even at that level, in that instant, the fallen celestial beings numbered in the hundreds of thousands. To assert that not a single good soul existed among them would be absurd. However, if one were to ponder every detail, nothing would ever be accomplished, and the notion of leisure would be rendered moot. Emperor Garcia, I stood alone on the barren, blackened ground, his face awash with terror. The ring on his right thumb could unleash a 12th-tier spell, briefly rendering him intangible for 10 seconds, making him immune to any attacks, thus allowing him to survive. Yet, this ring could only protect one person, and so Garcia 9, a member of the Celestial Council, was also obliterated in that sea of lightning. Furthermore, after this incident, the ring had become useless, transforming from a golden material to that of weathered stone, shattering into several pieces that fell from Garcia I's grasp. You. Garcia I furiously pointed at Lewin in the sky, utterly astonished that the man who had previously spared the life of an innocent civilian could now so callously disregard the lives of hundreds of thousands. How could you be so cruel, so evil? Garcia I shouted, his eyes ablaze with rage. As a feudal monarch, everything within the empire, including its citizens, was regarded as his personal property. Now, with the descendants of the Garcia family turned to ashes, the demise of the empire had become an undeniable reality, representing the loss of generations' worth of accumulation. Garcia I was consumed by a profound fury. You accuse me of cruelty? For centuries, you have oppressed humanity, treating them as mere slaves for the sake of your kin, forcing them to toil for you. I, at least, granted those celestial beings a swift end. Compared to you, I am quite merciful. This is absurd. This is absurd, Garcia I, disheveled and wild-eyed, exclaimed. He swiftly retrieved a spatial pouch from his robes, extracting 4 artifacts of the highest grade, 2 necklaces, a ring, and a staff. With these in hand, he was simultaneously empowered by 15 magical artifacts. This surpassed his limits, and as he donned them, a look of pain crossed his features. He could only maintain this for 5 minutes before succumbing to mental collapse. Once adorned with the necklace and ring, and grasping the staff, he felt an overwhelming surge of power, enduring the agony as he raised his head, confidently declaring, "To effortlessly destroy a city, you are truly unfathomable. You must have many hidden abilities. Yet, with mastery over 7 12th-tier spells, coupled with these 15 artifacts, I am confident I can contend with you at your peak." Suddenly, a muffled laugh echoed from the clouds above. Chapter 90. The heavens darken. The sun and moon lose their light. Garcia I had no inkling that a formidable being he had never encountered lay hidden within the clouds. He gazed upward in confusion. Is there someone concealed within the clouds? Raising his hand, he conjured 8 magical runes, which simultaneously materialized. Heavenly Phenomenon Manifestation. This spell allowed him to alter the weather at will, including dispersing the ominous clouds. However, the 8 runes, each exceeding 5 meters in diameter, shattered in an instant, and Garcia was violently repulsed. Suffering a severe backlash, he staggered and fell to his knees, spitting forth a copious amount of blood. A necklace adorned with emerald gemstones emitted a faint green glow before losing its luster and turning to stone, ultimately shattering into dust. Garcia's face was one of horror. He understood the implications. This backlash had nearly cost him his life. Were it not for the protection of the artifact, Eluan stood aloft, momentarily taken aback by Garcia's declaration of confidence, before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha! No need to think of my peak self. Come, let us see how many of your tricks you can manage against me in this state. With that, a streak of light erupted from his chest, transforming into a protective mirror clasped in his hand, the foundational treasure of the immortal realm. With a mere thought, the celestial energy stored within the mirror surged forth, which would have dissipated into the world, but Luin drew it inward with his will. Feeling the abundant celestial energy within him, Luin could not help but laugh joyously, his hair and garments billowing in the wind. Ha ha ha! Instantly, Garcia felt as though a great mountain bore down upon him. He gazed in astonishment at the distortion of space surrounding the youth above him. The sun-drenched sky abruptly darkened, as if night had fallen in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the entire empire, with Shilingro at its heart, was affected by the elemental forces. All the empire's mages were filled with terror as they realized they had lost all connection with the surrounding elements. They attempted to cast spells, only to discover their magic had utterly failed. It was as if the very concept of magic had ceased to exist. These spellcasters relied on their bond with the elements to enhance their affinity and harness the elemental forces of the world. Yet, after eons of evolution and cultivation, any cultivator would cast aside life and death, seizing the natural order to aspire to become the sovereign of the heavens. The cities near Shilingro bore witness to the fear-stricken faces gazing toward its direction. There, first came the resounding thunder, and now it appeared as if engulfed by a dark sphere. O heavens, is the world coming to an end? At the ruins of Shilingro, Luin hovered above, looking down upon Garcia. Did you not wish to test my peak? Come, I stand here unmoving. Unleash all your abilities. This commanding voice resonated from all directions, echoing back and forth. Garcia could hardly stand. He struggled to lift his head, utterly unable to believe the scene before him. Very well, I shall grant you some leeway. Luin smiled, temporarily lifting the pressure he had imposed on Garcia. The latter felt a wave of relief wash over him. And as he stood, the first thing he did was activate the artifact on his left middle finger. This artifact could swiftly tear through space, teleporting him away. Yet Luin remained nearby, and the celestial energy from the immortal realm amplified the resistance against spatial distortion by several times. Within this range, any spatial distortion spell or magic that did not surpass Luan's celestial bone's divine effect would be rendered ineffective. The artifact shattered with a crack, leaving Garcia in a state of disbelief as he stared at his finger. There was no escaping. He could only fight. Letting out a roar, he unleashed his most powerful spell. Heavenly Meteor Shower, failure. Elemental Roar, failure. 74th Hell descends, failure. Now, only forbidden spells and rule-based magic had any chance of success within Luan's vicinity. Garcia sat in utter despair upon the ground, unable to summon even his most cherished spells. Helpless, utterly helpless. Before I die, could you enlighten me as to what race you belong? Are you of the dragon lineage? Garcia asked, pale-faced as he Saturday. I am but a human. Luin replied softly. Suddenly, a massive head emerged from the clouds. I am the dragon. Garcia stared in astonishment at the unknown creature, momentarily at a loss for words. The events of the night had far surpassed his comprehension, leaving him somewhat numb. But how could humans be so powerful? Garcia shook his head, murmuring that Luin sneered. You never imagined that the humans you oppressed for centuries possessed such potential, did you? Garcia immediately raised his head. Surely our celestial race can also reach your level. You should know better than I. Luin replied with a tone of disdain. Indeed. The celestial race and the human race. There is truly no significant difference. Garcia, I muttered to himself, his eyes gradually brightening. The thought of possessing power akin to Lu An's ignited a fierce desire to live within him. He had never wished to survive so fervently throughout his life. Clinging to a final glimmer of hope, he pleaded, "Could you spare my life? I am willing to follow you. I beseech you to accept me as your disciple." "It is not acceptable. Do you take me for a mere refuse collector?" With a swift motion, Luan raised his hand. In the body of Garcia, I was instantaneously reduced to a cloud of crimson mist. Observing the dissipating remains of Garcia, Luan let out a cold snort, remarking, "Having committed such heinous acts, a swift death is a mere mercy granted to you." Chapter 91. A century of lies forging a clan's glory centuries ago. The continent of Sid possessed an indomitable nation known as the Dark Elf Empire. The ruling Dark Elves enslaved countless humans, beastmen, and half-beastmen. Setting aside other races, a faction of humans harbored deep resentment towards the brutal dominion of the Dark Elves, while another faction remained submissive. Naturally, the Dark Elves' treatment of these two groups of humans differed. The former often faced greater cruelty, whereas the latter received preferential treatment. Indeed, one remarkably gifted human youth in magic was even permitted to study the arcane tomes of the Dark Elves. To better distinguish between these two types of humans for the purpose of reward and punishment, Dark Elf sorcerers employed magic to imbue the more compliant individuals with a flower petal-like mark, a mark that would be inherited by future generations. Thus, the celestial race was born. The function of this mark was merely to facilitate differentiation. The celestial race was, at its core, human, with no intrinsic differences between the two. That exceptionally gifted human youth would later become Garcia I in time. The Dark Elf Empire fell into decay and disintegration, leading the enslaved races to escape. The humans established the Holy Monarch Empire, while the Beastmen and Half-Beastmen founded the Iron Blood Empire to the south. All of this has been meticulously documented in the annals of the Iron Blood Empire, supported by extensive records and illustrations. This explains why the Holy Monarch Empire has maintained a long-standing enmity with the Iron Blood Empire for centuries, yet has engaged in little substantial warfare. They strictly prohibit their citizens from interacting with the Iron Blood Empire, with severe consequences for transgressors, including execution alongside their kin. They fear that should the truth be unveiled, the lies would collapse under scrutiny, leaving their celestial race without any claim to superiority over humanity. In the tavern of Loka Village, the establishment was bustling with humans indulging in drink, many of whom had traveled from Blood Deer City, preparing to embark on trade ventures in other nations. The half-beast girl, Ninglu, sat boldly atop a high stool, recounting this authentic history to the humans. Her face flushed from drink, her long legs crossed and extended, inadvertently revealing her half-beast features, had it been in the past. These individuals would have surely seized her and delivered her to the Lord S. Manor in exchange for silver coins. However, now, this group of merchants was well aware of the nature of the tavern's proprietors. To incur their displeasure would result in even the noblest of lords being unceremoniously expelled. To abduct their servers for mere silver coins would be tantamount to courting death. These merchants, seasoned by years of trade, were not lacking in wisdom, hence none spoke of the half-beast presence in Loka Village. Moreover, Ninglu had a commendable disposition and was a striking beauty, a sight for sore eyes. Unlike the bloodthirsty and savage portrayals in bardic tales, she was met with curiosity, and patrons were more than happy to buy her a few drinks and discuss the enigmatic Iron Blood Empire. Ninglu's tolerance for alcohol was average, yet today she had indulged a bit too much and began to divulge the origins of the celestial race as well as the exploits of the former Dark Elf Empire. The crowd around her swelled, even spilling onto the staircase leading to the second floor, the hall becoming overcrowded, pushing from the bar to the tavern entrance, where a serving girl struggled to weave through the throng with a tray of drinks. Upon learning that the notion of the celestial race being superior to humanity was but a fabrication, the listeners experienced a tumult of emotions: regret, indignation, sorrow, and eventual relief. This lie had significantly influenced their critical life decisions, propelling them onto entirely different life paths. The insidious nature of indoctrination had led humanity to accept their inferiority to the celestial race as an established truth from a young age. Coupled with the fact that the celestial race had more than their share of excellence across various fields, this perception became self-reinforcing, creating a vicious cycle. In truth, The celestial race's perceived superiority stemmed solely from their monopolization of resources, the plundering of human achievements, and the suppression of human advancement through various means. It could be said that the grandeur of the celestial race over the centuries was built upon this very lie. Had they not unwittingly provoked Luin, a being beyond their comprehension, the Holy Monarch Empire might have continued to thrive. After reducing Shirling Luo to a mere flat expanse, Luin soared back to Blood Deer City. His first destination was the forest marked as a prison of earth. From his aerial vantage point, he surveyed the area and observed 18 bronze-armored corpses accompanied by a throng of leaping corpses. All frolicking within, those bitten by the bronze-armored corpses rapidly succumbed to the influence of the dark energy, transforming into jumping corpses, leaving the forest devoid of any living creatures. What is that? Luin suddenly paused, intrigued by a sight below. Amidst the throng of jumping corpses were diminutive beings with bluish-gray skin, flailing their arms in unison. Goblins. After being attacked by the zombies, they too had become undead. It is noteworthy that these celestial adventurers had originally ventured forth to hunt goblins. So there had been a considerable number in this forest. Goblins adeptly exploited their small stature and skin tones resembling that of most plants to camouflage themselves. However, while such deception might fool the adventurers, the zombies, guided by their instinct for warmth, would not be deceived. Thus, these goblins found themselves in dire straits. Unacquainted with the bronze-armored corpses, they mistook them for peculiar, human-like entities. They lay in ambush, intending to surprise the bronze corpses, only to discover that even when standing still, they could not breach the defenses, ultimately transforming one by one into this new breed of goblin zombie. Curious, Luin descended beside a goblin zombie. Sensing a nearby warmth, the goblin zombie instinctively turned. Leaping towards Luin suddenly, a dark energy talisman appeared in Luin's hand, which he swiftly affixed to himself, enveloping his form in a shroud of dark energy, temporarily concealing the warmth that naturally emanated from him. This was a common technique employed in Yanhuang to evade the disturbances caused by certain zombies, though it would not suffice against entities like the 10,000-year blood corpse. The goblin zombie, which had intended to leap towards him, abruptly halted, then resumed its aimless hopping moments later. Much like the zombies created from humans, it could only perceive warmth. Luin understood this instinctively. He shifted his position to stand before the goblin. And due to the concealment of his warmth, the goblin zombie remained oblivious to his presence. A corpse suppression talisman materialized in his hand, which he flicked, and it adhered to the goblin zombie's forehead. Instantly, the goblin zombie froze in place. Luin removed the dark energy talisman from himself, revealing his warmth, yet the goblin zombie remained unmoved. This behavior mirrored that of the human zombies. Luin nodded, his curiosity thoroughly satisfied by this novel discovery. As the only source of warmth in the forest, the bronze-armored corpses and jumping corpses, sensing him, abruptly ceased their aimless movements and began to leap towards him. Seizing the opportunity, Luin waved his hand, drawing these zombies back into his spiritual sea. For Loka Village, these zombies represented a formidable fighting force, and their acquisition had been relatively effortless. They should be utilized wisely. Perhaps he could teach them how to control these zombies? Contemplating this, Luin's mind conjured the image of Lyre. This child seemed to have practiced some form of dark arts, though he had not disclosed this to Luin. However, his constitution had evidently been affected, making him the most suitable of the 5 disciples for such studies. It was worth a Luin soared into the air, swiftly making his way towards Loka Village. Chapter 92. A Pledge of Loyalty as Dusk Fell. A caravan traversed the wilderness roads. You all have worked hard. We shall soon arrive. Let us forego dinner for now, and once we enter the city, I shall treat you all to a grand feast. Bellowed the portly owner. Huzzah! Echoed the responses from the assorted adventurers and laborers accompanying the caravan. Wiping his brow, the rotund owner mentally calculated the profits from this trip. Suddenly, he froze, and not just he. The entire caravan was taken aback. They stared at the distant, flat expanse of charred earth, bewildered, scratching their heads and exchanging puzzled glances. I remember there being a city here. The communication crystals were a luxury only accessible to the upper echelons of society. Thus, individuals like the caravan owner, adventurers, and laborers often found themselves lagging behind in news. Yet, with such a significant event transpiring, the truth could not remain concealed. and many commoners had already caught wind of it. Despite the nobles' attempts to suppress the information for stability in a flurry, various lords ordered their city leaders to lock their gates and halt the magical fluctuations of the communication crystals to prevent spies from other nations from transmitting news. Each of them was consumed by anxiety. Luan was a being capable of annihilating a city with a mere gesture. No one could predict whether he would descend upon them with dark omens at any moment. However, after a short while passed without further reports of cities being destroyed, they began to feel a semblance of relief. It seemed Luan's focus was solely on Shirling Luo and did not extend to them. With this concern alleviated, the pressure weighing upon the nobles remained substantial. The grand tree of the Holy Monarch Empire has fallen, leaving its former denizens as wandering souls and lost spirits. The challenges that lie ahead include not only the neighboring nations that have long been eyeing them with predatory intent, but also the impoverished populace, who have been drained of their vitality and are on the brink of unrest. In a desperate bid to preserve their extravagant lifestyles, the majority among them have begun penning letters intended for Luan in Loka village, wherein they express their reverence for him while enumerating the numerous atrocities committed by the Ninth Garcia, thus conveying their disdain for him. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the Ninth Garcia regards the common folk as mere chaff. Treating these nobles no better, upon returning to his courtyard, Luan discovered Hafutade and an unfamiliar middle-aged man standing at the entrance, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Lord Lu, upon seeing Luan descend, both Hafutade and the stranger immediately straightened and approached. Hafutade, is there something amiss? To Luan, Hafutade and the original residents of Loka village are all individuals of merit, and thus he always speaks to them in a gentle tone. Indeed, my lord. This gentleman is Evan Alfer, the lord of Bloodstag City. He requests an audience with you. Luan nodded, scrutinizing Evan, a slightly portly man in his 50s whose well-nourished appearance made him look a good 30 years younger. Lord Lu. Evan approached with a beaming smile. Speak plainly. Seeing Luan return unscathed and the empire seemingly at rest, Evan surmised the fate of the royal family. Moreover, given that he regarded the Ninth Garcia as a product of incest. Had the Ninth Garcia still been alive, the Dragonhawk cavalry would have long since descended from Shilingro to whisk him and his family away. Lord Lu, I have long held you in high esteem and wish to pay my respects. To offer my service to you. Furthermore, I have grown utterly weary of that tyrant Garcia, that wild dog, that wretched spawn, that damned bastard. Did I not instruct you to speak plainly? Luan interjected, slightly furrowing his brow. Why apologies, Lord Lu? Evan quickly redirected the conversation to the matter at hand. As you are aware, the Garcia family treats us humans as slaves. He is unworthy of being our emperor. Therefore, I have resolved to pledge the entirety of Bloodstag City to you. From this day forth, you shall be the supreme ruler of Bloodstag City. Very well, I understand. You may take your leave, Luan gestured dismissively. Evan, sweating profusely and feeling anxious, realized that if he could successfully align himself with Luan, his future would be promising. Since Luan had granted him permission to depart, he dared not linger for another moment. Respectfully bidding farewell to Luan and Hafutade before returning to the Ionend, at the front desk, the young girl Lydia, who had come to work in Loka village, was engrossed in the account books. Jinglu had mentioned she could assist, yet with a 70% error rate in calculations involving 3 digits or more, Lydia dared not let her touch the ledgers. The older sister was currently lounging behind the counter, snoring in a reclining chair. As the sun began to set, Lord Evan entered, carefully placing a bag of coins on the counter, addressing Lydia with courtesy. Hello? Could you prepare some goat milk for me? My wife and daughters are accustomed to bathing in goat milk at night. As a lord, he typically did not look down upon commoners, but his manner of speaking always bore an air of authority. However, upon entering this establishment, he dared not exhibit even the slightest semblance of arrogance, even towards a mere servant. Lydia lifted her head, biting her pencil, and inspected the bag of coins, her eyes widening in surprise. This is far too much money. 1 gold coin would suffice, Dado. I have yet to finish. The remaining coins are to cover the cost of dinner. Please prepare a meal for those camps outside the village, ideally with meat and cheese and a generous amount of wine as well. Outside Loka village, in the wilds, thousands of knights and soldiers were encamped. Earlier that morning, the Ninth Garcia had commanded Evan to besiege Loka village. After weighing his options, he had categorically refused. However, he suspected that the Ninth Garcia would not relent and might command troops from other nearby cities. This presented an excellent opportunity to demonstrate loyalty, and he promptly brought his knights and soldiers to Loca village, intending to fortify their position should any threats arise, thereby increasing his chances of being accepted by Lewin in the future. As Evan ascended the stairs, wiping the sweat from his brow, he felt he had done all he could. Now it was a matter of whether Lady Luck would favor him in Luan's residence. A luminous pearl from Yen Huang illuminated the room, rendering oil lamps and candles unnecessary and bathing the space in brightness. Hofutade, what say you of this Evan? Is he a man of integrity? Lewin inquired. Hofutade pondered for a moment before replying, though Bloodstag City languishes at the bottom of the empire, Lord Evan possesses commendable abilities. The royal family has long been draining Bloodstag City's resources. Had it not been for Lord Evan's adept maneuvering, the city would be in far worse straits. And the soldiers outside, are they his doing? Indeed, my lord, he informed me that the emperor commanded him to besiege Loca village. But he was unwilling to comply. He brought his troops here solely to protect Loca village from potential dangers. To alleviate our worries, he even voluntarily took up residence in the village without bringing any guards. Lewin nodded in acknowledgement. In that case, he is indeed trustworthy. Let him continue as the Lord of Bloodstag City. Managing a city is far more complex than dismantling one, so having a dependable individual to oversee it is most advantageous. Hofutade continued, indeed, my lord. With the royal family no longer pressuring them, Bloodstag City is bound to flourish rapidly, becoming a significant asset to you. Suddenly, Lewin fixed Hofutade with a gaze and chuckled. You advise me so earnestly. Are you not concerned that once I have a more capable aide, I might abandon you in Loca village? Hofutade, serious in demeanor, replied, Lord Liu, you have bestowed upon us more than enough. We are not driven by greed. If an action greatly benefits you but requires us to be forsaken, we wholeheartedly endorse your pursuit. Lewin laughed, very well, very well. By virtue of your words, even if Loca village becomes of no use to me in the future, I shall treat it with kindness. Now, summon Evan to me. From tomorrow onward, I shall ensure that the celestial race returns in kind what they have taken from humanity. Chapter 93. As you wish to govern an empire undoubtedly requires considerable effort. Yet it can also yield substantial support. Initially, upon arriving in this world, Lewin harbored no particular thoughts about the Holy Monarch Empire. At that time, he viewed the celestial race and humanity as equals. How could he, driven by selfish desires, seize another's nation? Taking a gradual approach to develop Loca village over several years would yield the same outcome, and for one with an infinite lifespan, a few hundred years hardly seemed long at all. However, with each conflict that arose and his deepening understanding of the celestial race, he came to realize that, beneath their facade of kinship, they regarded humanity as mere slaves, to be trampled at will. From the memories of the members of the Celestial Council, he gleaned numerous sordid secrets. For instance, beneath Loca village lies a relic that greatly intrigues the royal family. They believe it harbors extraordinary treasures. Perhaps even a magical elixir that grants eternal life. At the very least, it could significantly bolster the empire's power. However, should this secret leak even slightly, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among various nations. Thus, they covertly hired minotaurs to obliterate Loca village and withdrew the Wind Forest Knights, intending to make it appear as though the village had perished in an accident. The empire would then, under the guise of repairing Loca village, send trusted individuals to remain there for the purpose of studying the relic. Such nefarious schemes are but one of many that Lewin has uncovered in the memories he accessed. The royal family of the celestial race has mercilessly sacrificed countless innocent lives for their own benefit, in Lewin's eyes. These celestials are no different from the monstrous entities of Yen Huang that consume human flesh and drink human blood. They simply lack the strength to do so overtly, having sustained themselves in a different manner for centuries. Thus, seizing this empire, built upon the suffering of humanity, is merely reclaiming what is rightfully theirs. Once he gains control, he will elevate humanity's status and restore what belongs to them, thereby accumulating merit. As for the relic, Lewin has long been aware of its existence and merely intends to investigate it further once he attains the God Transformation realm. On his way, Evan heard from Hofutade that Lewin had agreed to govern Bloodstag City and allow him to remain as lord. Consequently, he hurried along, his steps buoyant, his face alight with joy. Muttering praises for Lu and Lord Lu, Evan, as if struck in the groin, scurried forward. Kneeling before Lu and Eluin replied, "You may rise. I have tasks for you to undertake." "Yes, yes." Evan quickly complied, standing upright. "You need only command. Since you are to remain as Lord, I wish for you to return to the Bloodstag City Lord's residence starting tomorrow. The Empire is currently in disarray, and we have much to accomplish." Evan hesitated not for a moment. "Lord Lu, I shall return to the Lord's residence tomorrow, but I would prefer my family to remain in Loka Village. The scenery and conditions here are quite pleasant." Hofutade interjected, "I have lived for decades, and this is the first time I have heard someone praise the scenery here. What do you consider pleasant? The towering hardwood walls that dwarf your rotund figure?" Lewin suddenly understood Evan's intentions. He sought to ensure the safety of his family as a means of securing his own peace of mind. Shaking his head, Lewin replied, "There is no need for such measures. I comprehend your thoughts. You may take your family with you. Trust is essential. If I am willing to employ you, I have no fear of any malicious intent." Evan was momentarily taken aback. The phrase "trust those you employ" and "do not doubt them" seemed to encapsulate profound wisdom. He immediately knelt and bowed his head, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your trust, Lord Lu. Tomorrow, upon your return to the Lord's Manor, your first task is to relocate all the factories and laboratories emitting alchemical mists to the nearby cities of the Tianran tribe." "Yes, my lord," Evan replied, though a hint of hesitation flickered in his eyes. Noticing this, Lewin spoke sternly, "If you have any doubts, feel free to express them. As the lord of a city, you ought to consider the welfare of your citizens in addition to obeying my commands. Henceforth, regarding any political matters within the city, do not hesitate to voice your opinions. I will not hold it against you in this regard. You are not as commendable as Hofdad." Hofdad, flattered by the praise, felt a touch of bashfulness, while Evan's perception of him elevated slightly due to Luann's remark. Simultaneously, Evan experienced a peculiar feeling. Previously, Garcia had always barked orders at him, and any dissent on his part would lead to harsh reprimands. With newfound resolve, Evan spoke, "Lord Lu, many commoners rely on those alchemical factories for their livelihoods. If they are all relocated, I fear many will become unemployed, and they still have families to support." Eluin pondered thoughtfully. "However, the mists emitted by those alchemical factories are toxic, posing significant health risks to both the city and surrounding villages." Upon hearing this, Evan felt a pang of sorrow, his eyes dimming. "Yes, my lord, the average lifespan of humans in Blood Deer City is 7 years. 3 months and 15 days shorter than that of the Tianran tribe, which is largely related to this issue. The alchemical mist contribute to various ailments, including lung diseases, poisoning, mental paralysis, and developmental delays. It was for this very reason that Garcia 9 had initially relocated the alchemical factories and laboratories to Blood Deer City. Each recollection of this filled Evan with both guilt and helplessness. Eluin recognized the profound harm these factories inflicted. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "Those alchemical factories and laboratories pose a grave threat and must be relocated. We will support those who lose their jobs in the interim, helping them acquire new vocational skills. Tomorrow, I will visit other cities to bring in healthier, more beneficial industries to Blood Deer City and, on the way, borrow some funds." Evan blinked. "They probably won't agree, will they?" "No, they will agree," Lewin replied with an impassive expression. The relocation of the factories was no simple task. It took a full week for all the alchemical facilities and laboratories to depart from Blood Deer City. Lewin instructed Xian Shou to cast a spell from the sky, dispersing the accumulated alchemical mists over the city, followed by a gentle rain. Blood Deer City's skies had never been so pristine in over 20 years. The residents gazed in awe at the long-lost blue sky, inhaling the fresh air, many unable to suppress their tears. Who would wish for their hometown to fall into disarray? Initially, numerous individuals had believed Lewin to be a bloodthirsty fiend following his extermination of Shilinglu. Yet now they recognized that he was far greater than a deity. While the deities remained silent as the Tianran tribe bullied them, Lewin had restored their rightful blue skies and white clouds. Conversely, the situation in Lion City was dire. The Tianran residents were furious, watching as the heavily polluted alchemical factories invaded their once pristine city, witnessing the blue sky gradually darken. They wailed, cursing, protesting, and condemning, yet found themselves powerless. just as the humans of Blood Deer City had been over 20 years ago. Recently, during the goblin hunting competition, a quarrel erupted between the Tianren and humans. A freckled girl with 2 braids had arrogantly declared, confident that the emperor would never truly relocate the alchemical factories, challenging the humans to convince him otherwise. Now, she was no longer so haughty, for the factories had indeed moved into her vicinity. Arranged by Aelia, Aelia directed the workers to transfer materials into the new factory. Dusting off her hands, she glanced at the freckled girl, who was biting her lip, on the verge of tears. Aelia playfully remarked, "Just as you wished within the Lion City Lord's manor." The Lord, sweating profusely, smiled ingratiatingly at Lewin. My lord, do you think these gold coins are sufficient? If not, I can sell." Lewin waved his hand. Interrupting him, "Let this suffice for now. If it is inadequate, I shall return." After the alchemical factories were relocated, Lewin successfully encouraged the establishment of numerous greener industries that contributed more taxes. Matters concerning the livelihood of an entire city must be approached gradually, and in summary, Blood Deer City's prospects were flourishing. Under Lewin's guidance, Evan dispatched troops to forcibly expel the remaining followers of the Eternal Light sect. The populace, having long since tired of venerating a deity who offered nothing but useless rules, began to worship Lewin instead. Numerous shops lined the streets, selling merchandise related to Lewin, including sculptures and hair accessories. Some clothing stores even replicated Lewin's attire, albeit in ordinary fabrics. Nevertheless, the attire worn by the strikingly beautiful individuals of this other world gave rise to a unique aesthetic. 7 days later, in front of a luxurious courtyard in Luoka village, a firefighting team of 5 gathered around an elderly woman, engaging her in conversation. Although she responded to them, her gaze often betrayed a profound sadness. As if lost in thought, "Do you have any requests for us, dear mother?" Yake held the elderly woman's hand tenderly. This woman was the widow of Carter. Ever since Carter had sacrificed himself to save her, Aelia frequently brought her younger siblings to visit the widow and had proposed several times that she move to Luoka village for their convenience in caring for her. Initially, the widow harbored disdain for the 5 of them, believing that had they not been present, her husband would still be alive, sharing their favorite smoked fish at dinner and taking evening strolls with her, reminiscing about their youthful escapades. Now, however, she found herself utterly alone. Her children had perished on the battlefield over a decade ago, and she sat nightly in solitude on a rocking chair, staring blankly at the wall. Yet, as her emotions eased, she no longer harbored resentment towards Aelia and the others. Understanding the essence of her husband's character, he was a man who dedicated his life to the prosperity of humanity, and dying for that cause was his ultimate pursuit. Thus, when Aelia and her companions disregarded her earlier rebuffs and visited again, she welcomed them with a smile, preparing lunch and sharing stories of her youth with Carter. Nonetheless, the widow often found herself overwhelmed with grief whenever she encountered items that belonged to Carter: his wand, his clothing, his utensils, leading her to emotional breakdowns. Consequently, she sold her house and moved to Luoka village. Upon learning of this, Lewin brought Aelia and her companions before the widow, instructing them to regard her as a mother and serve her with the utmost devotion. Warning that anyone who disobeyed would face severance of their master-disciple relationship, Hofdad arrived at Lewin's residence, carefully placing 2 boxes on the ground. "My lord, these are the materials you instructed the caravan to procure 2 weeks ago." "Understood. You may attend to your other duties now, Hofdad," Lewin replied softly. After Hofdad departed, Lewin stood in the spacious hall, waving his hand to summon a jade bed before him. The boxes opened automatically, and the materials within floated into the air: blood spirit mushrooms, ice jade grass, fire chain powder, starlight grass. The devouring heavenly fire surged forth, consuming and refining all the materials. A beam of radiant light shot from the spirit sea, landing on the jade bed and transforming into a humanoid figure. It was the corpse of a young man from the Yenhua dragon clan, his complexion flawless and his head adorned with a pair of horns. The devouring heavenly fire swiftly enveloped the body, gradually refining it. Moments later, the elixir formed from the materials merged with the dragon's corpse, and the temperature of the fire shifted, continuing the refining process. Sensing the timing was right, Lewin retrieved a jade figurine from the spirit sea, within which lay a faint humanoid shadow, Carter's soul. Fortunately, Lewin had arrived nearby shortly after Carter's demise, allowing him to preserve his soul within this nether jade figurine. Carter had saved his 5 disciples and had bestowed kindness not only upon them but also upon Lewin, their master. How could Lewin stand idly by as he perished? After several more minutes, Lewin utilized the dragon's body as a foundation, supplemented by various rare materials, to reconstruct a new physical form for Carter. This new body far surpassed Carter's aged form, boasting enhanced functionality and a lifespan of 10,000 years. Resembling Carter in his 20s almost perfectly. Although Lewin had never seen Carter at that age, he could deduce approximately 90% of his appearance based on how he looked in his 70s. A sense of trepidation lingered in Lewin's heart. In Yanhua, the afterlife was governed by the underworld, and resurrecting the deceased without permission could attract the attention of the king of hell. While he typically enjoyed the favor of the celestial immortal sect, the consequences in this world remained uncertain. The books in the library presented various theories regarding the fate of souls after death. But the inhabitants of this world remained unaware of which was true. Lewin was even less informed. However, never mind. Carter owes them a debt of gratitude and must rescue them, if anything truly arises. He alone shall bear the consequences of his actions. Carter's soul emerged from the jade-like essence, seamlessly entering this new vessel, and retracted the devouring flame, expending his own primordial consciousness, and employed the ethereal blue soul fire to fuse Carter's spirit with his corporeal form. Moments later, as the primordial soul fire dissipated, Carter, lying upon the bed, opened his eyes, his youthful visage, no more than in his 20s, marked by a hint of bewilderment. Since Carter's demise, Mrs. Carter had taken to sitting in her courtyard each evening after dinner. Gazing at the trellised grapevines, the 5 companions, including Aurea, busied themselves tidying the garden and the house, refraining from disturbing her. "Madam, it seems rather late for smoked fish, but a stroll outside might still be in order." A distant voice called from the doorway. Mrs. Carter was momentarily paralyzed, incredulity washing over her as she turned to face the source of the voice, trembling as she steadied herself against the armrest of her chair. Despite the dim light, she recognized the figure that haunted her dreams. Encountering a deceased person at such an hour ought to be a chilling affair, yet Mrs. Carter disregarded the strangeness, tears streaming down her face as she rushed to embrace Carter. After half an hour, she began to accept this astonishing reality, her emotions gradually calming. Mr. Carter, Aurea and the others set aside their tasks and approached, kneeling in unison as they declared, "The debt of your salvation is indelibly etched in our hearts. You sacrificed yourself for the flourishing of humanity. From this day forth, your ideals shall be our ideals." Carter nodded repeatedly, affirming, "Indeed, I have never regretted saving you all, even until my last breath. By the way, Lord Liu asked me to give you this. He produced a vial of elixir recently bestowed upon him by Liu." "And what is this?" Mrs. Carter inquired, receiving it with a hint of confusion. "Lord Liu mentioned that consuming it would transform you to be akin to me." Carter replied, sharing in her uncertainty. Hesitating, Mrs. Carter swallowed the pill. Instantly, her body began to undergo a profound transformation. Her white hair gradually turned golden, wrinkles vanished at an observable pace, her skin regained its luster, and her posture became upright. She reverted to the appearance of a woman in her 20s. Chapter 95. The Een spirit. As time passed, discontent grew louder among the inhabitants of cities like Lion City, as the pollution from the alchemical factories deepened. While humanity had grown accustomed to it, the celestial race was only just beginning to experience it. An increasing number of celestials, overwhelmed by the acrid scent of cheap industrial fragrances in the air, found themselves afflicted by dizziness and nausea. When the alchemical factories had been relocated to Blood Deer City, they had applauded the decision, urging humans to adopt a broader perspective, assuring them that the factories would yield benefits and warning against short-sightedness. Now, however, none among them spoke of the virtues of the alchemical factories. "Lord Liu, yet another group of celestials has come to protest," Evan reported to Lewin via the communication crystal. "Have humans ever protested regarding the alchemical factories?" Lewin inquired. "Yes, they have." "How did the celestials respond back then?" "They beat the protesters with clubs and then imprisoned them for half a month, imposing hefty fines as well." "Did any celestial speak up for us?" "No, rather, many applauded the actions, declaring they're just deserts." "Let us teach that group of celestials a lesson. Break a leg for each of them, lock them up for a year, and double their fines. Ensuring they work in the alchemical factories until they reach 80, Yes, my lord. Outside Blood Deer City, the protesting Celestials remained oblivious to their impending fate, waiting for the city lord to capitulate, even if it meant relocating half of the alchemical factories back to Blood Deer City. They understood that Lewin was not to be trifled with, yet they could no longer endure their plight. Accustomed to clean air, every second spent in the polluted atmosphere was a torment. They had not considered that the humans of Blood Deer City had endured such suffering for over 20 years for the sake of their living conditions. Suddenly, the city gates swung open, and a contingent of knights from Blood Deer City surged forth, unleashing a brutal assault upon the gathering Celestials. Thanks to the revelations of the Dew, humanity had come to realize that the Celestials were not inherently more noble than themselves. Coupled with the Celestials' long history of riding roughshod over them, animosity had reached a boiling point. "Get down on your knees," the captain of the knights bellowed, raising the hilt of his sword to strike the leading Celestial fiercely. "Ah!" the Celestial cried out in pain, a large bruise blossoming on his head. The human knights vented their pent-up fury upon the Celestials, who had always regarded humans as inferior and had never anticipated such a reversal of fortunes. "How dare you strike us? Is there no law? How ironic! In the past, when you Celestials struck us humans, 8 times out of 10 it was unprovoked. Where was the law then? We merely sought to have a few of the alchemical factories relocated back to Blood Deer City." The Celestials protested. "That was originally yours. We humans are merely returning what belongs to you. Do you still have the audacity to request their return? 20 years ago, when those factories were moved to Blood Deer City, did you foresee this day?" The captain's eyes reddened further. "I curse your ancestors. My parents perished from lung disease due to the alchemical fumes only a few years ago, and you can barely endure a few days of it? At that time, we never prevented your protests," the Celestials meekly responded. The captain, laughing in disbelief, retorted, "Now you wish to compare who is more unreasonable? Very well, arrest them all, strip them naked, parade them through the streets, and break a leg for each of them. They shall be imprisoned, receiving food and water every 5 days. Upon hearing this, the Celestials panicked. "On what grounds?" "You cannot do this," the captain sneered, "when we humans pleaded for reason. Did you pay us any heed? We are merely treating you as you treated us." The knights seized the protesting Celestials, stripping them of their clothes, binding them with rough ropes, and whipping them as they paraded through the streets. Many among the onlooking humans realized that they had only ever witnessed humans subjected to such humiliating treatment, while Celestials had never faced such degrading punishment, regardless of their transgressions. The disparity had always existed. But now, with Lu An's arrival, humanity finally reclaimed their dignity and had the opportunity to repay the Celestials for the injustices they had endured. Outside Loka village, the weather was fair, and the grasslands stretched vast and wide. Lewin stood opposite Rael, who at 16 appeared nearly the same age as Lu, and his silky hair cascaded to his shoulders, and his delicate features contrasted sharply with the more robust, sunny disposition of Jael. He spoke softly and gently. Oria, for reasons unknown, insisted on styling his hair each day and dressing him in gender-neutral attire, making him resemble a shy, introverted maiden. "Rael, it seems you harbor some secrets you have yet to share with us." Rael was taken aback. Since becoming Lu An's disciple, he had not once delved into necromancy. The members of the Black Calamity had menaced him several times, urging him to undertake nefarious tasks, yet he had chosen to ignore them. He had thought that everything was behind him, only to discover that Lord Lu seemed to have known all along. "Lord Lu," Rael tightened his grip on the hem of his garment. "Everyone has their secrets, and it is not always necessary to disclose them. However, I ask you, does this trouble you?" Rael, reluctant to burden others, knew that no one was more dependable than Lu, and he nodded. "As your master, it is my responsibility to care for you. If you wish for my assistance, speak openly. If not, I shall refrain from inquiring further." Rael bit his lip, revealing his secret, necromancy. Eluan had come across mentions of it in the library, yet necromancy was forbidden, and the Empire executed practitioners without mercy. The records were scant, and thus Lewin knew little. "So, you fear being looked down upon by others because of this?" Lewin inquired. Rael nodded. "The teacher said that studying necromancy is more disgraceful than being a traitor to the Empire." Lewin scoffed. "How absurd. I know your character. You are not a disgraceful person. Tell me, have you harmed anyone because of this?" Rael shook his head. "No, not a single person." "Then have you betrayed your country?" No, whenever that person assigned me tasks, I always delayed and never completed any. Well then, that settles it. That person threatened you, saying he would kill you if you did not comply, yet you would rather risk your life than harm another. What kind of character is that? Who dares to call you disgraceful? Lewin chuckled, ruffling Rael's hair. Rael's cheeks flushed, and in a soft voice, he said, "Thank you, Lord Lu." Returning to the matter at hand, Lewin continued, "Normally, prolonged exposure to mean energy would be akin to poison for your constitution. You would either become frail or perish outright. However, your unique constitution, which we term the Een spirit, mitigates the effects. I know several cultivation methods for this Een spirit, which will yield remarkable results. Would you like to learn? Is it similar to necromancy?" Rael hesitated. "Yes, there are indeed similarities," Lewin confirmed. Lear let out a sigh. "Perhaps it is best to forget it, Lord Lu. The practice of necromancy is undeniably sinister. If it weren't for that individual coercing me, I would never wish to engage with it again in this lifetime." However, Lewin shook his head. "I am not particularly well versed in necromancy, but the methods of cultivation I possess, while they may lead to harm, allow you the choice of whether to inflict it upon the wicked or the virtuous. What do you say? Would you like to learn?" Lear wholeheartedly believed Luan's words and nodded obediently. "Yes." Lewin furrowed his brow. "Additionally, Lear, should that person seek you out again, please bring me along. I am quite curious to see who has been threatening my obedient disciple." Chapter 96. The Secret Tome of the Dark Moon. "Understood, Lord Lu," Lear replied, nodding earnestly, a warm surge of confidence swelling within him. He had always felt that he ought to avoid causing trouble for Lewin. Yet Lewin believed that assisting his disciple with troubles was part of a master's duty, for his own master had treated him in the same manner. Currently, Lear and his companions were merely nominal disciples of Lewin, who intended to observe them for a while longer before formally accepting them as his pupils. "Relax your mind. I shall impart this secret tome of the Dark Moon to you." Elu extended a finger and touched Lear's forehead. Suddenly, Lear's head swelled as a torrent of memories flooded into his consciousness. Lear instinctively clutched his head and rubbed it, gradually processing the influx of knowledge. This was a far more intricate substance than the chi refinement technique Lewin had previously taught them. Lear sensed that he could not yet comprehend even a fraction of it. Indeed, the secret tome of the Dark Moon was unlike the return to staff sword technique. It encompassed a plethora of arcane collections from various sects, and mastering it entirely would require centuries, even for one of exceptional talent. Lear meticulously perused the secret tome of the Dark Moon, his gaze vacant and entranced. He bore certain similarities to necromancy. Yet even the initial fraction he grasped was exponentially more potent than the necromancy he had learned. The practice of necromancy inevitably inflicted negative repercussions on the body, which explained why many necromancers appeared as withered husks. The secret tome of the Dark Moon was even more formidable, inflicting greater harm upon the practitioner's body, yet it simultaneously contained numerous countermeasures. By adhering to these methods, one could mitigate the tome's adverse effects to nothing. Take your time to contemplate. There is no need to rush. Should you encounter any obscure passages, I shall guide you. Though my own understanding of this tome is merely superficial, I am more than capable of providing assistance." Lewin stated, hands clasped behind his back. "Thank you, Lord Lu. May I begin practicing the methods contained within this tome at once?" Lear inquired, his excitement palpable. "Did you not hear my earlier admonition? Do not be hasty in your pursuits." Lewin scolded, his brow furrowed. Yes, Lord Lu. This tome is simply too captivating." Lear sheepishly scratched his head. "You possess a dark body, perfectly attuned to this secret tome of the Dark Moon. Achieving the foundational stage in merely a few years is within your grasp. Yet it is imperative to progress step by step. Otherwise, you may find your foundation unstable, and regret will come too late," Lewin advised earnestly. Lear nodded thoughtfully. Eluin continued, "Study the tome of the Dark Moon. Control the corpses 10 times with great care, each reading lasting no less than half an hour." With that, he moved to a nearby tree, seated himself cross-legged, and awaited Lear's completion. "Control the corpses?" "Understood." Lear promptly agreed, mentally reviewing the text of the Control the Corpses section word by word. Repeatedly, several hours later, he had grasped approximately 30% of the content. "Lord Lu, I am ready." Lear spoke softly. Elu gently opened his eyes, nodded, then stood, waving his hand. a copper-armored corpse materialized before Lear. The copper-armored corpse stood motionless, arms raised high, eyes shut tight, with a corpse-sealing talisman affixed to its forehead. Having never encountered a genuine Yin Huang zombie, Lear was not particularly startled, for the secret tome of the Dark Moon contained illustrations of zombies. Instead, he approached curiously, scrutinizing it with caution. It was said that these beings possessed immense strength, impervious to blades and bullets. He wondered how they compared to the death Marshall created through necromancy. Regardless, if he could have such a creature as an ally in battle, his overall strength would undoubtedly multiply. I shall remove the sealing talisman. You will use the techniques from the Control the Corpses section to command it for your purposes, Lewin instructed, his fingers deftly pinching the talisman. All right, Lear, though outwardly delicate, was not weak at heart. Otherwise, he would not have endured the threats from the members of the Black Calamity for so long without yielding. With a swift motion, Lewin tore away the sealing talisman. The copper-armored corpse immediately sensed the contrasting energies nearby and, upon the talisman's removal, lunged at Lewin with a single strike. Lewin sent it crashing to the ground, his foot firmly pressing down upon the struggling corpse, which writhed in futility beneath him. The entire sequence transpired in an instant, leaving Lear utterly unprepared. What such speed? My apologies, Lord Liu. I thought I was caught off guard. Lear stammered timidly. It is of no consequence. It is natural for a novice to falter. This low-level zombie is solely driven by the dark energy within its small brain. You must attempt to influence that dark energy with your true qi, guiding it to act according to your will. Lewin explained. Lear nodded, understood. He refrained from further conversation, unwilling to waste a single moment. Immediately, he employed the techniques from the Control the Corpses section, circulating his true qi through specific meridians within his body, then projecting it outward to influence the dark energy within the small brain of the copper-armored corpse. This was no simple task. Lear persisted, replenishing his true qi whenever it was depleted, and after 2 hours, he finally succeeded in bringing the struggling copper-armored corpse to a halt. And smiled gently, praising, as expected of one with a dark body. Achieving this level in just 2 hours is impressive. Others would require at least a day or two. Hearing Lewin's commendation filled Lear's heart with joy. He thought to himself how truly fortunate he was to have such a treasure of a master. Lewin released his foot, and the copper-armored corpse stood upright, motionless. Now, attempt to command it to move forward, backward, jump, and execute basic attacks. Each action requires different true qi techniques and methods to influence the dark energy, and the precision required is quite intricate. Lear spent several more hours in practice. As dusk began to fall, he was finally able to control the copper-armored corpse to leap onto a nearby tree and pluck down several branches, leaving the tree bare. Well done, Lewin nodded in satisfaction. Such talent is truly exceptional. He continued, it is nearly time. Return and rest. This afternoon, aside from practicing Control the Corpses, you have been tirelessly expending your true qi while continuously circulating the qi refinement technique. Your gains must be considerable. Lear nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, Lord Liu. I feel as though my true qi has increased once more. Indeed. Once you reach the foundational stage and learn the techniques from the secret tome of the Dark Moon, your true qi will ascend to new heights, and your recovery speed will at least triple. Currently, your true qi can only extend a short distance. While it is sufficient for controlling this zombie as a close-range protector, it does present limitations. Upon reaching the foundational stage, you will be able to command zombies from afar to undertake a variety of tasks. Lewin's words ignited within Lear a boundless imagination for the future. Months of refining his qi had already surpassed nearly a decade of his magical studies. He had heard that the foundational stage would be exponentially stronger than his current state. He yearned to reach the foundational stage immediately, but recalling Lewin's repeated admonitions against haste, he forcibly quelled his excitement. Moreover, listening to Lord Liu's guidance, the foundational stage was merely the beginning of the path Lewin had laid out for them. Lewin stored the copper-armored corpse, intending to wait until Lear could fully master it before handing it over. Furthermore, as night fell, the copper-armored corpse's abilities would double, making it impossible for Lear to control. The two returned to Luoka village, and after parting ways, Lewin arrived home to find Oria and Hertz squatting at the entrance, awaiting his return. Upon seeing Lewin approach, they immediately stood to greet him. Oria, with a peculiar expression, remarked, "Lord Lu, why does it seem there has been a persistent barking sound emanating from your yard? It sounds rather tragic. Could it be that a dog from somewhere has wandered in? However, in your absence, we did not dare to enter. Barking?" Lewin mused, glancing up at the 8-meter-high courtyard wall, pondering that even a desperate dog could not leap that high. Could it be that the surrounding spiritual energy was so dense that a dog had become a spirit? Chapter 97. To kill or to spare? Typically, when Lewin was away, no one in Luoka village would dare intrude upon his yard, regardless of the strange sounds that might arise. Should other peculiar noises occur, even an explosion, Oria would remain unfazed. However, the barking was so sorrowful that Oria suspected the dog might be in heat. If that were the case, Lord Lu would surely mind. Yet, in his absence, she and Hertz dared not venture inside. So they stood outside the wall, attempting various methods to lure the dog out, including Hertz attempting to bark like a dog. After more than an hour of futile attempts, the dog remained inside, continuing its mournful howling. I believe I know what it is." Lewin suddenly recalled something and pushed open the courtyard door, stepping inside, with Oria and Hertz following closely behind. Arriving in front of one of the empty rooms, Lewin raised his hand, and the door lock clicked open from a distance. He then pushed the door open, revealing the source of the barking to Oria and Hertz. "It's the Goblin King?" Hertz exclaimed, pointing at the emaciated Goblin King, whose cheeks were gaunt. It was half squatting, half sitting within a circle drawn in the dirt, emitting desperate whimpers from its throat. Lu and initially considered capturing it to exchange for rewards at the goblin hunting tournament. However, due to the intervention of the Celestial Council members, who nearly caused the demise of his 5 disciples under the Emperor's orders, he sought vengeance against Shilling Lu instead. With the goblin hunting tournament no longer in existence, the Goblin King had become utterly useless, prompting Lewin to temporarily forget about it. During this time, the Goblin King remained trapped within an invisible barrier, having not touched a morsel of food or a drop of water. Were it a human, it would likely have perished from thirst long ago. Upon lifting the barrier he had set, the Goblin King, seeing its freedom, was overwhelmed with joy. Yet, as it looked up, it was met with Lewin's raised right hand, which was gathering a formidable energy, causing it to immediately kneel and bow in fear. Lewin mused that keeping this creature would serve no purpose. If it were returned, it would command other goblins to wrest territory from humans. It would be more efficient to simply eliminate it with a single strike. Suddenly, Olia interjected, "My Lord Lu, wait a moment." Lewin turned back in confusion, yet the energy in his hand remained undiminished. "I believe it would be unwise to kill it. Retaining it could prove advantageous." "What purpose could it serve?" Hertz inquired, puzzled. "Firstly, all goblins around are utterly subservient to the Goblin King, willing to sacrifice their lives without hesitation. Gaining control over this Goblin King would equate to commanding a rapidly reproducing and formidable goblin army, a resource of considerable value. Secondly, we could compel the Goblin King to issue a decree forbidding all goblins from harming humans. While we may not fear goblins, ordinary villagers or merchant caravans often fall victim to their aggression. Thirdly, while you, my Lord Lu, have the capability to obliterate the goblins entirely, I do not advocate for such an approach. The expansion of the goblin population would encroach upon the habitat of wild monsters, and with the presence of the Dark Crimson Star, their numbers would continually swell. Thus, if we can manage the goblin population and moderate their reproduction rate, it would alleviate some troubles for us." Hertz's eyes lit up with realization. The empire is currently fragmented, and soldiers from other nations will soon invade. Perhaps the goblins could replace our soldiers in the front lines, for they would obey the Goblin King without hesitation, even to their own demise. Olia nodded in agreement. Precisely, Lewin found merit in their reasoning. The goblins had caused the deaths of many humans in prior conflicts. Now, sending them to charge into battle in place of humans seemed most fitting. Moreover, he had learned from his studies that as long as a Goblin King existed within a goblin tribe, no new Goblin King would arise. Therefore, in the long run, controlling this Goblin King, ensuring its loyalty to Luoka village, and preventing its premature death would mitigate the risks posed by the birth of another Goblin King. He would eventually leave Luoka village, and Olia and the other disciples would also need to venture out for training. Thus, allowing the goblin army to dwell in the outskirts of Luoka village, serving as a protective barrier, was indeed a prudent choice. Olia, your considerations are commendable, Luin praised. He approached the Goblin King, extending a finger that ignited with an ethereal blue flame. Flicking his finger, the flame struck the Goblin King's forehead and vanished within it. Aya! The Goblin King immediately collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Despite its prolonged fasting, rendering its body exceedingly frail, its cries were alarmingly loud, sending shivers down Hertz's spine. Olia, however, felt no fear, her eyes gleaming with excitement at the imminent realization of her strategy. Moments later, the blue flame re-emerged, carrying with it strands of the Goblin King's soul. Eluin produced a jade pendant and, through a series of hand gestures, sealed the Goblin King's soul within it. Once all was concluded, he tossed the pendant to Olia. Deliver this to Hoftade, instructing him that should the Goblin King exhibit any sign of abnormality, he is to shatter this pendant at that moment. The Goblin King's soul will be instantly annihilated. Understood, Olia replied with enthusiasm. Now, let us take this fellow to have some sustenance. It appears death is not far off for it, Luin indicated towards the utterly exhausted Goblin King. Come on, mate, let us go have a drink, Hertz said as he approached the Goblin King. Having resigned itself to its fate, the Goblin King perceived this destiny as acceptable, far preferable to death. Hungry. Oh, so hungry. It gestured, attempting to communicate. What gibberish is this? I can't understand, Hertz replied, exasperated. The voice of the world could not translate the Goblin language due to its primitive nature, with the exception of the Goblin King, whose higher intelligence allowed for the potential acquisition of human language over time. Chapter 98. The storage ring Ryer was the most rapidly progressing among the five, prompting Luin to focus on his training in the days to come. The following morning, he summoned Ryer, who had already risen, and together they ventured to a clearing outside Luoka village. Luin conjured a copper-armored corpse, instructing Ryer to continuously practice the corpse control technique as outlined in the secret classic of the Dark Moon, Controlling Corpses. Ryer approached his training with utmost seriousness and tirelessness, and given his innate talent, he made significant progress in just half a day. As the afternoon approached, Luin observed Ryer's growing proficiency in basic corpse control and summoned a leaping corpse for him to practice battling with the copper-armored corpse. Bang, bang, bang! The arms of the leaping corpse collided repeatedly with the copper-armored corpse. Ryer stood less than a meter away, narrowly avoiding the leaping corpse's strikes, yet maintained a confident smile, not moving an inch. Although the leaping corpse was a mere ordinary zombie, it was still considerably stronger than an average human. A hit could certainly inflict harm. However, Ryer's control over the copper-armored corpse was becoming increasingly adept, as though it were an extension of his own limbs. Though the leaping corpse's speed was not insignificant, it could never quite reach him, with every strike deftly blocked by the copper-armored corpse. Standing at a distance, Luin watched Ryer's evident improvement, nodding in satisfaction. What mentor would not take delight in their disciple's success? Well done, Ryer. Your talent surpasses my expectations. No, it exceeds mere talent. Your dedication is also commendable. Let us take a break. You have not yet reached the state of fasting. Not having consumed anything since morning is not beneficial for your body. As Luin spoke, he approached and waved his hand. And in an instant, Ryer barely noticed as talismans were affixed to the foreheads of the copper-armored corpse and the leaping corpse. To be honest, Ryer felt somewhat unfulfilled but remembered Luan's admonition against hasty ambition. So he nodded in agreement. Yes, my Lord Lu. Yet, he could not suppress his anticipation for the future, prompting him to ask, My Lord Lu, will I be able to control more zombies in the future? Luin nodded affirmatively. As your cultivation level rises, the quality of your true energy will also improve, allowing you to control more corpses simultaneously. Moreover, the corpses you command will far surpass the copper-armored corpse in strength. The secret classic of the Dark Moon, Refining Corpses, contains methods for crafting various types of corpses. While you may not be able to learn these just yet, you can certainly peruse the text in your spare time. All right, Ryer replied obediently, his heart brimming with awe at the thought of commanding entities even more powerful than the copper-armored corpse. However, a new concern soon emerged in his mind. But why, Lord Lu? If I control many zombies, like 10 or 8, will I be able to manage them all by myself? The little fellow's thoughts ventured far ahead. Luin chuckled. By that time, your spiritual strength will also rise. Don't worry, controlling 10 or 8 will be trivial. Even 18,000 will be well within your capabilities. Ryer's eyes widened at this revelation. He surmised that with several thousand copper-armored corpses, annihilating a nation would be a foregone conclusion. 18,000 zombies, each more formidable than the copper-armored corpse, would be unimaginably powerful. Was it not possible to easily dominate the world? Yet, that was a distant prospect. He need not dwell on it just yet. If you merely needed several tens of thousands of zombies to aid you in battle, it wasn't particularly challenging. The secret classic of the Dark Moon contains many spells to temporarily obscure your and your allies' yang energy. When you release the corpses, they will instinctively eliminate enemies lacking yang energy. However, this method has its limitations. It only works on mindless zombies that act purely on instinct, which are less capable than those controlled by humans. Furthermore, if your enemies also lack yang energy, the zombies will not attack them. Thus, you must hone your corpse control technique. I understand. My Lord Lude, I will diligently and attentively practice the corpse control technique. Ryer's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. However, Lewin shook his head. Not enough. Merely practicing the corpse control technique is far from sufficient. The secret classic of the Dark Moon is a profound text of the Dark Moon sect, encompassing a wide array of knowledge. You must learn not only how to control and refine corpses but also study lightness skills, protective techniques, guardian methods, martial arts, and talisman crafting. Everything must be learned to some extent. Cultivators differ from mages and warriors. While each has its focus, one must also delve into other fields. Upon hearing this, Ryer felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, as if he stood before an enormous ball of yarn, knotted into millions of tangles, tasked with untangling it all. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ryer gathered his spirits once more, reflecting on the items entrusted to him by Lord Lu. The more challenging the task, the greater the knowledge he would undoubtedly acquire. Step by step, he resolved to practice controlling the corpses while first learning the spell Zhaoyinju from the Tome of Spells. Upon mastering it, he would be entrusted with a significant task. Upon hearing this, Ryer felt a surge of excitement within him, eager to showcase his newfound abilities. "Do not move just yet. Close your eyes and relax your mind," instructed Lu, and although Ryer was oblivious to Luan's intentions, he obediently complied. Soon, he felt a sudden pain in his head, as if a piece of him was being torn away. He could not suppress a soft groan, but moments later, he realized that although his eyes were shut, he could sense a ring beside him, which seemed to have become an integral part of him. "All right, you may open your eyes now," Luan said softly. Ryer opened his eyes to discover a dark silver ring adorning his little finger, which resonated with an inexplicable connection. "What is this?" he inquired with curiosity. "This is a storage ring. You can use it to store items. Now, focus and perceive it closely." "Understood," Ryer replied, obediently closing his eyes once more to attune his senses to the ring. In an instant, his consciousness appeared to be drawn into an almost boundless void, devoid of any light. Yet he could clearly discern every object within: a water bottle, bread, smoked meat, a tent. Having practiced all day without a sip of water, he felt an overwhelming thirst and instinctively desired to grasp the water bottle. Suddenly, he felt an object appear in his hand, and upon opening his eyes, he found it was indeed the water bottle. "How marvelous!" Ryer exclaimed in awe. While the magical realm possessed spatial bags and storage rings, the former required one to reach in physically and offered limited space, akin to a mere sack. The latter, however, was exceedingly rare. Ryer had never encountered one before and had only heard that such rings could only be wielded by individuals with exceptionally strong mental fortitude, far beyond his capabilities. "Thank you, Lord Lu." Ryer beamed at Lu and suppressed the urge to ruffle Ryer's hair, clearing his throat. "The primary purpose of this is for you to store zombies in the future. From now on, this copper-armored corpse and the jumping corpse belong to you." "Understood," Ryer nodded, stepping closer and, with a mere thought, stored both the copper-armored corpse and the jumping corpse within the storage ring. Eluan turned and said, "Let us return. Hofutade and Evan should still be waiting for me." Chapter 99. Stirring nations. After Luan laid waste to Shilingluo, the nobles promptly began sending letters to Luoka village, expressing their loyalty to him. For now, Luan decided to utilize these nobles, allowing them to continue governing their territories. This was a necessary measure, as the empire had suppressed humanity for centuries, leaving a dearth of politically skilled individuals among them, which required careful cultivation over time. Moreover, with Luan poised to break through to the divine transformation stage, he was preoccupied with secluded cultivation, leaving him little inclination to manage such chaotic affairs. Thus, he required these individuals to oversee the empire on his behalf. However, Lewin had already resolved that, as time progressed and he identified a sufficient number of capable human administrators, he would replace these celestial nobles with trustworthy individuals from Luoka village. Hofutade's residence housed a grand conference room, featuring a circular table at its center, upon which rested an enormous communication crystal. Within the crystal, the faces of the celestial nobles appeared, some solemn, others jubilant, and a few expressionless, seemingly lost in thought. Each of these nobles was a lord, and they had recently fallen upon hard times. In unison, they had sealed the news of Shilingluo's destruction and the emperor's demise, issuing orders to lock all city gates and prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. Yet, this was merely a temporary measure, unsustainable over time. Ultimately, 3 days prior, other nations learned of the news. In that instant, certain neighboring countries began to stir, fully aware that this was an opportune moment to invade the Holy Monarch Empire. Some sought various pretexts, while others could not be bothered with justification, swiftly preparing their armies to dispatch to the territories of the Holy Monarch Empire. War was imminent. As the door to the conference room swung open, the previously lethargic attendees straightened in their seats. "Lord Lu, you have arrived," they exclaimed in unison. Despite Luan's considerable tardiness, none dared voice any complaints. After exchanging pleasantries with those present, Luan took his seat in an inconspicuous position. He had informed Evan and the others that he was merely there to observe. With Lord Lu's arrival, the meeting soon commenced, primarily discussing the adversaries each noble faced, their respective strategies for counteraction, and the support they sought. By eavesdropping, Luan gained a general understanding of the personalities, capabilities, and circumstances confronting these noble lords. "I believe we should inform the enemy of Lord Lu's formidable strength. They would surely think twice before engaging us," proposed one noble during the meeting. Another noble weakly countered, "That would be futile. In fact, just a few days ago, I informed the enemy that our emperor could single-handedly destroy a city. Did the enemy yield? Not in the slightest. They replied that their queen could annihilate an entire nation." The room fell into silence. However, upon reflection, it was reasonable. Without visual evidence, who would believe such claims? As the meeting drew to a close, a lesser noble hesitated, biting his lip before speaking. "Your Majesty, will you provide us with any support?" Though no formal coronation had taken place, nor had anyone explicitly stated it, these nobles implicitly acknowledged Luan as their new emperor. Hence their address of him as Your Majesty. Luan replied gently, "No, there will be no support. However, rest assured, we will emerge victorious in this war." Upon hearing this, the nobles felt their anxiety dissipate. Although Luan had instilled great fear in them, standing united with them now offered them a sense of reassurance. Luan harbored no concern for the safety of these celestial beings. His disdain for them remained. Yet, the empire's territories being usurped and its military weakened posed no benefit to him. "Furthermore, do not refer to me as Your Majesty. I have no desire to be emperor. I will introduce the new emperor to you in due time." "Understood. We comprehend," the nobles responded, not daring to voice any dissent. After the meeting concluded, Luan summoned Yake and Hertz. Both sat upright, their hearts racing as they speculated on the task Luan was about to assign. "I intend to have Carter become the emperor of the new empire." Luan stated plainly, "That makes sense. Lord Carter is quite suitable." Yake nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if Lord Lu has no aspirations for the throne, then no one is more fitting for the role than my godfather." "Carter," Hertz added with a sly grin. "However, while Carter is dedicated to humanity, he is ultimately too kind-hearted. Even when facing the celestial beings, he will not adopt a sufficiently firm stance. My goal is to reclaim what the celestial beings have taken from humanity, at the very least reversing the status of the two races. Therefore, it is necessary to find capable individuals who harbor deep-seated animosity toward the celestial beings to assist him in order to balance his character. You two shall be responsible for locating such individuals," Luan instructed. "Understood, Lord Lu. We will take care of it," both replied earnestly. "Very well, you may return to your preparations. We depart tomorrow, if you require funds." "Seek Hofutade." "Yes, we shall prepare at once." Hertz and Yake rose to leave the conference room, and Luan soon heard them greeting Alya in the hallway. Moments later, Alya entered, adorned in a white robe with pink trim. deer-hide boots revealing delicate lace-trimmed white stockings, and approached playfully. "Good evening, Lord Lu. Is there something you need?" Lewin was somewhat puzzled, as he had not assigned any tasks to Alya recently. Leaning on the conference table with wide eyes, Alya replied, "Allow me to investigate the loyalty of the nobles." "How did you learn of this? Did Evan disclose it to you?" Lewin frowned out. No, it was not him. I deduced that you would undertake such a task." Alya quickly waved her hands. "Not all nobles are driven by fear. A few possess a measure of integrity. However, faced with someone who can obliterate a city, they find themselves powerless. Seeking revenge would only lead to the demise of their soldiers. Some among them fled the Holy Monarch Empire with their families and scant possessions. I disregarded these individuals, instead directing Evan to swiftly appoint capable individuals to manage the territories. Additionally, I am aware that among those nobles who obey me, some merely feign allegiance while plotting in secret. Thus, I intended to have Evan find capable individuals to investigate, as this is a perilous endeavor, and you and your companions lack the strength for it." To his surprise, Alya had anticipated this notion. "Alya, why do you wish to undertake this task?" Lewin inquired, puzzled. Alya rested on the table, smiling as she replied, "Ever since the incident with Adele, I have vowed to myself to become a stronger person. Now, I wish to see if I truly can achieve that through this endeavor." Upon hearing her words, Lewin understood. Alya had already contemplated how to deal with any treacherous nobles she might apprehend. "Very well, then you shall take charge of this matter." Lewin nodded in agreement, and soon found himself in possession of a string of golden bells bound by a red cord. "This endeavor may pose dangers for you. Yet it undeniably serves as an opportunity for your growth. Hold on to this. Should you encounter peril that you cannot resolve on your own, use it. The Mountain Spirit Bell, a treasure of the mortal and celestial realms.